Lu Hong, you need not come to the company tomorrow. As he gazed at the resignation agreement and listened to that icy voice, Lu Hong felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. He lifted his eyes to behold the familiar, enchanting visage before him. With elegantly arched brows and almond-shaped eyes, her complexion was fair, though her lips were somewhat thin, and her expression bore a hint of sharpness. This was the goddess he had cherished for many years, Lu Chuiwei. Why did she still appear to be in her 20s? Wait, this scene feels eerily familiar. When was it? Lu Hong's gaze shifted to the date displayed on his phone, and his eyes widened in shock. I asked this 10 years ago. Have I been reborn? Overwhelmed by an inexplicable fear, he attempted to rise, but a sudden wave of dizziness compelled him to sit back down. He closed his eyes, seeking to gather his thoughts. 10 years ago, yes. This was the 5th year since he and Lu Chuiwei embarked on their entrepreneurial venture together. Lu Chuiwei was his university classmate, renowned as the belle of their cohort. Lu Hong had pursued her for 4 years during their time at university, only to receive a promise at graduation. Help me succeed in my business, and I will date you. For the sake of this promise, Lu Hong, recognized as a prodigy in research, relinquished his chance to study abroad. The Lu family was a powerful clan in Chujiang, and at the outset of their venture, they provided Lu Chuiwei with an old factory and initial capital, positioning her as the head honcho. However, Lu Hong's talents soon became evident from research and development to production. He excelled in every aspect, single-handedly supporting half of the company's endeavors. He believed that his diligence would earn him the affection of his goddess. But Lu Chuiwei's demeanor remained unchanged, consistently using the excuse of their venture's lack of success to refuse any advancement in their relationship. Yet, she would always offer him a morsel of hope whenever he contemplated giving up. As his significance within the company grew, this emotional tug-of-war extended into their professional interactions. Lu Chuiwei began to nitpick his minor faults at work, undermining his efforts, and even threatened to dismiss him. Yet she would soften her tone just as he teetered on the brink of despair, repeatedly assuring him that she would date him once the company went public. In his youthful naivety, Lu Hong believed her words. He accepted Lu Chuiwei's lifetime contract, fully committing himself to the company, exhausting his health, and ultimately leading the company to a successful IPO. However, on the very next day, following the company's triumphant listing, as he held a bouquet of roses, ready to profess his feelings once more, he witnessed his goddess walking hand in hand with the son of a billionaire into the company's entrance. "This is my fiancée." Those words struck him like a hammer, shattering his spirit completely. In a fit of rage, he attempted to resign, only to be informed that he was a lifetime employee and that leaving would incur a staggering penalty of hundreds of millions. He also sought to claim the equity promised at the start of their venture, only to discover that the equity agreement he signed held no legal validity whatsoever. Ultimately, in a state of destitution and illness, he perished alone in his rented room, akin to a stray dog. Reflecting on this, Lu Hong trembled violently, regaining control over his body. "That I just remembered. This is the time 10 years ago when Lu Chuiwei first threatened me with dismissal, tricking me into signing a lifelong contract." Lu Hong's mind instantly regained clarity and his gaze sharpened. This contract must not be signed. If he affixed his signature, he would be irrevocably tethered to Chuiwei technology for eternity. In his previous life, during the final year of his existence, his health completely deteriorated, forcing Lu Hong to withdraw from frontline research and development. During that year, Lu Chuiwei had tossed him around the company's various departments like a mere plaything. Yet serendipitously, he broadened his horizons. Naturally gifted, he immersed himself in the study of law, management, and operations, mastering all the skills necessary to run a company. It was in that very year that he reflected on his experiences, understanding how Lu Chuiwei had systematically drained his worth, realizing that he would never rise again. This despair also precipitated a rapid decline in his health, ultimately leading to his demise. Fortunately, the moment of rebirth was now. As long as he refrained from signing this contract, there remained a chance for redemption. On the other side of the desk, Lu Chuiwei was observing Lu Hong. Seeing him on the verge of collapse, she felt a surge of secret satisfaction. Throughout 4 years of university, 5 years of entrepreneurship, and 9 years of companionship, she believed she had thoroughly understood Lu Hong. He was nothing more than a simple-minded, straightforward engineer, convinced that excelling in research and development and helping her achieve her entrepreneurial dreams would earn her favor. Naive. What Lu Chua desired was a marriage that would elevate her status and enable her to soar to new heights. How could she possibly settle for this ordinary man devoid of wealth or influence? However, this man before her indeed possessed exceptional skills in product development, single-handedly sustaining all the company's research and production endeavors until a suitable replacement was found. She had to keep him tethered. The newly arrived dual-degree doctoral candidate was a promising alternative, yet being freshly graduated, his lack of experience rendered him a somewhat unreliable choice for such a pivotal role. She needed to manipulate Lu Hong into bringing him along, ensuring dual security in the realm of research and production, allowing her, as the boss, to rest easy. With this thought in mind, Lu Chua unconsciously reached for the drawer. Inside lay a new labor contract, drafted by her close friend and legal advisor, Dai Xiaojin. This contract offered Lu Hong enhanced benefits compared to his current position, with one stipulation. Should he voluntarily resign from Chua Technology, he would incur an exorbitant penalty for breach of contract. She had already devised a plan. Once Lu Hong pleaded for mercy, she would comfort him softly and then have him sign this lifelong contract. Once he affixed his signature, she could bind him to the company for a lifetime. By then, she would possess ample means to gradually manipulate him. At that moment, Lu Hong slowly lifted his head. Lu Chua confidently raised her chin, anticipating Lu Hong's subdued plea for forgiveness, just as he had done during any argument over the past 9 years. Then, she heard Lu Hong's hoarse voice. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief emanating from that voice. I understand. Immediately, she witnessed Lu Hong deftly extracting a pen and signing his name on 2 copies of the resignation agreement. What? He actually signed? Lu Chua felt her mind go blank. Yet Lu Hong did not afford her a moment to process this. He casually pushed 1 copy of the agreement towards her and stated solemnly, "Now, let us discuss the matter of compensation that as per our initial agreement at the inception of the venture, I hold 20 equity in the company. What compensation are you prepared to offer me?" Lu Chua stared at Lu Hong. Disbelief etched across her face. "Are you truly leaving?" Lu Hong slightly curled his lips and tapped the resignation agreement on the table. "Mess. Lu, please maintain professionalism. I am resigning. My signature is already affixed. We are now discussing the compensation issue." A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within Lu Chua. "Ms. Lu? You dare to call me Ms. Lu? For 9 years, you have always referred to me as Chua." In that moment, her indignation overcame her, and she exclaimed without restraint, "Compensation? Do you really consider yourself a shareholder? Our initial equity agreement was never notarized or stamped. You fool! You legal ignoramus! Let me make this clear. You will receive nothing upon your resignation." Lu Hong's expression grew icy. "Ms. Lu, one must have a conscience." Lu Chua retorted with scorn. "Conscience? What is the price of conscience per pound? In business, a merchant speaks a profit. You must be out of your mind. For the past 5 years, I have spearheaded the development of the company's products, and I have overseen the application of all 27 patents." Lu Hong clenched his teeth. "Huh? Have you forgotten? The applicant for the patents is the company, not you. You cannot use this to coerce me." Lu Chua dismissed him with disdain. Lu Hong fell silent. He had already come to terms with these matters during the final year of his previous life. He only brought it up now to gauge Lu Chua's reaction. Having been reborn, he had long since given up on Lu Chua. However, as they had once been classmates and co-founders, he had hoped Lu Chua would retain at least a modicum of integrity. Yet the outcome left him disheartened. Gazing at this familiar yet unfamiliar woman before him, Lu Hong suddenly smiled. "Ms. Lu, you're mistaken. I am, after all, a 5-year veteran employee. Since you are the one dismissing me, compensation under N1 must be provided. You see, I'm still well-versed in the labor law." Upon hearing this, Lu Chua's countenance darkened, her voice frigid as ice. "Lu Hong, are you truly resolute in your decision to leave?" Lu Hong, however, had no desire to continue conversing with her. He rose in silence and walked towards the office door. Behind him, Lu Chua sprang to her feet, furiously shouting, "Lu Hong, if you step out of that door now, we are finished. Even if you beg for forgiveness later, I shall never forgive you. Yet Lu Hong did not look back, unwavering in his resolve as he exited the office. Lu Qiu's anger surged within her, and just as she prepared to chase after him, her phone suddenly rang. The caller ID revealed that it was a major client of the company. Always prioritizing her career, she quickly composed herself and answered the phone. "Hello? Mr. Chu, good to hear from you. Please, go ahead." On the other end, after stepping out of the general manager's office, Lu Hong exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. His decision to resign was not a spur-of-the-moment choice, rather. He had long harbored plans for his next steps, but he intended to embark on his own entrepreneurial journey. In his past life, he had been a quintessential engineer, wholly devoted to research and development, utterly ignorant of sales, marketing, and other business operations. At that time, he lacked the essential knowledge required to run a company, which is why he never considered starting his own venture. IT was only in the final year of his life, when he was beset by illness, that Lu Qiu exiled him through job rotations across various departments of the company, even spending time in the cafeteria. This experience gradually taught him how to manage a company. By then, he had already contemplated leaving to start his own business, but after self-studying law, he discovered that the lifelong contract he had signed had effectively shackled his future, leading him to fall into despair and illness. Now, having been reborn with the memories of his past life, he was determined to escape this cage woven from insincerity and explore the vast world beyond. With this thought, Lu Hong couldn't help but clench his fist at that moment. A mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind, detected that the host has regained freedom, and decided to embark on entrepreneurship system activated. Startled by the mechanical voice, Lu Hong pondered, "An entrepreneurship system? Is this the golden finger I acquired after my rebirth?" A second later, the voice echoed once more. "Answer no. The system has always existed, it simply remained dormant until now." Lu Hong was left speechless. The system has always existed? What are the activation conditions? Activation conditions. The host must not be employed by any organization and must decide to start their own venture. Note: if the host is not in an entrepreneurial state, the system will enter dormancy again. But my time at Chua Technology doesn't count as entrepreneurship? Answer: no. The host has never acquired equity in Chua Technology, hence is classified as an employee. I see. Show me your functions. An ethereal panel unfurled before him, revealing a skilled tree-like interface that encompassed numerous branches such as research and development, production, sales, and marketing, all of which could be activated using entrepreneurship points. Before activation, he could only view the first skill of each path. Upon seeing the first skill in the research and development path, his eyes widened in astonishment. Research Simulator. Consume entrepreneurship points to simulate technical experiments. Each one entrepreneurship point exchanges for 1 day of simulation time. A research simulator? This was nothing short of a divine tool for a technology-driven enterprise. With his capabilities paired with such a golden finger, it was akin to a fortuitous beginning. Who knows what opportunities one missed in my past life? Lu Hong's intertech enthusiast ignited with fervor. Goddess? What goddess? Nothing compares to the allure of a simulator. Rebirth has rendered love a foolish endeavor. What a waste of resources. Let us refrain from further discourse and instead focus on establishing a unicorn enterprise to hone our skills. With this thought in mind, Lu Hong impatiently inquired, "System, how may I acquire entrepreneurial points?" The system promptly displayed a task panel. Novice task: establish and take control of a company. Reward: 100 entrepreneurial points, 200 system experience. Daily task: maintain control of a company. Reward: 1 entrepreneurial point. Establishing and controlling a company. This seems exceedingly simple. It merely requires a modest sum to register at the business administration office. With this realization, Lu Hong's eagerness intensified. He was aware that the nation currently encourages entrepreneurship, and the business administration office has expedited channels, making company registration remarkably convenient. Since it was still morning, if he acted swiftly, he could complete the registration of his new company by afternoon. Thus, he hesitated no longer and swiftly made his way to the human resources and finance departments, completing all resignation procedures in just over an hour. As a well-known figure within the company, he naturally attracted some inquiries during the process. In response, he nonchalantly divulged fragments of information regarding his departure. He understood that these departments were the most informed within the company. Such fragments would soon be pieced together to reveal the truth he wished to convey. Indeed, upon returning to his office, he began to overhear conversations akin to the following. Have you heard? Our general manager Liu was dismissed by President Liu. What? That can't be. General Manager Liu is a company veteran, utterly devoted to President Liu. Indeed, even setting aside his veteran status, can our research and production continue without General Manager Liu? What do you think President Liu is contemplating? We cannot afford to let General Manager Liu go. I've heard that General Manager Liu's departure is due to President Liu's refusal to honor the promised 20 equity for his entrepreneurial efforts. What? That's outrageous. Given General Manager Liu's contributions to the company, even 50 equity would be insufficient. Hearing the discussions in the break room, a subtle smile graced Lu Hong's lips. He intended to leave, but not without clarity and purpose. It was imperative to seize the narrative high ground, ensuring that everyone understood it was Lu Chuiwei who had wronged him first. Thus, in future competitions, no matter what strategies he employed against Chuiwei technology, no one would dare to voice dissent. As he contemplated his next steps, a figure suddenly burst into his office. Before the person arrived, their voice reached him first. Master, you've been dismissed by Lu Chuiwei? This voice was all too familiar to Lu Hong. He could envision the anxious expression on the speaker's face without even looking up. He raised his gaze to meet that of a young woman in her early 20s, sporting a sleek short haircut, and smiled, saying, Xiao Dan, how many times must I remind you? Young ladies should refrain from such excessive exclamations. The girl before him was named Xiao Dan, a junior 3 years his junior from the same school, and a devoted disciple he had personally guided. She held her master in the highest regard in his previous life. After being reassigned by Lu Chuiwei, this young woman not only refused a promotion to deputy director of the RD department, but also vocally protested on his behalf, even going so far as to resign in defiance. In essence, this girl was a staunch ally within Lu Hong's inner circle. Seeing Lu Hong's calm demeanor, Xiao Dan grew increasingly agitated. How can Manager Lu do this? Without you, Master, how could Chuiwei technology have achieved its current status? I will confront Manager Lu. With that, she turned to storm out. Liu Hong quickly called out to a young man who had just reached the doorway. Gu Yiming, stop her. The young man, wearing black-rimmed glasses and possessing a somewhat dull expression, immediately opened his arms to block Xiao Dan's path without uttering a word. Fuming, Xiao Dan shouted, Gu Yiming, why are you stopping me? With a blank expression, Gu Yiming replied, Master does not permit you to go. You fool. Let me go. Master does not permit you to go. That if you don't let go, I'll bite you. Master does not permit you to go. Are you a parrot? Observing this amusing exchange, Lu Hong couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Gu Yiming and Xiao Dan were classmates, and also his disciples. This young man was even more socially inept than Lu Hong had been at his age, a steadfast individual whose mind was solely occupied with work. In his previous life, after a decade of working alongside Xiao Dan, even the stray cats outside the office could tell that she had feelings for him, yet he had always regarded her as merely a friend, utterly oblivious to Cupid's arrows. Lu Hong sighed in exasperation and stood up to intervene in their playful banter. I have my reasons for resigning. Do not spread baseless rumors. Yiming, you have always been indifferent to outside matters. Why are you getting involved this time? Gu Yiming shook his head. Master, I did not come to discuss that. Oh, is there something amiss in the RD department? Indeed. A rather inexplicable person has arrived, reprimanding everyone and disrupting our work. A baffling person? Reprimanding everyone? As Lu Hong pondered this, Xiao Dan eagerly raised her hand. I know. A person claiming to be Swen has arrived, asserting himself as the new deputy director of the RD department, and is meddling in our work. Lu Hong raised an eyebrow in surprise. Swen? Is he a foreigner? No, he is from Xia country, but he seems to have been educated abroad. He speaks Xia and occasionally throws in a few English phrases to show off. Xiao Dan exclaimed, visibly irked. Someone who interjects English while speaking Xia? Could it be him? A thought struck Lu Hong, and he said in a low voice, let's go and see. As Lu Hong stepped into the RD office area, he immediately recognized a familiar voice engaging in grandiloquent discourse. I must tell you, your research framework is flawed. Lacking a profound understanding of the discipline's frontier, and your literature research is woefully insufficient. Upon hearing the distinctly accented standard Mandarin, Lu Hong wore a bemused expression. Indeed, it was him. Yu Siwen, a dual PhD from Caltech, was an arrogant academic powerhouse from the Banana Republic. In his previous life, this individual had always sought to usurp Lu Hong's position. Upon joining the company, he, under Lu Chiyue's indulgence, snatched the drone development project that Lu Hong was overseeing. However, he strayed down the wrong path, resulting in significant losses for the company. Following this debacle, he became considerably more subdued but remained resentful of Lu Hong, frequently seeking to provoke him. After Lu Hong's complete downfall, he finally realized his ambition of becoming the director of the RD department and often arrogantly paraded into Lu Hong's former department, displaying the countenance of a petty person relishing his success, much to the disdain of everyone in the company. At this moment, he must have just joined, unexpectedly making such a high-profile entrance into the RD department to assert his dominance. In his past life, Lu Hong would undoubtedly have confronted Yu Siwen at this point. Yet, having lived 2 lives, he had grown considerably more astute. Observing the situation, he deliberately slowed his pace and approached with steady composure. As he reduced his speed, all the employees in the RD department turned their attention towards him. Consequently, a chorus of greetings erupted, filled with genuine admiration. "Hello, Director Lu. Welcome, Director Lu." Lu Hong smiled and nodded at the crowd, maintaining his unhurried stride. It is worth noting that Lu Hong's esteemed standing in the RD department was not without reason. Chiyue Technology's current primary business comprises 2 sectors: intelligent machinery and engineering software. The products in these 2 domains were primarily developed under Lu Hong's leadership, and he had single-handedly established and managed both project departments. At the inception of the venture, Lu Chiyue had inherited an outdated factory capable only of producing obsolete manual machinery, teetering on the brink of collapse. It was Lu Hong, through relentless dedication, who revitalized the production line, integrating new technologies, and ultimately salvaged the factory, enabling it to produce automated machinery. Subsequently, leveraging the equipment platform developed in-house, he led the team in creating innovative engineering software, continuously upgrading their products until they met the standards of intelligent machinery. Throughout this process, the engineering software team also flourished, acquiring the capability to develop software across various platforms, becoming another pillar of the company. For this reason, despite Lu Hong's official title being merely the director of RD, he was universally regarded as a vice president by everyone in the company, especially within the RD and mechanical departments, where he was seen as the cornerstone of their efforts. As Lu Hong was surrounded by his admirers, akin to a moon surrounded by stars, Yu Siwen found himself unable to continue his grandstanding and could only step forward to extend a Greetings, I am Svenyu. You must be Director Lu Hong, correct? Director Lu has spoken highly of you, mentioning that you are one of the startup employees with considerable experience. Before Lu Hong could respond, the nearby Xia Dan interjected with indignation. What are you saying? Director Lu is one of the founders of the company. If you don't understand, it's best to refrain from speaking nonsense. The term employee in English denotes a worker. By employing this term, you intended to belittle Lu Hong, reducing him to a mere laborer like himself. In truth, according to their original verbal agreement, Lu Hong was meant to be recognized as a co-founder of the company. However, at this moment, quibbling over titles seemed futile. Lu Hong disregarded Xia Dan's outburst, instead extending his hand with a smile. "Hello, Dr. Yu. I have reviewed your resume. You are an alumnus of a prestigious institution and a highly qualified talent. With your guidance, I am confident that the new project at Chiyue will be executed efficiently and successfully. Having spent years in the United States, you had long since forgotten the traditional virtues of humility and respect intrinsic to his homeland." Observing Lu Hong's lack of retort, he assumed Lu Hong was intimidated, which only fueled his disdain. This did not surprise him in the least. After all, in his eyes, Lu Hong was merely an amateur undergraduate, while he himself was a dual PhD graduate, rendering their respective capabilities worlds apart. In confronting him, Lu Hong's sole advantage lay in his seniority. Thus, you proudly reiterated his credentials and status. "Indeed, I hold dual PhD degrees in mechanical engineering and information engineering, and my mentor, Alexander Petrov, is a leading expert in the field of drones. With my involvement, I am certain that Chuyu Technologies' drone project will secure an award at the National Science Competition in 3 months. The realm of civilian drones was precisely the project Lu Hong was currently spearheading, and it was set to be a new venture for Chuyu Technology that in this parallel world. The advancement of drone technology was relatively lagging. Only a few nations, such as the United States and his home country, had equipped their military forces with large-scale military drones, while small civilian drones had yet to emerge. The general populace, drones were merely seen as model aircraft, expensive toys. Nonetheless, in recent years, many companies and research institutions have begun to explore the development of small civilian drones, with the most advanced technology stemming from the cutting-edge mechanical laboratory at the California Institute of Technology, which was helmed by Yu's mentor, Alexander Petrov. Upon hearing Yu's declaration, Lu Hong feigned surprise. "Ah, so Dr. Yu is a distinguished disciple of Professor Petrov. My apologies for my ignorance. Given that, I presume you have some valuable insights regarding our research." Seeing Lu Hong momentarily daunted by the stature of his mentor, Yu felt a swell of pride. "Certainly. Your parameters regarding control, structural integrity, and speed are far too conservative. If you proceed as is, even if you manage to produce something, it will be an outdated product. You should." As he resumed his incessant chatter, Lu Hong appeared to listen attentively, yet inwardly he reveled in delight. Indeed, in this lifetime, Yu Siwen has once again committed that blunder. His vision for the development of civilian drones has deviated. In truth, one cannot entirely fault him, for this line of thinking aligns with the current mainstream approach, continuing the trajectory of model aircraft development, striving for greater structural integrity, enhanced speed, and superior maneuverability. Following this path, civilian drones would inevitably evolve towards racing drones, operable solely by specially trained operators, rendering widespread adoption unattainable. 3 years hence, with the emergence of the low-cost, slow-speed drone Digim 01, which will captivate the global market, this notion shall be utterly discarded. In his previous life, it was precisely Yu Siwen's adherence to this mindset that led the drone research and production division of Chuyu Technology into disarray, incurring substantial losses for the company. Now, witnessing his persistent adherence to this erroneous approach, Lu Hong felt a sense of relief. For in his vision, his inaugural major project in entrepreneurship would be civilian drones. Armed with insights from a decade hence, he held firm confidence in developing the DJM-01 drone within a mere 2 years. Thus, Lu Hong patiently listened to Yu Siwen's lengthy discourse, feigning admiration as he remarked, "Impressive. Truly impressive. Dr. Yu, you're indeed a scholar. With you at the helm of the RD department, I can leave with peace of mind." Yu Siwen was momentarily taken aback. "President Lu, you are leaving?" Lu Hong nodded. "I shall resign from Chuyu Technology today henceforth. The RD department will largely be under your stewardship, Dr. Yu." Yu Siwen stood in stunned silence for a moment. Then an overwhelming joy surged within him. He had always aspired to oversee the entire RD department, but Lu Chuyu had denied him, citing Lu Hong's seniority and relegated him to the position of deputy director. Little did he expect Lu Hong would voluntarily resign. It seemed the heavens were indeed aiding him. The smile on Yu Siwen's face broadened, starkly contrasting with the panic and disappointment of the surrounding employees. He suppressed the urge to burst into laughter, feigning sincerity as he shook hands with Lu Hong, saying, "I never anticipated that upon my arrival, President Lu would choose to resign. Such a pity. Rest assured, I shall ensure the RD department flourishes." This fellow, yet to receive his appointment, was already so arrogant. Well, this way, no one would dare to challenge his misguided approach. Onward, let the misguided journey accelerate. Lu Hong secretly chuckled, yet maintained a facade of utmost sincerity as he said, "I wish you, Dr. Yu, swift success in your endeavors." Chapter 4. The Swallows of the Western Chu. Once Lu Hong confirmed that the RD department of Chuyu, led by C1, would not pose a threat to him, he immediately began to gather his belongings. Before departing, he meticulously transferred most of his critical achievements in drone development onto a hard drive, erasing all backups of these significant results from the company's server, among which were core technologies he intended to utilize for the development of a new drone, leaving not a trace behind. Naturally, he had to retain a portion of the materials, as 7 patents had already been submitted under the name of Chuyu Technology. Reflecting on his own foolishness, he wished he could travel back in time to a year prior and deliver a couple of resounding slaps to his past self. After completing these tasks, he placed the only prototype he possessed at the bottom of a cardboard box, covering it with miscellaneous items, and departed the office, cradling the box. Xia Dan, Gu Yiming, and several loyal employees from the RD department stood vigil outside his office. Upon seeing him emerge, they rushed forward to assist. But he graciously declined their offers. Xia Dan silently accompanied him for a few paces before suddenly looking up and declaring, "Master, I no longer wish to work here. This company lacks humanity, and I see no future for myself." Turning to the others, she continued, "You all feel the same. In terms of ability and experience, who among you can compare to our master? If even he is being forced out, what awaits you?" As the others nodded in agreement, Lu Hong refrained from inciting further discontent and reprimanded Xia Dan. "Enough." Xia Dan, defiantly raising her chin, retorted, "Am I wrong?" Lu Hong sternly chastised, "You are just in your early 20s. Your decisions only affect yourself. Can others afford such luxury? Lao Huang has just welcomed his second child, and his wife is a stay-at-home mother. Can he act as you do? Baozi is getting married next month. How can you suggest he face unemployment now? And Xiaolu, who worked so hard to join Chuyu Technology, merely wishes to learn some skills. Are you suggesting he leave just like that?" Stop speaking without understanding the weight of the situation. Seeing the emotions stirring among the group, Xia Dan's eyes reddened from his reprimand. Lu Hong softened his tone, gently patting her head. "Your loyalty to your master warms my heart, but the adult world is not merely black and white. If you wish to leave, that is acceptable. Complete the necessary procedures and come find me. We shall forge a new path together." Xia Dan's countenance brightened at his words. "Master, what are your plans?" Lu Hong silenced her with a glance, addressing the others. "We are all comrades here, and I trust you. I kindly ask that you keep this matter confidential." His heartfelt words elicited a chorus of pledges of loyalty. Xia Dan seized Gu Yiming's arm, exclaiming, "Yiming and I will resign immediately to assist you." However, Gu Yiming shook off her grasp, stating, "The project entrusted to me by Master is not yet complete. I must finish it before I leave." Fuming, Xia Dan raised her foot to kick him, exclaiming, "You stubborn fool." Lu Hong found himself at a loss with these two spirited individuals, shaking his head slightly as he declined their continued farewells and left alone. Upon exiting the office building, he paused, casting a reflective glance back at the place where he had invested 5 years of his youth. "One day, I shall reclaim all that I rightfully deserve," he murmured to himself. In the next moment, he felt as though he had been struck by a rampaging bull, propelled backward over 2 meters. Damn! Am I really going to be hit by a car just after being reborn? As he rose, nearly bruised, he discovered that it was not a heavy truck that had collided with him, but rather a young woman. The girl appeared to be in her early 20s. With fair skin and oversized black-framed glasses, her weight likely not exceeding 100 pounds. How could such a lightweight girl send me flying 2 meters? He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the fragility of his own body. However, his attention was soon drawn to her impressive bosom, and he understood the situation more clearly. Was it not reasonable to be knocked back by such a force? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention." The girl had also stumbled, landing on her rear, but quickly regained her footing and rushed to assist him. Leveraging her support, he stood up and scrutinized her once more. She was quite tall, at least 1.68 meters. Her athletic physique evident even beneath her baggy sportswear, indicative of someone who exercised regularly. Unlike him, a night owl tech enthusiast. He averted his gaze and limped to retrieve his cardboard box, assuring her, "It's fine, just be more careful next time." The girl hurried to help him gather his belongings, and her eyes fell upon the drone prototype hidden among the clutter. "Oh, do you also play with drones?" Startled, he swiftly snatched the prototype from her grasp and concealed it beneath the pile, muttering, "No, just something I pieced together." She blinked, glancing at his name tag, Lu Hong, RD department. Before she could finish, he impatiently tore off the name tag and tossed it into a nearby trash can. "Not anymore," he stated curtly. The girl paused, her expression momentarily taken aback, and then quickly apologized. "I'm sorry." Seeing his cab approaching, Lu Hong was eager to leave, clutching his box as he made to depart. Yet, the girl called out after him, "Excuse me, I have a quick question. Do you know how to get to Linshu Technology Company, Limited?" Lu Hong halted, contemplating for a moment before realizing he had not heard of such a company within the park. He shook his head. "Sorry, I haven't heard of it. You might want to ask at the management office. It's on the third floor of Building 1. With that, he disregarded her thanks and hopped into the taxi. Driving away. Thank you, she shouted after him, then pulled out her phone to check the electronic map. Building 1. How do I get there? Several hours later, the girl returned to the very spot where she had collided with Lu Hong. Staring at the sign in the office building's foyer and then at the photo on her phone, her frustration causing her to stomp her feet. So Linshu technology is actually Chuyue technology. The scoundrel known as Shichu Yenke possesses an atrocious handwriting. Ouyang Pei, calm yourself. Take a deep breath and do not succumb to anger. First, I must locate that scoundrel and make him experience the righteous wrath of my iron fist. After adjusting her breathing a few times, the girl reaffixed the most appropriate smile and gracefully entered the Chuyue Technology Company, inquiring at the reception, "Hello. I am looking for Shichu Yenke from your esteemed company." The receptionist's smile faltered. "I beg your pardon. Could you please repeat that?" Ouyang Pei felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I apologize. I only know this person's online alias and that he works at your company. Please, I implore you to assist me." The receptionist was at a loss. But suddenly, a female voice cut through the air. "What do you seek Shichu Yenke for?" Upon seeing the newcomer, the receptionist visibly relaxed. "Sister Dan, you have arrived." Xia Dan nodded slightly, her gaze scrutinizing Ouyang Pei, and reiterated, "Who are you? What do you want with Shichu Yenke?" Ouyang Pei hastily explained, "I am Ouyang Pei, the moderator of the drone section on the cyber forum, Qingqing Zipei." Before she could finish her sentence, Xia Dan's expression brightened with recognition. "Ah, it's you. Welcome, welcome. I am Shandan." "Oh, so it's you." Friends from the online world, upon meeting in person, naturally engaged in an animated conversation. The receptionist, feeling awkward after listening for a while, realized that while she understood each word, the arrangement was more perplexing than English, and suggested, "Sister Dan, Miss Ouyang, may I get you both a cup of coffee?" Xia Dan suddenly became aware and hurriedly replied, No, it is not customary to entertain guests at the reception. Miss Ouyang, come to our department and sit for a while." Ouyang Pei agreed and followed her, inquiring, "By the way, Dan, do you know Shichu Yenke?" Xia Dan smiled warmly. "Oh, do I know him? Shichu Yenke is my master, Lu Hong, the head of our RD department." Ouyang Pei was taken aback, pondering. Lu Hong, wasn't that the name of the person I accidentally knocked over this morning? Just as she was about to ask further, an enraged shout erupted from the RD department. "What do you mean it cannot be done? What are you all doing?" Ouyang Pei jumped in surprise. Dan, is that your master? How terrifying. To be able to unleash such fury in the RD department must indicate he is indeed the head. This Shichu Yenke seems quite mild-mannered online. Does he possess such a temper in reality? Xia Dan curled her lip. "No, that is our company's boss throwing a fit." "Your boss is angry? What for?" "It's a long story. Come in with me first." Chapter 5. Is the company unable to function without Lu Hong? Xia Dan discreetly led Ouyang Pei into her office, pointing through the glass at the crowd outside, and quietly explained the current situation. It turned out that after Lu Hong's departure that morning, a significant client, Boss Chu, happened to approach Lu Chuyue. Boss Chu is a well-known entrepreneur from Chujiang City, owning a large parts manufacturing enterprise that utilizes CNC machines imported from the Beiying country. Initially, he had to spend a considerable sum to hire engineers from the White Eagle Nation to maintain the engineering software for the CNC machine tools. Consequently, he often had to wait several months for the engineers to arrive, significantly impacting production efficiency. However, by chance, Lu Chuyue learned of this predicament and proposed the use of engineering software independently developed by Chuyue Technology as a substitute for the foreign products. This alternative not only allowed for convenient upgrades and maintenance, but also came at half the price. Upon testing, Boss Chu discovered that Chuyue Technology's engineering software was not only more affordable, but also customizable according to his production needs. He promptly finalized a long-term cooperation agreement, replacing all engineering software in his factory with that from Chuyue Technology. The reason he approached Lu Chuyue this time was that he had just secured a large order. And to fulfill the production tasks, a comprehensive upgrade of Chuyue Technology's engineering software was imperative. Throughout their 2.5 years of collaboration, there had been 7 similar software upgrades, each handled by Lu Hong, never taking more than 3 days. Originally, Boss Chu assumed this time would be no different. However, to his dismay, upon submitting the upgrade request to the RD department's software development team, the response was that it could not be accomplished. Boss Chu was immediately alarmed. This order was worth hundreds of millions. If the software upgrade could not be completed, The penalty alone would wipe out an entire year of profit. He hurriedly rushed to Chuyue Technology, dragging Lu Chuyue along to the RD department's software division. Lu Chuyue, with a background in the humanities and lacking expertise in software technology, could only scold the heads of the software department. You received Boss Chu's request this morning. Why is it that you cannot fulfill it? Several heads exchanged glances, and ultimately, the most senior among them stepped forward and replied, General Manager Lu. Boss Chu's request is not a routine maintenance task. We indeed cannot handle it. Only Lu General can resolve this. Upon hearing Lu Hong's name, Lu Chuyue was infuriated, slamming the table and shouting, What do you mean, Lu General? Our company no longer employs Lu General. Furthermore, what are you all doing? You cannot manage such a simple software upgrade. Why do you keep referring to Lu General? Are we such a large company that we cannot function without Lu Hong? I remember you. You are Lao Huang, right? You were recruited by Lu Hong. Am I correct? What is this? Now that Lu Hong has left, do you wish to stand up for him? Are you considering quitting? Lao Huang, a purely technical staff member, was typically reticent and not eloquent. Lu Chuyue's tirade left him flushed with anger, yet he found himself at a loss for words. When faced with the threat of dismissal and considering his need for this job to support his family, he could only lower his head and swallow his pride. Noticing his silence, Lu Chuyue assumed victory and, feigning authority, turned to the other heads, declaring loudly, There are over 100 people in the software department. I refuse to believe we cannot surpass one Lu Hong. Come, anyone, whether a head or a regular employee, who can assist Boss Chu in completing the software upgrade will be immediately promoted to the head of the software department with an annual salary of 400,000. In Lu Chuyue's perspective, 3 incompetent individuals could still rival Zhuge Liang. With over 100 employees in the software department, she could not believe there wasn't a single capable person among them. As the saying goes, great rewards entice brave souls. For an upgrade of an old software at such a high price, anyone would be tempted. However, despite her confident proclamation, the vast office remained eerily silent, with not a single volunteer willing to rise to the challenge. Observing this, Boss Chu's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. Lu, is there no one at Chuyue Technology besides General Lu? The sight of her subordinates embarrassing her in front of clients nearly drove Lu Chuyue to the brink of fury. Gritting her teeth, she declared, Fine. If the software department is as useless as mud that cannot be molded, I shall find someone else to accomplish this task. With that, she whispered to her secretary, Xiao Jiang, go. Fetch Dr. Yu from the drone department. In the adjacent room, upon seeing Lu Chuyue call for reinforcements, Xia Dan scoffed disdainfully. This woman is a fool. She knows nothing of technology, yet dares to dictate terms in the tech department. She has no sense of reality whatsoever. Did she think that engineering software could be repaired with just a few tools like her desk? Even if she unearthed Jobs from his grave, it would be futile. Ouyang Pei blinked and asked, Sister Dan, ISNT software upgrading something anyone can do? Xia Dan laughed scornfully and shook her head. Of course not. The program architecture my master uses is developed independently based on the original version. If he doesn't personally intervene, no one else would be able to make it work. Before long, Yu Siwen was summoned by the secretary. After Lu Chuyue explained the situation, he sat at the computer and immersed himself in research for a full half-hour, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment as he began to mutter to himself. So the program architecture can be approached this way? This area can also undergo secondary development? This programming method seems familiar. I believe I have seen it on Cyberforum. Observing Yu Siwen gradually slipping into a trance, Lu Chuyue could no longer contain herself and softly inquired, Dr. Yu, how is your research progressing? Startled, Yu Siwen shook his head vigorously, General Lu. I cannot resolve this project in the short term. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuyue's expression darkened, and she questioned sharply, Dr. Yu, are you not a PhD in information engineering from Caltech? Why can't you even manage a software upgrade? Yu Siwen frowned, responding, Boss, you cannot phrase it that way. This software is not the original. It is a secondary development, and the developer's skill level is exceptionally high, top tier on a global scale. I dare say, if anyone else were to attempt it, they wouldn't even comprehend it. Lu Chuyue was taken aback, reflecting, isn't Lu Hong's software merely a casual modification of the original? Why does Yu Siwen hold it in such high regard? Noticing her silence, Yu Siwen continued to clarify, Boss, your understanding of software is limited. Let me offer you an analogy. For instance, the original software resembles a stable, while this software can be likened to the Louvre, despite both being constructed from stone. That is the extent of their similarities. If you ask me to transform the stable into a cattle shed, that poses no significant challenge. However, asking me to renovate the Louvre is an entirely different matter. Not only would it be a monumental task to accomplish, but comprehending the original designer's vision would also require considerable time. It must be said that Yu Siwen possesses a certain level of proficiency. This metaphor is both vivid and striking, easily grasped even by someone entirely unfamiliar with software, such as Lu Chuiwe. She was momentarily rendered speechless, her arrogance diminished. And after a while, she inquired, "What should we do?" Yu Siwen adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and replied, "The most prudent course of action would be to consult the original designer. Who created this software? I have encountered many of these techniques at an international forum. Did we engage foreign experts? We should invite that master back. It would also provide me an opportunity to learn." Lu Chuiwe, upon hearing this, felt a rush of embarrassment. It was the nearby boss Chu who interjected, "How could I afford to hire foreign experts? This was created by your company's general manager, Mr. Lu." "Mr. Lu? Lu Hong?" Yu Siwen exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Lu Chuiwe, who silently nodded in affirmation. Yu Siwen's expression froze in disbelief. He never anticipated that the country bumpkin he had looked down upon could produce such remarkable software. After a moment of silence, he said to Lu Chuiwe, "Unless it is General Manager Lu, no one else could resolve this issue in a short time frame. I could take on the task, but it would require at least 6 months." Upon hearing this, Lu Chuiwe's hopes were utterly dashed. She could only take out her phone in an attempt to contact Lu Hong. However, whether through messages or calls, there was no response from him. Accustomed to Lu Hong's prompt replies, Lu Chuiwe felt a wave of frustration, almost moved to tears. "He is not answering my calls." Meanwhile, Boss Chu, unperturbed by her feelings, erupted again, "General Lu, my order timeline is extremely tight. You need to tell me whether you can resolve this issue or not." Lu Chuiwe was at a loss for words when, suddenly, Secretary Xiao Jiang rushed in, whispering urgently, "Not good, boss. The Intelligent Machinery Department has encountered problems as well." Chapter 6. Why must everything depend on Lu Hong? The Intelligent Machinery Department is the backbone of Chuiwe technology, generating a net profit of over 60 to 70 million annually, more than double that of the software department. Upon hearing that the foundation of her own company was shaken, Lu Chuiwe hastily set aside her concerns for Boss Chu and rushed over. Upon entering the testing workshop of the Intelligent Machinery Department, Lu Chuiwe was left dumbfounded. In the center of the workshop, a colossal robotic arm was spinning wildly, the terrifying sound of rushing air sending a chill down her spine. "What is happening? Where is the workshop supervisor?" she shouted anxiously. A young man with black-rimmed glasses stepped forward in response. Upon seeing him, Lu Chuiwe's anger flared. "I know you. You are Lu Hong's apprentice, Gu Yiming. Are you intentionally trying to cause a production accident? I warn you, this is illegal. Quickly shut down that machine." Gu Yiming's expression remained unchanged. "General Lu, the operation of the robotic arm requires power. Severing the power supply will bring it to a halt. This is common knowledge." The words, delivered with a certain gravitas, were laced with irony. The surrounding employees could not help but laugh, their mirth echoing louder than the whir of the mechanical arm. Witnessing her subordinates reveling in her embarrassment, Lu Chuiwe's face flickered between shades of anger and humiliation as she retorted, "What on earth do you intend to accomplish?" Gu Yiming continued to maintain his stoic demeanor. "I merely wish for you to witness firsthand the potential hazards posed by the new intelligent robotic arm and to advise you to promptly recall the previous batch of products." "The previous batch?" "Indeed, Mr. Lu previously cautioned you that the extreme testing of the new intelligent robotic arm had yet to be completed. Yet you insisted on an early shipment. Now that safety concerns have arisen during testing and your master has been dismissed, I find it necessary to report this to you personally." Realizing that Gu Yiming was not intentionally causing trouble, Lu Chuiwe's anger subsided slightly. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, "What exactly is the nature of this hazard?" Gu Yiming remained silent. "Why aren't you speaking?" Lu Chuiwe demanded, her dissatisfaction evident. Gu Yiming regarded her coolly. "I am contemplating the most effective way to convey this information, ensuring you comprehend it. If you've thought it through, then speak swiftly. After much deliberation, I believe that regardless of the method employed, you would inevitably fail to grasp it." The onlookers could no longer contain themselves, laughter erupting throughout the workshop. Lu Chuiwe, furious, exclaimed, "Gu Yiming, it appears you are no longer interested in this position. To her astonishment, Gu Yiming nodded earnestly. Indeed, I no longer wish to continue. The extreme testing of the robotic arm was a task entrusted to me by my master, which I must fulfill, yet addressing these hazards lies beyond my capabilities. Since I am unable to accomplish anything, I shall submit my resignation. Lu Chuiwe, momentarily speechless, turned to the others and asked, "Who among you can resolve the issues with the robotic arm?" The crowd shook their heads in unison. Many employees in this department were skilled technicians, possessing a straightforward demeanor, and were quite discontent with Lu Chuiwe's dismissal of Lu Hong, leading to a cacophony of sarcastic remarks. "I can't solve it. I'm merely a screw turner. General Lu has chosen the wrong person. Such complex technical issues have always been managed by General Lu. No one else can handle it. The new intelligent robotic arm was developed under General Lu's supervision. We lack the expertise to fix it." The derisive tones of the crowd ignited Lu Chuiwe's fury. "Lu Hong. Again, it is Lu Hong. Is it true that without him, Chuiwe technology is destined to stagnate? That despicable scoundrel, I merely intended to intimidate you. How could you simply walk away like this?" At that moment, Lu Chuiwe completely forgot her original intentions regarding Lu Hong. A person as self-centered as she was would never reflect on her own actions. Instead, she would invariably place the blame upon others. In a moment of sheer frustration, Lu Chuiwe felt that the wildly spinning mechanical arm in the center of the workshop was incessantly waving a 360-degree Armstrong jet whirlpool at her. Her emotions spiraled out of control, and in a fit of rage, she seized a wrench and hurled it toward the mechanical arm, shouting, "Are you all dead? Shut it down." Little did she know that this impulsive act would lead to catastrophic consequences. With a resounding clang, the wrench was struck by the swinging mechanical arm, fortuitously hitting the fire alarm button. The tremendous impact shattered the protective cover, and a piercing alarm blared instantly, plunging the entire workshop into darkness while the fire sprinklers activated automatically. In the blink of an eye, everyone in the workshop was drenched like drowned rats. Startled, Lu Chuiwe screamed and fled towards the exit, with others hastily following suit. A chaotic throng of people rushed out of the workshop, only to discover that the entire building's fire alarm had been triggered, causing all the fire safety equipment in the offices to activate, resulting in a frantic evacuation. Reluctantly, Lu Chuiwe was swept away by the crowd, escaping the office building. Soon, hundreds of drenched individuals found themselves on the lawn outside, voices of discontent rising in a cacophony of complaints. "What the hell is this? Where's the fire? Why was the alarm triggered? This is clearly man-made. Which fool pressed the fire alarm out of boredom?" The alarm had first sounded from the first floor, the level occupied by Chuiwe Technology. Whoever from Chuiwe Technology caused this mess, step forward and confess. The office building, housing not only her company but also 3 others, was filled with employees from these firms who were equally infuriated by the unwarranted disaster, venting their frustration indiscriminately, as long as it wasn't directed at their own bosses. Before long, the executives from the 3 other companies found Lu Chuiwe looking equally disheveled. "Ms. Lu, we heard the alarm originated from your company. Which employee was irresponsible enough to press the fire alarm? You must ensure they are dismissed. Indeed, such disobedient employees must be dealt with." Lu Chuiwe, blushing with embarrassment, dared not admit her culpability and merely nodded in agreement. At that moment, one of the executives suddenly inquired, "Ms. Lu, the office building isn't on fire. Why don't we quickly turn off the alarm? If this continues, our office equipment will be ruined." Lu Chuiwe, bewildered, responded, "But the fire alarm control switch isn't with me. How can I turn it off?" The executive looked astonished. "You mean you don't know? The fire alarm system for the park was set up by Lu Hong. Just call him, and he'll resolve it in no time." "The fire alarm system was done by Lu Hong? I had no idea," Lu Chuiwe exclaimed in surprise. The executive widened his eyes at that time. The park announced a reward saying that whichever company could manage the system would receive a 50% reduction in rent for 5 years. Otherwise, how could Chuiwe Technology afford to rent 3 whole floors at such a low cost? Another executive impatiently interrupted him, urging, "Let us not dwell on that right now. Mr. Lu, please summon Mr. Lu at once. Otherwise, we will have to seek the director of the Park Management Committee to revoke the fire alarm authority. And by the time we locate him, it will be too late." At this moment, Lu Chuiwe was utterly taken aback. Why must everything depend on Lu Hong? Chapter 7. What does it mean to lay off staff to the arteries? Faced with the pressing urgency of several executives, Lu Chuiwe hesitated to disclose that Lu Hong had resigned, instead vaguely stating, "Mr. Liu is not in the office today." Upon hearing this, the executives expressed their frustration, lamenting, "Why on earth is Mr. Liu absent today? This is disastrous. My office equipment is likely to be ruined. I wonder if we can salvage the data. I'm in a worse predicament. The company warehouse is filled with materials that cannot be exposed to water." Just then, a piercing siren echoed as a fleet of fire trucks arrived with great haste. Observing that the office building was surrounded by people and showing no signs of fire, the fully equipped firefighters could not hide their displeasure. What on earth has transpired? Who triggered the fire alarm? The lead firefighter glared with intensity. The executives exchanged glances, all turning their eyes toward Lu Chuiwei in unison. Realizing she was the source of the trouble, Lu Chuiwei reluctantly stepped forward and said, "I apologize, comrades. Our company's fire alarm system was accidentally triggered." The fire chief sighed in relief but couldn't help but frown. How does one accidentally trigger a fire alarm? Regardless, since it was a false alarm, reset it promptly. Otherwise, you'll waste public resources and your company will also suffer the consequences. We are unable to reset it. Lu Chuiwei replied, feeling frustrated. The fire chief looked at her in astonishment. Unable to reset it? Doesn't every office building in Dongjiang High-Tech Park have a fire officer? How can you not reset it? Fire officer? I was unaware such a position existed, Lu Chuiwei thought, astonished. One of the executives hastily explained, "You see, this building does not have a fire officer because the expert who designed the entire fire alarm system for the high-tech park works in this very building." Upon hearing this, the fire chief understood, I've heard of that individual. I believe their surname is Liu. Where are they? He is not in the office today, Lu Chuiwei replied softly. At that moment, a drenched Mr. Chu approached. Already irritable due to the software upgrade issues, he was further incensed by the unexpected drenching. He stormed up to Lu Chuiwei and shouted, "Lu Chuiwei, I do not care what madness has possessed you to dismiss Liu Hong. You must find him immediately. I warn you, if my issues are not resolved within a week, our cooperation will cease entirely. You will also be liable for my losses." With that, he stormed off. Lu Chuiwei had yet to process this when the three executives erupted in outrage. "What the hell? Mr. Liu, you said Mr. Liu wasn't in the office. Does that mean you have dismissed him? Are you out of your mind? Now we cannot resolve the fire alarm issue. What are we supposed to do? I must inform you that this matter is far from over. I will have my lawyer contact you. Prepare yourself for a lawsuit." The three executives erupted in anger, while the fire chief beside them wore an equally displeased expression. I remarked to the lady present, "How can you conduct yourself so recklessly? Did you not conduct any investigation before proceeding with layoffs? If you intend to dismiss the fire safety officer, at the very least, you should allow him to transfer his responsibilities." Lu Chuiwei, already drenched, appeared increasingly disheveled under the collective reproach of the others. The commotion soon attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. Gossip is an inherent trait of humanity. Upon witnessing the unfolding drama, the employees from the other three companies immediately began to revel in the spectacle, encircling the insiders from Chuiwei Technology. The murmurs of speculation quickly arose. "Did you hear? The beautiful boss of Chuiwei Technology has dismissed her right-hand man. It's General Liu Hong, isn't it? He is a technical genius and has reportedly pursued her for almost a decade. How could she do this? It is said that General Liu received only a token share and did not obtain a single share of the promised equity. How utterly unscrupulous. Everyone knows that at least half of Chuiwei Technology's success is due to General Liu's support. If you ask me, this boss Liu not only lacks virtue, but also appears somewhat muddled. Is she intent on destroying the company by laying off its key personnel? Look, the drenched figure over there is Boss Liu. Doesn't she resemble a drenched dog? I can see that her composure is on the verge of collapse. You should have seen how our boss looked at her, as if viewing a sorcerer in a game. What does that mean? Weaponizing the staff? The employees from the other three companies showed no restraint in mocking her, their laughter ringing out unabashedly, even deliberately smacking their lips. The relentless ridicule intensified Lu Chuiwei's embarrassment and fury, her once fair cheeks transforming into a palette of colors, pale, blue, and red in rapid succession. This delighted Xia Dan and Ouyang Pei, the two equally drenched young women feeling as if the cold dampness enveloping them had turned refreshing, almost ready to applaud. Xia Dan could not help but mutter, "Serves her right. This is what happens when you bully your mentor." Now she understands what it means to lay off key personnel. Ouyang Pei, with admiration, remarked that she had only known that Shichu Yenkei excelled in the field of drones. but she was astonished to learn that they were equally impressive in intelligent machinery and software design. Such a person could easily sustain an entire company on their own. Dan, if your mentor is so capable, why does he subjugate himself to that foolish woman? Why doesn't he start his own venture? Hearing this, Dan smiled wryly, saying, my mentor is remarkable in every way, except his taste in women is rather poor. With so many wonderful women in the world, he has chosen Lu Chue. As she spoke, she recounted Lu Hong's romantic history over the past 9 years to Ouyang Pei. She was Lu Hong's junior at school and had nearly witnessed his entire romantic journey, describing it vividly, evoking a sense of unworthiness for him in Ouyang Pei's heart. At the end, Dan sighed with concern, stating, although Master seems resolute in his decision to leave and venture into entrepreneurship, if that wicked woman were to humble herself and plead with him, he might very well soften. After all, during those 9 years, no matter how outrageous Lu Chue's actions were, a few sweet words from her would always lead Master to forgive her. Alas, how could Master be so thoroughly manipulated by her? Ouyang Pei, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, inquired, Dan, do you wish for your master to completely sever ties with that vile woman? Dan's eyes brightened instantly. Of course. Do you have a good solution? Ouyang Pei nodded cunningly. You mentioned that your master is planning to start a business after leaving, correct? Yes, Dan affirmed. Then why not have Boss Chu directly approach your master? If he can seize Lu Chue's business, I doubt she would still tolerate him. Dan paused momentarily, then shook her head with a wry smile. While your suggestion is sound, unfortunately, it is unfeasible. There are numerous patents within that software that belong to Chua Technology, and if Master were to use them without permission, that shameless woman would sue for infringement. These patents were clearly developed by Master. Ouyang Pei smiled confidently. You need not worry about that. Leave it to me. Do you have Boss Chu's contact information? Share it with me. Also, where is your master currently? I have Boss Chu's number. He left me his business card during our previous collaboration, Dan replied, while searching through her contacts. As for Master, I am not sure. He does not answer my calls. Where does he reside? Provide me with his address, and I will seek him out. Chapter 8. No time. The cat at home is expecting a second litter. Meanwhile, at the Jiangxing Industrial and Commercial Bureau's registration center, Lu Hong was filling out the business registration form under the guidance of an intermediary, unfamiliar with the enterprise registration process. He had specifically hired an intermediary to expedite the task. When he reached the section concerning the type of enterprise, a prompt echoed in his mind. Please note, the type of enterprise established by the host will determine the paths available in the entrepreneurship skill tree. Technology-related enterprises correspond to the research and development path. Manufacturing enterprises correspond to the production path. Financial enterprises correspond to the sales path. And promotional enterprises correspond to the marketing path. Prior to the system upgrade to level 20, only one skill path can be activated. Please choose wisely. Upon hearing this prompt, Lu Hong chose the technology-related enterprise without any hesitation. Having come from a research and development background, he firmly believed that technology is the primary productive force. With the intermediary's assistance, Lu Hong successfully registered his company before the registration center closed for the afternoon. Thus, Honghu Technology Company Limited was born. At the moment he received the complete set of company documents, the system prompt arrived as expected. The host has successfully established and assumed control of a company. The novice task is complete. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 entrepreneurship points and 200 system experience. System level has been upgraded to 2. The research and development path has been unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill. RD Simulator. Development Simulator. Consume entrepreneurial points to simulate technical experiments. Each entrepreneurial point exchanges for 1 day of simulation time. Main quest activated. Main quest. Sign a commercial contract valued at over 1 million. Reward. 100 entrepreneurial points. 250 system experience. Success. Lu Hong excitedly clenched his fist, only to suddenly feel his stomach rumbling. In his haste to complete the paperwork today, he had been busy since morning, skipping lunch entirely. How hungry am I? Lu Hong murmured to himself, pulling out his phone, only to discover it was dead. He hurriedly sought out a nearby power bank, and as soon as he powered it on, he was greeted by a mountain of unread messages and call logs. The majority from Lu Chue, with a smaller portion from Dan. Before he could peruse them, a call came in, the caller ID displaying Chue. Lu Hong frowned, but answered the call. Lu Chue's piercing voice immediately blared from the receiver. causing him to pull the phone away from his ear. Lu Hong, where have you been? Come back to the company right now. Lu Hong's brow furrowed even deeper. He patiently inquired, Director Lu, what is the matter? Lu Chuiwe unleashed a barrage of complaints. What do you mean? What is the matter? You just leave without a word. What about the company's business? Do you have any sense of responsibility? The software upgrade on Chi's end is urgent. Do you know that? The intelligent robotic arm has serious safety risks. You also need to reset the fire alarm system in the office building. In short, get back here now. I'm waiting for you at the company. Such reprimands had been a recurring theme over the past 5 years, and Lu Hong had always meekly accepted blame. But this time was different. Glancing at the clock on his phone, he replied coolly, Director Lu, it's nearly 7 o'clock. Are you expecting me to work overtime? Of course. How else will the work get done? Lu Chuiwe's tone was filled with assertiveness. Unable to suppress a laugh, Lu Hong responded, Director Lu, have you forgotten? I am no longer an employee of Chua Technology. You expect someone with no ties to you to come in and work overtime? Who do you think you are to say such things? Momentarily at a loss for words, Lu Chuiwe fell silent for a while before her tone softened. Lu Hong, how can you speak like that? We have been together for 9 years. It hurts me deeply to hear you say we have no connection. In a previous life, such a humble tone from Lu Chuiwe would have made Lu Hong yield instantly, eager to demonstrate his unwavering loyalty. However, having been reborn, he had come to understand that this woman held no genuine feelings for him. Her intent was purely utilitarian. He swiftly interjected, Director Lu, I am merely your former employee, so please refrain from speaking as if I were your ex-boyfriend. Moreover, can we avoid discussing emotions? It's too costly. If you want me to do your work, it's quite simple. Just pay me well enough, and I could even make sparks fly from a sewing machine. Lu Chuiwe found herself momentarily speechless, stifled by his brazen retort, and, suppressing her fury, exclaimed, All right, how much do you want? Lu Hong pondered for a moment before responding. Let us first address the matter concerning Boss Chu. Guanghua Group intends to upgrade the CNC machine tool software, correct? The previous pricing has always remained consistent. Provide me with 3 million, and I shall take care of it. What? Lu Chuiwe's voice rose sharply, unable to contain her indignation any longer. 3 million is the full price for a single software upgrade service. I am aware. I am not demanding more. Are you implying that this transaction will yield no profit for the company, all going to you? This upgrade service will be executed entirely by me. Is that not so? In such circumstances, does your esteemed company still intend to take a commission? When did Chua Technology become a brokerage firm? You, of course. You could also opt to contract me through the company. Thus the performance would still be credited to you. I am amenable to you remitting taxes as per legal stipulations. How audacious. Even if I forgo this business, I would never acquiesce to you. Before Lu Chuiwe could finish her retort, she was met with a dial tone. After a brief moment of stunned silence, her fury nearly overwhelmed her. Lu Hong, how dare you hang up on me? Having abruptly terminated Lu Chuiwe's call, Lu Hong, with an impassive demeanor, summoned a rideshare vehicle. As he settled into the car, Lu Chuiwe's phone rang again. Hello? Lu Hong, you are doomed, once more. Lu Hong severed the call. Moments later, the phone rang again. This time, Lu Hong did not even bother to answer, simply cutting it off. A minute passed before Lu Chuiwe attempted once more. Upon answering, Lu Hong interjected before she could utter a word. Have you calmed down? If we continue with this nonsense, there will be no further discussion. Lu Chuiwe was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words, her chest rising and falling as she fought to quell her ire. Fine. Let us discuss serious matters. You are aware of the prior agreement. General Manager Zhai charges 3 million for each software upgrade. And it is absolutely impossible to allocate all of that to you. The company has operational costs. Lu Hong leisurely gazed out at the cityscape, his tone nonchalant as he remarked. So then, how much are you prepared to pay me? Surely you do not expect to dismiss me with a mere 25,000 a month as before? Lu Hong, you have changed. You no longer resemble the researcher you once were. All I hear is money, money, money. Do you aspire to earn 100 million in one go? Can we not think a little more broadly? Lu Hong could not suppress a chuckle. Manager Lu, your words compel me to applaud you. In under 100 words, you attempt to impart value and paint grand visions. Truly masterful. Lu Hong, you. Lu Hong's retort left Lu Chuiwe utterly bewildered. She suddenly perceived that Lu Hong had indeed transformed. His stature elevated to an insurmountable level, rendering her rhetoric ineffective. Yet, Lu Hong did not grant her the luxury of contemplation, scoffing. Enough, Manager Lu. We are all quite busy. The initial 3 parts can be swiftly bypassed. Let us directly enter the realm of quotations. Very well. I shall offer you a maximum of 500,000, post-tax. My apologies. I am unavailable. My cat is about to give birth to her second litter. Please seek counsel elsewhere. Farewell. Since when did you take up the care of a cat? Hello? Hello? Lu Hong disregarded her, abruptly terminating the call, inwardly scoffing. Does this woman still fail to comprehend who wields the power of pricing? For her, the mere fact that I am willing to engage should be regarded as a blessing. As long as she desires to retain the contract with Boss Chu, yielding to me is her only recourse. It is utterly ludicrous that she still harbors thoughts of preserving her capital or even turning a profit at such a juncture. Perhaps out of sheer reluctance or a lingering hope, Lu Chuiwei refrained from making another call. Lu Hong remained unfazed. After all, whether this deal materialized or not bore little consequence to him. He returned to his rented accommodation, intending to secure the business registration documents in the safe before heading out for a meal. However, upon reaching his doorstep, he was taken aback to find a young woman seated on the ground, her head resting against the wall as she slumbered soundly. What is this situation? I have no outstanding debts. Why am I being confronted at my door? Lu Hong squatted down in astonishment, immediately noting the girl's rather untamed physique. Oh, this figure seems strikingly familiar. Is this not the shockwave from this morning? How did she come to be here? Chapter 9. The invitation from Ouyang Pei after surveying his surroundings and effectively ruling out the possibility of a scam. Lu Hong cautiously reached out to nudge the girl's shoulder. Hey, miss, wake up. The girl rubbed her eyes and stretched languidly. Is it time for dinner already? Lu Hong was momentarily speechless. This is my home, not a restaurant. You have mistaken your location. The girl suddenly jolted awake, seizing Lu Hong's hand. Ah, you're back. Lu Hong attempted to withdraw his hand, but found her grip surprisingly strong. Her slender fingers felt like vice grips, leaving him with no choice but to abandon his struggle. Who are you? What are you doing sitting at my doorstep? The girl smacked her forehead, exclaiming, Oh, how could I forget to introduce myself? You must be the West Chu Swallow, right? I am Qingqing Zipei. Lu Hong was taken aback at the mention of her name. Qingqing Zipei? The moderator of the drone section on the cyber forum? Indeed, that's me. My real name is Ouyang Pei, the girl affirmed, nodding vigorously. The cyber forum is a globally renowned online technology platform, founded on the principle that science knows no borders. Its creators believe that scientific research should not be shackled by politics, advocating for free, open, diverse, and inclusive technological exchanges. To this end, they employed distributed server technology to construct the site, rendering it impervious to governmental oversight over its internal data. Over time, this forum attracted numerous prominent figures from the tech industry who shared this ethos, establishing itself as the foremost global platform for technological discourse. Lu Hong had successfully navigated an assessment rivaling the entrance exams of prestigious universities during his freshman year, thereby becoming a formal member of the forum. And he is now a level 7 member. Should he ascend to level 11, he would gain access to a special section known as the Hall of Gods, where he could participate in exclusive internal discussions reserved for the elite. It is said that every piece of information divulged in these meetings is worth its weight in gold. Observing the girl before him, who appeared noticeably younger, Lu Hong furrowed his brow and remarked, That cannot be right. Qingqing Zipei is a level 10 member, having been active in the forum for at least 15 years. How old are you this year? In the cyber forum, members elevate their status through the publication of papers, solving problems, and engaging in experiments. Lu Hong's ascent to level 7 within 7 years has already established him as a recognized genius among many prominent figures in the forum. The girl before him appeared to be merely in her early 20s. Could it be that one could gain entry to the cyber forum at the tender age of 5 or 6? Is there truly such a prodigy in the world? Ouyang Pei playfully stuck out her tongue and admitted, Oh dear, I've been found out. It's true that Dandan didn't notice. I took over the Qingqing Zipei account 3 years ago. Its former owner was my father. This explanation seemed far more reasonable to Lu Hong, who nodded in silent agreement before inquiring, So, what brings you to me? Just then, a loud growl emanated from Ouyang Pei's stomach. Her face flushed a shade of crimson, and she quickly sprang to her feet, tugging Lu Hong along as she exclaimed, Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal. We can chat while we eat. Lu Hong intended to decline her invitation, Yet the girl possessed an unexpected strength, and as a frail intellectual, he found himself unable to resist her pull, stumbling down the stairs. At that moment, he noticed that she was dressed quite differently from the morning. It seemed she had changed her attire. Earlier, she wore a loose-fitting tracksuit that concealed her figure, but now, clad in a crop top and form-fitting jeans, her curves were accentuated, causing Lu Hong to nearly be blinded by the sight. She must be quite the athlete. Surely, lifting weights below 100 pounds would not suffice. Lu Hong's financial situation was not particularly favorable. After 5 years of entrepreneurship, Lu Chuiwe had hardly increased his salary, leaving him with little savings. Consequently, he resided in the older district where housing prices were relatively affordable and suitable dining establishments were scarce. He had lived there for 5 years, and during that time, Lu Chuiwe had visited only once, wrinkling her nose upon arrival and departing within minutes. Fortunately, Ouyang Pei was not one to dwell on such things, relishing the simple dishes at the humble eatery, which endeared her to Lu Hong slightly. As he watched the girl swiftly devour 4 dishes along with a large bowl of rice, he quickly summoned the waiter to order more food and poured her a cup of tea. "Miss Ouyang, please eat slowly. If it's not enough, I can order more." Ouyang Pei smiled sheepishly and replied, "I'm sorry, I have quite the appetite. And please, you need not be so formal, just call me Ouyang." Lu Hong nodded. "Very well, Ouyang. By the way, how did you find your way to my home?" "It was Sister Xia Dan who informed me," she replied. "And how did you initially locate my company?" "I don't recall ever disclosing my identity on the forum." Ouyang Pei retrieved her phone and displayed a photograph to Lu Hong. "Do you remember this image?" she inquired. Lu Hong glanced at it and nodded, "Of course. It's the photo I posted on the forum last month regarding drone components." Ouyang Pei smiled smugly as she magnified a particular section of the image, enhancing its clarity. "Look here." Lu Hong focused intently and was astonished to see the spine of a book reflected on his computer screen, revealing part of an address. Chujian City, Dongjiang High-Tech Zone, Shishan Park, Chuwa Technology Company, Limited. Goodness, this is akin to a selfie uncovering infidelity. I assent it? It's a pity this girl doesn't pursue a career as a private investigator. After a moment of shock, he chuckled wryly and shook his head. "I'm impressed. Who would have thought such details could expose one's identity?" Ouyang Pei let out a light huff. "Is that all? Honestly, if your handwriting were even somewhat legible, I would have located you this morning. Look at how you wrote Chiyua. It's entirely transformed into Lin Su." Lu Hong's face flushed at her words. The atrociousness of his handwriting was a blemish on the reputation of a top student. Apart from his name, which he had practiced enough to make somewhat readable, his penmanship was a disgrace to the written language of Xia country. After years of reliance on computers and printers, he had not handwritten anything in ages. When he printed the materials initially, he had forgotten to include the spine, and rather than waste paper by reprinting, he hastily scrawled one himself. Naturally, the spine required vertical formatting, yet he inadvertently wrote to his Lin Su. No wonder she had been asking him about Lin Su technology this morning. Embarrassed to the point of wanting to dig a hole to hide in, Lu Hong cleared his throat and awkwardly shifted the topic. "So, Ouyang, what brings you here?" Being the one with a request, Ouyang Pei chose not to continue mocking his handwriting and promptly redirected the conversation. "Actually, I came to invite you to participate with me in the National Technology Competition in 3 months. Chapter 10, An Impossible Task. The National Technology Competition, officially known as the Xia Country Technology Enterprises Innovation Project Competition, is a prestigious national contest aimed at technology enterprises. Participants must compete as companies, and the products must be innovative technological creations. The judging panel evaluates entries based on multiple dimensions, including technological advancement, application value, and commercial viability. Award-winning products and companies gain immense prestige and attract significant investment, serving as a rapid ascent for small enterprises. Held every 2 years, the competition has taken place 4 times to date, consistently showcasing 1- or 2-star enterprises each time. Upon hearing that Ouyang Pei intended to participate, Lu Hong became intrigued. "Oh, what product do you plan to enter?" Ouyang Pei smiled confidently. "Have you forgotten what section I oversee? The entry will undoubtedly be a drone." Lu Hong was taken aback and quickly probed. "So, how far along is the development of your prototype?" "Prototype? That is certainly your responsibility." "What? Yes. Am I not preparing to invite you to join me in the competition? I have long noticed your presence in the forum. Your prowess in the field of drone development is unparalleled in my experience." Lu Hong instantly displayed an expression suggesting he thought she was jesting. I shall handle the prototype. What will you do? Ouyang Pei puffed out her chest, her impressive curves quivering slightly. I can assist you in addressing issues beyond the realm of research and development. Lu Hong involuntarily glanced at the ball, but resolutely shook his head. This girl had no inkling of what it takes to develop a product and dared to make such bold claims. With the National Science and Technology Competition presenting such an excellent opportunity, Lu Hong was certainly unwilling to let it slip away. However, with only 3 months remaining before the competition commenced, he estimated that completing the R01 drone's development would require at least 2 to 3 years. Even if he could expedite the timeline using a development simulator, the significant hurdle of securing funding loomed large. Currently, he possessed only a few tens of thousands, sufficient for a year and a half of living expenses, but utterly inadequate for research and development. Even if financial issues could be resolved, there remained the formidable tasks of team assembly, parts procurement, equipment acquisition, and debugging. Just contemplating it was enough to induce a headache. In summary, completing the drone's development within 3 months was a task bordering on the impossible. Noticing Ouyang Pei gazing at him with hopeful eyes, Lu Hong decided it was time to clarify matters. Ouyang, you are underestimating the complexity of the situation. Even if I possessed adequate technical expertise, I currently lack sufficient funding for development. Ouyang Pei immediately interjected, I can solve the financial issue. Lu Hong was taken aback. You? Indeed. I can secure investments for your project. No, thank you. Lu Hong declined without a moment's hesitation. He could earn the initial funding for the drone project through other work. And if necessary, he could partner with trusted colleagues to seek a bank loan. There was no need to introduce uncontrollable external capital. More importantly, he no longer wished for outsiders to interfere in his endeavors. Such a decisive rejection utterly caught Ouyang Pei off guard. You won't accept investment? Correct. Why not? Angel investment is quite common in the field of innovation. The investors I found are very reliable. They won't demand excessive equity or withdraw investments casually. There is no reason. It simply is not an option. Seeing Lu Hong refuse so decisively, Ouyang Pei felt somewhat disheartened. However, her eyes soon sparkled with a new idea. And she nodded, all right. If you won't accept investment, then surely I can help you find work? Lu Hong raised an eyebrow at her words. What kind of work can you secure for me? Ouyang Pei's lips curled into a smile. Engineering software development. It is your area of expertise, is it not? Indeed. Guanghua Group. Do you know Boss Chu Chunsheng? Of course. Wait, are you referring to the project for upgrading engineering software that Boss Chu is handling? Precisely. When I visited your company today to find you, I happened to hear about this and went to chat with Boss Chu. Lu Hong helplessly rubbed his forehead. Sister, what chaos are you stirring up? I cannot take on this business. In Mr. Chu's software resides the patent of Chua technology. However, Ouyang Pei, undeterred by his reprimand, earnestly replied, I am aware. But why do you only contemplate upgrading that antiquated software? Why not embark on the development of an entirely new program? I know you possess the capability. This statement momentarily stunned Lu Hong. The engineering software currently employed by Mr. Chu was developed by him based on the equipment platform from the Beiying Nation, and due to its earlier development, many fundamental issues have become increasingly challenging to resolve. Particularly from his perspective, a decade into the future, the potential for upgrading this software has become exceedingly limited. It would be far more advantageous to create a new software altogether, utilizing the programming techniques and philosophies of 10 years hence. Clearly, this new software would utterly surpass the outdated version. Furthermore, it would completely circumvent the patents held by Chua technology, although slightly deviating from expectations. It would mean that the enterprise he founded, Honghu Technology, would finally have its first profitable venture. Contemplating this, Lu Hong could not help but gaze at Ouyang Pei in astonishment. Was this girl exceptionally open-minded, or merely fortunate? After some consideration, he cautiously inquired, even if I can accomplish this, how will you persuade Mr. Hua to abandon the old software and invest significantly in a new one? Ouyang Pei smiled slightly. That is precisely my concern. If you are willing, I can arrange a meeting with Mr. Chu right away. However, you must promise me that if I successfully negotiate this deal for you, you will accompany me to the National Science and Technology Competition. Lu Hong chuckled wryly. I cannot guarantee that. The development of drones is not something that can be achieved overnight. Producing a satisfactory prototype within 3 months is nearly impossible. If this attempt fails, we can participate in the next competition. Ouyang Pei assured him, that is acceptable, but the participating entity must be my company. Have you established a company? Yes. What is it called? Honghu Technology. Quite a glitch, but it matters not. It is settled then. Ouyang Pei extended her hand, and they exchanged a light high five. She then took out her phone and made a brief call, lasting barely a minute. Let us go. Mr. Chu is waiting for us at the Mingxin Club. Although Lu Hong harbored considerable doubts, he resolved to follow her. En route, he suddenly recalled a question. Ouyang, why must you use a drone to participate in the National Science and Technology Competition? Leaning against the car window, Ouyang Pei's expression softened with nostalgia. It was my father's dream, but he can no longer realize it, so I wish to fulfill it on his behalf. Lu Hong quickly apologized. I am sorry. I was unaware of your father's passing. Ouyang Pei looked at him incredulously. Your father has passed away? My father is merely paralyzed due to a car accident. Chapter 11. The first business of the new company Mingxin Club is situated on the outskirts of Chujing City, by Baiyun Lake. An area of exquisite beauty and a gathering place for local elites. Guided by Mr. Chu's secretary, Lu Hong and Ouyang Pei ventured deep into the club, where they encountered Mr. Chu in a tranquil tea room. Chu Chunsung, a middle-aged man in his 50s with a slightly balding head and a broad face, was evidently in a foul mood at that moment. His plump visage bore a dark expression akin to the bottom of a pot, and he showed no inclination to rise and greet the two newcomers as they entered the room. Ouyang Pei, however, remained unfazed, approaching him with a confident smile and remarking, Boss Chu, I told you I wasn't lying. I have brought President Lu to meet you. Faced with the young lady's overture, even a man of Chu's stature found it difficult to display rudeness. Thus, he managed a faint smile and stood to shake her hand. Miss Ouyang has a keen eye. I did not misjudge you, he acknowledged. Lu Hong, standing by, was taken aback, silently pondering. So this girl had guaranteed to Boss Chu that she would bring me before him even before locating me? Was she not concerned that I might refuse to accompany her? Yet, Ouyang Pei did not afford him the luxury of contemplation. She promptly guided him to a tea table, signaling the tea master to withdraw, and began to brew tea herself. Her hands were exquisite, delicate yet strong, her movements fluid and graceful as she prepared the tea, eliciting admiration from Boss Chu. Miss Ouyang is quite knowledgeable about tea, he remarked. Only moderately so, Ouyang Pei replied with a gentle smile. At that moment, the steam from the tea obscured her glasses, prompting her to remove them and set them aside. Once the glasses were off, Lu Hong was astonished to discover that her features were remarkably refined, a delicate nose and cherry lips, but most striking were her sparkling, doe-like eyes, which could captivate anyone. With such beauty, why did she feel the need to wear those unattractive black-rimmed glasses? Boss Chu, momentarily taken aback, was about to offer a compliment when he noticed Ouyang Pei raising a cup to present it to him, smiling. Boss Chu, your time is precious. Shall we discuss the matter at hand? He swallowed the words he had prepared, nodding in agreement. Yes, let us talk business. Regaining his composure, he turned to Lu Hong. President Lu, we've known each other for years. The cooperation between Guanghua Group and you has been quite pleasant. This software upgrade, I would appreciate your assistance, my old friend. Lu Hong nodded. Boss Chu, Ouyang has already briefed me on your situation. However, before he could complete his sentence, Ouyang Pei interjected, Boss Chu, you are aware of President Lu's circumstances. He was ousted from the company by President Lu, and it was not his intention to disrupt your business. As she spoke, she served a cup of tea to Lu Hong, discreetly signaling him with her eyes. At once, Lu Hong recalled their prior agreement that Ouyang Pei would take charge of the negotiations, and he was to remain largely silent whenever she spoke. Thus, he promptly closed his mouth and lowered his gaze to sip his tea. Ouyang Pei, satisfied with his compliance, shifted her gaze back to Boss Chu. The software you utilize is under the patents held by President Lu. Even if we wish to assist, we are unable to do so. Boss Chu immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, What is the meaning of this? Lu Hong, I took a significant risk in placing my trust in you. Now you have caused me such substantial losses. What do you propose we do about it? Lu Hong frowned slightly, preparing to respond, but Ouyang Pei spoke first. Her smile remained, yet her tone turned frosty. Boss Chu, that line of reasoning is rather unproductive. With all honesty, do you believe that the current predicament is solely the fault of President Lu? Furthermore, you accepted the software designed by President Lu to cut costs, not out of any deep affection for him, I presume. In the realm of business, profit and loss are two sides of the same coin. Why shift all the blame onto President Liu when issues arise? Boss Chu found himself at a loss for words, his face gradually turning crimson. Just as his anger began to swell, Ouyang Pei's voice returned to its gentle tone. However, since the situation has unfolded, President Liu is still willing to assist you in resolving the matter, considering the years of collaboration. Boss Chu immediately transformed his rage into joy. Was there truly a solution? Ouyang Pei smiled as she poured him more tea. Of course, are you not aware of President Liu's technical prowess? However, regarding the patent issue, it is manageable. President Liu can develop a new software that circumvents the earlier patents, thus resolving the problem. Boss Chu immediately turned his gaze toward Lu Hong, who nodded slightly. In truth, I had considered this approach earlier. The old software, developed quite some time ago, has become outdated, and there is little room for modification. It would be better to start anew. My preliminary estimate suggests that the efficiency of the new software will surpass that of the old by 70%, with the failure rate decreasing from 5 per 1,000 to 1 per 10,000, and the defect rate from 8 per 10,000 to half per 10,000. Is that true? Boss Chu's interest was piqued, but he quickly shook his head with a wry smile. However, distant water cannot quench a near thirst. The orders I have in hand must commence immediately. I fear your new software will not be ready in time. The issue of development cycles? That is easily solvable. Is there not a newly acquired research and development simulator at hand? With this thought, Lu Hong immediately inquired, Boss Chu, could you grant me a few days? Boss Chu contemplated for a moment, then extended both hands, indicating 10 days. I can wait no longer than 10 days. Without hesitation, Lu Hong activated the research and development simulator in his mind and began the simulation. Day 1 of simulation. You have created a new engineering software project. Day 27 of simulation. You have completed the foundational architecture of the software. Day 45 of simulation. You have optimized the workflow of the machine tools. Day 100 of simulation. You have completed the new engineering software. Expected to apply for 7 patents. Simulation concluded. The development of the new engineering software requires the consumption of 100 entrepreneurial points. Do you accept? Yes. All information instantly materialized in Lu Hong's mind, leaving him astounded. This research and development simulator is remarkably powerful. It completed the simulation of the new engineering software's development in an instant, even simulating the number of patents that could be applied for. He momentarily set aside his astonishment and looked earnestly at Boss Chu. No need for 10 days. 3 days. In 3 days, I will present the new software. Boss Chu was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly laughed, realizing, so that was it. It appears President Liu had already been diligently working on the new software. No wonder he had the confidence to resign from Chua Technology. Lu Hong smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Boss Chu slapped his thigh in excitement, exclaiming, excellent. I have faith in General Manager Liu. Thus, if the software passes testing in 3 days, our group will transfer the contract with Chua Technology to you. As per our usual arrangement, each upgrade will cost 3 million, and we shall sign a long-term contract. Lu Hong was overjoyed, unable to fathom that on the very first day of the new company's establishment, such a significant contract could be secured. Just as he was about to express his agreement, Ouyang Pei interjected, that won't do. Boss Chu, what is the current quality of the old software? And how does it compare to the new? Is your proposed price not a tad low? Boss Chu's expression stiffened, and it became clear that Miss Ouyang's implication was that the cost for the new software, due upon delivery in 3 days, should be 15 million, with subsequent upgrades adjusted to 5 million. I find this price quite reasonable, Ouyang Pei asserted. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong was left astounded. How could this audacious girl dare to propose such a price? It seemed akin to taking advantage of a crisis. What if she angered Boss Chu, leading to a complete fallout? Indeed, as soon as Ouyang Pei finished speaking, Boss Chu's fury was palpable. What? You are trying to exploit the situation. I will not accept such coercion. You may leave. Panic surged through Lu Hong. The first business deal of the new company was on the verge of being ruined by this reckless girl. Just as he contemplated how to mitigate the situation, Ouyang Pei halted him with a mere glance. Calmly sipping her tea, she remarked, Boss Chu, you are mistaken in your assertion. Setting aside the urgency of your needs, doesn't the performance enhancement of the new software, multiplied by your production scale, result in savings that far exceed a mere 2 million? How is this fundamentally different from your initial decision to abandon software from the White Eagle Nation in favor of Chua Technology Solutions? We have not inflated our quote by a single penny due to your pressing requirements. You must apologize for your earlier statement. Chapter 12. The sales genius Ouyang Pei's commanding presence left boss Chu momentarily speechless. After a brief calculation, he realized that Ouyang Pei was entirely correct. If the new software could indeed deliver the performance promised by Lu Hong, the savings over the course of a month would far surpass 2 million. Moreover, software upgrades typically occurred only once every 6 months. As for the one-time purchase fee, it was generally accepted in the market to be approximately 3 times the cost of a single upgrade service. Ouyang Pei's pricing was just as reasonable. However, Boss Chu was reluctant to relent and coldly replied, "But I have been using Chuyue Technology's software quite satisfactorily. Why should I pay an additional 15 million for new software?" Ouyang Pei smiled. "Who said you need to pay an additional 15 million? Boss Chu was taken aback, "But you just stated, you are correct. You have been using Chuyue Technology's software very well. Therefore, shouldn't the additional costs incurred from switching software be borne by Chuyue Technology?" At this, Boss Chu's eyes lit up with realization. Of course, Chuyue Technology had breached the contract, and he could indeed seek compensation from them. According to the stipulations of the contract, he estimated that the penalty for breach of contract would be no less than 15 million. Perhaps pursuing legal action would entail some additional costs. But those expenses are undoubtedly manageable. He had not immediately considered litigation due to the pressing timelines of his current orders. Even if he drove Chuyue Technology to ruin, it would scarcely compensate for the losses incurred from the breach. However, with Lu Hong's new software now available, he could simultaneously fulfill his orders using the new software while gradually negotiating the compensation issue with Chuyue Technology. This situation was akin to Chuyue Technology financing a new software for him, requiring merely a modest investment of time. With this thought, Boss Chu's irritation dissipated, and he found Ouyang Pei's quotation increasingly reasonable. He erupted into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Miss Ouyang, you truly are a master negotiator. I admit my previous error and apologize. I accept your offer." Lu Hong stood by, astonished. Goodness, did this girl truly clinch the deal? And at a price far exceeding expectations. Although Lu Hong had acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding business operations in the final year of his previous life, mastery in every aspect was unattainable. He was particularly inept in sales and negotiations, lacking any practical experience in dealings with others. His initial plan was to sell the new software under the same conditions as Chuyue Technology, even considering a half-sell, half-give approach to penetrate the market with quality and affordability. To his surprise, Ouyang Pei, upon her intervention, not only raised the upgrade fee by 2/3, but also negotiated the new software's price to 15 million. What thrilled him further was that this cost would be transferred to Lu Chuyue. With this realization, his gaze towards Ouyang Pei grew fervent. This girl is truly a sales prodigy. Her imagination surpasses her ambition. I must find a way to recruit her into the company. With the deal successfully concluded, Boss Chu's spirits soared, prompting him to summon his secretary to draft a contract on the spot. Before Lu Hong could reach for it, Ouyang Pei took the contract directly, made a series of modifications, and then presented it for his review. Upon examining her amendments, Lu Hong noted their meticulous and rational nature, even addressing flaws he believed to be inconspicuous. Who is this girl? How is she so well-versed in commercial contracts? Lu Hong cast a discreet glance at Ouyang Pei, remaining silent, and turned to Boss Chu, stating, "Mr. Chu, regarding this business deal, I hope you can keep it confidential for now, especially from Chuyue Technology." Both Boss Chu and Ouyang Pei instantly grasped Lu Hong's intent. If news of Boss Chu terminating the collaboration with Chuyue Technology were to circulate, it would be impossible to conceal the company's inability to continue upgrading the engineering software, inevitably leading to significant troubles. They both understood the emotional entanglement between Lu Hong and Lu Chuyue, assuming he wished to protect Lu Chuyue. In truth, Lu Hong merely sought to avoid being the catalyst that exposed the latent risks within Chuyue Technology. After all, the Lu family still held considerable influence in Chujiang City. Although Lu Chuyue is not highly regarded within the Lu family, if she were to become truly incensed and call upon her elders, it would pose a significant dilemma for the still fledgling Lu Hong. Boss Chu immediately nodded with a smile, stating, "Mr. Lu, you are indeed benevolent. Then let us agree on this." Ouyang Pei cast a discreet glance at Lu Hong, inwardly acknowledging, Dan was right. Lu Hong is indeed still thinking about Lu Chuyue. After a brief adjustment, Both parties reprinted the contract, and fortuitously, Lu Hong had the new company's seal with him, allowing him to sign and stamp it on the spot. Boss Chu also signed it immediately. At the moment he affixed his signature, a notification chimed in Lu Hong's mind. The host has successfully signed a commercial contract valued at over 1 million. Main quest completed. Congratulations, host, for earning 100 entrepreneurial points and 250 system experience. System level upgraded to 3. Main quest updated. New main quest. Achieve a company turnover of 5 million. Reward, 150 entrepreneurial points and 300 system experience. With an additional 100 entrepreneurial points credited, Lu Hong felt a surge of confidence. Upon seeing the new main quest, his heart soared with joy. A turnover of 5 million? Even accounting for the time required for payment processing, he estimated that completing this task would take no more than 10 days. Meanwhile, Boss Chu handed the signed contract to his secretary for safekeeping and remarked, "I'll have Xiaoyi take it back for stamping and deliver it to your company tomorrow." "What is your company's address?" Lu Hong chuckled awkwardly. "As you know, I just resigned today. Please send it to my home." "The address is." Boss Chu instructed his secretary Xiaoyi to take note, then extended his hand to shake with Lu Hong, saying, "The advance payment will be transferred to your company's account tomorrow. I will be at the factory in 3 days, waiting for you to test the software." Lu Hong nodded earnestly. "You can trust me to get it done." On the way back, seated in the passenger seat, Lu Hong discreetly observed Ouyang Pei through the rearview mirror. The girl, now donning black-rimmed glasses, had fallen completely silent, a stark contrast to her earlier sharp and competent demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he took the initiative to strike up a conversation. "Hey, Ouyang, what do you do?" "Huh, I was inquiring about your profession." "Oh, I'm a fitness trainer. Indeed a practitioner. A true professional." Lu Hong silently nodded in approval, curiosity piquing as he asked, "Really? Don't tell me your negotiation skills come from lifting weights." Ouyang Pei's eyes twinkled with amusement. "Mr. Lu, your physique suggests you've never set foot in a gym. Have you? The most crucial skill for a fitness trainer is not lifting weights, but sales. Without some eloquence, how could one persuade clients to sign up for memberships and purchase lessons?" Lu Hong was momentarily rendered speechless before awkwardly shifting the topic. "Well, you negotiated this deal, and according to market rates, I will offer you a 5 commission." Though the matter of commission had not been previously discussed, Lu Hong believed in providing due rewards, viewing it as a fundamental principle of business ethics and a guarantee for enduring success. Furthermore, he chose to address the distribution of profits at the very moment the business deal was finalized, thereby preemptively averting any potential notions from Ouyang Pei. 5 million. That truly is a substantial sum. "Thank you, boss." Ouyang Pei did not decline, but graciously accepted. "What are your plans moving forward? Would you consider joining me in this venture? I can offer you the position of sales director." Lu Hong extended his invitation. Chapter 13. Ouyang Pei's identity in Lu Hong's perspective. Ouyang Pei's talents in sales were precisely what he required, and he was determined not to overlook such a promising individual. Her amusement at being offered the role of sales director was palpable. She thought, "Are you certain you can afford my worth?" However, she soon recalled the reasons that had prompted her to leave home in a fit of defiance, and a new wave of thoughts surged within her. Her grandfather, that stubborn old man, believed that transitioning the family business into the high-tech sector was an unwise venture. If that were the case, why not establish a high-tech enterprise to prove him wrong? With Lu Hong's technical expertise and her own capabilities in managing a business, they would be the perfect partners. It was unexpected to find such a promising opportunity while merely seeking a diversion and a partner to explore drone technology. Was this not a fortuitous twist of fate? With this in mind, her tone grew earnest. "So, you, Boss Lu, wish to embark on this entrepreneurial journey with me? What conditions would you offer?" Lu Hong pondered for a moment before responding gravely. "I can grant you a 10% equity stake in Honghu Technology, of course. This would be in the form of options." Ouyang Pei slightly straightened in her seat. The equity percentage was agreeable, but she insisted on having a say in the company's operational decisions. This request took Lu Hong by surprise. He scrutinized her reflection in the rearview mirror for a moment, noting her serious demeanor, and inwardly mused, "What does this 20-something girl know about running a company? It would suffice if she excels in sales." Nevertheless, he reasoned that, since he was the sole member of the company at present, having another perspective wouldn't hurt. After all, he remained the boss, and the final decision-making power lay with him. Thus, he nodded in agreement. "Very well, I consent." Yang Pei's tone instantly brightened. Great. Then I'll be working alongside you. Boss Lu. Lu Hong felt a surge of excitement. Although he had been confident when resigning that morning, the uncertainty of embarking on his first entrepreneurial endeavor lingered. To his astonishment, within a day, he had secured his first business deal. More importantly, he had attracted Yang Pei, a remarkable talent. Given time, she would undoubtedly become the backbone of the company's sales force. Reflecting on this, Lu Hong felt it was his responsibility as a boss to look after his employees' living arrangements. Yang, you are not from around here, are you? No. I came from out of town. Where are you staying? I can have my driver take you back. Oh, I just arrived this morning and haven't settled in yet. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong couldn't help but glance back at the passenger seat, noticing that Yang Pei had brought only a modest backpack, her belongings quite meager, which instantly evoked his sympathy. From the young lady's attire, it is evident that her family circumstances are rather modest. The humble entrepreneur, Mr. Lu, could not help but feel a surge of class solidarity, prompting him to offer, "Allow me to assist you in finding a nearby hotel. I shall cover the expenses." At this moment, their vehicle had just reached the new district of Chujing City, where numerous upscale hotels and shopping facilities were conveniently located, far superior to the older district where Mr. Lu resided. This area? Yang Pei pulled out her phone to glance at the map, realizing that it was a considerable distance of 7 or 8 kilometers from Mr. Lu's residence. She promptly shook her head and replied, "No need. I can simply accompany you back." Poor Mr. Lu, having lived a sheltered life, was utterly taken aback by such bold words. Who is this fierce warrior, exhibiting such audacity? Could it be that she has a side gig aside from being a fitness instructor, perhaps as a delivery rider? He quickly stammered a refusal, his eyes involuntarily darting towards her. "We just met today. Isn't that a bit hasty?" Yang Pei momentarily froze, her fair cheeks flushing crimson. What nonsense was she thinking? Pervert. I meant to find a hotel close to your home for convenience. Mr. Lu sighed with relief, though he was uncertain whether it was relaxation or disappointment. However, the hotels near my home are rather subpar. The establishments here are of a higher standard. That is all right. An hour later, at a budget hotel near Mr. Lu's residence, Yang Pei, having just finished her shower, heard a gentle knock on the door, causing her cheeks to redden. Could it be that insufferable rogue knocking at her door? What does he take me for? Who is it? She inquired, somewhat irked. The voice that responded left her momentarily stunned. "Miss, it is I." Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Yang Pei peered through the peephole, confirmed the visitor's identity, and opened the door. "Yanjia, how did you find me?" The visitor, donned in a sleek black suit with a neatly cropped hairstyle, possessed a rather androgynous voice, almost reminiscent of a man. "Through the identity registration information. You know, my father maintains good relations with the authorities," Yin replied while surveying the modest guest room, her brow furrowing. "Miss, why are you staying in such a place?" Yang Pei shrugged. "At present, I am merely an ordinary young woman, Yang Pei, not the second daughter of Ziyuan Group. What is wrong with staying here?" Yin sighed. "Come back with me." Mississippi. Yang Pei smiled coldly. "Return for what? Regardless of my actions, he opposes them all. It would be wiser to entrust the business entirely to my elder sister. I may not comprehend much about business, but your father has thrived in the market for decades. Just because he has been successful for years, just because he is the wealthiest man in Xia country, does that mean he is always right? Never mind. You wouldn't understand. Then, miss, what do you plan to do next?" Upon hearing this question, Yang Pei's irritation dissipated, replaced by a playful smile. "I initially intended to assemble a team to explore drone technology, but I unexpectedly encountered an intriguing individual. I plan to temporarily join his company and embark on an entrepreneurial journey together." Upon hearing these words, Yan's expression resembled the unchanging weather of the Sahara, perpetually dry. Why abandon her role as the general manager of a company that employs thousands under the group to engage in the frivolity of entrepreneurship? Does the second young lady suffer from delusions? "Miss, enough of this persuasion. I refuse to return. On the contrary, I aim to demonstrate to my grandfather that my vision is indeed correct." "And how do you intend to prove this? Through entrepreneurship?" "Precisely. I shall validate my approach through entrepreneurship. I will establish Honghu Technology and take it public within 3 years without relying on my family's assistance. I wish to unveil the immense potential of the high-tech industry to my grandfather and show him that his antiquated beliefs have become obsolete." Yin fell silent. As merely a bodyguard with limited education and no understanding of business, She found herself unable to counter Ouyang Pei's determination, unable to fulfill her employer's orders. She dared not forcibly return the young lady, ultimately conceding, "Very well, at least allow me to remain here to protect you." "Absolutely not. As an ordinary entrepreneurial youth, I have no need for a bodyguard. That is not my concern. My duty is to ensure your safety." After a brief argument, Ouyang Pei ultimately acquiesced, allowing Yin Yin to pose as her close friend and arranging for her to assist in the company. After all, Lu Hong's company was still in its nascent stages, a time ripe for recruitment. Chapter 14. The first bucket of gold. The following morning, at the breakfast shop beneath Lu Hong's residence. Observing Ouyang Pei devouring noodles at a greasy table, Yin Yin could no longer contain herself and softly advised, "Miss, this place is far too dirty. I've told you countless times. Call me Xiao Pei. I warn you, if you slip up in front of my boss, do not blame me for dismissing you." Ouyang Pei glared at her in discontent, tapping her chopsticks against the porcelain bowl. "How is this place dirty? It's clearly clean and hygienic." At that moment, Lu Hong arrived. With his disheveled hair and heavy dark circles under his eyes, he staggered into the noodle shop and sat down across from Ouyang Pei. "Boss, I'll have a bowl of beef noodles with extra chili." A tech-savvy individual engrossed in his work often neglects personal appearance, especially since Lu Hong had resolved to dedicate himself to entrepreneurship with no romantic entanglements until after the age of 35, rendering him even less inclined to groom himself. Seeing his state, Ouyang Pei couldn't help but chuckle. "Boss, you must practice moderation. At this rate, you might perish before your venture even takes off." Having pulled an all-nighter, Lu Hong was in no mood for banter, rolling his eyes. "Do you think I'm staying up for whom?" "Of course, for yourself. You are the boss." "Ah, yes. I am the boss, so everything is fine." "Boss, for your health, why not consider training with me? I have a coaching certificate. I can teach boxing, Muay Thai, and Sanda." "I suspect you are plotting to harm your boss in hopes of inheriting his credit." As Lu Hong glanced at Yin Yin, Ouyang Pei quickly wrapped her arm around her shoulders. "This is my close friend Yin Yin, who has heard that the boss is generous and wishes to seek employment." Lu Hong scrutinized Yin Yin, noting her androgynous attire and resolute demeanor, and couldn't help but scratch his head and inquire, "Is your friend also a fitness instructor?" "Indeed. She excels in free combat." Ouyang Pei hastily chimed in. Lu Hong, at a loss for words, replied, "I run a technology company, not a combat club." "Isn't she in sales like you?" It seems Sister Yin is not particularly adept at verbal exchanges." "What is her forte then?" "Physical communication. Allow me to reiterate. I operate a technology firm." At that moment, Yin Yin suddenly spoke up. "I can drive and handle miscellaneous tasks. I have no specific salary expectations. Whatever you offer will suffice." Lu Hong fell into contemplation upon hearing this. A driver and a general laborer? It seemed unnecessary at present. But soon there would be a plethora of tasks to undertake: finding an office, procuring equipment, liaising with suppliers. Hiring personnel was inevitable. He tentatively asked, "If you handle the miscellaneous tasks at the company, and once we acquire a vehicle, would you also take on the role of a driver? How does a monthly salary of 3,000 sound?" In the current context of Chujing City, a monthly salary of 3,000 is relatively low for a professional driver, but is indeed higher than that of a full-time general laborer. His offer was quite reasonable. Without hesitation, Yin Yin nodded in agreement. "Then I shall assign you your first task. Find an office space between 200 and 300 square meters, ensuring convenient transportation." "Understood." Yin Yin responded affirmatively. As Lu Hong prepared to enjoy the beef noodles delivered by the boss, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID read, Lu Chiyue. Furrowing his brow, he answered the call. Lu Chiyue's voice came through the receiver, lacking her usual assertiveness and tinged with a note of pleading. "Lu Hong, please come to the company. We need to discuss further." Lu Hong was aware that Lu Chiyue wished to negotiate the software contract with Guanghua Group, but now that Boss Chu had become his client, he could not jeopardize his own business. "No need, President Lu. I will not take on that task." "Are you truly so heartless? You are one of the company's veterans. Can you simply stand by while hundreds of employees face turmoil? How can you be so selfish?" Another instance of moral coercion. Lu Hong felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After a sleepless night, his mind was foggy, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Ouyang Pei, perceiving his discomfort, suddenly leaned in and snatched his phone, deliberately adopting a syrupy tone into the receiver. "Darling, our President Lu is unavailable." With that, she hung up the call in one fluid motion, leaving Lu Hong in a state of shock. Does that little rascal have such audacity? On the other end of the line, Lu Chuiwe was fuming. Who is this little vixen? How dare she answer Lu Hong's call? And to hang up without permission? Men are indeed such swine. Just one day, and he's already moved on? In the noodle shop, faced with Ouyang Pei's playful demeanor, Lu Hong could only helplessly lift his bowl and finish his meal in a few swift bites. Well then, I shall return to work. Sister Yin, please find an office. And Ouyang Yu, I'll head back for a beauty nap. Ouyang Pei wore a smile that could infuriate even the most patient individual. Lu Hong, feeling exasperated, shot her a glance before storming away. Such was the plight of a salesperson. Completing a month's quota in a single day allowed for a 29-day respite. Accomplishing a year's target in one day afforded a staggering 364 days off. Unlike him, a researcher who, despite any advantage, was still bound to meticulously type out each line of code. As the boss, enduring such a wretched existence surely made him a unique case. With the tune of Little Cabbage playing in his mind, Lu Hong, feeling unusually buoyant, exited the noodle shop, only to be jolted by a text message. The account of Honghu Technology Company Limited had received a remittance of 500,000 yuan from Guanghua Group. The moment he read the message, the fatigue in his back and legs vanished, and his thoughts shifted to good days. A 30% advance payment, a 7-digit figure, 4,500,000. He had never encountered such a sum in his previous life, and this was merely a deposit. Soon, this amount would swell to 15 million. Being a boss was indeed delightful. He could return to coding now, and by tomorrow, the new software would be complete. Chapter 15. What a miraculous product. 3 days later, at the production workshop of Guanghua Group, Lu Hong completed the software installation and spent several minutes explaining it to a few key technicians, ensuring they could operate it correctly. Before long, under his supervision, the technicians adjusted the necessary parameters and pressed the start button. Several interconnected machines immediately commenced full automation. Minutes later, the first batch of products rolled off the assembly line. The technical director beside Boss Chu stared incredulously at his timer. Was this truly the production of 100 items? Had it only taken 14 minutes and 55 seconds, including equipment warm-up? Hearing the commotion, Boss Chu turned his head, curious about the duration. The technical director appeared bewildered. Using the same equipment and the previous software, producing 100 similar items would typically require at least 30 minutes. Boss Chu was equally astonished. Wasn't it promised that efficiency would improve by 70? How had it more than doubled? A twofold increase in production efficiency could substantially augment profits. Overwhelmed with delight, Boss Chu glanced at Lu Hong. Mr. Lu, this remarkable enhancement in efficiency. Lu Hong, however, wore an awkward expression. I apologize, Mr. Chu. At the time of our contract discussions, the software had not yet been tested, and I estimated the related data conservatively. I never anticipated such a significant discrepancy. As an engineer, I acknowledge my lack of rigor. I shall reflect on this. Although reborn, Lu Hong fundamentally remained a rather earnest engineer, possessing a strong sense of self-expectation and professional pride. He had initially estimated the software's efficiency increase would not exceed 85, yet the actual data surpassed 100. Despite the enhanced efficiency, he regarded such a computational error as an unacceptable professional oversight. Boss Chu and the technical director exchanged bewildered glances. What? The product's performance exceeded expectations. Yet the engineers found themselves in a position of self-reflection. What sort of logic is this? Is this a manifestation of Versailles? Undoubtedly. As the two engaged in a rather awkward exchange, Ouyang Pei swiftly stepped in to mediate, stating, Our general manager Lu operates with a dedication to craftsmanship, holding our products to the highest standards. Lu Hong responded promptly, nodding in agreement. Indeed, this embodies the spirit of Honghu Technology, innovation, efficiency, and precision. Chairman Chu and the technical director immediately joined in the praise, exclaiming, Truly, General Manager Lu, with such advanced technology, your expectations are remarkably high. In my view, among the young technical talents of Chujing City, General Manager Lu is undoubtedly in a league of his own. Absolutely. As a veteran in this industry, I must say, this is the first time I have witnessed engineering software capable of doubling production efficiency. It is indeed eye-opening. At that moment, the workshop director excitedly approached. Raising his voice to report, Chairman Chu, Director Su, I just led a team to measure the first batch of products, achieving a flawless quality rate of 100. Both Chairman Chu and Director Su displayed expressions of surprise. However, Lu Hong remained unfazed, addressing the workshop director. Thank you for your hard work. Please continue testing until we identify any defective products. The workshop director looked towards Chairman Chu, who nodded slightly, affirming, when it comes to testing, we will defer to General Manager Lu's judgment. The workshop director immediately took his orders. Thus, testing continued. An hour passed, then two. The entire morning went by, and the preliminary testing results were presented to all. Each batch of 100 products maintained a production time of approximately 14 minutes, achieving a quality rate of 100 and a defect rate of 0. Chairman Chu beamed with delight, patting Lu Hong on the shoulder and showering him with compliments. Lu Hong breathed a sigh of relief and stated earnestly, Chairman Chu, according to my calculations, this software's defect rate should be less than 1 in 10,000, meaning one defective product for every 50,000 produced. I recommend we continue testing under this standard, which will take about 2 to 3 days for validation and addressing any potential issues before entering the formal production phase. Chairman Chu turned to Director Su, who showed no dissent and laughed heartily. Excellent. We shall proceed as General Manager Lu advises. Director Su also smiled in agreement. General Manager Lu is as reliable as ever. To have developed new software with such impressive results in just 3 days is truly commendable. In truth, research and development are achieved through skill. Lu Hong mused internally that he had expended 105 entrepreneurial points, with only a day and a night spent on actual coding, while the remainder of the time was devoted to organizing and filing patents. Having learned from past experiences, he prioritized the safeguarding of his intellectual property to the utmost degree. This software boasted 7 patents submitted by him, entrusted to Yin Yin for pursuit, and upon successful completion, it would position his software to dominate the realm of CNC machine engineering software for the next 58 years. Seeing Boss Chu in high spirits, Ouyang Pei immediately seized the opportunity to interject. Boss Chu, our General Lu has been sleepless for 3 days and nights over your matter. Just look at those dark circles under his eyes. You must have perceived our sincerity. I hope you can look after our business. Upon hearing Ouyang Pei's words, Boss Chu's eyes flickered slightly. Oh, what does Miss Ouyang imply? With a smile that lit up her eyes, Ouyang Pei replied, the software designed by General Lu can be applied beyond your current domain. You are a venerable figure in the industry, well-versed and well-connected. If you would be so kind as to recommend us to your friends in related fields, it would be far more effective than $1 billion in advertising. General Lu is a person of great loyalty. If you assist him, he might even decline business from competitors who approach him in the future. As these words left her lips, Boss Chu's interest was piqued. He pondered to himself, Lu Hong's engineering software could double my production efficiency, bestowing upon me a crushing advantage in my field. Yet, the rights to this software belong to him. He could sell it to me or to my rivals. Following Ouyang Pei's suggestion, if I could introduce him to my business partners and help promote his work, he might grant me exclusive access to this software. What an enticing proposition. Regardless of how inept others might be, as long as I secure this unique advantage in my sector, why would I not pursue it? Moreover, Lu Hong himself possesses immense investment potential. To claim he developed this software in 3 days is likely an exaggeration. It is probable that the software architecture was already largely complete, merely tailored to my specifications. Nevertheless, even so, no one else could have accomplished this task in 3 days. Lu Hong's technical prowess is surely among the finest in the entire nation. Having utilized his software, I would inevitably need to seek his assistance in the future. It would be prudent to extend a favor to him. Chapter 16. Lu Hong is now on my side. A simple remark from Ouyang Pei opened Boss Chu's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly resolved to assist Lu Hong, smiling. General Lu, what do you think of Miss Ouyang's suggestion? Naturally, Lu Hong grasped Ouyang Pei's hint and secretly praised her astute mind. This instinct to seize opportunities in sales is a rare gift that is hard to cultivate. I have truly found a gem. Even if the company expands 100-fold in the future, Ouyang Pei would undoubtedly excel as the sales director. With this thought, Lu Hong smiled slightly and raised Ouyang Pei's hand in acknowledgement. I am merely a product developer. Director Ouyang is the expert in sales. Since she believes it to be feasible and Boss Chu is willing to oblige, I shall have no objections. Boss Chu joyfully slapped his thigh, exclaiming, that is splendid. As it happens, I have a dinner engagement this evening with the heads of several related enterprises. Their companies are no trifles. They are all capable contenders in national technology competitions. I wonder if you two are available? Ouyang Pei hastily nodded and said, Mr. Chu's invitation? Even if we are busy, we must make time. Our general manager Lu is also preparing to participate in the national technology competition, and it would be a splendid opportunity to seek guidance from several esteemed seniors. Upon hearing this, Mr. Chu became intrigued. Oh, is General Manager Lu also planning to compete? Is it under the name of Honghu Technology? Naturally, Lu Hong affirmed with a nod. However, I recall that your company was just registered a few days ago. Have you officially signed up? This competition requires on-site registration at the Shanghai Science and Technology Bureau. Not yet. We've been preoccupied with your software project, Lu Hong replied. But the registration deadline is tomorrow. What? Both Lu Hong and Ouyang Pei exclaimed in shock, quickly pulling out their phones to confirm the urgency of the situation. This is bad. We must rush to Shanghai tonight. If we leave now, we can still catch the last flight, Ouyang Pei declared, seizing Lu Hong by the arm and dragging him away. Lu Hong, unable to resist her unusual strength, found himself nearly lifted off the ground, propelled forward in haste. Mr. Chu watched in bewilderment. What was the relationship between Ouyang Pei and Lu Hong? How could an employee be so audacious with her superior? However, he promptly regained his composure and instructed his secretary, Go, arrange a car to take General Manager Lu to the airport. Accompany them, and use my car to ensure they access the VIP passage. The secretary quickly complied, pursuing the duo. Mr. Chu, a seasoned veteran, was determined to support Lu Hong, ensuring that every detail was flawlessly arranged, leaving no room for criticism from Ouyang Pei, the well-informed heiress. He had his trusted secretary accompany them throughout, and the vehicle dispatched was a fully equipped Audi A8, a gesture of utmost courtesy towards Lu Hong. Lu Hong was certainly aware of this privilege and expressed his gratitude to Secretary He multiple times. However, he had been burning the midnight oil for too long, and within minutes, he fell asleep in the back seat. Just as he drifted off, his phone rang. Noticing he was in deep slumber, Ouyang Pei retrieved his phone from his pocket, curious to see if it was an important call. To her surprise, it was a call from Lu Chuyue. Having already learned the details of the complicated relationship between Lu Chuyue and Lu Hong from Xiaodan, she felt a deep disdain for Lu Chuyue's actions. In her eyes, Lu Chuyue was fully aware of Lu Hong's affections, but exploited them for her gain, failing to fulfill her promises regarding equity and even seizing Lu Hong's patent. She was, in her opinion, worse than a mere opportunist. At least an opportunist engages in fair transactions, while Lu Chuyue was merely taking advantage without any reciprocity. From Xiaodan's descriptions, Ouyang Pei had surmised that Lu Hong was a man of great loyalty, and she was genuinely concerned that he might soften towards Lu Chuyue and make an irrational decision. She had ambitions to challenge her grandfather by leveraging the success of Honghu Technology and could not allow her chosen partner's emotional dilemmas to jeopardize their entrepreneurial plans. With this in mind, she had a sudden idea, swiftly crumpling a tissue into a small ball and gently stuffing it into Lu Hong's ears before answering the call. The receiver crackled with Lu Chuyue's pitiful voice. Lu Hong, please return to the company. I beg you, isn't that reasonable? Boss Chu has sent me a lawyer's letter, demanding compensation for losses. I implore you to come back and assist me. I will pay you a fee, and the conditions will be as you stipulate. Ouyang Pei, harboring disdain in her heart, maintained a remarkably courteous tone as she replied, I'm afraid General Manager Lu cannot assist you, Mr. Lu, so please refrain from calling again. Lu Chuyue immediately recognized her voice, her tone turning icy. Are you the woman from a few days ago? Who are you? What is your relationship with Lu Hong? Ouyang Pei's demeanor remained unchanged. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that your actions have greatly troubled General Lu. I hope you will cease to harass him. Harass him? I won't speak to you. I want Lu Hong to answer the phone. Seeing Lu Chuyue persist despite her dismissive attitude, Ouyang Pei shed her politeness and confronted her directly. Her tone instantly transformed to one of frigid severity. Lu Chuyue, do not be ungrateful. Let me make it clear, Lu Hong is now mine. If you continue to bother him, do not blame me for being unkind. At this proclamation, Secretary He, seated in the front, nearly choked on his drink, exclaiming, Wow, I knew Director Ouyang had an unusual relationship with General Lu. This news must be shared with the boss immediately. On the other end of the line, Lu Chuyue was left speechless. In just a few days of absence, her beloved pet had found a new master? This cannot be. Lu Hong, how could you change your heart so swiftly? as my devoted admirer. Even if I no longer want you, you cannot simply follow another. Overwhelmed by anger, Lu Chuiyue could no longer contain herself and hurled insults. You shameless wretch. I warn you, step away from Lu Hong immediately, or I shall not spare you. Ouyang Pei responded with a cold smile. Step away? May I ask, what qualifications do you possess to say such things, Mr. Lu? What are you to Lu Hong? His wife? Or perhaps his girlfriend? Even if you were a former lover, I would concede you some grounds to speak. Lu Chuiyue was rendered speechless. Ouyang Pei pressed her advantage. You are not even his boss anymore. Yet you dare to bark at me? With such logic, it seems your brain is directly connected to your rectum. Would you like me to buy you a few boxes of laxatives to help clarify your thoughts? Rest assured, shipping is on me. You have the audacity. Listen closely. If I see you harassing Lu Hong again, next time at 1T, just be a lawsuit. Ouyang Pei delivered her final threat and hung up before Lu Chuiyue could respond. In the front, secretary he exchanged a glance with the driver, both shivering in unison. This woman is terrifying. To steal a man, she even exploits her own boss. Poor General Lu, he may never escape this woman's grasp. Chapter 17. Do we have connections in the Science and Technology Bureau? It wasn't until the car arrived at the airport that Ouyang Pei gently shook Lu Hong awake, who groggily furrowed his brow and pulled 2 wads of tissue from his ears. What is this? I stuffed them in, hoping you would sleep better. Ouyang Pei smiled sweetly, her voice soft and delicate. Let's go, boss. The plane is about to take off. Secretary he, standing nearby, felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that this couple enjoyed indulging in the role-play of boss and subordinate? In the office? It seemed rather exhilarating. Lu Hong felt uneasy under Secretary He's gaze. Yet he could not discern the reason for his discomfort. He could only mutter to himself as he stepped into the passageway. The two boarded their flight smoothly and arrived in the bustling metropolis that evening, finding a hotel near the Technology Bureau to stay in. Of course, they would be sleeping separately. The next morning, as soon as work hours commenced, they made their way to the Technology Bureau, heading straight for the competition registration office. However, they waited at the office door until nearly noon before a plump middle-aged man sauntered over, swaying as he walked. The man appeared surprised to find anyone waiting at the door and asked, "What brings you here?" Lu Hong quickly explained their situation. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered as he responded, "Registration? It's already closed." "Closed? That can't be right. Look, the information online states that registration is open until the end of the day." Ouyang Pei quickly pulled out her phone to show the announcement. The man waved his hand dismissively. "Who comes to register right before the deadline? Don't you need time to process this? Even if I were to assist you now, it wouldn't be completed by the end of the day." Seeing his rude demeanor, Lu Hong felt a surge of frustration but managed to hold back. He pulled 2 packs of cigarettes from his pocket and offered them to the man, saying, "Please, help us out. We flew all the way from Chujing City." The middle-aged man refused to take them and raised an eyebrow. "You missed the registration deadline on your own. How can I help? Given your appearance, you must be a small company. The national technology competition is fiercely competitive. Enterprises like yours are unlikely to win anything. Take my advice and don't waste your time here." With that, he turned and slammed the door behind him, leaving the two of them outside. Lu Hong smiled wryly at Ouyang Pei. "Well, it seems this trip was in vain. Perhaps we should try again in 2 years?" Ouyang Pei, however, furrowed her brows in determination. "Winning an award is secondary. I cannot tolerate being denied registration. Wait, watch me make some calls. This is the Technology Bureau. Don't worry, I know people there." Lu Hong was taken aback. "What? You have connections in the Technology Bureau?" Ouyang Pei mischievously smiled at him, her fingers swiftly typing a message. "You might even know him. Remember the mechanical maniac, the moderator of the mechanical section on the cyber forum? He works at the Technology Bureau." "Oh, that's going to be a surprise." In less than 5 minutes, a tall, lean man in his 40s approached along the corridor. Upon seeing Ouyang Pei, he smiled broadly and greeted her. "What brings you to my humble office today, Miss Ouyang?" Ouyang Pei returned his smile and stepped forward to shake his hand. "I'm here for a matter that requires your assistance. Director Luo?" Of course. "And who might this be?" Director Luo inquired, glancing at Lu Hong. Ouyang Pei blinked and inquired, "Are you aware of the illustrious Shichu Yankei?" Director Luo displayed a look of surprise and extended his hand to Lu Hong, stating, "Of course. You are the fastest member to ascend in the Cyber Forum since its inception, rising 7 levels in 7 years. Many speculate that you are an already renowned master. Yet you appear so youthful." Lu Hong hurriedly stepped forward to shake his hand, saying, "Director Luo, It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Lu Hong, the Lu from Hongjinyu Lu. I too was taken aback to discover that the mechanical enthusiast is a government official, Mr. Luo. Director Luo chuckled heartily. To be honest, I never expected to be assigned to the Science and Technology Bureau myself. Initially, Director Luo was the youngest associate professor at the Mechanical Institute of Shanghai Jiaotong University. Ouyang Pei interjected with an explanation. After a brief exchange, the conversation swiftly turned towards the technology competition. Upon learning that Lu Hong and Ouyang Pei intended to participate with a drone, Luo Hua's interest was piqued. The technical challenges of drones are considerable. The research and development costs may well exceed 100 million. Are you sure you can manage? Lu Hong nodded confidently. I am certain about the technical aspects. I will find a way to secure funding, though some equipment may pose a challenge. Observing their technical discourse, Ouyang Pei quickly interjected. Let's set aside the technical matters for now. We must first register for the competition. Director Luo, your department is quite unorthodox. The internet clearly states that registration closes after work today, yet your staff refuses to process it. Is that so? Luo Hua frowned at the remark and proceeded to knock on the door. After a half-minute of knocking, a middle-aged man finally opened the door, scolding. What are you knocking for? Didn't I tell you, Luo? My apologies, I did not realize it was you. Luo Hua replied coldly, fixing a stern gaze on Zhang Hui. Why is the office closed during working hours? Furthermore, these colleagues have come to register for the technology competition. Why has their registration not been processed? Just days ago, the city issued a directive to rectify the issue of bureaucratic laziness. Are you intent on setting a negative example for our Science and Technology Bureau? Zhang Hui's plump face broke into a cold sweat as he stammered. Director Luo, I submitted the registration list yesterday. Why submit it yesterday when the deadline is today? Today is Friday, and I was considering leaving early to play cards, right? You will surely encounter trouble over this. Now, hurry and retract that list. Ensure these two are registered. I need to coordinate with the technical department. Then hurry up. As Zhang Hui hurried off in disarray, Luo Hua shook his head in exasperation and offered an awkward smile to the two. I apologize for the inconvenience. Our bureau is quite the spectacle. These iron rice bowls, as long as they don't commit any fundamental errors and avoid striving for progress, tend to be rather lackadaisical. At most, we can only offer a few words of criticism. Sometimes, I cannot help but find it ironic that our office system is updated nearly every year. Yet the operators remain unchanged, leading to substantial expenditures with little improvement in efficiency. Lu Hong nodded thoughtfully. Technology is null without people, without individuals. Even the most advanced technology holds no significance. Upon hearing this, Luo Hua clapped his hands and exclaimed, absolutely. You have articulated it perfectly. Indeed, talent is essential. In recent years, the nation has consistently emphasized a people-centric approach, with numerous official documents highlighting the importance of technology serving the populace. At this juncture, he lowered his voice and remarked, our newly appointed mayor Hao has just been transferred from the capital, reportedly tasked with the development of high-tech industries, which is why he places significant importance on this technology competition. With his professional background and considerable political acumen, he will undoubtedly steadfastly implement the national policy direction. Therefore, you must contemplate how to align your products with national policies, as this will enable you to achieve high scores in the competition. Leaving a profound impression on Mayor Hao will undoubtedly benefit the development of your enterprises. Lu Hong nodded gratefully, understanding the implication. Thank you, Director Luo, for your guidance. Beside him, Ouyang Pei's expression subtly shifted, contemplating. Uncle Hao has assumed office? This is indeed a positive development. Should we invite him to take notice of us during the competition? Chapter 18. A people-centric development approach with Luo Hua's oversight. Zhang Hui's efficiency soared, completing Lu Hong's registration in just 1 hour. The moment the registration was finalized, a voice suddenly echoed in Lu Hong's mind. Special mission triggered. Special mission. Win an award in the National Technology Competition. Reward. Advanced technology blueprints based on the award ranking. Is there truly a special mission? Advanced technology blueprints as a reward? This revelation intensified Lu Hong's resolve to give his utmost effort in the competition. He silently vowed to himself. He expressed his gratitude to Luo Hua once more, and they agreed to reconvene after the competition, before he hurriedly made his way to the airport, preparing to return to Chujing City. Throughout the journey, he pondered deeply over Luo Hua's reminders. The insights provided by Luo Hua made him realize that his original research and development approach seemed overly conservative. Initially, he intended to replicate the soon-to-be-released 01 drone, aiming to utilize it as his entry for the technology competition. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that while the 01 boasts exceptional performance, its operational barriers remain considerably high. A prominent issue with the 01 is its lack of an intelligent control system, rendering it virtually unmanageable for untrained individuals, even under the hands of operators with some training. The failure rate of the 01 remained alarmingly high. According to Luo Hua, the national policy aims to ensure technology serves the broad populace, a direction that is unlikely to change within the next 5 years. Under this policy framework, the technology products encouraged by the state must possess lower operational thresholds and greater versatility. Presenting merely the may first indeed usher in the era of civilian drones. Yet securing victory in the technology competition would prove exceedingly challenging. More importantly, the emergence of any successful product inevitably attracts a multitude of imitators. Lu Hong recalled that in his previous life, within a year of the 01's launch, the market was inundated with various imitators, causing the market share of this epic-making product to plummet, with subsequent sales of the 02 also adversely affected. Until the advent of the 03. Equipped with an intelligent control system, that company had yet to truly establish its dominance in the civil drone market. While this individual might accelerate the launch of the 01, it would undoubtedly invite early competition from imitators, thereby undermining any long-term advantage. Given this reality, why not bypass the 01 entirely and develop the 03 directly? The requisite technology poses no challenge for him, and with the presence of a development simulator, it is entirely feasible to bring the 03, which is not due for another 5 years, to market ahead of schedule. As for the risk of lagging behind in the current technological race, if it happens, so be it. In comparison to securely occupying a market valued in the hundreds of billions, what significance does a single competition hold? At worst, he could participate in the next one. With resolve, he swiftly retrieved his laptop and began to organize his research and development ideas. The most distinctive feature of the 03 is its intelligent control system, which encompasses functionalities such as waypoint navigation, intelligent following, automatic obstacle avoidance, and one-click return, making it applicable across various domains including surveying, disaster prevention, rescue, and entertainment. However, the development of such an intelligent control system faces two insurmountable hurdles. The first is high-precision satellite positioning technology. Currently, Blue Planet hosts only 4 global satellite positioning systems: the Global Positioning System of the Eagle Nation, the GLONASS of the Bear Nation, the Galileo system of the European Union, and the Beidou system of the Summer Nation. At this juncture, only one system provides high-precision positioning, that of the Eagle Nation. Fortunately, it is available for commercial use, requiring merely a financial outlay to purchase the usage rights. The second hurdle is the intelligent software. To develop such a program, numerous specialized hardware devices are indispensable, and these particular devices are exclusively available from the Eagle Nation. Unfortunately, the Eagle Nation has grown wary of the Summer Nation's ascendance, tightening its technological embargo, and the very equipment he requires happens to be on the export prohibition list. How, then, to procure these devices? After considerable contemplation, he resolved to try his luck on the Cyber Forum. This forum attracts technological magnates from around the globe, many of whom oppose technological embargoes and advocate for the globalization of technology. Perhaps they might provide him with some leads. Thus, he enlisted Ouyang Pei, and together they logged onto the forum to jointly publish a help request, seeking channels to bypass inspections for purchasing the necessary equipment. Upon completing this task, a message from Yin arrived just in time. She had identified several potential office locations and awaited his final decision. As he perused the options on his phone, he suddenly sensed a head inching closer. Instinctively, he shrank his neck and glanced at Ouyang Pei beside him. "What are you doing?" he inquired. Ouyang Pei, with an air of righteous indignation, replied, "I'm assisting you as an advisor. Choosing an office location is a significant business decision. I assent to it. We agreed that I would have a say in this matter." He looked at her, bewildered, his expression a portrait of confusion. He had never considered the choice of an office location to be of particular significance, especially during the entrepreneurial phase. To him, as long as there was a roof overhead, the walls were intact, and there was air conditioning for both summer and winter, it sufficed. However, When the sales director of his company expressed a desire to partake in company affairs, he had no reason to refuse and thus slid his phone towards her. All right, let us engage in a democratic decision-making process. I believe this place is quite suitable, as it is near the old town and reasonably priced. Why is it important to be close to the old town? Ouyang Pei inquired, perplexed. Gu Yiming, my other apprentice, along with Xia Dan, both reside in the old town. They will undoubtedly wish to work with me, so I thought it wise to find a location that is convenient for everyone's commute. Ouyang Pei pondered for a moment before asking. The housing conditions in the old town are poor, and the living facilities are outdated. Why do they choose to live there? Of course, it's because the rent is affordable. Their income isn't particularly high, he replied. So, by enticing them away, do you intend for them to continue enduring hardships alongside you? You are not short on funds, after all. This profound inquiry left Lu Hong momentarily speechless. Indeed, we have the means, he exclaimed. In a couple of days, we expect over 10 million to flow in from Boss Chu. Should I really subject my apprentices to live in dilapidated, leaking pigeon coops? Accustomed to hardship, his mindset had become rigid. He quickly conceded, you are right. We should seek an office in the new district and rent a few decent apartments nearby for our key employees to live in for free. Ouyang Pei smiled with satisfaction. Now, that's a boss with integrity. She pulled up a satellite map and pointed to a location in the Dongjiang district, saying, in that case, why not consider this area? Lu Hong looked down at the map and was taken aback. You must be mistaken. This isn't an office building. It's a residential area. Exactly, and it's a villa district. What do you mean? Ouyang Pei gazed earnestly at Lu Hong and inquired, Boss, how many people do you plan to hire for your newly established company? As Lu Hong contemplated, he replied, the initial team should indeed be small and efficient. Besides the two of us and Sister Yan, I only intend to bring on Xia Dan and Gu Yiming for the research team, along with hiring an accountant. That should suffice. Ouyang Pei clapped her hands and exclaimed, right. The company will have a total of only 6 people in the beginning, and at least 5 of them are single and have not purchased homes. So, why not simply rent a villa? We could lease a large 4-story villa, using the 1st and 2nd floors as office space and the 3rd and 4th floors as living quarters. This would not only resolve the office dilemma, but also enhance the living conditions for the employees while saving costs. This could be considered a people-oriented development strategy. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 19. Lu Chua seeks help. Upon hearing Ouyang Pei's proposal, Lu Hong found himself momentarily stunned. The girl's suggestion, seemingly absurd, held considerable feasibility and bore striking resemblance to trends that would emerge years later. In Lu Hong's vision, the initial team of Honghu Technology would consist of just 6 individuals, with at least 5 being single, and he planned to outsource the accountant, thereby eliminating the need for them to come to the office daily, especially for Lu Hong and his 2 apprentices, who are all researchers. Working late into the night is a common occurrence, and their work hours are quite irregular. Living upstairs and working downstairs is exceedingly convenient for them. He could even spend a little money to hire a housekeeper solely responsible for taking care of everyone's meals and daily needs, allowing them all to live comfortably at a minimal cost. As for future company expansion, relocating to a nearby business park would not be out of the question. With this thought, he couldn't help but sincerely exclaim, Ouyang, your mind is truly brilliant. Let us proceed as you suggested. Receiving the praise, Ouyang Pei couldn't help but raise her chin slightly, a smile blooming at the corners of her mouth. Since her teenage years, Miss Ouyang has traveled the world, encountering all manner of novelties. The concept of a home office model for small enterprises has long existed in Europe and the United States, but it remains relatively novel in the summer country. The two made a phone call to solicit the opinions of Xia Dan and Gu Yiming, then settled on several details before sending the conditions to Yin Yin for her to handle. Just as the call ended, Lu Hong's phone rang again. This time, it was Boss Chu. General Lu, has the registration matter been taken care of? The dinner we discussed yesterday has been postponed to today. Can you make it back to Chujiang tonight? Lu Hong exchanged a smile with Ouyang Pei and replied loudly, Of course, no problem. Boss Chu will see you tonight. At the same time, in the office of Chuiwa Technology, General Manager Lu Chuiwa listened wearily as Dai Xiaojun reported on the dispute resolution with Guanghua Group. Dressed in a sleek black business suit, Dai Xiaojun spoke clearly and confidently. She is Lu Chuiwa's close friend and partner, holding a legal qualification and 15 equity in the company. Thus she approaches her work with utmost dedication. The situation is as follows. In this dispute, we are undoubtedly in the wrong. My suggestion is to avoid court and attempt to settle privately, she concluded, shutting the documents in her hands with a serious tone. Lu Chuiwei rubbed her face in frustration. I am well aware, but Boss Chu demands a compensation amount of 30 million. Where am I supposed to find that much money? Dai Xiaojun replied steadily. They are asking for an exorbitant sum, but I believe we can negotiate with Boss Chu. What is more pressing now is to resolve the technical bottleneck in our software upgrade. Otherwise, if other clients come knocking, it won't be a matter of 1 or 2 million anymore. But Lu Hong refuses to come back. Lu Chuiwei lamented. Why did you make me threaten him with dismissal? Look what a big problem this has turned into. Dai Xiaojun felt a pang of discontent, thinking to herself, wasn't he at you who believed you could completely control Lu Hong and asked me for a way to keep him bound to the company? How did it end up being my fault? Having been close friends for many years, she knew Lu Chuiwei had a tendency to evade responsibility in difficult situations. So she chose to remain silent and focus on the matter at hand. Is there really no way to persuade Lu Hong back? I called him numerous times, exhausting all my pleasant words, but a wild woman emerged from nowhere, preventing me from continuing to contact him. Lu Chuiwei lamented with a look of distress. Communication via phone has become quite challenging. Do you know where he resides? Perhaps it would be more effective to visit him directly. Given your relationship, he surely cannot deny you entry. However, his place has a foul odor. My dear lady, in these times, do you still mind such trivialities? If we cannot resolve the issues concerning software maintenance and upgrades, our only recourse for self-preservation is to proactively terminate all contracts with our clients. Do you realize that would cost the company a third of its profits? Lu Chuiwei was finally at a loss for words and could only lower her head, conceding, fine. I will go seek him out tomorrow. Why wait until tomorrow? You should go today? But today is a weekday. He is surely out searching for work. If I go tonight, what if he becomes aggressive? I am truly at a loss for your reasoning. I will accompany you tonight, if that is agreeable. That evening, shortly after 10, Ouyang Pei helped the inebriated Lu Hong out of the ride-hailing vehicle and toward his rental apartment. In the business world, gatherings often involve drinking. As a man and a boss, Lu Hong felt it was his duty to protect his female subordinate, Ouyang Pei, thus he actively intercepted all toasts, only to be swiftly brought down. Fortunately, his character and abilities were recognized by many present executives, resulting in 3 collaboration proposals, rendering the drinking not in vain. To Ouyang Pei, his actions appeared both clumsy and somewhat endearing. In truth, since the age of 5, she had been secretly sipping her grandfather's liquor, her tolerance far surpassing Lu Hong's. Yet, when Lu Hong foolishly stepped in to protect her, she instinctively refrained from stopping him, even finding a certain pleasure in being shielded. Observing Lu Hong's completely unconscious face resting on her shoulder, she couldn't help but mutter, fool. Just then, she spotted Lu Chuiwei and Dai Xiaojun standing under a nearby streetlight, her brow furrowing slightly. What is this shameless woman doing here again? Their intentions cannot be good. Ouyang Pei instinctively glanced at Lu Hong, seeing him inebriated and unresponsive, which bolstered her confidence. Her greatest fear was that Lu Hong would soften in the presence of his former goddess, jeopardizing the company's promising prospects. Now that he was drunk, it worked to her advantage. Ouyang Pei, the formidable lady, was ready to confront these unwelcome guests. With this thought in mind, she pretended not to see Lu Chuiwei and Dai Xiaojun, striding purposefully toward the residential building while supporting Lu Hong. Young Lu Chuiwei, still somewhat naive, stepped forward to block their path, hostility evident in her voice as she addressed Ouyang Pei. Who are you? At this moment, Ouyang Pei straightened her posture slightly and removed her black-framed glasses. As a true tyrannical CEO who had managed thousands, and dressed in a royal blue business suit paired with 5-centimeter stiletto heels for the formal business dinner, her stature of 1.68 meters exuded an aura that felt like 8.61 meters. At that moment, she simply stood tall, removed her glasses, and cast a frosty glance at Lu Chuiwei, making her feel utterly uneasy. In her presence, Lu Chuiwei felt akin to a maid before a queen, as if even her breath were an offense. Vanishing into thin air seemed the only viable option. Observing that her friend and boss appeared somewhat overwhelmed by just a single glance, Dai Xiaojun couldn't help but feel astonished. Who was this woman? Her aura was simply too formidable. Hastily, she stepped forward to mediate, saying, Madam, we are university classmates of Lu Hong and wish to discuss something with him. May I ask your esteemed name? Dai Xiaojun's tactic of retreating while advancing to find them as mere classmates visiting. Thus Ouyang Pei had no reason to maintain her icy demeanor. She cast a glance at Dai Xiaojun, secretly acknowledging that this woman was indeed a worthy opponent. A subtle smile graced her lips as she casually replied, "Ah, I see you are Lu Hong's classmates. As you can see, Lu Hong is quite intoxicated. Perhaps it would be best for you to visit another day?" Dai Xiaojun found herself momentarily speechless. The other party's responses were impeccably composed, leaving her feeling quite uncomfortable. However, she was unwilling to leave in such a disheartened manner. Especially given the apparent closeness between the woman and Lu Hong. She needed to ascertain the situation to devise a plan to retrieve Lu Hong back to the company. Consequently, she shamelessly took the initiative, wrapping her arm around Lu Hong's other shoulder. "Oh dear, how could he be this intoxicated? Come, let us assist him upstairs." A few minutes later, in Lu Hong's humble abode, Lu Chiyue sat on the worn-out sofa, frowning as if she feared contracting some disease. Witnessing her demeanor only intensified Ouyang Pei's disdain. She first helped Lu Hong onto the bed, gently closing the bedroom door before heading to the kitchen to pour 2 glasses of water, setting them on the coffee table before the 2 women. Her every action reminiscent of a mistress of the house. The absence of hot water was an oversight, she mused. Dai Xiaojun smiled, speaking naturally, "I am Dai Xiaojun. And this is Lu Chiyue. We have been old friends of Lu Hong for many years, yet we have never encountered you. May I inquire who you are?" The implication being, we are longtime friends of Lu Hong. Where did this interloper come from? Ouyang Pei returned a gracious smile, extending her hand for a shake. "I am Ouyang Pei. I have heard your names from Lu Hong several times. You have taken great care of him in the past 5 years at work, haven't you?" The implication being, with the trivial matters you've involved yourselves in, how dare you come seeking Lu Hong? In this round of veiled confrontation, Dai Xiaojun found herself at a loss for words once more. By this time, Lu Chiyue had regained her composure from the initial pressure of the formidable presence. Summoning her courage to counter, "What is your relationship with Lu Hong?" Ouyang Pei regarded her coolly. What qualifications does his former boss have to inquire about his affairs? Lu Chiyue's face flushed crimson from the retort, but she held her ground, insisting, "As Lu Hong's friends and former classmates. Is it unreasonable for us to inquire about a stranger in his company?" Ouyang Pei wore a hint of derision at the corners of her mouth, likening the self-proclaimed friends who pry into others' privacy to paparazzi in foreign lands. She paused momentarily, not waiting for Lu Chiyue's response, and coldly fixed her gaze upon her, stating, "I have already conveyed this to General Lu once, and I shall reiterate it now. Remember, this is the final warning. Lu Hong is now under my protection. Should you persist in harassing him, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The lawsuit against Guanghua is merely an appetizer. If you desire a grand feast, feel free to express it." Upon hearing this, Lu Chiyue's expression darkened. "Is the Guanghua lawsuit truly connected to you?" Ouyang Pei, however, did not respond directly, merely gazing at her indifferently and remarking, "You are surely aware of how many clients utilize Lu Hong's software. What consequences would arise if the news of your inability to maintain and upgrade the software were to leak? My Lu Hong is kind-hearted and reluctant to undermine you. But that does not mean you can exploit his benevolence and take advantage." From Ouyang Pei's perspective, the potential issues facing Chiyue technology were crystal clear, and her threats were both reasoned and substantiated, sending a chill down the spines of Lu Chiyue and Dai Xiaojun. This woman before them was formidable, an entirely different caliber from themselves. A reasonable person would never willingly challenge an opponent deemed impossible to conquer. Though Lu Chiyue and Dai Xiaojun were lacking in character, their intelligence remained intact. Upon sensing Ouyang Pei's terrifying presence, they promptly reconsidered their approach. Yet, Lu Chiyue, despite her vanity, was unwilling to concede. "No matter what, you do not speak for Lu Hong. Once he awakens, I shall seek him out again, even if he refuses to return to the company. I must hear it directly from him." Ouyang Pei frowned as she watched the 2 women depart, a sense of unease swelling within her. According to Xia Dan, Lu Hong had pursued Lu Chiyue for 9 years, harboring profound feelings for her. Throughout those 9 years, no matter how outrageous Lu Chiyue's actions were, she could always secure his forgiveness with sweet words. Given this, it was likely he would once again soften his heart. Even if he did not grant Lu Chiyue the new software, he might still consent to assist her in upgrading and maintaining the old version. In Ouyang Pei's view, showing mercy to a competitor was tantamount to aiding the enemy. With this thought, her anxiety intensified. No, this potential risk cannot be allowed to linger. But how could she prevent Lu Chiyue from returning? Suddenly, Inspiration struck. If she could not stop Lu Chiyue from coming, why not take Lu Hong away instead? After all, they had originally planned to relocate to Dongjiang District. The best strategy is to retreat. Yes, tomorrow they shall move. It must be swift, resolute. Ouyang Pei pulled out her phone without hesitation and dialed Yin Yin. Sister Yin, how goes the search for the house? Wait, do not say another word. I will provide you with a number. Please contact General Mi immediately and request his assistance in finding a villa in Dongjiang District that is ready for immediate occupancy. I will send you the details. After finalizing the arrangements, you hurriedly went to view the property at night. Once you confirmed everything was satisfactory, you contacted the moving company to arrive at Lu Hong's residence at 6 a.m. the following morning for the move. Indeed, 6 a.m. tomorrow. The next morning, Lu Hong was abruptly awakened from his slumber by a cacophony of noise. Groggily emerging from his bedroom, he was greeted by the sight of several burly men invading his home, busily packing up his belongings. When they caught sight of Lu Hong, they merely glanced at him before continuing their work, seemingly oblivious to his presence. In that moment, Lu Hong wondered if he was still dreaming. Robbery in broad daylight. Right before the owner's eyes? When had the security in Xia country begun to rival that of the Eagle Nation? For a moment, Lu Hong was at a loss as to whether to call the police or flee. After all, there were several imposing men present. By the time the police arrived, they could have easily incapacitated him multiple times. While he was in a daze, a tall and graceful figure stepped through the doorway, issuing commands as if she were the lady of the house. Wrap those electronic devices with an extra layer. We cannot afford to damage the graphics card. And those dishes? Forget about packing them. Seeing this scene, Lu Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ouyang, did you summon these people? Ouyang Pei did not respond to his question. Instead, she approached him and urged him toward the bathroom, finally awake. Hurry up and wash up, change your clothes, and we'll be on our way. Lu Hong, utterly bewildered, queried, on our way? Where to? You had mentioned moving to the villa yesterday. Have you forgotten? What? Didn't Sister Yin only start looking for houses yesterday afternoon? Oh. She happened to find a particularly suitable villa last night, and fearing it would be snatched away, I secured it on the spot. We are moving there right now. Is it really that quick? What? Do you still have an attachment to this doghouse? I've already informed Xia Dan and Gu Yiming. Don't let them down. At 9 a.m., Lu Chiyue reluctantly followed Dai Xiaojun to Lu Hong's rented apartment. Upon knocking, they were greeted only by a middle-aged woman cleaning the premises. Who are you? Where's Lu Hong? Lu Chiyue inquired, astonished. You're looking for Xiao Lu? He has vacated and moved elsewhere. The woman replied amiably. Moved? Where to? Oh dear. Do you expect me, the landlord, to keep track of where my tenants go? The two women exchanged glances, perplexed. He was still here last night. Yet this morning he was gone. Had he taken them for a plague to escape? Chapter 21. Lu Chiyue's path leaves her no escape in the Dongjiang district. At Jingyuan community, a sharply dressed gentleman was guiding Lu Hong and Ouyang Pei through the various rooms of a 4-story villa. My surname is Su, and I am the property manager of this community. This estate is a prestigious development by the Foodie Group, and our property management company is a subsidiary of Foodie Group, ensuring the quality of service. Should any issues arise with the property, you may contact me directly. As Manager Su provided his introduction, he cautiously stole glances at Lu Hong, secretly speculating about the latter's identity. In the dead of night yesterday, just as he was preparing to sleep, he unexpectedly received a call from the president of the group, requesting him to immediately prepare the group's reserved villa for the arrival of a lady that morning. Naturally, he was curious about the identity of this woman who could command the attention of the company's top executive, and thus decided to personally extend his hospitality. To his astonishment, this remarkable lady, who could issue commands to his boss at such an hour, insisted on addressing the young man beside her as boss. Who exactly was this young man? Was he perhaps the illegitimate son of a tycoon? Lu Hong remained oblivious to her discreet observations. As all his attention was focused on the spacious villa, Ouyang Pei exhibited considerable finesse in her thoughts. She deliberately chose not to opt for a more luxurious high-end villa district, where the residents were predominantly local magnates and security was stringent. Such an environment would not only be unsuitable for running a company, but could also raise suspicions in Lu Hong. Instead, she proposed selecting a mid to high-end community that featured a mix of villas and multi-story apartments. The residents of such neighborhoods were typically well-off and well-educated middle-class individuals, who were unlikely to take an interest in their neighbors' affairs. Moreover, The villas in these communities prioritized practicality over opulence, aligning well with Lu Hong's business needs, while also being affordable for a startup. As she had anticipated, Lu Hong was thoroughly pleased with the villa. Before long, Xia Dan and Gu Yiming arrived as well. Lu Hong decided to gather everyone together and convene the inaugural meeting of Honghu Technology in the villa's garden. After a brief introduction of the company's current status, he began to outline his plans. The company's primary focus was on engineering software. The development of a new software was nearly complete, and the relevant patents had been secured, marking it as a mature product. Thus, the future emphasis would shift towards sales. Ouyang, would you be willing to assume the role of Vice General Manager, temporarily overseeing the company's operational management and engineering software business? Having collaborated previously, Lu Hong had complete trust in Ouyang Pei's capabilities. As the company's operations were not overly complex at this stage, he decided to grant her the opportunity to manage the entire enterprise for a time. If she indeed proved to be worthy of the general manager position, he would not hesitate to let her take on that role, while he focused on the research and development in which he excelled. Ouyang Pei smiled and accepted the offer. Lu Hong nodded in satisfaction. Regarding your compensation, I would like to reiterate it to everyone. In addition to the customary 5 sales commission, there will also be 10 stock options. I will contact a lawyer to draft the equity agreement. With that, he turned his attention to Xia Dan and Gu Yiming. Based on the differing needs of our clients, the software may require slight adjustments. Xia Dan, I will entrust this aspect to you. I will personally guide you through the process, and if we encounter a need for additional manpower, feel free to consider outsourcing. Regarding Gu Yiming, he will collaborate with me on the drone project for the upcoming period, with specific tasks assigned directly by me. Both of you will see your base salaries increased to 15,000, in addition to receiving 3% stock options from the company. Upon hearing this, Xia Dan joyfully clapped her hands, exclaiming, I never imagined I would have my day as a boss. Thank you, master. Gu Yiming, however, remained as impassive as ever, displaying no reaction to the salary or stock options. Lu Hong was indifferent as well. He simply stated, I've said all I need to say. Do you have anything to add? Ouyang Pei raised her hand, saying, Boss, I have a suggestion. Lu Hong nodded slightly, encouraging her to proceed. Ouyang Pei straightened her posture and earnestly articulated, concerning the company's expansion in engineering software, I believe there is a shortcut we could take. You must have the client list from Chuiwa Technology in this field, right? Allow me to visit them one by one, even if we don't recover all of them. Securing at least half should be feasible. The engineering software division of Chuiwa Technology generates a net profit of at least 30 million annually. And this is still considering that some less competent individuals have infiltrated under Lu Chuiwa's management. If we could reclaim half of Chuiwa Technology's clientele, Lu Hong was confident that the net profit could surpass 30 million. However, he swiftly abandoned this thought. Lu Chuiwa possessed a tenacious nature and would not easily concede. While seizing her clients may seem a shortcut, it would undoubtedly provoke retaliation and pose significant risks. Rather than proactively engaging, it would be wiser to remain observant. After all, Chuiwa Technology's software could not remain stagnant forever. That ticking time bomb would eventually detonate, and when the moment was right, he could gently nudge it along. Thus, with a little more patience, he could await the opportunity to gain clients and exceptional employees from Chuiwa Technology. Nevertheless, this plan bore a certain underhandedness that Lu Hong felt embarrassed to disclose in front of his partners and apprentice. Consequently, he merely shook his head, succinctly rejecting Ouyang Pei's proposal. I have just left Chuiwa Technology. It would not be proper to turn around and snatch away my former company's business. Let's focus on expanding through Boss Chu's connections without rushing. Ouyang Pei and Xia Dan exchanged a discreet glance, both recognizing the concern reflected in each other's eyes. Indeed, Master Lu Hong had not yet relinquished his feelings for Lu Chuiwa. After the brief meeting concluded, Lu Hong took Gu Yiming out to procure research equipment and components. Once they departed, Xia Dan immediately embraced Ouyang Pei, saying, Pei, didn't I tell you? Master still can't let go of that wicked woman. Ouyang Pei sighed. That's why I moved him here early this morning. But with such a small town as Chuchang, Lu Chuiwa has his contact information. She will inevitably reach out again. Upon hearing this, Xia Dan's expression darkened. We have finally taken charge of our own destiny. What if Master, in a moment of impulsiveness, runs back to Chuiwa Technology and grovels before her? I do not wish to face Lu Chuiwa's disdain again. Ouyang Pei, seeing that the groundwork had been laid, promptly unveiled her strategy. Actually, I have a solution. What solution? Shall we proceed with a bold initiative? Are you suggesting that we act without informing our master and directly seize the clients of Chua Technology? Xia Dan was taken aback and hesitantly remarked, "Isn't it rather inappropriate to conceal this from our master?" Ouyang Pei, exuding confidence, replied, "We are merely securing business for our company. Once we acquire the clients, what could your master possibly say? Do you not wish to see Lu Chua's path obstructed, leaving her with no options? Moreover, if we were to completely undermine her business, she would undoubtedly attribute the blame to your master, thus leading him to relinquish all hope." Xia Dan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Indeed, your reasoning is sound. What should I do?" Ouyang Pei gently embraced her and smiled. "Fear not. There is no need for you to undermine Lu Chua directly. Simply compile the list of clients utilizing Chua Technologies software for me, and you need not concern yourself with the rest." Relieved at the prospect of not needing to take direct action, Xia Dan replied, "All right, I shall organize the list immediately." Chapter 22. Ouyang Pei unleashes her full potential. Lu Chua strikes back in the following days. Lu Hong entered a state of complete seclusion, dedicating himself to the development of drones. Although the issues concerning specialized equipment remained unresolved, functionalities that did not require such devices, like the automated navigation system, could still be advanced. Engrossed in research to the point of neglecting his own needs, he entrusted all company matters to Ouyang Pei, only reviewing and signing contracts at the end. Miss Ouyang, having previously managed thousands of individuals, naturally excelled in overseeing this smaller company, executing her tasks with meticulous precision. Her performance greatly pleased Lu Hong, allowing him to relax into a hands-off management style, even entrusting her with the company's seal. From then on, Ouyang Pei was free to act decisively. Over the next half-month, leveraging her relationship with Boss Chu, she secured several new orders and discreetly re-established contact with former clients of Chua Technology. In the manufacturing circle of Chaojiang City, Boss Chu was already a prominent figure, and his every move attracted attention, even if he did not openly discuss it. The news of his change in partnerships quickly reached the ears of those who paid attention. Under Ouyang Pei's careful guidance, various rumors about Chua Technology began to proliferate, with numerous clients approaching to inquire about the subsequent service for their engineering software. Soon, Lu Chua found herself increasingly anxious. Although she had organized her team to analyze Lu Hong's older software, her nearly 100-strong technical team was at a loss when faced with software that had been in use for nearly 5 years. Ultimately, Lu Chua had no choice but to summon Yu Siwen for assistance, only to learn that it would take at least 3 months to complete a preliminary analysis and 6 months to develop the capability for ongoing maintenance and upgrades. Lu Chua could not afford to wait half a year. Client anxiety was mounting, and there was a constant threat of clients demanding software upgrades. Meanwhile, the legal team of Guanghua Group grew increasingly aggressive, commencing threats of litigation. Once Guanghua Group initiates litigation, the issues plaguing Chua Technology will be laid bare for all to see. At that moment, other clients will surge forth demanding compensation, and it is likely that Chua Technology will face immediate collapse. In a state of extreme anxiety, Lu Chua ultimately resolved to take decisive action before the risks materialized. Soon, all clients of Chua Technology received notifications. Due to technical malfunctions, Chua Technology would suspend the provision of software upgrade services for 6 months. This was a safeguard clause included in the original contract, allowing Chua Technology to proactively halt services, preventing clients from claiming compensation for such a pause. Interestingly, this clause was initially added to the contract at the suggestion of Lu Hong, who had highlighted the associated risks. After issuing the notification, Lu Chua and Dai Xiaojun momentarily breathed a sigh of relief. Although this decision might tarnish their reputation, at least the company had managed to survive for the time being. However, they were unaware that Ouyang Pei had been covertly watching them all along. Just after Chua Technology issued the service suspension notice, Ouyang Pei, who had already contacted Chua's long-standing clients, struck. Lu Chua was horrified to discover that within a mere week, half of her clients had sent her notices of termination, shifting their allegiance to a company named Honghu Technology. And the legal representative of that firm was none other than Lu Hong. It was only at this moment that Lu Chua finally regained her senses. Lu Hong had ventured into entrepreneurship after resigning. Was he stealing my clients? Infuriated, Lu Chua incessantly dialed Lu Hong's number, but he was in seclusion and refused to answer any calls. Meanwhile, Dai Xiaojun had also investigated the situation regarding Lu Hong's company. His software was newly developed and did not utilize any of Chuiwa Technology's patents. Even if the matter escalated to court, it would simply be a case of legitimate commercial competition, and there was nothing they could do about Lu Hong, Dai Xiaojun lamented. Lu Chuiwa, exasperated, slammed her hand on the table. I am well aware of that. The key issue is, what do we do now? At this rate, within a month, the remaining half of our clients will be taken by him as well. Dai Xiaojun hesitated for a moment and quietly remarked, according to my investigation, it was Ouyang Pei, Lu Hong's associate, who contacted those clients, not him directly. I believe, given Lu Hong's character, he would not engage in such actions. It is likely that it was that woman's idea. Lu Chuiwen nodded in agreement. It is probably that wild woman who instigated him to do this. He is easily swayed. Indeed, his susceptibility is also our opportunity. I have discovered that Lu Hong has moved to Jingyuan community. We should pay him another visit. You can plead with him. I refuse to go. Lu Chuiwe exploded at once. He ignores my calls, does not reply to my messages, and even fled the night after I showed up. What would I become if I go to find him again? Dai Xiaojun was also somewhat exasperated. Then what do you propose? Watch as Lu Hong takes all our clients. The engineering software supports a third of our profits. Moreover, one must not overlook that the core technology of intelligent machinery is firmly grasped by Lu Hong. The potential hazards of the new intelligent robotic arm remain unresolved. He could strike at any moment. Lu Chuiwei remained silent for an extended period, her gaze suddenly becoming sharp. You say Lu Hong resides in Jingyuan community? Dai Xiaojun nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Have you come to a realization? It is still not too late to pay him a visit. Lu Chuiwei shook her head. Visiting is an option, but not by me. I intend to spread the word that we plan to lay off a significant portion of the software department and inform them that it is Lu Hong who is stealing their livelihoods, urging them to apply pressure on him. Dai Xiaojun was taken aback. You must be insane. Lu Hong is merely engaging in normal business competition, with no illegal activities whatsoever. Your actions will not affect him in the slightest. Instead, it will irreparably sever ties with him. Lu Chuiwei chuckled. Xiaojun, have you heard this saying? When you hold a hammer, everything looks like a nail. You are a lawyer, hence you believe that every issue in this world can be resolved through legal means. But that is not the reality. In this society, sometimes, matters are settled based on who makes the most noise. Indeed, Lu Hong's actions are entirely legal. Yet they lack fairness. The software department, consisting of over 100 individuals, are his former subordinates. After leaving to start his own venture, he has struck a blow to the software department. Doesn't that seem rather glaring to the average person? Moreover, Lu Hong has directly encroached upon their interests, placing them at the risk of unemployment. They are merely ordinary individuals. Will they heed his legal arguments? Dai Xiaojun was rendered speechless, and after a while, she asked, what if Lu Hong does not respond? Lu Chuiwei smiled. He won't. On one hand, Lu Hong must conduct business and, naturally, must consider his reputation. On the other hand, he is a person of deep loyalty and will not disregard his former subordinates. Based on my understanding of him, should his old subordinates approach him, he is likely to return to negotiate with us. Dai Xiaojun pondered for a long time before gently sighing. Let us hope so. Chapter 23. Special Equipment. Even if it means selling everything to acquire it unbeknownst to him, Lu Hong was entirely absorbed in the development of a new type of drone. Utilizing his entrepreneurial points, he completed the automatic navigation system and most of the structural design work for the drone within a month. During this time, with the signing and fulfillment of multiple new contracts, the mainline tasks of his entrepreneurial system were continually accomplished, and astonishingly, his entrepreneurial points not only remained stable, but increased. Host, Lu Hong, System Level, 5, Experience Points, 01000. Entrepreneurial Points, 705. Skills, Research and Development Simulator. Research and Development Simulator consumes entrepreneurial points to simulate technical experiments. Each entrepreneurial point exchanges for 1 day of simulation time. Breakthrough Task. Develop a groundbreaking technological product and gain widespread recognition. Before the completion of the breakthrough task, mainline tasks will not refresh, and the system level cannot be further elevated. Reward. Based on the level of the new product, gain experience points and entrepreneurial points. Regarding the task of breaking through the barriers, Lu Hong paid it no heed whatsoever. The 705 entrepreneurial points could be exchanged for nearly 2 years of research and development time. which was sufficient for him at the moment. The most pressing task remained the development of the new drone. After a month of waiting, news finally arrived regarding the special equipment he urgently needed. Within the cyber forum, a user by the name of Robin Hood reached out to him. This individual had been communicating with Lu Hong on the forum for over 3 years and possessed commendable academic prowess. Concerning your requirements, I am aware that the Advanced Mechanical Laboratory at Caltech has a batch of old equipment slated for decommissioning. If you are willing to cover the associated costs and manage the transportation yourself, I can facilitate the connection. Lu Hong promptly verified the authenticity of this information. In his previous life, he had met this Robin Hood in person years later and was aware of his true identity. This individual, named Alexander Petrov, was a senior professor at the Mechanical Engineering Department of Caltech and the head of the Advanced Mechanical Laboratory, serving as the mentor to the renowned Dr. Banana from Chuya Technology. Alexander Petrov, of Russian descent, immigrated to the United States in the 1990s and, due to his exceptional abilities, ascended to the rank of senior professor. Unfortunately, his background led Caltech to harbor doubts about his trustworthiness, preventing him from advancing to the position of department chair. Disheartened, Alexander subsequently devoted all his energy to the Advanced Mechanical Laboratory. In his previous life, this Alexander frequently engaged in some gray market dealings, primarily smuggling out old equipment from the export control list. His character, while somewhat principled, allowed him to maintain a reputation for reliability despite his involvement in such activities. If he claimed to have equipment for sale, it was undoubtedly true. Although the equipment from the Advanced Mechanical Laboratory was old, it was more than adequate to meet Lu Hong's needs. Therefore, he immediately contacted him. Mr. Robin Hood, I would like to know the specifics of this equipment and your pricing. The response arrived swiftly, accompanied by a list of equipment and a quotation, 10 million Eagle dollars. Following this was an urgent message. Please respond promptly. If the full payment is not made within 15 days, the transaction will be canceled. Lu Hong fell into deep contemplation. He understood that the procurement price for this set of equipment was approximately 12 million Eagle dollars, and selling it for 10 million was indeed considered overpriced. However, given the export control issues, a price of 10 million was not unreasonable. Such an opportunity to acquire controlled equipment was rare and could not be missed, even if it meant sacrificing everything. Yet, at the current exchange rate, 10 million Eagle dollars equated to nearly 70 million Xia country currency. How could he possibly gather this sum within 15 days? Moreover, since the seller would not handle transportation, how could he transport the equipment back to Xia country? Pondering these dilemmas, Lu Hong decided to temporarily step outside and assess his resources for potential solutions. Just then, he heard a commotion outside the villa. Let Lu Hong come out. We demand to speak with him directly. We must see Lu Hong. Xia Dan, as colleagues, if you continue to obstruct us, do not blame us for turning hostile. Lu Hong, taken aback, strode out of the villa, only to find a crowd of over 20 individuals blocking the entrance. Confronting Ouyang Pei and Xia Dan from behind the iron gate, Xia Dan, merely a technician engaged in research and development, had never encountered such a scene and trembled in fear at the sight. Ouyang Pei, however, undeterred and brimming with audacity, stood defiantly at the forefront, fiercely declaring, "It is Lu Chuiwe who intends to dismiss you. Why do you not seek her out, but come to confront our general manager Lu instead? If you continue to act unreasonably, we shall call the authorities." Most of the crowd hesitated upon hearing this, yet soon another voice rose among them, stirring the masses. After all, General Lu is a former member of Chuyu Technology. How can it be justified to threaten our livelihoods? Brothers, this woman is the sales director of Honghu Technology. She is the one who has poached our clients. I always said General Lu was not of such character. It turns out there are petty individuals at play. Let's take her down. No sooner had the words left his lips than 2 rotten eggs flew in from somewhere, landing squarely on Ouyang Pei's head, covering her in a foul mess. Ouyang Pei, a pampered heiress, had never experienced such an affront, and she shrieked in terror, losing all semblance of her commanding presence. Yan Yan, witnessing her mistress under attack, rushed forward to retaliate. Just then, Lu Hong's thunderous voice rang out. "Cease at once." The crowd turned to the source of the voice and saw Lu Hong striding purposefully toward them. To those at Honghu Technology, Lu Hong was the legitimate authority. To the instigators, he was their former superior, still holding considerable sway. Both factions fell into a tacit silence, awaiting Lu Hong's pronouncement. Lu Hong first instructed Yan Yan to take Ouyang Pei inside to clean herself, then pulled Xia Dan aside to inquire about the situation. Naturally, Xia Dan dared not conceal anything from her mentor. Upon learning the details, Lu Hong was rendered speechless. The reason he had previously rejected Ouyang Pei's proposal to poach Lu Chiyue's clients was precisely due to the potential for chaos that had now unfolded. He understood Lu Chiyue. Though her vision was limited, she possessed a fair amount of cunning, often disregarding rules, capable of creating chaos without achieving anything substantial. Provoking her over trivial performance metrics could very well lead to disastrous consequences. Ouyang Pei, presuming her client-stealing actions were entirely legitimate, was, however, overly privileged. Her skills garnered from foreign business schools had never acquainted her with the grassroots realities of Xia country. In her eyes, business warfare was a realm of capital maneuvers, stock market fluctuations, and corporate espionage. At worst, it involved burning cash to seize market share and covertly undermining competitors. In truth, had she waited a few more years for the mobile internet to develop further, she would come to realize that business conflicts in Xia country were devoid of such sophistication. It was about dousing your rival's fortune tree with boiling water or gathering a group to storm an office and seize the company's seal, then securing it to one S-belt. The chairman personally infiltrated the factory, clandestinely capturing confidential information, only to be caught red-handed by security. Compared to such audacity, inciting employees to create unrest seems trivial. Even if one were to report such incidents to the police, they would merely offer a reprimand, leaving the offender free to continue their mischief. Lu Hong was unaware that Ouyang Pei's true intention was to irrevocably sabotage any possibility of reconciliation between him and Lu Chiyue. He mistakenly believed she had violated his decision purely out of a desire to expand the company's operations. His employees, with good intentions aimed at strengthening the company, had inadvertently committed a grave error, and as the owner, he had to shoulder the responsibility. Otherwise, who would be willing to dedicate themselves to the company in the future? Reflecting on this, Lu Hong glanced at his loyal subordinates outside the door. Lu Chiyue was a schemer. The best strategy against such individuals is to avoid provoking them. However, since the confrontation had already occurred, one must not shy away from the challenge. It was essential to strike hard enough to instill fear, deterring her from further provocations. At that moment, Manager Su from the Community Property Management, accompanied by a team of security personnel, arrived. Seeing that the situation was under control, Lu Hong devised a plan and instructed Xia Dan, "Open the door. Let everyone gather in the courtyard for a discussion." Xia Dan was taken aback. "Master? Open the door." In the courtyard of the villa, over 20 employees from Chiyue Technology sat on one side, while Yin Yin accompanied Ouyang Pei and Xia Dan on the other. Following Lu Hong's command, Manager Su positioned a dozen security guards at various corners of the courtyard, monitoring the unfolding situation. Their presence immediately subdued the employees' bravado. Lu Hong first instructed Gu Yiming to distribute bottles of mineral water to everyone, and once the atmosphere calmed, he abruptly spoke. "Who was the one that threw something earlier?" At this, the employees' gazes swiftly focused on two individuals. Lu Hong rose and slowly approached them, stating, "I know all 112 employees from the software department. I have not seen you two before. Are you newcomers?" The two hastily nodded. Yes, we are new." Lu Hong's eyes narrowed. "Everyone present here are my loyal subordinates. It is only natural for them to seek an explanation from me. Who do you think you are to come and demand an explanation? And to dare lay hands on someone? Manager Su, kindly take these two to the security office and have the authorities come to handle this matter legally." Manager Su complied, and 4 burly security guards promptly advanced, swiftly escorting the two away as if they were mere chicks. This decisive action sent shockwaves through the crowd. It was evident that after a mere 3 days, the transformation in Lu Hong's demeanor as a boss was starkly different from before. Noticing the silence that enveloped the gathering, Lu Hong quickly donned a warm smile, greeting each person in turn. "Old Huang, how has your second daughter been lately?" "Haha, daughters are indeed like little cotton-padded jackets. I can't wait to see you in tears when she gets married in 20 years. Baozi, has the wedding been concluded?" "Good, though you seem a bit worn out." "Moderation is key, young man." "Ah, little L has also arrived. How has your mastery of technology progressed?" Lu Hong's esteemed reputation among these technical personnel was already formidable, and after his rebirth, he brought forth the communication skills he had acquired in the final year of his previous life. With just a few words, he bridged the gap between everyone, instantly fostering a harmonious atmosphere. This display left Ouyang Pei, who was observing from the side, utterly astonished. As she recalled Xia Dan's assertion that Lu Hong was solely focused on research and seldom engaged in conversation. Wasn't this leadership technique quite impressive? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Old Huang was the first to step forward, speaking earnestly. Mr. Lu, I have been one of your loyal subordinates for quite some time. I have followed you since the inception of your venture with Mr. Lu, and it is not my intention to trouble you. However, given the discord between you and Mr. Lu, there is no need to target us, your loyal staff. We all have families to support. The crowd echoed in agreement. Yes, Mr. Lu, when you departed, we stood by your side. Your technical prowess is undeniable. There is no need to focus on our clients. We beseech you, grant us, your old company and loyal subordinates, a path to survival. Have you been misled by that woman? We trust you would not stoop to such actions. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong cast a sidelong glance at Ouyang Pei, a smirk playing on his lips. Ouyang Pei interpreted it as a reprimand for her insubordination, feeling a pang of grievance in her heart, thinking, I did this for your own good. Yet, it was she who had stirred the pot, and thus she prepared to accept responsibility. Just then, however, Lu Hong spoke up. You need not blame Director Ouyang for this matter. She was merely executing my directives. At this pronouncement, everyone was taken aback. Ouyang Pei was particularly astonished, for she knew full well that Lu Hong had explicitly opposed the idea of snatching clients from Lu Chuiwei. While the crowd was still digesting the revelation, Lu Hong slowly rose and walked among his old subordinates. You have all seen the new software I developed, have you not? Please, share your thoughts. How does it compare to the old software? The group exchanged glances, rendered speechless. The new software was undeniably superior to the old, and as technical professionals, they could not deny this fundamental truth. Lu Hong strolled past them, speaking in a calm tone. We are all technical personnel here, aware that when new technology emerges, clinging stubbornly to outdated practices will lead to one inevitable conclusion: being submerged by the tide of technological revolution, the only variable being the timing. Do you expect miracles to occur simply because you are aboard the old vessel? I never realized you harbored beliefs beyond mere materialism. The group chuckled awkwardly at his words. Lu Hong shared a light laugh as well. The new technology has arrived. Those still clinging to the old ways, what should you do? I trust you know without my prompting. You are my loyal subordinates, individuals I hold in high regard. If you wish to join me on this new venture, I wholeheartedly welcome you. And of course, I will also consider any colleagues from the software department who wish to come aboard. However, as you are all aware, I am also embarking on my entrepreneurial journey, and I cannot bear the entire software department flocking to indulge in luxury. There are 50 positions available. Those interested may register with Xia Dan. Let me make it clear. Here, we do not consider credentials, only capabilities. Those who possess the ability to shoulder significant responsibilities shall enjoy ample rewards and equity. Conversely, those who wish to merely coast along should depart without delay. You are all aware of my capabilities. No one has yet been born who can deceive me. Therefore, if you wish to join, you must possess genuine skills. After my remarks, the crowd instantly became animated. Old Huang was the first to step forward, saying, General Manager Lu, I may be a bit older. Would you still consider me? Lu Hong laughed heartily, responding, What nonsense. I am well aware of your capabilities, Old Huang. Xia Dan, Gu Yiming is merely younger than you. Otherwise, if I were to launch my venture, you would be the first I would recruit. If you are willing to join, I will increase your salary by 50% and make you the team leader. Old Huang's eyes brightened. General Manager Lu, you truly mean that? I will return tomorrow to submit my resignation. Lu Hong playfully chided. When have I ever gone back on my word? The sooner you come, the better. Director Ouyang has been overwhelmed with orders recently, causing Xia Dan to lose her hair in distress. We are eagerly awaiting your assistance. The atmosphere in the room immediately grew lively, and the looks the crowd cast towards Ouyang Pei shifted from hostility to camaraderie. After all, it is only fitting to honor a sales director capable of securing orders for their own company. Lu Hong aptly quelled the commotion, declaring, All right, those wishing to register, please do so with Xia Dan, and afterward, we shall enjoy a meal together. He then instructed Xia Dan, please coordinate with Yiming and Yin Jie to gather everyone and find a hotel for dinner. I will join you shortly. Once everyone had departed, he slowly approached Ouyang Pei, who was now avoiding his gaze, her spirit diminished. Feel free to scold me, she thought. Lu Hong gently tapped her forehead, saying, Why would I scold you? Who among us has never made a mistake? Enough of that. Follow me. I need to discuss something with you. Ouyang Pei paused, surprised. But I have caused you trouble. And I defied your orders. Why would you shield me? Lu Hong gave her a quizzical look. Isn't that obvious? I am the boss, and so are you. As a leader, one must embody the essence of leadership. If issues arise, must we always let our subordinates bear the burden? What need is there for a boss then? To be worshipped like a deity? Ouyang Pei couldn't help but chuckle, feeling somewhat bashful, and asked, what do you wish to discuss? As our company's chief steward, I would like to inquire about the current balance in our accounts. A moment later, a list was presented before Lu Hong. Gazing at the string of zeros on the document, Lu Hong was rendered momentarily speechless. In just a month, we have amassed over 40 million in revenue? Ouyang Pei nodded proudly. The actual revenue is 40 million, with an additional unfulfilled contract amounting to approximately 18 million. Additionally, there exists a potential for collaboration, with preliminary estimates suggesting a contract value of approximately 40 to 50 million. Furthermore, I have yet to expand into external markets. Should I venture into major cities such as Shidu, Modu, and Huaqing, the returns could surpass those from Chujiang. Goodness, to have secured so many contracts in just 1 month? This Ouyang Pei possesses remarkable capabilities. Lu Hong regarded Ouyang Pei with admiration akin to that reserved for a deity of wealth, indicating that previous strategies might have been overly cautious. With such a plethora of business opportunities, relying solely on Xia Dan would be insufficient, and outsourcing would be untrustworthy. It seems that bringing in those seasoned veterans is indeed timely. Ouyang Pei was instantly invigorated. Given the circumstances, why not recruit the entire software department from Chua Technology? Lu Hong shook his head slightly, aware that every department harbors its share of underperformers, and once entrenched within a system, it becomes exceedingly difficult to eradicate them. Chua's software division was no exception. When I was in charge, I had intended to restructure the team. However, the cost of dismissing employees was substantial, and Lu Chue did not support my initiative. Now that such a splendid opportunity has arisen, I must ensure a thorough vetting process. Noticing Lu Hong's remarkably calm demeanor when mentioning Lu Chue, Ouyang Pei could not help but discreetly observe his expression. These individuals were undoubtedly instigated by Lu Chue. Engaging in such tactics with her may invite her to retaliate. As for Lu Chue, Lu Hong had long since dismissed any lingering feelings. Upon his departure, he had intended to recruit some individuals from Chua Technology to form his own team, yet time had not permitted him to act on this. Now, with Lu Chue approaching him with underhanded tactics, he found no qualm in turning the tables, seizing the opportunity to deplete her software division and impart a profound lesson. After suffering such a significant loss, Lu Chue would likely refrain from provoking Honghu Technology in the future. The sole concern was that if this woman were to disregard her dignity and confront him again, it would be somewhat challenging for a man of his stature to handle, potentially leading to accusations of bullying a woman. The thought of this predicament caused him considerable vexation, prompting him to glare at Ouyang Pei, exclaiming, "Isn't this all you're doing? I am compelled to act. If she comes knocking again, you shall bear the consequences." Observing Lu Hong's lack of support for Lu Chue, Ouyang Pei felt a surge of delight, though she feigned an air of pride, asserting, "Of course, I will shoulder the repercussions of my actions. You need not concern yourself." With Ouyang Pei willing to step forward, Lu Hong felt a sense of relief. He then redirected the conversation toward the acquisition of equipment. After a thorough discussion, Lu Hong concluded, "This is a rare opportunity. Is there any way we can raise 10 million Eagle Yuan within 15 days? Ouyang Pei pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "If I exert myself to secure those contracts, I could use them as collateral for a bank loan, combined with the funds in the company account, which should suffice. However, this would likely strain our liquidity, especially since you have just hired so many new employees." Lu Hong considered this and remarked, "Indeed, that poses a risk of jeopardizing the company's financial stability. If I were to use the 7 patents from the new software as collateral, could I possibly secure 3 to 5 million? Ouyang Pei's gaze flickered slightly. "Boss, are we truly going to proceed with this? It is indeed a gamble." Lu Hong's eyes shone with determination as he confidently replied, "One must venture into the tiger's den to seize the tiger cub. Such specialized equipment, subject to export controls, is a rare opportunity not to be missed. Rest assured, once we acquire the equipment, I can recoup tenfold or even 100-fold the mere 10 million Eagle Yuan." The aura of unwavering confidence emanating from him briefly illuminated Ouyang Pei's eyes with a hint of intrigue. though it soon dissipated as she lowered her head and said, "Very well, I shall attempt to make contact." After a moment's contemplation, Lu Hong inquired, "Do you have any thoughts on transportation channels? What is the size of the equipment?" "It's not particularly large. It can fit within a single shipping container." Ouyang Pei pondered for a moment before lowering her voice. "I recall hearing Boss Chu mention similar channels along the coast. Should I investigate?" Lu Hong, trusting her instincts, nodded. "Excellent. Then these two matters will be entrusted to you." The following morning, Lu Chuiyue entered the office with a refreshing spirit. She intended to assess the efficacy of her strategy when she noticed Secretary Xiao Jiang entering with a large stack of documents. "So many documents this early? What are they?" Lu Chuiyue frowned. Xiao Jiang cautiously glanced at her. "These are the resignation letters from the software department employees." Lu Chuiyue was momentarily rendered speechless, finally managing to utter, "All of them?" "Indeed, there are a total of 20. Grinding her teeth, Lu Chuiyue accepted the papers and began to peruse them, quickly discovering that the employees submitting their resignations were all those who had confronted Lu Hong the previous day. She was taken aback for a moment before pulling out her phone to make a call. Before long, two young individuals arrived at her office. They were the very faces Lu Hong had cast out the day before. "What transpired yesterday? Why have all those who sought out Lu Hong resigned today? I instructed you to follow the team. Why did you not report back to me last night?" Lu Chuiyue launched into a tirade. The two exchanged rueful smiles and began to explain. "Boss, we were unaware of what transpired. As soon as we arrived yesterday, the security detained us. Indeed, we were even taken to the police station and held for most of the night. By the time we were released, it was already late. However, upon arriving at the office this morning, we heard from Old Huang and his crew that Lu Hong is recruiting." Lu Chuiyue's anger escalated with each word, and she could not help but slam her hand on the desk. Struggling to contain her fury, she instructed the two young men, "Return and continue gathering intelligence for me. Inform me of anyone who has privately interviewed with Lu Hong." The two readily agreed. Once they departed, Lu Chuiyue's anger only intensified. "Lu Hong, not only have you usurped my business, but you also dare to poach my employees. 20 at once. How could you once pledge your loyalty to me and now act so ruthlessly?" In a fit of exasperation, she finally succumbed to her emotions and pulled out her phone once more, dialing Lu Hong's number. However, after several attempts, the same message echoed from the phone, informing her that the call could not be connected. At that moment, Lu Chuiyue suddenly realized. Could it be that Lu Hong had blocked her? After a brief silence, her office erupted with her furious scream. "Lu Hong, how dare you block me?" Just then, Secretary Xiao Jiang knocked and entered. "What is it now?" Lu Chuiyue asked irritably. Xiao Jiang silently placed a stack of documents before her, saying, "Boss, we have received resignation letters from the software department, a total of 14. Lu Chuiyue could no longer contain her anger and grabbed a teacup from her desk, smashing it at Xiao Jiang's feet. "Fine. They all want to leave, do they? Then let them all get out. Good riddance." The shards of the teacup scattered, cutting Xiao Jiang's leg and causing blood to flow, leaving her in tears from the pain. Nevertheless, Lu Chuiyue showed no sign of remorse, instead harshly ordering, "Get out." Xiao Jiang could only limp away. Approaching noon, Xiao Jiang returned with another stack of documents. Upon seeing it, Lu Chuiyue was infuriated once more. "Another round of resignations? How many this time?" 11 from the software department, Xiao Jiang replied coldly, then produced one more document, placing it atop the stack. "And this one is mine. That makes 12. Goodbye, General Manager Lu." Lu Chuiyue stared blankly as Xiao Jiang departed. Before unleashing a furious shout, "You little wretched secretary, do you think you count as one of them?" Chapter 26. The Troubled Robin Hood 2 days later. In the bustling metropolis, a special guest arrived at the headquarters of Ziyuan Bank, owned by Ouyang Ziyuan, the richest man in the Summer Nation. President Ma of Ziyuan Bank personally awaited her arrival along with several executives. Soon, an ordinary ride-hailing car halted before them, and a young woman dressed modestly emerged from the back seat. President Ma hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. "Second miss, welcome to Ziyuan Bank." Ouyang Pei smiled sweetly. "Uncle Ma, I hope to trouble you once again." President Ma quickly responded with a smile. "Not at all. Second miss, please follow me." The executives exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. "Is this really the second miss of our group? The president's granddaughter? It must be, otherwise President Ma wouldn't be so courteous. I heard there are only 2 granddaughters. I've met the elder one. Her presence is truly intimidating. But this second miss appears quite ordinary. You know nothing. The second miss is a genuine prodigy. She obtained dual master's degrees in mathematics and management from Harvard University at just 21. After returning, she took over the group's freight company and turned it profitable within a year. Of course, I've heard of her. I merely remarked that she seems very approachable. By the way, I heard she had a conflict with the president and resigned from the freight company. Even if she had a falling out, she is still the second miss. Are these matters for us to speculate? Indeed, we shall follow and obey. In the adjoining room, Manager Ma led Ouyang Pei into the VIP reception area. Upon entering, a middle-aged man dressed in a tailored suit stood up immediately upon seeing Ouyang Pei, approaching her with evident excitement. Ouyang, it has been quite some time. Ouyang Pei smiled. Ah, Chun, now you are the general manager of Zhiyuan Freight. Manager Chen quickly bowed his head. There is but one general manager at Zhiyuan Freight, and that is you. When will you return? The company has been in a state of unrest in your absence. Ouyang Pei shot him a glance. Exaggeration. The company is already on the right track. Whether I am here or not, it makes no difference. There is no need for panic. Focus on your duties and refrain from unnecessary worries. With that, she walked directly to the main seat and sat down, addressing Manager Ma. Uncle Ma, I am here to discuss a mortgage loan. Manager Ma promptly replied, of course. If the second young lady requests, I shall do my utmost. How much do you wish to borrow? 10 million. Is that all? Eagle Yuan. Is there a difference? Just your reputation alone is worth far more than that. Do you really need collateral? Uncle Ma, please do not flatter me. This is a business matter, and we shall proceed accordingly. I do not wish to give anyone the opportunity to claim I am misusing family funds for personal endeavors. I am approaching you because this is urgent. I need the funds by tomorrow at the latest, or I could simply go to any commercial bank. Rest assured, I will handle it immediately. Ouyang Pei nodded in satisfaction and turned to Manager Chun. Old Chun, I have something for you as well. Please arrange for a black box at Los Angeles Port in the United States. I have use for it. The expenses will be according to the standard rates. Manager Chun chuckled awkwardly. For such a small matter, you could simply make a phone call. Was it necessary to come in person? Ouyang Pei smiled gently. What? Is it not acceptable for me to miss my old subordinate? All right, these are the two matters. I shall not disturb you further. I need to return to work. The next day, in the United States, at the California Institute of Technology, Alexander Petrov hurriedly strode across the campus, a stack of documents in his arms, preparing to enter the advanced mechanical laboratory when he was intercepted by an Asian man. Alexander eyed him warily. Who are you? The man smiled and extended his hand. Greetings. Mr. Robin Hood. I am Shi Chu Yin, Quebec. Alexander's expression shifted dramatically. How do you know? The man interrupted. Would you not invite me to tour your laboratory? Alexander hesitated for a moment, forcing a smile. Please, follow me. The two entered the laboratory, making their way to Alexander's office. Alexander quickly approached his desk, pressing a button, and let out a long sigh of relief, nodding towards the man. Now we can speak freely. The man was, of course, Lu Hong. He glanced at the device on the desk, his expression revealing keen interest. A signal jammer? Are you afraid I am an agent? Or perhaps, who knows? Alexander appeared noticeably more relaxed as he retrieved a bottle of vodka from the shelf and took a generous swig. Lu Hong raised an eyebrow, wondering if they were under surveillance. He was aware that, in his previous life, Alexander had been arrested by the government of the White Eagle Nation years later on charges of leaking technological secrets, disappearing without a trace. He had not anticipated that Alexander was already being monitored by the espionage department. In fact, they tended to scrutinize any scientist they deemed untrustworthy. With a sardonic expression, Alexander remarked, if you had researched my background, you would know that I am of Russian descent, having arrived in the White Eagle Nation during the unique circumstances of the 1990s. Quite the peculiar heritage, wouldn't you agree? Yet, they still appointed you as a senior professor and head of a large laboratory. Compared to my contributions, that is the treatment I rightly deserve. I have been a senior professor and laboratory director for over a decade, and I still am. Ironically, the funding I receive has only dwindled. In such circumstances, are you not concerned about trafficking in contraband? Do you not fear attracting trouble? I need the money, rest assured. I only trade with like-minded individuals on the forums. As long as I remain discreet, I won't draw attention. Alexander shrugged. Now, let us cease this idle chatter and verify your identity. Lu Hong smiled and logged into the cyber forum on his computer, displaying his account before Alexander. May I now inspect the goods? Of course, no problem. Soon. Under Alexander's guidance, The two ventured deep into the laboratory, where Lu Hong found the equipment he required. It was a complete set of specialized devices, containing dozens of technologies that the Xia nation had yet to conquer. In his previous life, it took the Xia nation 8 years to produce equipment with similar capabilities. Lu Hong exhaled deeply, skillfully powering on the devices, operating them, and even writing a simple program for a trial run, confirming that the equipment was intact. Alexander, watching from the side, lightly applauded, "I did not expect you to operate such equipment with such proficiency. Have you used it before?" Lu Hong smiled, but did not respond. Of course, he had used it, but that was in his past life. "What project do you intend to develop with my precious equipment? Can you divulge that information?" Alexander pressed. Lu Hong had no intention of concealing his plans and promptly replied, "Drones. Drones require this equipment?" Alexander asked, astonished. "Not directly, but the development of intelligent control programs necessitates it," Lu Hong muttered to himself. However, he did not wish to delve deeply into the topic and casually added, "You will find out soon enough. According to our agreement, you need to transport this to the Los Angeles port. How do you intend to bypass customs?" A sly smile appeared on Alexander's face as he rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. "I do not need to deceive them. I merely need to satiate their appetites, provided that you bring sufficient funds." Understanding dawned on Lu Hong, and his demeanor relaxed completely. "Of course, I have indeed brought sufficient funds." Chapter 27. The Equipment in Hand. An invitation from the mysterious East. In the early hours of the following day, a large truck rolled into the Los Angeles port. As soon as they entered the port, two men clad in customs uniforms obstructed the path of the truck. Alexander leaped from the vehicle, warmly embraced the two men, and discreetly slipped a thick envelope into one of their pockets. Shortly thereafter, the iron gate swung open, allowing the truck to pass smoothly and enter the dock. The workers, who had been eagerly awaiting their arrival, immediately sprang into action, loading containers onto a large cargo ship, which then swiftly departed from the port. The entire operation proceeded with remarkable fluidity, devoid of any hindrance. Watching the cargo ship gradually sail out of the harbor, Alexander let out a long sigh of relief and handed a silver flask to his companion, Lu Hong, exclaiming, "Cheers to the successful completion of our transaction." Lu Hong accepted the flask without hesitation, took a sip, and responded, "Cheers. I appreciate your equipment, Alex." Throughout the day, the two men, who were already friends on the cyber forum, gradually lowered their guard, rekindling the intimacy they had shared in the virtual realm. They soon discovered that each possessed expertise in their respective fields that surpassed their initial expectations. Lu Hong, a prodigy in research, brought with him insights that spanned the next decade, leaving the 50-something Alexander feeling somewhat overshadowed at the tender age of 26. Conversely, Alexander's level of knowledge and experience surprised Lu Hong. The middle-aged man was in the prime of his research career, with skills and capabilities that rivaled any prominent figure Lu Hong had encountered. Contemplating the misfortunes that awaited Alexander in the years to come, Lu Hong couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Throughout the previous day, he had noticed that Alexander exhibited an unusual level of tension and stiffness while navigating various business dealings, as though it were his first time engaging in such activities. Thus, he unexpectedly inquired, "Alex, is this your first time smuggling?" Caught off guard, Alexander, who had just begun to relax, inadvertently revealed his inexperience and quickly fell silent. Lu Hong, realizing the truth, believed that it was precisely this pattern of smuggling regulated equipment that had drawn the attention of the spies from the White Eagle Nation, ultimately leading to Alexander's imprisonment years later. For this esteemed colleague in research, Lu Hong wished to prevent him from repeating the tragic fate of his past. With sincerity etched upon his face, he looked at Alexander and said, "Alex, I believe you are an upright person, and even when faced with unfair treatment, you would not willingly violate the law. Would you be willing to share why you are taking such risks? You see, I possess certain abilities that might be of assistance to you." Alexander managed a forced smile, acknowledging, "To have found a globally ranked top 5 company like Ziyuan Freight to assist in smuggling, you certainly possess remarkable skills." Lu Hong chuckled nonchalantly. He had indeed harbored doubts regarding Ouyang Pei's swift ability to secure a vessel willing to transport illicit goods. But the lucrative fee of 1 million Xia yuan dispelled his skepticism. Money could indeed make a devil do anything. Transporting a container for 1 million was hardly comparable to dealing with high-risk items such as arms, and he would be willing to undertake such a task as well. He smiled faintly, mimicking Alexander's manner, and rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. I have given enough. Alexander burst into hearty laughter, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Indeed, this wretched world operates on a simple principle. Wealth grants the power to act freely, while poverty renders one powerless, unable even to save their dearest. You can trust me. Alex, tell me what has transpired, Lu Hong said earnestly. After a brief hesitation, Alexander nodded. It concerns my daughter, Yelena. She is my only family. Recently, she was involved in a car accident, and the hospital demands that I gather the surgical fees within 15 days, otherwise. Lu Hong immediately grasped the situation. No wonder Alexander urgently insisted on payment within that time frame. What surgery requires such an exorbitant sum of 10 million eagle dollars? Lu Hong inquired further. Alexander's face contorted with anger as he spat vehemently. The surgical cost is 1.5 million eagle dollars. I can muster 500,000, leaving a deficit of 1 million, which is also my potential profit from this deal. The equipment I am selling you has a reported depreciation value of 1 million eagle dollars. From the 9 million profit, 1 million must be allocated to grease the palms of the police and customs, and 7 million will go to the higher-ups at the university. These damn parasites. I have shouldered all the risks and done all the work, yet I am left with only 1 million. But I have no other choice. To save Yelena, I must proceed. Lu Hong fell silent for a moment before asking, how is Yelena's condition? Is the money sufficient? If you require assistance. Alexander interrupted him. Speaking sincerely, thank you, Lu, but that will not be necessary. I do not wish for our relationship to devolve into that of a benefactor and a dependent. The funds for Yelena's surgery have been secured. I will find other means for her subsequent rehabilitation. Lu Hong sighed inwardly. At last, he comprehended why a respectable university professor like Alexander had ended up imprisoned for smuggling. Clearly, the costs of his daughter's rehabilitation had overwhelmed him. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Hong suggested, if Yelena's surgery goes well, I believe you should consider bringing her to Xiagua for rehabilitation. You know, the medical standards in Xiagua are on par with those of the White Eagle, and the expenses are significantly lower. Alexander shook his head slightly. Thank you for your kindness. But Yelena lost her right arm in the accident. I hope she can have a high-tech bionic prosthesis that is currently being developed in Silicon Valley. It would restore most of her functional abilities. Yelena is a wonderful child. She has just obtained her PhD in computer science from MIT, and she deserves a bright future. It was no wonder that the high-tech bionic prosthetics in the White Eagle were extraordinarily expensive, far beyond the means of a university professor. This was precisely what had ensnared Alexander deeper into trouble, ultimately leading to his imprisonment. Lu Hong sighed silently. However, at this juncture, he found it difficult to dissuade a father who cherished his daughter so deeply and could only suggest, regardless of the circumstances, once matters here are resolved, I hope you will consider visiting the land of summer, not only to witness the advancements in our rehabilitation medical standards, but also to experience the products I have developed using this equipment. I assure you, they will undoubtedly astonish you. Please regard this as an invitation from the enigmatic East. Alexander chuckled softly, opening his arms for a hearty embrace. I promise you, Lu. Given the right opportunity, I will certainly visit the land of summer to see the achievements you have made. Chapter 28. The heir of the Dihao Group. A few weeks later, in the evening, at the Dihao Grand Hotel in Chujin City, Lu Chuiyue entered the restaurant's upscale section, her face etched with fatigue. The recent retaliatory maneuvers of Lu Hong had left her utterly overwhelmed. According to covert investigations by her subordinates, nearly all personnel from the software department of Chuiyue Technology had interviewed at Lu Hong's company, yet fewer than half were accepted. Without exception, these employees swiftly resigned, turning to Lu Hong's firm. Such a mass exodus of core technical staff could prove fatal for any enterprise. To add insult to injury, Lu Hong's vice president, a woman named Ouyang Pei, had the audacity to select a new office for Honghu Technology less than 2 kilometers from Chuiyue Technology's premises in the Dongjiang Gaoxin Longshan Park. This blatant act of provocation nearly drove Lu Chuiyue to the brink of despair. Presently, the software department of Chuiyue Technology was in disarray, with other departments equally on edge. The atmosphere throughout the company heavy with impending closure. This left Lu Chuiyue filled with loathing for Lu Hong's ruthless betrayal, while simultaneously regretting her earlier decisions. If only she had known not to resort to threats of termination. Frustrated, Lu Chuiyue entered a private room, where she immediately spotted her father, Lu Guangxing, seated on a velvet sofa. She quickly composed her expression, feigning a playful pout as she complained, "Dad, why did you suddenly summon me here? You know I've been incredibly busy lately." Lu Guangxing, the third in line of the Lu family from Chujian, was a businessman of modest abilities, often overlooked within the family. However, as his daughter began to make her mark in the Chujian business world, his standing within the family had risen considerably. Seeing his beloved only daughter arrive, he beamed with paternal affection, rising to pull Lu Chuyue onto the sofa. "Come, Chuyue, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Liang Fengge." Upon entering, Lu Chuyue had noticed the young man seated on the sofa. He appeared to be in his 30s, possessing striking features and a bold demeanor. His gaze towards Lu Chuyue imbued with an air of condescending admiration. This look irked Lu Chuyue, who was accustomed to being revered. She was slightly older than Lu Hong, having reached the age of 27, and had faced relentless pressure from her parents to marry, even enduring several matchmaking attempts. Consequently, she regarded him merely as another suitor arranged by her father, instantly cooling her demeanor and unwilling to offer any greeting. Lu Guangxing, perceiving his daughter's customary temper flaring, quickly whispered, "Chuyue, Mr. Liang is the heir of the Dihao Group, the sole progeny of the esteemed Liang Hongtao." Upon hearing this, Lu Chuyue's entire being jolted. Liang Hongtao? He is the billionaire ranked second on the wealth list of Xia country. The Dihao Group, under his auspices, spans numerous sectors including real estate, engineering, finance, entertainment, and manufacturing, rendering it one of the titans of the economic landscape in Xia country. How could someone of such stature be acquainted with her father? It is well known that while the Lu family wields considerable influence in Chaojiang, they are hardly at the pinnacle, falling several tiers below the Liang family. Understanding his daughter well, Lu Guangxing immediately leaned in to whisper, "Recently, the Dihao Group has been collaborating with your uncle, and he inadvertently mentioned you." To our surprise, young Master Liang expressed great interest and insisted on meeting you. Seize this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuyue suddenly grasped the situation. The Lu family, headed by her uncle Lu Guangchang, primarily engages in the construction materials industry, which aligns with the Dihao Group's real estate endeavors, making their collaboration unsurprising. With this realization, Lu Chuyue's spirits soared, momentarily casting aside the company's troubles. The son of Liang Hongtao represented a marriage opportunity that could elevate her status beyond her current class. Her father had finally made a sound decision. This opportunity must be seized. As these thoughts whirled through her mind, a radiant smile adorned her face as she extended her hand, saying, "Mr. Liang, it is a pleasure to meet you." Liang Fengge maintained his aloof demeanor, lightly touching her hand before withdrawing it. "Mr. Lu, Miss Lu, let us take a seat and discuss matters over a meal. We can also savor the culinary delights prepared by my family's chef." Lu Chuyue immediately recognized that this prestigious five-star hotel in Chaojiang was indeed a property of the Liang family. Truly, they are super-rich magnates with enterprises spanning the nation. She felt a twinge of envy as she hurriedly seated herself beside Liang Fengge. Lu Guangxing took his place on the opposite side, smiling as he remarked, "Chuyue, during Mr. Liang's visit to Chaojiang, be sure to extend your hospitality and show him around." Lu Chuyue quickly adopted a demure and obedient demeanor, responding, "Yes, father. I shall certainly comply with your wishes." Liang Fengge cast a mild glance in her direction. "That is not necessary. I am no stranger to Chaojiang. My purpose here is primarily to learn about the remarkable achievements of the enterprise founded by Miss Lu, which has garnered notable acclaim in both Chaojiang and across Xia country's technological sector." Upon hearing that Liang Fengge was seeking her out for business reasons, Lu Chuyue felt a flicker of disappointment, yet she maintained her smile and humbly replied, "You flatter me, Mr. Liang." Unexpectedly, Liang Fengge shifted the conversation. "However, I have heard that Chuyue technology has recently encountered significant difficulties. Is there any truth to this?" Even though Lu Chuyue harbored a desire to please Liang Fengge, she nearly failed to mask her expression upon hearing his words, her smile faltering and her tone growing noticeably frigid. Liang, well-informed as he was, seemed to be under the impression that Chuyue technology was facing significant challenges, though in reality, they were merely encountering minor difficulties that could soon be resolved. Liang Fengge offered a faint smile, clarifying, "Do not misconstrue my words, Miss Lu. It is rather serendipitous. Had your uncle not mentioned this minor predicament, I might not have taken notice of your company. Personally, I am confident that your esteemed organization will swiftly overcome these hurdles." for I believe Miss Lu possesses commendable strategic insight." Astonished, Lu Chua pondered what Liang meant. Liang Fengge took a sip from his glass of red wine before continuing leisurely. "The market for engineering software is rather limited and excessively competitive, soon to reach saturation. Delving deeper into this field may yield diminishing returns. I have noted that." A year ago, Miss Lu began allocating substantial resources toward the development of civilian drones, a masterstroke, indeed. "I am also of the opinion that the future civilian drone market will unveil vast opportunities." Lu Chua's expression stiffened at his words. Indeed, Chua Technology had embarked on the development of civilian drones a year prior, but that was not her initiative. It was a strategy proposed by Lu Hong. In fact, during private meetings, she had vehemently opposed the allocation of significant resources to such an unfamiliar domain, even expressing her frustration at Lu Hong. Ultimately, it was Lu Hong's earnest persuasion that convinced her and Dai Xiaojun to establish the drone development department within the RD division. Given that the drone project had consumed considerable resources over the past year without yielding substantial results, Lu Chua had clashed with Lu Hong, even contemplating ways to leverage her position against him. To her astonishment, Liang Fengge, the heir of a prominent fortune, regarded Lu Hong's strategy as a brilliant move. Was Lu Hong indeed correct? Lu Chua's mind swirled in confusion, leaving her momentarily speechless. Liang Fengge, unfazed, continued his discourse, suggesting that even if Chua Technology were to abandon its engineering software business entirely, successfully developing the next generation of civilian drones could propel the company to unprecedented heights, possibly transforming it into a unicorn. "By the way, I have heard your company intends to participate in this year's national technology competition held in the Magic City, with the entry being the new civilian drone." Lu Chua snapped back to reality, recalling that Yuan had briefed her on this matter. At that time, she had been preoccupied with the issues surrounding the engineering software business and had not paid close attention to the report, only vaguely remembering its mention. She quickly nodded, "Yes, that is indeed the case." Liang Fengge smiled slightly. "Might I have the privilege of visiting your company's drone development department? How does tomorrow sound?" Chapter 29. Is Lu Chua poised for a resurgence? The following day, at Chua Technology, in the spacious drone testing facility, Lu Chua accompanied Liang Fengge as they observed a demonstration of the drones in flight. Today, she eschewed her usual neutral professional attire in favor of a new spring ensemble from Chanel, featuring a knee-length skirt complemented by 5-centimeter heels, which accentuated her feminine allure. Her beauty was already striking, and with her meticulously styled hair and makeup, she could effortlessly rival film stars in their splendor. The reason behind her elaborate preparation stemmed from a surprising phone call last night from her uncle, who had previously looked down upon her family. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he revealed astonishing news. Liang Fengge seemed intent on facilitating the investment of Dihao Group in Chua Technology. An investment, not a takeover. Upon hearing this revelation, Lu Chua was momentarily stunned, failing to absorb her uncle's subsequent remarks. Dihao Group was among the foremost enterprises in Xia country, a colossal entity ranking prominently in the global Fortune 500. The prospect of such a leading company investing in Chua Technology was akin to an emperor seeking a marriage alliance with a minor official's family, not as a concubine, but as an honored empress. What compelled Liang Fengge to make such a decision? Did Chua Technology possess any remarkable qualities? Or was it possible that the young master had taken a fancy to something else, perhaps her? Lu Chua remained uncertain, yet she found herself inexplicably devoting considerable time to her appearance. Her efforts did indeed capture Liang Fengge's attention, earning her a few compliments that secretly delighted her. However, when the drone demonstration commenced, Liang Fengge's focus shifted entirely to the operator clad in work attire and the prototype, leaving Lu Chua feeling somewhat disheartened. Under the operator's guidance, the drone ascended, accelerated, hovered, and captured footage, showcasing its full capabilities. Yu Siwen proudly explained, "Based on our company's proprietary design platform, we have developed this prototype. We have achieved balanced enhancements in several metrics, including structural integrity, maneuverability, and speed, ensuring it stands competitively against other experimental products from known companies, all while keeping costs below 50,000 yuan. If mass production is realized, costs could further diminish, potentially dropping below 30,000 yuan." Liang Fengge nodded in agreement, inquiring, "If we were to enter this prototype in the national technology competition, Dr. Yu, how confident are you of securing a prize?" A hint of embarrassment crossed Yu Siwen's face. While winning an award should be feasible with the current results, achieving first prize seemed unlikely as their technology was still not sufficiently mature. In what aspects is it lacking maturity? No, let me rephrase that. Within the remaining month, can Dr. Yu make sufficient improvements to secure a first prize for this drone? Liang Fengge pressed. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Siwen nodded. It is possible, but the cost would be substantial. Liang Fengge furrowed his brow. Money is not the issue. All I desire are results. Can we do it or not? Yu Siwen felt a jolt of resolve and quickly replied, we can. As long as we are willing to invest, we can enhance its performance several tiers higher. With a touch of finesse, the concept of the world's most formidable drone was proposed, while simultaneously establishing rapport with the evaluators. A promising endeavor indeed. Liang Fengge clapped his hands, turning to Lu Chuyue. Ms. Lu, I am interested in investing in your esteemed company, wholeheartedly supporting your drone research and development project. Might you be inclined to consider this offer? Upon hearing this, Lu Chuyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her uncle had not deceived her. Liang Fengge truly wished to invest in Chuyue technology. The amount of money was secondary. Even the mere announcement of such news would be sufficient to stabilize the precarious state of the company. After enduring misfortunes for so long, was fortune finally turning in her favor? She quickly expressed her enthusiasm. Mr. Liang, your vision is remarkable. Dr. Yu is indeed a dual Ph.D. from Caltech, and the drone project under his leadership is undoubtedly the most competitive in our country. With your support, this powerful alliance will surely yield groundbreaking products. Liang Fengge chuckled. Ms. Lu, you flatter me. However, my investment comes with stipulations. I require that we sign a bet agreement. Do you dare to accept? Lu Chuyue was taken aback. Mr. Liang's intentions were clear. Liang Fengge had evidently prepared for this moment, slightly tilting his head as his secretary promptly handed a document to Lu Chuyue. The terms of the agreement were straightforward. Dihao Group would invest 50 million yuan in Chuyue technology, entirely directed towards the drone research and development project. If, within a month, Chuyue Technology's drone product secured first place in the national science competition, Dihao Group would further invest 5 billion yuan in exchange for 15 equity in Chuyue Technology. Should Chuyue Technology win an award but fail to achieve first place, Dihao Group would cease further investment, acquiring only 5 equity for the initial 50 million. Conversely, if Chuyue Technology failed to win any award, they would be obligated to repay the investment in double. After reviewing the agreement, Lu Chuyue became increasingly cautious. The optimal scenario for her would be if Dihao Group exchanged 300 million for 15 equity in Chuyue Technology. Prior to the software department's issues, the company's annual net profit was approximately 80 to 90 million. Thus, at its peak, Chuyue Technology's valuation would not exceed 1 billion. A deal worth 300 million for 15 equity would imply a valuation of 20 billion. If that were the case, Lu Chuyue would be immensely profitable. Even in the event of securing second or third place and selling 5 equity for 50 million, gaining Dihao Group as a supportive ally would still yield a modest profit. However, what if they failed to win any awards? Given Chuyue Technology's current predicament, being forced to repay 100 million would plunge the entire company into a crisis of financial instability. Furthermore, with the might of Dihao Group, should Liang Fengge engage in underhanded tactics, such as bribing judges, the foundation she painstakingly built could be obliterated in an instant. Noticing her prolonged silence, Liang Fengge appeared to sense her apprehension. He beckoned Lu Chuyue aside, dismissing those nearby, and said, Ms. Lu, let me be candid with you. In truth, I personally aspire to invest in your esteemed company and even extend an invitation for your firm to join the Empire Group. Lu Chuyue was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. What did General Manager Liang mean? Liang Fengge continued. As you may know, the Empire Group was founded on real estate, operating under a model of high leverage and rapid turnover. This strategy has thrived over the past decade, yet its efficacy in the coming years remains uncertain. My father has long perceived the underlying concerns of the group and believes a transformation is imperative. However, to safeguard shareholder interests, the direction of this transformation must yield substantial profits. In my view, the Empire has only 2 viable options: high technology and finance. Your company represents the first crucial piece of the puzzle for the group's foray into the high-tech sector. Therefore, I am even more invested than you, General Manager Lu, in seeing Chuyue Technology triumph in this competition. As for the wager agreement, its primary purpose is to appease the shareholders, ensuring their consent to my most favorable terms for your company. I can assure you that I will leverage all available resources to assist your firm in securing victory in this contest. I can even facilitate the selection of a candidate of your choosing to serve as a judge. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiue's breath quickened. If Liang Fengge's words held true, her chances of winning this wager would be significantly enhanced. Suppressing her racing heart, she inquired, "Is General Manager Liang truly serious?" Coincidentally, Dr. Yu's mentor, Professor Alexander Petrov from California Institute of Technology, is a renowned expert in the field of mechanics. Could you arrange for him to be a judge? Liang Fengge flashed a confident smile. A foreign expert? That is even better. It is far easier than proposing a domestic expert. Encouraged by this, Lu Qiue resolved her stance. Looking intently at Liang Fengge, General Manager Liang, I can agree to your conditions, but your promised assistance must be explicitly stated in the agreement. Liang Fengge nodded without hesitation. Absolutely. This assurance eased Lu Qiue's concerns. It seemed that Liang Fengge was indeed truthful. He was not seeking to undermine her company, but genuinely wished to incorporate Qiue technology under the Empire Group as a stronghold for entering the high-tech industry. This was a mutually beneficial transaction. Thus, she nodded. Very well, let us proceed to sign the agreement. Days later, news broke that the Empire Group had invested in Qiue technology to collaboratively develop a new generation of drones, creating a considerable stir within the business community of Chujing City. A colossal entity like the Empire Group, valued at trillions, was standing behind Qiue technology. With such formidable backing, even if Qiue technology were to falter, it could still soar to greatness. In no time, from business magnates to ordinary employees, everyone believed that Lu Qiue was poised for a resurgence. Should she succeed, what repercussions would Lu Hong, who had left her to start his own venture and poached her business and employees, face? The answer was self-evident. A heavy cloud of uncertainty loomed over the newly established Honghu technology, which had only been operational for a little over a month. Chapter 30. Open strife and covert struggles amidst the tumultuous tides of the business realm in Chujing City. Lu Hong was wholly absorbed in his drone development endeavors within the confines of the Jingyuan community, ever since acquiring specialized equipment from the United States. He had entrusted all affairs of Honghu technology to Ouyang Pei, retreating to the basement of his villa to focus intently on his research, even neglecting to answer phone calls. Ouyang Pei, in turn, relished this autonomy. Her capabilities were remarkable. She adeptly expanded the company while simultaneously broadening its business scope. In a mere month, she had augmented Honghu Technology's workforce to nearly 100, with contract amounts soaring rapidly, surpassing 200 million. With such a substantial volume of business, Lu Hong felt increasingly confident in his financial backing, facilitating the development of new drones alongside the research simulator. However, one day, Ouyang Pei unexpectedly returned to the villa early. Upon entering the basement, she pulled Lu Hong aside, her expression grave. "Boss, we have a situation. Qiue Technology has launched an attack against us." Lu Hong, maintaining his composure, glanced at her and wiped the grease from his hands with a towel. This was an anticipated development, nothing extraordinary. What scheme is Lu Qiue up to now? Although he had devoted most of his energy to the research of new drones, he was not entirely oblivious to external matters. He had long heard whispers of the Dihao Group's sudden investment in Qiue Technology. He understood Lu Qiue's character well. Once she regained her momentum, she would undoubtedly seek him out. Ouyang Pei took a deep breath. "Firstly, regarding our business, Lu Qiue has visited my clients with news of the Dihao Group's investment. Those who were initially inclined to switch to our software have opted to hold back, causing about a dozen ongoing negotiations, amounting to contracts worth over 100 million, to come to a standstill." Lu Hong waved his hand dismissively. "It's of no consequence. If they choose to pause, so be it. The contracts we have already signed will keep us occupied. I heard from Xia Dan that we have taken on too many contracts at once. The newly established engineering software department will likely need to work overtime for the next 6 months. Haste makes waste. We cannot expect to achieve everything in one go. The path Qiue Technology traversed in 5 years, we have covered in a month. This is a positive development, though not without its drawbacks." Ouyang Pei nodded, retrieving a document from her briefcase and handing it to Lu Hong. "The impact of the second matter may be even greater. This is a lawyer's letter from Qiue Technology. They intend to sue you for violating the non-compete agreement." "Boss, Do you remember signing that non-compete agreement when you joined Chua Technology? Lu Hong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I did. I have mentioned to you before that Lu Chuiyue is not lacking in cunning. This could lead to trouble, Ouyang Pei exclaimed anxiously. Yet, Lu Hong merely smiled calmly. Just a moment, let me retrieve something. He departed from the basement, returning shortly with a stack of documents, which he placed in Ouyang Pei's hands. Take these documents and consult any lawyer. This matter can be resolved swiftly. Ouyang Pei received them with skepticism. What are these? This is the complete set of procedures for my resignation from Chuiyue Technology, including all documents related to the receipt of severance compensation. Lu Hong smiled as he pulled out a few receipts, which could attest to the fact that I received not a single penny in compensation for the non-compete agreement upon my departure from Chuiyue Technology. Ouyang Pei blinked in confusion, as her position rendered any possibility of seeking employment or facing termination non-existent. Thus, she had never been acquainted with such matters. Realizing her unfamiliarity with this aspect of the law, Lu Hong promptly elucidated that the law stipulates that a non-compete agreement is rendered invalid if the compensation has not been paid. In fact, Lu Hong had conducted a thorough analysis of all agreements he signed with Chuiyue Technology in his previous life, including the non-compete agreement. He had long known that Lu Chuiyue was notoriously parsimonious with her employees, never having the habit of disbursing compensation for non-compete agreements. The so-called agreement was essentially a mere formality. Furthermore, none of the employees who had left Chuiyue Technology prior to Lu Hong possessed any technical prowess substantial enough to undermine the company's foundational strength. Hence, Lu Chuiyue had never contemplated utilizing that non-compete agreement to restrict anyone, and was thus unaware that the agreement in her possession was fundamentally void. In this lifetime, ever since resigning from Chuiyue Technology, Lu Hong had remained vigilant against Lu Chuiyue's various schemes to undermine him, having already addressed every conceivable loophole. Observing Lu Hong's preparedness, Ouyang Pei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, her face brightening as she exclaimed, "The boss is indeed sagacious. It appears you were always prepared." Lu Hong shot her a look, admonishing her to dispense with the flattery. "Is there anything else? Speak up. If not, I must return to work." Ouyang Pei quickly composed herself, stating, "Indeed, there is another matter. I recently discovered that someone has been investigating our company's procurement of equipment and parts. I used some means to look into it and found that it was individuals from the Dihao Group conducting the inquiry. Based on the information they possess, I believe Liang Fengge from Dihao Group is likely already aware that you are developing a drone. Boss, Liang Fengge is not someone to be underestimated." Upon hearing this, Lu Hong's expression darkened. He was well aware of Liang Fengge's formidable reputation. This individual was the heir of the Dihao Group, possessing remarkable business acumen, and currently stood out among the second generation of the business community in Xia country. According to his memories from his previous life, Liang Fengge truly rose to prominence 5 years later. At that time, due to global economic turmoil, the wealthiest individual in Xia country, Ouyang Ziyuan, encountered issues with his capital chain. Liang Fengge seized the opportunity, swiftly dismantling Ouyang Ziyuan's core enterprise, Ziyuan Bank, forcing the Ziyuan Group to cut losses and seek survival. Subsequently, he utilized his formidable financial resources to acquire a significant number of core enterprises from the Ziyuan Group, thereby solidifying Dihao Group's status as the preeminent entity in Xia country, and assisting his father in ascending to the pinnacle of wealth in Xia country. Following this decisive victory, he became recognized as the foremost figure among the second generation in Xia's business world. Naturally, being targeted by such an individual placed considerable pressure on Lu Hong. Liang Fengge, the heir of the esteemed Dihao Group. Why has he come to Chuanjiang seeking collaboration with Lu Chuiyue for the development of drones? This does not align with the primary business of Dihao Group, Lu Hong pondered silently. The investment of Dihao Group in Chuiyue Technology had not transpired in his previous life. Lu Hong was aware that Lu Chuiyue's uncle, Lu Guangchang, maintained business relations with Dihao Group. However, Dihao Group is primarily a large real estate enterprise, with no direct affiliation to Chuiyue Technology. In his past existence, Chuiyue Technology had only achieved a successful public listing 7 years later, establishing a tenuous connection with Dihao Group through a few collaborations. Thus, this unexpected event truly caught him off guard. History has indeed changed. With this thought, he could not help but glance at the drone on the workstation. Regardless of the reasons, since Liang Fengge has brought Dihao Group into the fray, It will undoubtedly pose a formidable obstacle on the path to the rise of Honghu technology. Chapter 31. The emergence of the Yankee drone. On a bright summer morning 2 weeks later, Ouyang Pei and Lu Hong walked side by side through a picturesque garden, quietly reporting on the recent developments within the company. Thanks to the foresight of their boss, they had successfully thwarted the underhanded tactics from Chua Technology, although the stalled contracts still remained unresolved. Lu Hong, upon hearing this, maintained a calm demeanor and waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It matters not, after all. The engineering software is merely a transitional aspect of our company, sufficient to support the launch of our new product. With business expansion hindered, they could take this time to establish frameworks for the finance, management, marketing, and customer service departments, preparing for the next phase of development." Ouyang Pei's eyes brightened at this. Realizing that breakthroughs had been made in the research and development of the new drone, Lu Hong smiled slightly, pulling out his phone to present it to her, asking, "Who is this?" Upon receiving the phone, Ouyang Pei was greeted by the image of a woman's silhouette on the screen, clad in a tailored blazer and trousers that accentuated her alluring figure. This back view was strikingly familiar. "Wait, is that not me?" She turned in astonishment, only to discover a compact quadcopter drone hovering several meters behind her, its camera's red light blinking quietly. "Is this a drone? It's so silent. It was so close to me, yet I remained entirely unaware. And who is controlling it?" "Lu Hong. But he doesn't even have a remote control." Observing Ouyang Pei's speechless astonishment, Lu Hong beamed with pride. "This is the Model 01 drone, codenamed Yankee, featuring a lightweight body, low-noise flight, and intelligent control. What you are witnessing is the intelligent following technology." Just as he prepared to bask in Ouyang Pei's astonished praise, he noticed her expression had turned serious as she regarded him. "Boss, are you secretly filming me?" As Ouyang Pei's eyes nearly brimmed with indignation, Lu Hong found himself at a loss. Intelligent following technology. Surely, this is an impressive innovation. Why, then, did this woman interpret it as workplace harassment? Are the thought processes of women inherently like this? It seems that perhaps it would be better to live a life of solitude as a monk. He hurriedly explained, "I was merely testing the prototype, and since you happened to arrive, I took the opportunity to check the human recognition function." Upon seeing his expression, Ouyang Pei suddenly burst into laughter. "I was just teasing you." Lu Hong was momentarily speechless, internally vowing, "This mischievous girl has become increasingly audacious. How dare she jest with her boss? Have I been too lenient with her? Perhaps it is time to assert my authority and give her a lesson." However, he quickly recalled that, during this period, Ouyang Pei had managed the company's affairs with remarkable efficiency, effectively fulfilling the roles of both general manager and sales director, allowing him to devote himself entirely to the drone development project. In the entire Chujiang business community, finding such a diligent worker is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Given that she is so capable, a minor act of defiance could be tolerated. Thus, his mood soon lightened, and he gestured towards the drone, extending his right hand. The petite drone immediately flew toward him, landing gracefully in his palm. Ouyang Pei watched in astonishment, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. "What kind of magic is this? You can control the drone without a remote?" Lu Hong cast her a triumphant glance, surprised. "Are you?" "This is called gesture control, a fusion of image recognition and automatic control technology. Admittedly, it is still quite rudimentary. Merely a toy-like function." As he spoke, he took Ouyang Pei's hand and placed the dormant drone in her palm. "Give it a try, toss it into the air." Ouyang Pei looked at him, then with great force, threw the drone into the sky. Her strength was remarkable, sending the drone soaring to a height of 4 or 5 stories. Lu Hong was taken aback, relieved that the drone did not malfunction. It swiftly activated and descended smoothly to their eye level. "Goodness, be gentle. Are you trying to bring down a satellite? But you told me to throw it. What a strong girl." "Say that again." Moments later, having had her fill of play, Ouyang Pei returned the prototype to Lu Hong and suddenly inquired, "Boss, your online name is Shichu Yankee, and this drone's code name is also Yank. Do you have a particular fondness for this term? Your name is clearly Hong." Lu Hong was taken aback, then smiled ruefully. "I understand your point. The humble sparrow cannot comprehend the ambitions of the swan. You believe I should prefer the swan, correct?" "Isn't that so?" Lu Hong's expression turned contemplative as he shook his head. "At least it wasn't always this way. I was once a mere student from a small town, with limited means. When I attended university, my only aspiration was to settle down in a grand city like Chujiang, That was the extent of my dreams. Not everyone has the means to become a swan, and how can a swan truly appreciate the worth of a sparrow? In this bustling metropolis of 10 million souls, striving to create a modest abode, to marry and raise children, is not that a form of success? Once, I was but a humble sparrow, a creature from the land of Western Chu, yearning only for a small nest by the banks of the Chu River, seeking merely to ensure 3 meals a day. It was not until I encountered Lu Chuyue that my perspective began to shift. She proclaimed that I was destined to be a swan, urging me to soar with her towards the vast expanse of the sky, and I succumbed to her persuasion. At this juncture, Lu Hong fell into silence. Memories of past lives surged within him, a tumult of emotions overwhelming his heart. He would not forgive Lu Chuyue for her actions. Yet he could not deny the undeniable truth that it was she who elevated him to the heights of corporate management, revealing vistas that a mere sparrow could never behold. Observing Lu Hong's silence, Ouyang Pei felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow well up within her. She found herself envying Lu Chuyue for the profound imprint she had left on the heart of the man before her. Compelled by an impulse, she inquired. With just over a month until the national technology competition, Lu Chuyue's entry is also a drone. You two will compete on the same stage. I presume you are aware of her wager with Dihao. Should you triumph over her, she might lose everything. Are you resolute enough to make that decision? Upon hearing this, Lu Hong glanced down at the prototype in his hands, understanding Ouyang Pei's insinuation. According to unwritten conventions, in the national technology competition, only one entrant from each category of technological products could claim victory. As Lu Hong was also presenting a drone, it was inevitable that only one of them would emerge victorious. He remained silent for a long while, ultimately uttering not a single word, and simply turned to walk towards his villa. Chapter 32. A return to unconventional tactics. In the golden autumn of October, the oppressive heat gradually receded, and the earth donned its hues of gold. Despite the competition commencing in merely one day, the vicinity of the venue in the western suburbs of the Magic City was already teeming with people. The leaders of Summer Nation's technology enterprises had largely gathered here, and even those entrepreneurs not intending to participate in the competition had come to observe and learn, resulting in a staggering surge in hotel prices in the area. Local residents were astonished to discover a sudden influx of impeccably dressed business elites surrounding their neighborhoods, engaged in fervent discussions replete with buzzwords like blockchain, cloud technology, robotics, and artificial intelligence. Amidst such an atmosphere, Lu Hong arrived in the Magic City with his core team. This time, he was accompanied by 4 technical stalwarts, Xia Dan, Gu Yiming, Lao Huang, and Bao Zi, along with the versatile Vice President Ouyang Pei and the determined Yin Yin, who insisted on joining. Their early arrival was necessitated by the need for preliminary arrangements. The national technology competition is divided into 2 phases, the preliminary round lasting 2 days, followed by a final round spanning 3 days. According to this year's competition rules, all participants are required to showcase their entries at their respective booths during the preliminary round, enticing the public to visit. If the audience deems a product sufficiently innovative and technologically advanced, they can cast their vote using the voting machine located beside the booth. The voting process involves scanning a unique QR code associated with the booth, ensuring that each individual can vote only once, effectively eliminating the possibility of ballot stuffing. However, each attendee is permitted to vote for multiple entries simultaneously. Following the conclusion of the 2-day exhibition, the organizers will tally the votes for all entries, and the 20 entries with the highest vote counts will advance to the finals. The final round will take the form of expert presentations. The organizers will assemble a panel of 7 experts, comprising 5 university professors and 2 representatives from government departments. The 20 entrepreneurs progressing to the finals will present their work in a roadshow format, followed by a Q&A session with the experts. Subsequently, the experts will collectively score the presentations, discarding the highest and lowest scores to determine an average. Ultimately, the organizers will award 1 first prize, 2 second prizes, and 3 third prizes based on the experts' evaluations. This year, there are a total of 132 entries. The scale of the preliminary venue must be immense. Xiaodong murmured as she perused the competition brief. Lu Hong pointed to the satellite map displayed on his phone, indicating the size of the venue. The West Suburb Park, encompassing 50 hectares, has been entirely requisitioned as the site for the preliminary competition. Xiaodong gazed in astonishment. True to its reputation, the city of Shanghai certainly spares no expense. However, Such grandiosity may not necessarily be advantageous. Lu Hong subtly shook his head and cast a glance at Ouyang Pei. Ouyang Pei, glancing down at her impressive figure, suddenly became defensive, exclaiming, "What do you mean?" Lu Hong appeared perplexed. Wasn't she always quite astute? How could she not recognize such an obvious issue? That afternoon, the group arrived at the West Suburb Park, guided by staff members to their designated booth number 118, belonging to Honghu Technology. Upon reaching the booth, everyone immediately perceived a problem. This booth is far too secluded. It is situated away from the park's core area, distanced from the main visitor pathways, and shrouded by dense trees. Visitors unfamiliar with the park would hardly notice this hidden corner. Such obscure nooks are typically reserved for romantic rendezvous, making them wholly unsuitable for exhibition purposes. Xiaodong promptly seized a staff member, inquiring, "What is the meaning of this? How could we be assigned to such a location? This is blatantly unfair." The staff member, wearing a professional smile, replied, "I apologize, ma'am. I am merely a guide, and the booth assignments are not my responsibility. If you have concerns, you may address them to the organizing committee." Xiaodong was about to continue her argument when Lu Hong intervened, saying, "All right, he is just a staff member. Let us not complicate matters for him." Just then, a loud cadence of footsteps echoed as a group of individuals emerged from behind the dense foliage, approaching Lu Hong and the others. At the forefront stood a defiant young man, approximately in his 30s, his face etched with a rebellious spirit. Behind him trailed familiar faces, Lu Chuiwei, Dai Xiaojun, and Yu Siwen. After 3 months, encountering Lu Hong again evoked a complex array of emotions in Lu Chuiwei, a mixture of resentment and unwillingness. Yet, rather than rushing towards Lu Hong to confront him, she exhibited a surprising composure, a stark contrast to the impulsive demeanor one might expect from her past. The first to speak among the newcomers was the audacious leader. He extended his right hand toward Lu Hong, his expression unmistakably condescending, as if to remind everyone that his gesture was one of condescension, not submission. "Mr. Lu Hong, am I correct? I am Liang Fengge, General Manager of the Strategic Investment Department at Dihao Group." Lu Hong, maintaining his dignity, reciprocated the handshake. "Mr. Liang, it is an honor to finally meet you." His sincerity was palpable. After all, Liang Fengge, a formidable presence in Chujian for the past 2 months, was the opponent he had anticipated facing. A flicker of amusement crossed Liang Fengge's face as he inquired, "I have heard that you and Ms. Lu are old classmates. I am currently discussing a collaboration with her. So it seems we are all on the same side." Lu Hong cast a discreet glance at Lu Chuiwei and nodded subtly, affirming the connection. However, Liang Fengge's subsequent remark sent shockwaves through the team at Honghu Technology. "In that case, I kindly ask you, Mr. Lu, to withdraw from this competition." Having lived 2 lives, Lu Hong possessed a depth of understanding beyond that of an ordinary individual. He maintained his composure as he replied, "What does Mr. Liang mean by this?" Liang Fengge smiled. "Ms. Lu's entry features a drone, and I have heard that your entry is also a drone. Given that you have previously overseen a drone project under Ms. Lu, if 2 similar entries were to compete, it would not reflect well on either, regardless of which one secures the first prize, would it?" Lu Hong cast a sidelong glance at Yu Siwen, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "I had assumed that after Dr. Yu took over the drone project, there would be a revolutionary transformation compared to my earlier prototype. It appears, however, that this may not be the case." Yu Siwen, caught off guard, felt a flush of embarrassment. After assuming control of the drone project, he had intended to completely overhaul Lu Hong's design. Yet, he soon realized that such an approach would lead to exponentially increased product costs. The deeper he delved into the research, the more astonished he became. He discovered that Lu Hong was not as ignorant of cutting-edge drone design as he had presumed. The absence of those designs was solely due to cost considerations. Every one of Lu Hong's designs utilized the most cost-effective solutions available. Only by adhering to Lu Hong's design philosophy could a marketable civilian drone be developed. Following Liang Fengge's investment, Yu Siwen was tasked with producing the most powerful prototype without regard for expenses. As design parameters had already been largely established, there was no time for drastic alterations. He could only enhance the existing framework. Ultimately, he succeeded in creating a prototype with explosive performance. It was only at this moment that he realized the design framework crafted by Lu Hong had indeed left ample room for upgrades. Clearly, this framework was not intended solely for the current product, but rather for an entire series of products. At this juncture, He finally comprehended just how advanced Lu Hong's drone design scheme truly was. As an intellectual, he lacked the audacity to confront Lu Hong again, feeling somewhat embarrassed in his presence. Noticing the silence from the scholarly figure, Lu Chuiyue stepped forward. Bolstered by Liang Fengge's support, she regained her former composure. Lu Hong, heed Liang's advice and withdraw from the competition. Exiting now will spare you from an embarrassing defeat. Just look at this exhibition space. No one is likely to come over. Whereas our booth is located in the prime spot, booth number 1. Do you know why? Because Dihao Group is one of the main sponsors of this competition. Lu Hong's eyes flickered as he turned to Liang Fengge and inquired, "So it was you who arranged for us to be here?" Liang Fengge smiled lightly. "My father has many friends on the organizing committee." Upon hearing this, both Xia Dan and Gu Yiming displayed expressions of indignation, while Ouyang Pei remained calm, saying nothing. Chapter 33. The marketplace is a battlefield. In response to Liang Fengge's veiled admission, Lu Hong did not express anger, but instead regarded Lu Chuiyue with a mocking gaze. "Some things never change. You still prefer to employ underhanded tactics." A flicker of annoyance crossed Lu Chuiyue's face as she was about to retort, but Liang Fengge interjected. He looked at Lu Hong with disdain and remarked, "Lu, I once believed you to be a person of great insight, yet your understanding appears rather superficial, which is truly laughable." "Oh, in what way am I laughable?" Lu Hong asked coolly. "Your folly lies in your inability to perceive the essence of this world." "I am eager to hear your elaboration." Liang Fengge leisurely lit a cigarette, took a puff, and then spoke calmly. "Lu, you must think this competition between us is quite unfair, correct? But do you truly believe that genuine fairness exists in this world? The marketplace resembles a battlefield, and warfare is an unending game of strategy. True warfare entails employing every means necessary to overpower one's adversary. If you continue to rely on rules to safeguard yourself, you shall never become a true powerhouse. For the real strong dictate the rules, rather than be bound by them." After absorbing these words, Lu Hong fell silent for a considerable time before finally asking, "Why share this with me?" Liang Fengge smiled. "Lu, I have been observing your recent endeavors and find you quite intriguing. In just 3 months since departing from Chua Technology, you have established a company with contracts exceeding 100 million. That is no small feat among my peers. Few catch my eye. Ouyang Jin from Ziyuan Group is one, and Wang Juanhao from Mingtong Group is another. The rest are merely insignificant players." At Liang Fengge's audacity, Ouyang Pei could not help but feel a surge of anger. Upon her return to the country after graduation, she served as the general manager of Ziyuan Freight for merely a year. Her appearances in the business realm were infrequent. Hence Liang Fengge was not acquainted with her. Nevertheless, she had long been aware of his formidable reputation. She recognized his arrogance. Yet she did not anticipate that it would extend to a disregard for all heroes of the world. Meanwhile, Liang Fengge shifted his gaze towards Lu Hong, continuing his appraisal. "For the time being, consider yourself a mere fraction of a whole. Your capabilities are still too feeble to be compared to those two. However, unlike them, you have risen from nothing. Given time, you will surely flourish. I share this with you in hopes that one day you may grace the same stage as I, allowing me to exchange a few moves with you, thus finding some amusement in this dreary world and nothing more." The arrogance in Liang Fengge's tone caused Lu Hong to grit his teeth in silence. He looked earnestly at Liang Fengge and replied, "I shall remember your teachings, Mr. Liang. If there comes a day when I best you, I shall grant you mercy as a token of gratitude for your guidance today." Liang Fengge was momentarily taken aback by his words, and his gaze towards Lu Hong held a touch more intrigue. Yet, he chose not to respond further, merely chuckling softly before striding away. Lu Chuiyue slowly approached Lu Hong, gazing deeply at him. "Lu Hong, your performance over these past months has far exceeded my expectations. I did not misjudge you. Indeed, you are a true swan. However, you must understand that the swan is not the largest bird in this world. Above the swan soars the golden eagle, and above the golden eagle, the kunpeng. Mr. Liang is the kunpeng soaring to unimaginable heights. We have shared 9 years together, and I am touched by your sentiments. But do you know why I do not choose you? Because the swan cannot take me to witness the vistas of the heavens. Only the kunpeng can. Let this be my final counsel to you. For the sake of our past friendship, give up." Lu Hong silently regarded her for a long moment before gently shaking his head. "After all these years, today you have finally spoken a heartfelt truth. Lu Chuiyue, our paths diverge. There is no need for further words. Go forth, unleash your full potential, and then await the moment I defeat you." Upon hearing this, Lu Chuiyue ceased her words, casting him one last glance before turning to leave. Once all outsiders had departed, Xia Dan approached and inquired, "Master, what shall we do next?" How could this shabby booth possibly attract attention? Lu Hong did not respond. Instead, he smiled at Ouyang Pei. "Now do you understand why I previously stated that a larger venue may not be advantageous? The larger the preliminary venue, the more challenging it becomes to draw a crowd, especially since our opponent has resorted to underhanded tactics." Ouyang Pei's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a glare, yet she suggested, "Perhaps we should consider appealing to the organizing committee for a booth change?" At that moment, she was already contemplating how to leverage familial connections to exert pressure on the committee, seeking a better booth for Honghu technology. However, Lu Hong shook his head slightly. That would be futile. The Dihao Group wields both wealth and influence. Liang Fengge, as their heir, commands respect even from the mayor of Magic City. As he stated, he belongs to the echelon that establishes the rules, while we are the ones bound by them. We lack the capability to engage in his game of rules. So what shall we do? After all our collective efforts, are we to simply surrender? Xia Dan's eyes reddened with urgency. Yet, Lu Hong smiled. It must be said that Liang Fengge's recent remarks were indeed pearls of wisdom. He is correct. We are facing a war. To triumph over a formidable opponent like him, we must not contend in his domain of advantage, but rather launch a counterattack in our realm of strength. His advantages lie in wealth and power, while ours reside in advanced technology that he cannot fathom. If he can wield power to set the rules, then we shall use technology to shatter them. Xia Dan, Gu Yiming, follow me. We shall procure some components. Lao Huang, Baozi, proceed to arrange the exhibition booths as planned. We require time to adjust the equipment. Tomorrow marks the first day of the preliminary rounds, and we may not be able to make it in time. Ouyang, could you kindly run to the organizing committee? Director Luo should be there. I do not need to change booths. I merely need the committee to refrain from obstructing my forthcoming actions. Having said this, he took the bewildered Xia Dan and Gu Yiming with him and turned to leave. After watching the trio depart, Yin Yin pulled Ouyang Pei aside and whispered, "Miss, do you believe Mr. Lu can devise a solution?" Ouyang Pei rolled her eyes. "I am not a mind reader. How would I know?" Yin Yan's face clouded with concern. "Do you think Mr. Lu stands a chance?" Ouyang Pei shook her head. As Liang Fengge articulated, this is indeed a war, and the strengths of both sides are not comparable. Liang Fengge possesses nearly limitless resources, and his working style is one that prioritizes results over processes, rarely adhering to the rules, making him a rather formidable adversary. It is not without reason that he is often mentioned alongside the likes of Big Sister and Wang Juanhao as part of the new generation's triumvirate. As for Lu Hong, while he possesses skill, responsibility, and a degree of cunning, I have yet to discern his ability to contend with Liang Fengge's prowess. Yin Yin pondered for a moment and hesitantly asked, "Are you not planning to take any action?" Ouyang Pei shot her a sidelong glance, half smiling. "What is this? Are you becoming addicted to working at Honghu Technology, embracing such a spirit of ownership?" Before Yin Yin could respond, she revealed a confident smile. "Do not worry. Although Liang Fengge has the upper hand, this young lady also has her means to turn the tide. Though I am uncertain of Lu Hong's intentions, I shall first aid him in laying the groundwork." Chapter 34. Lu Hong's counterattack. The following day, the preliminary rounds of the National Technology Competition officially commenced. To support this event, the government of Modu exerted considerable effort, launching its promotional machinery well in advance, ensuring that the entire city was aware of this grand occasion. In this metropolis, home to over 20 million inhabitants with a high proportion of youth, the fresh innovations brought forth by technological advancement are highly esteemed. Consequently, as the preliminary rounds began, a substantial influx of visitors poured into Shijiao Park. At booth number 1, situated near the main entrance of the park, the team from Chuiyue Technology has meticulously prepared an array of promotional displays, brochures, and prototype models. A massive screen showcases a promotional video of their latest drone, while an operator skillfully maneuvers a quadcopter, resembling a basin in size, with a remote control, conducting a live demonstration. The drone's sleek design exudes a sense of advanced technology, and the powerful buzzing sound produced by its 4 rapidly spinning rotor fans fills the air. Its movements, ascension, retreat, spiraling, and hovering, are executed with remarkable precision, evoking admiration from the gathered spectators. Lu Chuiyue has also instructed her team to create an interactive segment for the audience. allowing selected lucky participants to attempt piloting the drone under the operator's guidance. This highly engaging interaction proves immensely popular, and coupled with the booth's advantageous location, the area around Chuiwa Technology quickly becomes crowded with onlookers. Watching the steadily rising vote count, Lu Chuiwa is filled with exuberant delight. Naturally, she remains attentive to the booth of Honghu Technology. Reports from her informants reveal that Honghu's booth has remained desolate throughout the day, with Lu Hong himself conspicuously absent. Lu Chuiwa secretly rejoices, thinking to herself, "It seems Lu Hong has exhausted his tricks. Humph, to claim he would defeat a humble country bumpkin like me. And to think he could overcome my backing from the Dihao group? What a dream." Soon, the first day of the preliminary round concludes, with Chuiwa Technology achieving a resounding victory, garnering 430,000 votes, securing the top position. It's worth noting that only a little over 80,000 visitors entered the West Suburban Park that day. In stark contrast, the results for Honghu Technology are quickly announced, a mere 82 votes, ranking last. Observing this outcome, Lu Chuiwa relaxes completely, secretly gloating, Lu Hong, this is what you get for ignoring my advice. When you finish at the bottom, I wonder how you will face the world." Dai Xiaojun also believes the tide has turned in their favor, advising beside her, "There's no need to worry about Lu Hong anymore. Tomorrow is the weekend, and the committee anticipates that attendance will exceed 150,000. We must prepare crowd management measures to prevent any accidents due to overcrowding." The second and final day of the preliminary round arrives, coinciding with a Saturday characterized by overcast skies and comfortable temperatures, perfect for outings. As a recent hot topic in the metropolis, the national technology competition naturally attracts a substantial influx of visitors. At 7 in the morning, as West Suburban Park opens its gates, throngs of spectators pour in. Following Chuiwa Technology's impressive performance that made headlines, thanks in part to Liang Fengge's support, many have come specifically to witness the drone in action. "I saw the live video on a certain blog yesterday. The drone looks incredible. Yes, I'm here just to see the drone. The drone booth is near the main entrance, right? I remember a blogger shared the location. Let us hurry. It's going to be crowded today if we arrive late. We want to get a good spot." At that moment, a sudden gasp emerges from the crowd. "Look up. Is that a drone?" As the crowd turned their gaze upwards, they beheld a breathtaking spectacle. Dozens of drones, soaring high above at a height of several meters, each adorned with a small fabric screen. The drones swiftly formed a square formation, seamlessly connecting the small screens into a magnificent tapestry. Soon, vivid imagery emerged upon the colossal screen, showcasing the presence of Honghu Technology, only to fade away as the backdrop transformed into darkness. Images of the desert, snow-capped mountains, arid wilderness, and lush forests unfolded in a panoramic aerial view, instantly transporting the audience from the clamor of urban life to the grandeur of nature. A voiceover resonated, reflecting on the essence of travel. "I have never contemplated the meaning of travel. I simply move forward unceasingly. My presence and experiences are sufficient." At this moment, a kaleidoscope of travel scenes materialized, featuring modern modes of transportation such as cars and airplanes, alongside traditional means like sailing and horseback riding, depicted from various angles. The narration continued. "Perhaps from the moment of our birth, we embark on a journey, often unbeknownst to us. Perhaps this journey is ubiquitous, spanning both land and sea. Then, breathtaking sights rarely witnessed by man began to appear. Vast ice fields, radiant auroras, steep cliffs, and the flowing Milky Way. Traversing the ice fields under the night sky reveals the brilliance of the auroras. Reaching the summit before dawn allows one to gaze upon the resplendent stars. The majestic visuals flickered faster and faster until the screen abruptly turned black. In the stillness, a singular voice emerged, as if from the depths of the soul, posing a poignant question. When we have come to understand this world intimately, should we cease our exploration and halt our journey?" In the next heartbeat, a stirring melody surged forth, accompanied by a montage of humanity engaging in daring adventures. Racing, surfing, rock climbing, skydiving, kayaking. Countless individuals embraced the spirit of adventure, challenging their limits, as the exhilarating music evoked a wave of goosebumps throughout the audience. No, it is not so. No one can travel on your behalf. Every experience must be lived by oneself. The short film came to an abrupt halt, just as the crowd believed it had concluded and prepared to exhale. A camera appeared on the screen, its lens reflecting the stunning landscapes previously showcased. As the camera pulled back, the audience discerned that it was mounted on a sleek, compact drone, hovering precariously above the precipice. The voiceover resonated one final time. However, we can assist you in viewing the world from a different perspective, the film concluded, leaving the emblem of Honghu Technology emblazoned on the screen. A profound silence enveloped the venue as thousands gazed upward, mouths agape. Captivated by the spectacle of drones forming the screen, rendered momentarily speechless. Suddenly, a thunderous wave of astonished applause erupted, reverberating throughout the entire venue. Wow! Is this a promotional video for drones? This is absolutely incredible. In this brief segment, drones were conspicuously absent for the majority of the time, yet upon reflection, they were omnipresent. Indeed, while watching earlier, I pondered why the previous shots, seemingly not digitally manipulated, were captured from such peculiar angles. It was only later that I realized they had been filmed by drones soaring above. Which company do these drones belong to? Are they part of the competition? Did you not notice? Honghu Technology. Honghu Technology? Is that the drone company currently trending? Indeed, it is quite impressive. I must visit their booth immediately. Just then, another drone swiftly approached, hovering approximately 7 to 8 meters above the audience's heads. Below the drone, a 3-meter-long vertical banner descended, prominently displaying a large map and directional indicators. The arrow on the sign read in bold letters, "Please follow the directional arrow to the Honghu Technology booth." Chapter 35. An influx of visitors, overflowing praise. At the Honghu Technology booth, Lao Huang and Baozi were dejectedly manning their stall. Yesterday's dismal defeat had left them profoundly disheartened. Over the course of an entire day, Honghu Technology garnered a mere 82 votes, 2 of which were cast by themselves. Such a disheartening result made them wish to disappear into the ground. Even more troubling was the fact that their boss, Lu Hong, had vanished 2 days ago with Xia Dan and Gu Yiming, not having shown up since, nor even returned to the hotel. Vice President Ouyang Pei was also nowhere to be found, having similarly been absent for 2 days, leaving only Yin Yin to accompany them. In that moment, the two felt as if they had become abandoned orphans. Lao Huang, where do you think the boss has gone? He hasn't run back to Chujing. Has he? Baozi whispered. Lao Huang shot him a glare. You've been with General Lu for 3 years. Don't you know his character? He would never flee at the last moment. Baozi scratched his head, but he has been gone, and we haven't heard from him for 2 days. Before he could finish, Lao Huang's phone suddenly rang. It's the boss, Lao Huang exclaimed, hastily answering the call. Lu Hong's voice came through the receiver. You too, get ready. Customers are coming. Lao Huang was taken aback. Customers? What customers? Boss, where are you? I'm watching you from above. What? Lao Huang nearly dropped his phone in shock. Boss, what's wrong? Don't scare me. On the other end, Lu Hong fell silent for a moment before exclaiming, Idiot. Look up. I'm watching you through the drone's camera, not from beyond the grave. Lao Huang immediately felt relieved, his face flushing with embarrassment. Apologies, boss. I didn't think of that. Stop pondering. The crowd is coming. Hurry to greet the customers. If the booth gets overrun, I'll have your skins. Lao Huang stared blankly at Baozi, exchanging a glance. Overrun? Not a single bird comes here to relieve itself. How could we be overrun? At that moment, a cacophony of voices suddenly pierced through the dense foliage. Is this the place? The Honghu Technology booth? Look, their SA sign. This is it. I have heard that there is an opportunity to trial a drone. I can hardly contain my excitement. Soon, the two of them witnessed a surging crowd rushing towards them, as if they were about to engulf this modest exhibition booth in the next moment. Here it comes. The booth of Honghu Technology. I want to test the drone. And so do I. Where's the operator? I want to try it right now. Lao Huang and Baozi were momentarily at a loss, utterly unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Yin Yin stepped forward. This lady, standing at a commanding height of 175 meters, possessed a stern and imposing demeanor that immediately quelled the throng. Do not push. Form a line over here. First, scan the code to vote, then take turns to experience. Our booth features 4 prototypes, allowing 8 individuals to participate at once. Each person is limited to 1 minute. Here are brochures, which you can take for free. Those interested may collect them while waiting in line for their turn. Although Yin Yin was merely a bodyguard, she belonged to the Ouyang family and had seen far more of the world than the 2 tech-savvy individuals, Lao Huang and Baozi. While she may not have organized large exhibitions, she had certainly observed them. Under her guidance, the scene quickly transformed into an orderly affair. The venue assigned to Honghu Technology by the organizing committee was somewhat isolated, yet this seclusion afforded an expansive area, at least 3 times larger than other booths. This facilitated Lao Huang and Baozi in showcasing the capabilities of the 01 drone to its fullest extent. With only 2 of them, but 4 prototypes, they decided to hand over the remote controls to the audience for self-use, merely providing guidance from the side. Many in the audience, who possessed some knowledge of drones, immediately voiced their concerns. Isn't it risky for those without aeromodeling experience to operate the drone? It could crash easily. Indeed, with so many trees nearby, what if it collides with the woods? There are children here. What if someone gets hurt? Lao Huang chuckled heartily and directly approached an audience member who had operated aeromodeling before, saying, "Come on, you control the drone and crash it into a tree." The audience member was taken aback. "What? Don't worry. If it breaks, it's on me." With so many witnesses, would I dare to deceive you? Hesitantly, the audience member complied. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, as the prototype approached the treetop within half a meter, it suddenly halted. The crowd erupted in excitement. "Crash it. Go ahead and crash it. So timid. They said you wouldn't have to pay." The audience member became anxious. "I am trying to crash it. It stopped on its own. I can't control it." Seeing the skepticism among the crowd, Lao Huang smiled. He took the remote control and maneuvered the drone at high speed, aiming straight for Baozi. Amidst gasps from the onlookers, the drone halted just half a meter in front of Baozi, returning to a hovering state. "This is our Honghu Technologies Model 01 Yingke drone. Our product is equipped with an intelligent control system that can automatically avoid obstacles, whether it be trees, people, buildings, or other obstructions. It will navigate around them without any collisions. Rest assured, even individuals without any prior experience in model aircraft operation can safely utilize our products." This explanation ignited the audience's enthusiasm. What? Such remarkable features exist? What kind of cutting-edge technology is this? It can be used without any experience in model aircraft operation? I must give it a try. Can this model aircraft film videos as depicted in the promotional clip? Could you demonstrate it live? As waves of spectators entered the West Suburb Park, they encountered the promotional video suspended in midair at the main entrance, guided by drones carrying maps and signs towards the booth of Honghu Technology. This originally secluded booth swiftly transformed into a bustling hub of activity. Subsequently, countless attendees who had tested the 01 drone began sharing the short videos captured by the drone across major social media platforms, garnering a torrent of positive feedback. The influx of visitors propelled Honghu Technology's vote count to unprecedented heights. By 10 o'clock in the morning, Honghu Technology's votes surged to 20,000. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chuiyue felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Although Liang Fengge had assisted Chuiyue Technology in gaining trending status, publicity must adhere to logic. As a small company, direct promotion would yield minimal results. Thus, the trending keyword was designated as drone. Consequently, many attendees arrived at the competition venue eager to view the drones, unaware of which company's drones they were there to see. Originally, Chuiyue Technology's booth was strategically located. As soon as visitors entered the park, they would naturally be attracted to it. For this reason, Lu Chuiyue saw no issue with utilizing drones as a promotional gimmick. However, she never anticipated that Lu Hong would leverage drones to project promotional videos above the park's main entrance, using signage to draw the crowd, directly diverting them to Honghu Technology's booth. It was only then that she realized, to her dismay, that she had become a mere substitute. Despite her substantial investment in trending status, all the traffic had been siphoned away by Lu Hong. In a state of urgency, Lu Chuiyue quickly dialed Liang Fengge's number. "President Liang, we must insist that the organizing committee remove Lu Hong's drones. Otherwise, our foot traffic will be entirely drawn away." Chapter 36. The power of breaking rules. Just across the street from West Suburb Park, at the West Suburb Hotel, hundreds of staff members were busily engaged in preparations. The temporary office of the National Science and Technology Competition Committee was established here. In the conference room, Liang Fengge's secretary was presenting a complaint before the committee members. According to the competition rules, participants are prohibited from displaying their work outside their designated booths, as it disrupts the order of the competition. Therefore, we believe that the screen installed above the entrance to Honghu Technology's exhibition area violates the competition rules and should be ordered to be removed. After hearing his complaint, the committee members remained silent for the moment. The The speaker was Liang Feng's secretary, essentially representing the views of this affluent heir. No one dared to be the first to oppose him. At this moment, a committee member approached the microphone, and a representative from Honghu Technology was also present. Regarding the appeal from Chuiwa Technology, what is your opinion? Ouyang Pei, seated nearby, immediately stood up. Esteemed committee members, we believe that Chuiwa Technology's appeal is entirely unfounded. The competition rules clearly state that participants are not permitted to showcase their work outside their designated booths. It is a venue, not merely a space. Can the air be considered a venue? Moreover, the display screens and signage we set up effectively directed the flow of visitors. This morning, the number of people entering Shijiao Park has already exceeded 70,000, nearly matching the total foot traffic from yesterday, yet it has not resulted in any congestion. This is all due to our well-placed signage guiding the visiting routes. We at Honghu Technology are contributing our efforts to maintain order in the competition venue, without seeking any form of recompense. The committee member who spoke earlier nodded in agreement. The representative from Honghu Technology has stated the facts. We did not previously specify whether advertisements could be set up in the air outside the booths. However, the response to Honghu Technology's advertisements online has been quite favorable, with many netizens praising our innovative approach to this competition in Magic City. Mayor Hao, upon hearing this, even took the time to commend us. Let's proceed with a vote regarding whether to remove the drone. The committee members exchanged glances. How could we vote against a practice that even Mayor Hao praised? What a joke. Thus, the committee swiftly reached a unanimous decision to dismiss the appeal. Moments later, Ouyang Pei followed the committee member who had first spoken in their favor to a secluded area. Thank you, Director Luo. This committee member was none other than Luo Hua, the director of the Science and Technology Bureau of Magic City. Luo Hua smiled upon hearing her gratitude. Miss Ouyang, you are too kind. You have not violated any competition rules. I merely spoke on your behalf in this instance. By the way, I wanted to ask since our last meeting, how did you end up starting a venture with Chu Jing and Shichu Yanjiao? Are you neglecting your family business? Ouyang Pei smiled. I hold shares in Honghu Technology. Upon hearing this, Luo Hua's eyes flickered, and he lowered his voice. Although you will likely pass the preliminary round, you must exercise caution in the finals. I have heard that Liang Fengge has already visited the judges for this competition. It would be wise for you to go as well. I am concerned that these judges may not be favorable to you. Listening to this, Ouyang Pei did not display any surprise, maintaining a gentle smile. This was indeed Liang Fengge's style, yet such a direct approach may not be suitable for everyone. Besides, there are still the 2 votes from Director Luo and Director Yang to consider, right? As the director of the Science and Technology Bureau, Luo Hua is also one of the 7 members of the judging panel, while the other governmental representative is Director Yang Jinping from the Development and Reform Bureau. Seeing her confidence, Luo Hua chose not to say more and turned to leave. Ouyang Pei promptly dialed Lu Hong's number. Hello, boss. The matter has been resolved. Lu Hong's voice carried a hint of fatigue. Thank you, Ouyang. After 2 days and nights of diligent effort, our labor has not been in vain. Ouyang Pei approached the window, gazing across the street at the large screen above the park entrance, and remarked with a smile, so, this is the power you wield to defy the rules. I must admit, that sounds a tad juvenile. The drone matrix facilitates the display, while another drone carries the projector to showcase it in midair. The technology isn't particularly sophisticated, and the effect is rather mediocre. Alas, we lack time for a proper screen. But you must envision the future, Ouyang. Our product embodies the potential to transform the world. Really? You're not just trying to hype me up again, are you? Ouyang Pei responded, glancing at the scene before her. Our drones signify that humanity can extend its operational range from 2 dimensions to 3 at minimal cost. What does this represent? How many business opportunities lie within this? Isn't this indeed the power to change the world? Ouyang Pei felt a flicker of emotion, and after a moment of contemplation, she sighed, You've convinced me, boss. I'll accept this motivation. What would you have me do next to serve you? Don't say it like that. So that means all is well? Then I shall hang up. Wait. The preliminary round should be fine, but we still need to prepare for the finals. For instance, gathering information on the 7 judges. I'll need you to look into that. I knew it. Ouyang Pei feigned annoyance, yet a smile was evident on her face. Lu Hong couldn't see her expression, and his tone took on a slightly ingratiating note. Isn't it our Ouyang who is so eloquent and possesses strong public relations skills? Since you put it that way, I shall reluctantly agree. Ouyang Pei paused. her cheeks suddenly flushing, and in a voice barely above a whisper, she said, "Lu Hong, you truly are remarkable." "Huh? What did you say? I didn't catch that." "Hello?" Ouyang Pei did not respond and simply hung up the phone. She sighed deeply, a joyful smile emerging on her face as she clasped her hands behind her back, skipping merrily towards the elevator. Meanwhile, in the restaurant of the West Suburb Hotel, Liang Fengge received news from his secretary that the appeal had been rejected. He nodded slightly, his expression devoid of emotion, and raised his glass of red wine to toast the 4 other attendees, saying, "Come, esteemed professors, allow me to propose another toast." The 4 middle-aged scholars, all over 50, raised their glasses in response. Liang Fengge downed his wine in one gulp, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and spoke with poise. "I am sure you all noticed the gadget above the main entrance of the competition venue. The drones from Honghu Technology are indeed intriguing. However, in terms of performance, I believe they pale in comparison to the drones from Chua Technology. Technological advancement cannot merely rely on clever tricks. It must be substantiated with data. Speed is good, and size denotes strength. Do you all concur?" A slightly balding professor immediately chimed in. "What President Liang says is absolutely correct. Any enterprise deemed significant by President Liang must certainly be commendable. At least my vote will undoubtedly go to Chua Technology." The other 3 professors cast discreetly disdainful glances at him, but refrained from voicing any opposition. Liang Fengge laughed heartily. "Professor Xiong speaks wisely. I shall not conceal anything from you. The Dihao Group is poised to venture into the realm of technology, and it is inevitable that we will engage with each of you in the future. Opportunities for collaboration abound. Once we become acquainted, you shall come to know me. Liang Fengge, I pride myself on being a true friend. Should a friend be in need, I would not hesitate to part with my wealth. Furthermore, I am one who values reputation highly. Whatever I set out to accomplish, I shall endeavor to achieve it to the utmost. If you are willing to grant me this favor, you shall all be regarded as my esteemed friends and honored guests of the Dihao Group." Having said this, he filled his glass with red wine once more and raised it high. The other 3 professors exchanged glances. Fully aware that Liang Fengge's implication was clear, to deny him this favor could lead to being regarded as an adversary. They found themselves in the presence of Dihao's heir, a position they could ill afford to offend. With this thought in mind, they sighed inwardly and raised their glasses in unison. Chapter 37. I'm all in. The second day of the preliminary round swiftly drew to a close. The booth of Honghu Technology remained exceptionally vibrant throughout the day, continuing to attract visitors even as the afternoon approached closing time. Some individuals, having seen related videos and comments in the morning, drove to the West Suburban Park in the afternoon, heading straight for Honghu Technology's exhibition stand. Ultimately, Honghu Technology secured an astonishing 1.02 million votes on that second day alone, a staggering increase of over 10,000 times compared to the first day, thereby firmly clinching the top position in the preliminary round. In contrast, Chua Technology, despite investing heavily, ended up merely dressing up the success of Lu Hong, garnering only 40,000 votes the following day, less than their first day's tally. In the end, Chua Technology achieved a total of 830,000 votes, securing the second place in the preliminary round. That evening, the schedule for the finals was announced. The top 20 from the preliminary round would present in reverse order of their ranking. This meant that both Chua Technology and Honghu Technology would be showcased on the final day. After wrapping up their activities, Lu Hong and his team ventured out for a lavish feast, subsequently finding a spa center to indulge in a soothing bath and sauna, releasing the fatigue and stress accumulated over the past few days. Rejuvenated by the warm water, the group engaged in a game of mahjong in the activity room of the spa. After a few rounds, Xia Dan, who had been discreetly scrolling through her phone, suddenly let out an excited scream, tugging at Lu Hong's sleeve. Master, come quickly. Our short film is trending." The others gathered around, and indeed, they discovered that Honghu Technology's promotional short film for the 01 drone had ascended the trending list on a popular social media platform. Although the footage was captured by viewers on their phones, resulting in a somewhat blurry image and distorted sound, the enthusiasm of the audience remained undiminished, with millions having viewed it within a matter of hours. Observing this, Lu Hong was struck with inspiration and immediately turned to Ouyang Pei, asking, "Have we secured our official accounts across all major platforms?" Ouyang Pei understood his intent at once and nodded affirmatively, All accounts have been established. I will inform the company to upload the official promotional short film of Yankee and simultaneously coordinate with major platforms for streaming. Lu Hong nodded thoughtfully, then grasped Ouyang Pei's hand, saying, "Remember to add a note at the end, informing our supporters that the final day of the National Science and Technology Competition coincides with the official launch of 01. The stage of the National Science and Technology Competition will serve as the venue for the Yankee launch event." Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Lao Huang was the first to voice his objections, stating, "Mr. Liu, to treat the National Science and Technology Competition as our company's product launch. Wouldn't that be rather audacious?" Baozi, equally alarmed, implored, "Boss, think twice. If we proceed with this, we would be provoking the judges and experts of the competition." Even Xia Dan, who usually displayed the most bravery, recoiled, asking, "Master, is it really necessary to play such high stakes?" Lu Hong surveyed the room, noticing that Ouyang Pei remained silent. Yet her eyes sparkled with a daring enthusiasm, which made him smile inwardly. In the entire team, she was the only natural gambler, thriving on grand risks. Clearing his throat, he spoke solemnly, "Everyone, you have followed me, Lu Hong, in this entrepreneurial journey, and I consider you all family, so I shall not hold back. This afternoon, Ouyang has already gathered intelligence. Our competitor, the heir of the Dihao Group, has privately approached 4 of the judges. Given his modus operandi, I need not elaborate on the nature of their clandestine negotiations." He continued, "We face 2 paths. Either we take a gamble, risking everything for a chance at victory, or we withdraw from the competition, having already secured the top spot in the preliminaries, with our promotional video gaining traction, sufficient for the company as publicity. Do you wish to take that step back?" At this, the group fell into contemplative silence. Honghu Technology had garnered significant attention. Stepping back could allow them to exit gracefully, establishing their brand and reaping substantial profits. Yet, could they truly accept such a fate? They possessed superior technology and products, yet they would yield their honor to unscrupulous capitalists? Why should they? However, the risks of such a bold stance were immense. Was it truly worth it? Seeing the shifting expressions among his colleagues, Lu Hong rose abruptly, his voice brimming with fervor. "Liang Fengge manipulates the competition, wielding his wealth and influence to brazenly undermine the efforts of researchers. As a scientist, I refuse to accept this. Lu Chuyue scorns technology, yet seeks to triumph through capital S facade with inferior products. As an entrepreneur, I refuse to accept this. Shall I stand idly by while they exploit underhanded tactics for fame and fortune? I cannot. Life and death are trivial. If I refuse, I shall act. I am all in. Today, I shall unveil their dark machinations and compel them to confront me in the glaring spotlight." At this declaration, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Ouyang Pei's eyes sparkled even more brightly. Her character was inherently rebellious and adventurous. Otherwise, she would not have so easily abandoned her vast family estate to seek out a stranger in Chujing for the sake of drones. Lu Hong's actions were precisely to her liking. She suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "I understand now. Boss, you intend to escalate the situation, drawing everyone's attention and ensuring that the experts on the judging panel dare not manipulate the outcomes behind closed doors." Lu Hong nodded emphatically, "Exactly. Liang Fengge has maintained the upper hand at every turn. If we wish to triumph in this unjust competition, there is but one course of action. We must seize attention. We need to garner millions, even billions, of eyes upon us. With sufficient visibility, if tens of millions to over 1 billion people are focused on this contest, those experts will think twice before being overly biased, unless they wish to face the wrath of countless individuals. Only through such measures do we stand a chance. I am acutely aware of the significant risks involved. After all, utilizing the platform of a national technology competition as a stage for Yang's launch is tantamount to directly challenging those expert judges. In the face of such a public provocation, these experts will undoubtedly employ every means possible to complicate our efforts, seeking to highlight any flaws in our product. Should I fail to outmaneuver those experts during the defense, Honghu Technology may very well suffer a catastrophic setback. So what do you say? Will you join me in this gamble?" Ouyang Pei, filled with excitement, grasped his hand fervently. "Of course, regardless of winning or losing, I will stand by you until the end." Taken aback, Lu Hong regarded her with a newfound intensity. Ouyang Pei, realizing that her actions and expressions might have conveyed a hint of ambiguity, felt a flush creep across her cheeks. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiaodan also enthusiastically placed her hand atop theirs, declaring, "I will also join my master in this gamble. If it comes to it, we can always start anew." Soon after, others, already swept up in the fervor, placed their hands over one another. Lu Hong's attention shifted to the group, and he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. To live again, surrounded by such delightful companions, and to partake in such an unforgettable journey, filled him with immense joy. Chapter 38. Surge in popularity, all eyes on us. Over the past 2 months, in accordance with Lu Hong's directives, Honghu Technology abandoned its plans for further expansion and instead dedicated itself to internal development. For Ouyang Pei, who had managed enterprises with tens of thousands of employees, establishing the framework for a startup was as simple as solving elementary math problems. In just 2 months, Honghu Technology had successfully constructed a series of institutions, including finance, human resources, and public relations, evolving into a small but fully functional modern enterprise. Once this modern corporate machine began to operate efficiently, it could leverage resources exponentially greater than itself. Soon, all of Honghu Technology's official accounts released a high-definition promotional short film for the Yenke drone titled Travel, as per Lu Hong's requests. The concise and elegant narrative, coupled with rich and vibrant emotions, rekindled memories of the recent internet adage, "The world is so vast, I wish to explore it." In an instant, the popularity of travel skyrocketed, rapidly reaching the top of trending searches, accumulating over 50 million views within just 24 hours. Concurrently, numerous videos showcasing live demonstrations of the drone emerged, eliciting widespread admiration. Countless viewers flooded the comments section, fervently discussing everything related to the short film titled 01. Finally, the official high-definition version has been released. It is simply magnificent. No one can substitute for your own journey. Every experience must be lived firsthand. Such a profound statement. After watching the short film, I was suddenly overcome by an irresistible urge to embark on a journey, of course, with a Sparrow drone in tow. When will the official release commence? What will be the price? I checked the official website, and they stated that the launch would occur on the final day of the technology competition finals. I just discovered that Honghu Technology participated in this year's national technology competition with the Sparrow and secured first place in the preliminary round. The final day of the competition will feature their defense presentation. Is it possible that Honghu Technology intends to transform their defense presentation into a product launch? How audacious! This bold move by Honghu Technology is akin to a direct challenge to the experts. Such is their confidence. Honghu Technology believes their product is flawless and can withstand any scrutiny from experts. My interest is piqued even further. It seems the technology competition will have an official live broadcast. I am eager to witness Honghu Technology's performance. Soon, the technical team of the National Technology Competition Committee observed a rapid surge in the live stream's viewership, with millions of people reserving spots for the final day's broadcast. And the numbers continue to rise. In Shadu, at the Military Research Institute, the Unmanned Aerial Vehicle Research Institute, academician Song Wei reclined wearily on the sofa, taking a moment to rest. As an expert in the aviation field, he is currently leading the development of the new generation of reconnaissance strike drones for Xiaogua. The most pressing issue at hand is the drone control system. The consensus among military scientists worldwide is to incorporate intelligent control into military drones. However, developing such a system is no simple task. It requires extensive time and, most troublesome of all, many of the necessary hardware components cannot be produced domestically in Xiaogua and must rely on imports. In recent years, Xiaogua's technological prowess has surged, raising concerns among the world's dominant power, the White Eagle Nation, which has tightened its technological blockade against Xiaogua. Cutting-edge equipment that could previously be imported through the civilian sector has now completely lost its channels, further delaying the development of new military drones. While Song Wei was feeling utterly exhausted, a figure suddenly burst into his office, excitedly thrusting a phone in front of him. "Teacher, quickly take a look at this." Upon raising his eyes, he recognized his most accomplished disciple, Yang Yang. As he fished out his reading glasses from his pocket, he admonished, "How many times have I told you? Researchers must remain composed." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly jolted, snatching the phone from Yang Yang and bringing it close to his nose, fixated on the screen. On the display was a promotional video for the Honghu Technology Drone Matrix. Is this the national technology competition? he muttered, his voice trembling. Indeed, this is a drone produced by a company called Honghu Technology. Yang Yang interjected excitedly. Song Wei abruptly sprang from the sofa and rushed to the computer, typing furiously. Is Honghu Technology a private enterprise? Indeed. Teacher, a drone matrix capable of sustained, stable hovering cannot possibly be controlled manually. It must be governed by intelligent control. Yang Yang exclaimed excitedly, following closely behind him. Song Wei nodded slightly. It was astonishing that a private enterprise had developed an intelligent control system for drones. However, he was uncertain about the current state of their research. With that thought, he immediately took out his phone and, while heading outside, commanded, Xiao Yang, book the tickets. We are heading to the Magic City. I will call a friend to secure 2 tickets for us so we can witness their technical demonstration in person. At the mayor's office in the Magic City, Mayor Hao Chong hung up the phone, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He had just received a call from his friend Song Wei, asking for assistance in procuring 2 tickets for the final day of the National Technology Competition. This request surprised him. Song Wei was a university classmate, and they shared a close bond. Hao knew that Song Wei was a man of integrity who seldom sought favors. Even when his own son graduated and sought employment, he had refrained from asking Hao Chong, who by then was the mayor of a prefecture-level city, for help. Yet now, he was requesting tickets for a mere competition? Was it to observe the technology of a private enterprise? What remarkable technology could possibly warrant the attention of such a top expert in the military industry of Xia country? Intrigued, Hao Chong's interest in this private enterprise deepened. The National Technology Competition? The representatives from the municipal government overseeing the committee were likely Yang Jinping and Luo Hua, he thought. With that in mind, Hao Chong took out his phone and dialed Luo Hua's number. Yang Jinping came from a managerial background, so it was evident that technical inquiries should be directed to Luo Hua, who was formally trained in the field. Luo Hua was somewhat taken aback by the mayor's call. Upon learning that Hao Chong was inquiring about Honghu Technology, Luo Hua's interest was piqued. He quietly remarked, Mayor, there is something regarding Honghu Technology that you may find particularly intriguing. Oh, what is it? One of the shareholders of Honghu Technology is Miss Ouyang Pei, the second daughter of Mr. Ouyang Ziyuan. She is also present at the competition venue. Given that Hao Chong had a good personal relationship with Ouyang Ziyuan, which was well known in political and business circles, Luo Hua felt it necessary to inform him. Hao Chong's interest was indeed sparked. Are you suggesting that Honghu Technology has the backing of the Ziyuan Group? I cannot be certain, but it is highly likely, Luo Hua replied earnestly. Hao Chong fell silent for a moment before responding coolly, understood. By the way, please reserve 4 tickets for me, and have someone deliver them to my office. As various sectors in Xia country eagerly anticipated Honghu Technology's performance, Lu Hong was present at the final defense venue, observing with his team. Today marked the first day of the finals, featuring the participants who had ranked 1,420th in the preliminary rounds. Although these contestants' projects exhibited certain strengths, they were fundamentally marred by clear shortcomings. The caliber of the 7 expert judges is indeed remarkable, particularly the 5 esteemed professors among them, who possess an uncanny ability to swiftly identify deficiencies and pose incisive questions, often leaving the presenters in a state of disarray. Lu Hong, while observing the defense, engaged in hushed conversation with Ouyang Pei beside him, meticulously identifying each judge while secretly contemplating strategies. The first judge, Professor Xiong, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, may not boast exceptional expertise, yet his questions are notoriously challenging, adeptly manipulating the emotions of both the audience and the presenters. Entanglement with him could prove quite formidable. The second judge, Professor Hu, distinguished by his well-groomed beard, wields sharp rhetoric, often targeting the crux of the matter, and possesses commendable scholarly prowess. The third judge, Professor Liu, an elegant gentleman with graying hair, employs a comparatively gentle demeanor, exhibiting less aggression, with a focus on practical applications and product viability. The fourth judge, Professor Xin, a fashionably attired woman, is known for her piercing and sometimes acerbic remarks. Once a weakness is identified, she can easily unleash a barrage of critiques. As for the fifth judge, the stern-looking middle-aged man of Slavic descent sitting on the panel nearly elicited a laugh from Lu Hong. He never anticipated that Chuyu Technology would enlist him as a judge. Alexander Petrov, the Robin Hood of the Cyber Forum, a business associate of Lu Hong involved in smuggling specialized equipment. However, upon reflection, It made sense for Lu Chuiyue to have arranged for this individual to serve as a judge. After all, he is not only the doctoral advisor of the esteemed scholar, but also a seasoned professor at Caltech, head of the Frontier Mechanical Laboratory, and a leading expert in the global drone industry, fitting the role in both identity and stature. Regrettably, this meant that Lu Hong need not be concerned about the trump card prepared by Chuyu Technology. The sixth judge is Luo Hua, a steadfast ally. The seventh judge, Yang Jingping, the director of the Development and Reform Bureau, is an unfamiliar face, reputed to be a pragmatic official. The competition employs a scoring system wherein the highest and lowest scores are discarded, and the remaining scores are averaged. Lu Hong is aware that Liang Fengge has privately engaged with the 4 experts from Xia country. Should these 4 intentionally lower the scores for Honghu Technology, victory would be unattainable for them. It seems imperative for Lu Hong to thoroughly debunk these experts before the scrutinizing eyes of the public. And he clenched his fist in determination. Chapter 39. The flawless drone time swiftly ushered in the final day of the competition. The entrants showcasing their projects today were those ranked 16th in the preliminary round, each a strong contender for accolades. Among them were formidable industrial robots, agile mechanical dogs capable of navigating obstacles, and creatively inspired, yet technically simple shared bicycles, all eliciting rounds of applause from the audience. The technological sophistication and completion levels of these projects were markedly superior to those presented in the preceding days, although the judges remained incisive in their critiques. The scoring had indeed improved considerably. Witnessing the presentations of these products, Hao Chong, seated in the audience, could not suppress a satisfied smile. Today he traveled incognito, accompanied only by a secretary, along with the duo of Song Wei and Yang Yang. Leaning closer to Song Wei, he whispered, "Old Song. The caliber of entries in this competition surpasses that of the previous one by a considerable margin." Song Wei nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, our nation has experienced rapid development in recent years, with a multitude of youth immersing themselves in the realm of technological innovation. Naturally, through rigorous selection, many exceptional individuals and products will emerge. As the mayor, it is imperative that you pay close attention to these entrepreneurs and facilitate their endeavors. Hao Chong expressed his concurrence. Certainly, I have already negotiated the most advantageous conditions with the state. As long as they are indeed outstanding tech enterprises willing to establish themselves in our metropolis, I am confident in nurturing their growth. The presentations proceeded methodically, and soon it was the turn of Chuiyue Technology to take the stage. At this moment, the online live stream of the tech competition was inundated with millions of viewers. When Lu Chuiyue appeared with the drone, the atmosphere in the live stream became electric. This year's national tech competition saw the top 2 preliminary spots claimed by drones. Does this signify the dawn of the drone era? This company is Chuiyue Technology, another firm from Chuqing City. What is its connection to Honghu Technology? Rumor has it that the owner of Honghu Technology started his venture after departing from Chuiyue Technology. Is that true? Who would have thought these 2 companies would cross paths in this tech competition? It seems they are indeed destined to meet. While I am quite fond of Honghu Technology's promotional video, can their products truly outshine those of their former employer? Let the battle commence. I wish to witness a clash of titans. Amidst the throngs of spectators, Lu Chuiyue ascended the stage, dressed in a meticulously tailored professional outfit, complemented by her striking appearance. She epitomized a modern female elite. She directed the operator to hover the drone beside her and confidently commenced her presentation. This is our entry from Chuiyue Technology, the Model 01 drone. The data displayed behind me represents the current pinnacle of civilian quadcopter specifications globally. Please note, this is not merely the data of a single drone. We present to you the performance parameters record of quadcopters worldwide. As the large screen behind her illuminated a set of data, another set labeled with Chuiyue Technology's information followed. And here are the results for the Model 01. We have achieved a comprehensive surpassing of the highest global standards. The striking data comparisons on the screen instantly elicited gasps of astonishment. The Model 01's performance significantly exceeded world records. Witnessing the anticipated success of her presentation, Lu Chuiyue's excitement grew, her confidence radiating even more intensely. She directed the operator to sequentially showcase the Model 01's test results, triumphantly announcing with each accomplishment: maximum flight speed, 180 kilometers per hour, acceleration to 100 kilometers in 15 seconds, maximum altitude, 10,000 meters, With an astonishing endurance of 90 minutes, the 01 model continues to shatter world records before the astonished audience, igniting a fervent atmosphere that resonates throughout the live broadcast. Filled with exclamations of admiration, each performance parameter has indeed set a new benchmark. It is an unparalleled hexagonal warrior. How extraordinary! My goodness, is this truly a domestically produced drone? When did the products from Xia country become so remarkable? Dr. Yu is truly impressive. As a dual-degree returnee, he is indeed a world-class talent. Chuiwa Technology, a beacon of national pride. The 01 model, a luminary of domestic goods. Witnessing this spectacle, Hao Chong in the audience could hardly contain his excitement. He leaned towards Song Wei and whispered, "It is said that Chuiwa Technology has received support from the Empire Group. The Empire Group backs Chuiwa Technology, while the Ziyuan Group supports Honghu Technology. The nation's leading private enterprises are venturing into the realm of technological innovation, indicating a favorable response to our policies." However, Song Wei did not share in his enthusiasm. Instead, he furrowed his brow. If these enterprises genuinely sought development through technological innovation, that would be commendable. Yet, he feared that they might exploit the guise of innovation to deceive the state for preferential policies while simultaneously misleading the public with various gimmicks. Hao Chong immediately discerned Song Wei's discontent and inquired, "Lao Song, is there an issue with Chuiwa Technology's products?" Song Wei nodded. As a revered figure in drone development, he had long recognized that while the 01 boasts formidable capabilities, such performance is merely the result of material accumulation, with genuine technological content being quite limited. In other words, any drone development company, given sufficient investment, could produce a drone with similar capabilities to the 01. Such so-called innovative products bear astronomical costs with little practical significance. However, the average audience remained unaware of these nuances. They only knew that Xia country's domestic drone had broken all world records. Clearly, Chuiwa Technology intended to harness the patriotic sentiments of the populace, leveraging public opinion to portray its products as representations of national honor, in hopes of garnering widespread support. This is nothing more than a ploy to deceive the public with the allure of being number one in the world. After hearing Song Wei's explanation, Hao Chong too began to furrow his brow in contemplation. After listening intently to the expert's questions during the defense, his growing dissatisfaction began to surface. What is going on? Why were the experts only posing trivial questions? Why was no one addressing the issue of cost? Song Wei glanced at him and scoffed. Didn't you just say that Chuiwa Technology has the backing of the Empire Group? Upon hearing this, Hao Chong's eyebrows began to rise in realization. Are you suggesting that the Empire Group has covertly influenced the expert panel? Song Wei's eyes narrowed slightly as he replied in a somber tone, "Lao Hao, you have held many positions as a local official. Which industry in Xia country do you believe operates most unscrupulously?" Hao Chong fell silent. He certainly understood that if one were to speak of unscrupulousness in Xia country's business sector, real estate moguls would claim the title of the wildest, with no one daring to contest it. Seeing his silence, Song Wei let out a sigh, reflecting that the influx of private enterprises into the realm of technological innovation may not necessarily be a boon. The environment is rife with both merit and mediocrity, compounded by a group of unscrupulous so-called experts who are all too eager to rally support, attempting to obscure the truth. Hao Chong's complexion gradually flushed, his fists clenching tightly. With fiery determination, he directed a fierce gaze towards the stage, resolute in his decision. If all the experts chose to sidestep the issues surrounding Chuiwa Technology, he would not hesitate to call Luo Hua and urge him to pose a question. Chapter 40. An unexpected reversal in the backstage area of the competition. Lu Hong, watching the live stream on his phone, couldn't help but furrow his brow. The problems discerned by Song Wei were evident to him as well. He realized that Lu Chuiwa was once again veering off the conventional path. She was leveraging public sentiment to create a sensational narrative, exploiting the national pride of the populace to market her products, a strategy that could be deemed underhanded. The rules of the technological competition were explicit. The scoring of entries was to weigh application value and commercial value at a minimum of 50%. Relying solely on raw performance would inevitably lead to exorbitant costs, making application and commercial viability its Achilles heel. While the experts were certainly aware of this issue, they had long been compromised by Liang Fengge and would not voluntarily address it. As long as the experts remained silent, combined with Lu Qiue's relentless appeal to national sentiment, Achieving high scores for 0-1 would seem entirely justified. How could this be dismantled? With this thought, Lu Hong suddenly felt a spark of inspiration and, with a sense of experimentation, pulled out his phone to send a message. After completing this task, he set his phone aside and began preparing for his own appearance. Having done all he could, it was now time to focus on delivering an outstanding performance, showcasing the revolutionary technology of the Yankee drone and earning recognition through sheer expertise. On stage, Lu Chuiwe had successfully passed the scrutiny of 4 experts. Professor Xiong, who had already resolved to wholeheartedly flatter Liang Fengge, was the first to speak, launching into a chorus of praise, extolling Chuiwe Technology's products as the pinnacle of modern unmanned aerial vehicle technology. With his endorsement, the other experts, who had been briefed by Liang Fengge, though not as unabashed, followed suit, posing only trivial and inconsequential questions. Well prepared, Lu Chuiwe responded with ease. In that moment, the woman, originally from a liberal arts background, appeared as a knowledgeable researcher, leaving a remarkable impression on both the audience present and those watching the live stream. The beautiful CEO of Chuiwe Technology was truly impressive. So professional. This is the new generation of youthful entrepreneurs from Xia country, confident, beautiful, and erudite. This general manager Lu, who could easily rely on her looks, chooses instead to rely on her talent. She embodies the essence of the modern Xia country woman. Love it. Perhaps General Manager Lu should become the spokesperson for Chuiwe Technology directly, saving the company the expense of endorsement fees. Breaking world records, a national brand. The pride of domestic products, an intelligent and graceful female entrepreneur. Under the meticulous arrangements of Liang Fengge, countless sensational labels were exponentially amplified by the power of the internet, attracting an immense flow of viewers. The audience in the live stream soon surpassed 10 million. Among these millions, there were undoubtedly individuals with relevant professional backgrounds or a more rational perspective, leading to inevitable skepticism about Chuiwe Technology surfacing in the comments. The owner of Chuiwe Technology failed to introduce the core technology of their products. Instead, they merely piled on performance based on existing technology. Can this truly be called innovation? The product cost is a critical issue, yet why does she choose to evade it? Do experts not inquire as well? I conducted a rough check based on the materials she listed, and this prototype comes with a hefty price tag. It likely costs over 100,000. Is that true? What significance does such an expensive drone hold? Can the average citizen afford it? However, such dissenters are a minority. Under the deliberate guidance of internet trolls, their doubts were soon drowned out by a cacophony of hundreds, if not thousands, of messages, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. In the audience, Liang Fengge, engrossed in monitoring the live stream environment on her phone, wore a self-satisfied smile. As a member of the younger generation, she recognized the power of online public opinion earlier than her predecessors. 2 years ago, she established a dedicated studio within the publicity department of the Dihao Group, amassing extensive experience in guiding and leveraging online discourse. Currently, both expert judges and public opinion are firmly under her control. She can elevate anyone to the status of a deity or vilify anyone to be the target of scorn at will. The sensation of manipulating the emotions of millions, turning the tides with a mere gesture, filled her with an intoxicating sense of power. This is true authority, she mused. As the defense segment approached its conclusion, the microphone was handed to the final expert judge. Alexander Petrov took the microphone, stood up, and began by praising Lu Chuiwe in English. Lu Chuiwe's command of English was commendable, and she responded fluently, garnering a wave of admiration. Observing that Alexander seemed poised to skirt around the tough questions, Hao Chong became utterly incensed. He pulled out his phone, ready to dial Luo Hua. However, at that moment, Alexander suddenly posed a critical question. So, Ms. Lu, my question is, what is the production cost of this prototype in your hands? Once productized, what will your selling price approximately be? Upon hearing this, Lu Chuiwe was instantly taken aback. Hadn't it been agreed beforehand not to broach this topic? What was this foreigner thinking? Why had he suddenly reversed course? Had Yu Siwen not clarified things for him? She stood on stage in a daze, while the live stream continued unabated. In an instant, the competition venue fell into an eerie silence. The unexpected lull prompted the audience to begin whispering among themselves. What was happening? Why was Ms. Lu silent? What question did that foreigner ask? It seemed to be about costs, right? My English is not very good. Why isn't the translator speaking? At this moment, the live translator is sweating profusely. She is an employee of the Dihao Group, specifically assigned by Liang Fengge to ensure the flawless execution of the entire event. Having been briefed by Liang Fengge beforehand, she is fully aware of the implications of every question. She realizes that if she translates the foreigner's words verbatim, it would put Lu Chuiyue in a perilous position. With nearly 10 million viewers in the audience and online, Lu Chuiyue cannot afford to lie. However, revealing the truth would signify the complete failure of all prior strategies. In a moment of inspiration, the translator opted for a subtle approach, stating that Professor Petrov wishes to inquire about the approximate research and development cost of the 01 drone. The concept of development costs is entirely distinct from that of prototype production costs. Simultaneously, the translator deliberately omitted the more critical question regarding the product's selling price. Prompted by the translator's subtle hints, Lu Chuiyue quickly switched to Xia language, apologizing, "My English is not very proficient. I did not grasp the question about the development costs. Our product." Although some English-savvy viewers in the audience and online noticed the translator's oversight, the majority did not dwell on it, and any dissenting voices were drowned out by an overwhelming flood of supportive comments. As it appeared that the issue would be glossed over, the translator discreetly wiped away a bead of cold sweat, feeling relieved. However, at that moment, Alexander spoke up once more. This time, he did not use English, but instead spoke in Xia language with a slight northeastern accent. "I apologize, Miss Lu, but that is not my question. I am inquiring about the production cost of this prototype in your hands and the anticipated selling price of the 01. The translator was instantly stunned. This foreigner could actually speak Xia language. If Lu Hong were to hear the translator's inner thoughts, he would likely burst into laughter. In his previous life, he had known Alexander and was aware that this elderly gentleman's grandmother was actually from Northeast Xia. Furthermore, Alexander possessed remarkable linguistic talents, being able to speak 5 languages, including Xia language, English, and Russian. Did they really think they could mislead him through language? Such an assumption was indeed misguided. With this declaration, Lu Chuiyue found it impossible to evade the question any longer. Her mind went blank in an instant, and she stammered for a long time without uttering a single coherent word. In the audience, Liang Fengge clenched his fists involuntarily. He could not comprehend why Alexander, who was one of their own, would suddenly challenge Lu Chuiyue. Wasn't he supposed to be a mentor to Yuan? Yuan had clearly advised him beforehand not to pose overly pointed questions regarding Chuiyue Technologies' work. Could it be that, in this old man's view, the cost issue was not considered too sharp of a question? Perplexed, Liang Fengge could only conclude that the old scholar was having a moment of irritability. Though he felt a surge of frustration, he found himself powerless to intervene. While he could influence domestic scholars to some extent, he had no means of doing so with scholars from the White Eagle Nation. He hastily retrieved his phone to message the other 4 expert judges, seeking their assistance to remedy the situation. Soon, the illustrious Professor Xiong, known for his sycophantic tendencies, stepped forward. "Professor Petrov, the cost of production is a commercial secret. Your inquiry seems somewhat inappropriate. Perhaps you should consider posing a different question?" However, Alexander was not easily deceived. He retorted without reservation. "I inquired about the cost of prototype production, not the cost of the sales version. Is that also considered a commercial secret? During my tenure at the Frontier Mechanical Laboratory in the White Eagle Nation, I collaborated with numerous tech enterprises and never encountered such a notion." He continued, "I recall that our country joined the World Trade Organization at the turn of this century, and your market regulations should not differ significantly from those of the White Eagle Nation, correct?" Seeing Alexander's unwavering professionalism and lack of leniency, Professor Xiong was at a loss. His academic stature paled in comparison to Alexander's, and he lacked experience collaborating with tech enterprises. He dared not engage in a detailed discussion on such matters. Observing his discomfort, the other 3 experts exchanged glances, hesitant to intervene. With their allies rendered immobile, Lu Chuiyue found herself at a loss as well. After a moment of hesitation, she quietly replied, "The production cost of the prototype is over 100,000 Xia currency. Excuse me, could you specify the exact amount?" Alexander pressed on relentlessly. Lu Chuiyue, utterly deflated, finally responded, 1.98 million. The initial design cost of the prototype, as envisioned by Yuan, was approximately 50,000, but its performance was rather mediocre. To create a product that would boast superior global performance, Lu Chuiyue instructed Yuan to enhance its components continuously, resulting in a skyrocketing cost. The audience was immediately abuzz with disbelief. A prototype costing nearly 200,000. How exorbitant. Yet, Alexander was determined not to let her off the hook. Pardon my candor, Miss Liu, but based on the performance parameters you provided, I estimate that at least 60 of the components used in the 01 must be imported. Thus, the figure of 198 million seems rather conservative. In my experience, the cost price of this prototype should range between 27 million xia currency. Lu Chuiyue was rendered speechless. She had not anticipated Alexander's familiarity with drone component pricing. In truth, when accounting for special commodity tariffs, the cost of the 01 prototype was around 240,000 xia currency. Alexander's estimation was remarkably accurate. The reason she had deliberately omitted mention of tariffs was to present a more palatable cost for the prototype. After all, there is a significant difference between nearly 200,000 and over 200,000. Noticing her silence, Alexander continued to press. If the 01 were to achieve mass production while maintaining its current performance, the cost per unit could potentially be reduced to below 200,000. What would your company's selling price be then? 250,000. Upon hearing this, gasps of disbelief filled the live stream. 250,000 for a drone? With that money, I could purchase a decent vehicle. It has become evident that this is not an indulgence affordable to the working class. To put it candidly, this prototype resembles an Olympic champion. We take pride in it. Yet we cannot nurture one ourselves. Merely observing suffices. Indeed, shattering world records is impressive, but for the average citizen to bear the financial burden is utterly unreasonable. Despite the relentless promotion of national pride and historic breakthroughs in domestic products by Liang Fengge's orchestrated supporters, the majority have regained their composure. Half of the audience in the live stream was drawn by Honghu Technology's short film journey, merely hoping to explore the possibility of acquiring a personal drone, envisioning the creation of stunning videos or photographs akin to those depicted in the film. Yet, how could one possibly allocate a budget of 250,000 for such an entertainment purchase? We are still a developing nation. Yes, I concede that your contestant's performance is indeed formidable, but what relevance does that hold for me? No matter how fervently one feels national pride, does it translate into tangible currency? Or is it suggested that your drone can be exchanged for national pride? This single query left Alexander astounded in his confrontation with Lu Chuiyue. Observing this, Hao Chong in the audience discreetly returned his phone to his pocket, reflecting ruefully. What era is this? Must the emperor's new clothes be exposed by a foreigner? How embarrassing. Yet, Song Wei remained unperturbed, responding, Old Hao, do not be so narrow-minded. The nation's progress necessitates mobilizing every available force. International friends can unite as well. The achievements of our metropolis owe much to the strength of international capital, do they not? Upon hearing this, Hao Chong's expression softened, and he couldn't help but jest. Old Song, I never expected you, an intellectual, to be so adept at ideological persuasion. Song Wei shot him a glance, reminding, let us not forget that our profession demands a belief in power. On the judging panel, witnessing Lu Chuiyue descend the stage in a daze, Alexander returned to his seat with an inscrutable expression. As messages popped up on his phone, he deftly replied, Shichu Yanke, thank you. Robin Hood, if you do not present a piece that satisfies me, I shall give you a failing grade. In the audience, Liang Fengge's countenance darkened. At this juncture, Chuiyue Technology's roadshow had faltered. However, this was inconsequential, as his sole desire was for Chuiyue Technology to secure victory. As long as he could ensure that other competitors faltered, this championship could be claimed without dispute. The only drawback of Chuiyue Technology's offering was its exorbitant cost. In every other aspect, it was commendable. Overall, Lu Chuiyue's performance stood comparably to that of the previous contenders. Thus, the only variable remained Lu Hong. This Lu Hong brazenly declared across various platforms that he intended to treat this final as a launch event for the 01 model. How utterly audacious. Contemplating this, Liang Fengge once more retrieved his phone, dispatching a message to the 4 esteemed professors on the judging panel. Even clay figurines possess a modicum of spirit. Now, Lu Hong seeks to use these experts as stepping stones, and he cannot fathom that they will not muster their full capabilities to retaliate. Chapter 42. An entrance that dazzles. As Lu Chuiyue concluded her defense and departed the stage, Anticipation surged among the audience for the final presentation from Honghu Technology. This recently established company, merely 3 months old, not only achieved a miraculous turnaround to secure first place in the preliminary rounds, but also unveiled a sensational promotional short film titled Journey. The aura of such extraordinary achievements ignited intense curiosity regarding its leader, Lu Hong. Particularly captivating was Honghu Technology's announcement on their official website and at the film's conclusion, declaring a launch event for the Yankee drone to be held on the National Technology Competition stage, a bold challenge to all present experts and judges. This final defense promised to be a spectacle of sparks flying in every direction. Among the judging panel, save for Alexander, the other 4 professors were eager to engage. They were all seasoned scholars, each mindful of their reputation. Lu Hong's declaration to hold a product launch during this competition was a direct affront to their dignity. A declaration of war. Even without Liang Fengge's reminder, they were already poised to teach this audacious young man a lesson. While they might not surpass any entrepreneur present in terms of research and product development, nitpicking details was their comfort zone. Soon, the host announced the commencement of the final defense. However, as the host's voice faded, no one stepped forward from backstage, plunging the venue into an unexpected silence. The host hastily contacted the director through his earpiece, and murmurs began to ripple through the audience. Professor Xiong could not suppress a chuckle. This Lu Hong, so verbose online, would not falter at the critical moment, would he? Alongside Alexander, the other 3 professors joined in on the subdued laughter, while Director Yang, seated on the judging panel, displayed visible displeasure. Just then, everyone was suddenly captivated by a brilliant light in the sky. Instinctively looking upward, the day was overcast, and dusk had already fallen, making the sudden appearance of light in the sky particularly striking. A multitude of drones adorned with red lights formed a colossal shape in midair, an abstract representation of a wild goose spreading its wings and calling out. The goose gracefully descended from a height of several meters, landing directly at the center of the stage. Subsequently, a hand grasped the drone at the very center of the formation, causing the other drones to swiftly disperse, revealing a figure that had mysteriously arrived at the stage's heart, Lu Hong. Witnessing this scene, Song Wei and Yang Yang in the audience could not help but rise in astonishment, gasping in awe. Fortunately, the surrounding audience was equally taken aback by this stunning entrance, erupting into applause and cheers, which spared the 2 from appearing overly conspicuous in their reactions. Hao Chong hastily urged the 2 back to their seats, murmuring in discontent. You 2 are renowned technical experts of the nation. Is it truly necessary to be so astonished by a mere display? Song Wei shot him a glare, lowering his voice. You know nothing. The formation created by the drones is significantly more complex than a simple matrix of drones. This is undoubtedly not under manual control. I can almost ascertain that Honghu Technology's drones are equipped with an intelligent control system, capable of multi-drone collaboration. Even if this technology were to be simplified tenfold, it would still suffice for the most advanced military reconnaissance and strike drones available today. Just this one aspect makes this endeavor worthwhile for me. Unable to contend with this research enthusiast, Hao Chong could only pacify him gently. All right, just remain calm. With me here, there's no way this kid can escape. Let us watch the competition. Only then did Song Wei relent, lifting his gaze to Lu Hong, who was delicately cradling a compact drone. Today, Lu Hong was donned in an elegant suit, his hair meticulously styled, and his gaunt face bore a hint of fatigue. His brows were dark and lustrous, his eyes brimming with an intensity that exuded a palpable confidence, piercing straight toward the judges' panel, causing the 4 professors, eager to critique, to instinctively lower their heads to avoid his gaze. Good afternoon, esteemed audience. Welcome to the National Science and Technology Competition, where we celebrate the launch of Honghu Technology's innovative drone. Now, allow me to comprehensively present the capabilities of the 01 Yankee drone. With these simple yet powerful opening remarks, akin to a clarion call to battle, the atmosphere in the venue surged to a new height. As he spoke, Lu Hong gently tossed the drone into the air, beginning to walk along the edge of the stage. Before the watchful eyes of the audience, the drone, as if enchanted, maintained a distance of approximately 1 meter behind Lu Hong, gliding forward gracefully. The Yankee drone is equipped with an intelligent control system, allowing for one-button launch and smart following, requiring no additional manipulation. It is worth noting that at this moment, The general public's understanding of drones was still confined to remote-controlled models. They had never witnessed such cutting-edge technology. This almost magical demonstration of functionality instantly elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd, with the online viewership rapidly reaching a crescendo. What? One-button launch? It can take off simply by being tossed. The drone can follow its owner like a pet? This is astounding. What sorcery is this? Is Honghu technology truly a company from the Xia nation? In the audience, Song Wei, who had just taken his seat, immediately sprang up as if pricked by a needle. This time, he could no longer contain his excitement. Oh my, one-button launch? Achieving stable body correction at ultra-low speeds? This dynamic perception and processing speed must be on the millisecond level. An intelligent following. How is that even possible? Laser radar is a given. But how do they achieve human recognition? Could it be through image recognition technology? Is it truly that precise? His loud shouting naturally attracted the attention of those around him. Hao Chong had no choice but to forcibly pull him back into his seat, lowering his voice as he said, "Brother, I've acknowledged you as my brother, all right? Can't you exhibit a bit of the restraint expected of an academician?" Song Wei seized his wrist, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Old Hao, do you realize what this drone signifies? The intelligent control system mounted on this drone has not only met, but significantly surpassed the military's requirements for a new generation of reconnaissance strike drones. The ability to correct its posture at such low speeds is more than sufficient for high-speed drones. Moreover, this high-precision image recognition technology, if applied to our drones, could allow for automatic target acquisition and engagement. The technology that has eluded us for over a decade has been accomplished by a civilian enterprise? Old Hao, you must keep a close watch on this Lu Hong. I want to meet him as soon as the competition concludes." As the audience marveled at the technology presented by Honghu Technology, Professor Xiong from the judging panel became irate. Whether from a desire to curry favor with Liang Fengge or to uphold his own authority, he could not allow Lu Hong to continue unabated in showcasing his work. Consequently, he slammed his hand on the table, interrupting Lu Hong's demonstration. "Contestant Lu Hong, this is the National Science and Technology Competition, not an entertainment program. Your presentation is far from professional." Chapter 43. The first round of confrontation. Professor Xiong's sudden outburst immediately captured the audience's attention. Although there was some dissatisfaction regarding his interruption of the contestant's presentation, the audience still maintained respect and restraint in the presence of a professor, eager to hear what he would say next. Professor Xiong's actions ignited a flicker of anger in Lu Hong. According to the competition rules, contestants were allowed a presentation time of no more than 30 minutes, followed by a QA session. During the presentation, judges were not supposed to interrupt. While Lu Hong had anticipated challenges from the experts, he had not expected such an egregious breach of the competition's normal proceedings. Given the other party's shamelessness, Lu Hong decided not to spare him any dignity. He coldly addressed Professor Xiong. "Is that so? What does Professor Xiong consider a professional presentation?" Professor Xiong smirked slightly, saying, "Of course, it should be like the presentation from Chuya Technology, which first showcased the performance parameters of the work. That is the most direct approach. Is your 01 superior to the 01 in terms of performance? Does it fly faster? Higher? Does it have a longer endurance? I suspect not. Is it because of its mediocre performance that you avoid discussing it and instead demonstrate these trivial functions?" One must admit, Professor Xiong was undeniably clever. His expertise may not hold much weight in the field of research, but it was certainly higher than that of the majority of ordinary individuals, as he clearly understood the entirety of the research process. Simultaneously, he possesses a profound understanding of the psyche of the general populace. Recognizing what expertise appears to the average individual, his greatest skill lies in exploiting the information gap between researchers and the public, posing questions that are perplexing for scientists, thereby accentuating his own professionalism in the eyes of the masses. The issue at hand exemplifies this perfectly. Professor Xiong is acutely aware that contemporary society exhibits a prevalent reverence for data, equating specific performance metrics with expertise, and tends to rely on numerical comparisons to evaluate the superiority of various products. While this method of assessment may be simplistic and blunt, its strength lies in its intuitiveness. In an age characterized by an explosion of information, ordinary people gravitate towards straightforward and clear conclusions, seldom finding the time to engage in deeper contemplation. Given that Honghu Technology's drone cannot possibly surpass Chuya Technology's in any performance parameter, if one steadfastly clings to this fact, One can easily conclude that 01 is inferior to 01, leaving Lu Hong with no room for rebuttal. As for the claim that Chuiwa Technologies 01 offers poor cost-effectiveness, what does it matter? Drones have yet to enter the consumer market. The general populace lacks any concept of cost-effectiveness regarding this gadget. What is there to discuss about cost-effectiveness? It is futile. If your performance is subpar, it is simply subpar. The data is irrefutable and leaves no room for argument. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the majority of the audience began to murmur in agreement. Yes, while Chuiwa Technologies' drone may be somewhat expensive, its performance is undeniably exceptional. Indeed, it comprehensively surpasses world records by such a significant margin. Just by observing the size of Honghu Technologies' drone, one can ascertain that its performance cannot possibly rival that of its counterpart, can it? In an instant, an invisible pressure enveloped Lu Hong. Witnessing that his remarks resonated with the audience, Professor Xiong felt a quiet sense of triumph. As long as you concede that your drone's performance is inferior to Chuiwa Technologies' product, I have ample justification to severely undermine your score. Faced with such shameless rhetoric, Song Wei in the audience became incensed. He abruptly rose to his feet, ready to unleash a tirade. Fortunately, Hao Chong had been vigilant and swiftly covered his mouth, dragging him back to his seat. Brother, you are my dear brother. Spare me some dignity. Can we keep it down a bit? This is a national competition. We cannot disrupt the order of the event. Song Wei, fuming, pointed an agitated finger at the judging panel, muttering in a low voice. What do you call this? What kind of nonsense expert did you invite to our magic city? He dismisses the intelligent control system as a trivial feature? Does he even comprehend the terrifying technological complexity involved? Moreover, he dares to compare a well-built 01 with another 01 based on performance metrics? Why doesn't he race a Ferrari against a wheelchair instead? This individual is manipulating the knowledge blind spots of the average audience. Hao Chong hurried to soothe him. Yes, I understand. Let us see how Lu Hong responds. With me around, you need not worry about this young man ultimately being at a disadvantage. Only then did Song Wei manage to restrain his fury. In the face of Professor Xiong's onslaught, Lu Hong silently chuckled to himself. Based on my observations of these four professors over the past few days, he had already anticipated numerous questions and devised corresponding strategies. Professor Xiong's inquiries regarding product performance parameters were entirely within his expectations. With a hint of sarcasm, he remarked, Professor Xiong, truly a specialist, can define the essence of the brick industry at the drop of a hat. However, your definition, much like the product development philosophy of Chuiwa Technology, possesses a peculiar beauty akin to a lack of cerebral engagement. Is bigger always better? Is speed synonymous with strength? Your reasoning resembles someone declaring their intention to develop a bicycle that achieves a speed of 120 kilometers per hour with a range of 400 kilometers. What do you expect? That the bicycle will defy Earth's gravity and land on Mars? If we adhere to your rationale, the design of drones would simply entail flying faster, higher, and farther. In which case we ought to abandon the concept of drones altogether, for there exists something known as a missile, and our products could never compete with it. Upon this declaration, uproarious laughter erupted both on-site and in the live broadcast. Mr. Lu's retort is truly vivid. Using a bicycle to escape Earth's gravity is utterly hilarious. Indeed, a drone is essentially an unmanned aerial vehicle. If one solely pursues speed, altitude, and range, how could it ever be compared to a missile? This is the correct philosophy for product development. Neglecting the usage context in favor of blind performance chasing will only lead to a divergence from the intended goals. Mr. Lu's eloquence is remarkable. His ability to articulate profound truths in a simple manner, making them comprehensible to the masses, is a talent that deserves to be utilized for educational purposes. According to the official website, the majority of the R&D for Model 01 was personally conducted by Mr. Lu. Who would have thought he not only excels in creation, but also in communication and entrepreneurship? He is truly a formidable polymath. Witnessing Mr. Lu's succinct and powerful rebuttal, Song Wei could not help but applaud, exclaiming, well said. This young man is impressive. If he were willing to pursue higher education, I would strive to bring him to my university as a prot.g. Hao Chong, observing this, breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, fortunately, Lu Hong's caliber is sufficiently high. Otherwise, old Song might have been inclined to roll up his sleeves and confront the judges. As Lu Hong decisively triumphed in the first round of this verbal exchange through his brilliant metaphors, Professor Xiong's face flushed with indignation. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Seizing the opportunity while Professor Xiong was momentarily speechless, Lu Hong promptly began to articulate his perspective. In my view, the essence of a drone is that it is an unmanned aerial vehicle designed for low altitude, low speed, and short range, particularly in the realm of civilian drones. The design philosophy should prioritize practicality, affordability, and ease of operation, serving the general populace. Pursuing high altitude, high speed, and long range is not the correct developmental trajectory for civilian drones. Chapter 44. A people-centric approach means making it affordable for the majority. Lu Hong's words resonated powerfully, instilling confidence in everyone present. Even as a rival, Yuzwen found himself unable to suppress his stirring emotions, quietly musing to himself. High altitude, high speed, and long-range capabilities have long been the focal points of unmanned aerial vehicle research. How audacious of Lu Hong to challenge this established notion. Is he not afraid of the scrutiny from experts? Indeed, Professor Xiong immediately seized the opportunity to retort loudly, asserting, "The prevailing direction recognized by the academic community in drone research is precisely high altitude, high speed, and long range. Are you denying the entire scholarly consensus?" Lu Hong gently shook his head, responding, "Please do not conflate concepts. What I am referring to pertains specifically to civilian drones. Furthermore, does the majority's belief in a certain direction necessarily equate to its correctness? I had assumed that experts possessed the capacity for independent thought. It seems I was naive." This remark elicited a wave of laughter. As Professor Xiong found himself at a loss for words, Professor Hu quickly stepped in to mediate. "Contestant Lu Hong, since your design philosophy diverges from the mainstream, could you please demonstrate to us why your approach is indeed valid?" This inquiry dug a small pit. For the validity of a design philosophy could certainly be argued from both perspectives, leading to endless debate. However, Lu Hong was not one to leave such a flaw unaddressed. He spoke firmly. "First, we must define what constitutes a correct design philosophy. I believe that, akin to any civilian product, the correctness of a civilian drone's design philosophy hinges upon its acceptance by the majority of ordinary citizens and its ability to enhance their quality of life. People are the key. A human-centered approach, allowing technology to serve the greater populace, aligns perfectly with the national development agenda that has been emphasized in recent years." As he spoke, he glanced towards Luo Hua and the judges' panel, then shifted his gaze to Yang Jingping. Both government officials nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The assemblage of experts and professors found themselves at a loss for words. After all, Lu Hong's assertions occupied the high ground of political correctness, rendering rebuttal futile. Thus, he continued, "Therefore, I assert that the correct design philosophy for civilian drones is practicality, affordability, and ease of operation." As Lu Hong spoke, he snapped his fingers, and the large screen behind him instantly displayed the performance parameters of the prototype 01. Maximum flight speed, 120 kilometers per hour. It can match the speed of a vehicle traveling on the highway, yet does not necessitate any greater velocity. Maximum altitude, 6,000 meters. This ensures no compromise on aviation safety while meeting the needs of nearly all scenarios, except for extreme mountaineers. Maximum endurance, 40 minutes. This suffices for the aerial photography demands of most situations. All performance metrics are not aimed at breaking records, but rather at meeting the usage requirements of the broadest populace. And practicality inherently leads to affordability. The average development cost of the prototype 01 is merely 30,000 Xia yuan. Upon achieving mass production, our unit price will be at this point. The large screen in the venue transitioned to a striking high-definition image. Beneath the sleek and technologically advanced 01 drone, a colossal figure looms, 8,988 yuan. A wave of astonishment ripples through the crowd. The live stream's comments burst into a jubilant uproar. "My goodness, such an affordable price. Less than 9,000. This is merely the cost of 2 smartphones, isn't it? Can they truly make a profit selling at such a low price? As an ordinary employee from a second-tier city, I feel that I could save up enough money in half a year to purchase one. This price is simply too reasonable. Indeed, imagine buying one and capturing beautiful moments while traveling with my girlfriend. It's a delightful thought." Compared to the 250,000 yuan drones from Chua Technology, this one is the epitome of a consumer-friendly drone. Absolutely right. Only products that everyone can afford deserve that title. Those that are out of reach can only be referred to as exhibits. Well said from above. This competition is about the products. And what Shuiwa technology has presented hardly qualifies as such, as it became evident that Lu Hong's product was utterly eclipsing Shuiwa technology through sheer value. The professors were momentarily at a loss for words. After all, one carries a cost of 200,000 while the other is priced at merely 9,000. One is laden with superfluous features that serve no practical purpose, while the other is meticulously designed to adhere to essential functionality. The disparity is staggering, making comparison impossible. Yet, Professor Hu displayed an air of confidence. He raised the microphone and spoke deliberately. Contestant Lu Hong, I concede that your design concept is remarkably innovative, and the cost-effectiveness of your product is commendable. It must be said that, thus far, the performance exhibited by your entry perfectly embodies your design philosophy. However, there exists a critical flaw in your product. To be fair, this flaw is not exclusive to your creation. It is inherent to all drones. The flaw lies in their operation. Regardless of how superb your drone's control capabilities may be, you cannot alter the fact that operating a drone entails a certain threshold of expertise. Without professional training, operators are prone to accidents while maneuvering drones. This means that even if one can afford to buy one, an ordinary person must undergo specialized training to acquire the skills necessary for drone operation, just as one must obtain a driver's license before taking to the road. Furthermore, obtaining a drone operation certification requires thousands of yuan and at least a year of study. This is far from realistic for most ordinary individuals. Consequently, consumer drones cannot achieve the widespread accessibility you envision. Your design concept has been fundamentally flawed from the outset, containing this significant and irreparable gap. His remarks left the audience collectively stunned. Indeed, drones are not something anyone can operate, even if one can afford them. Do ordinary people possess the time and energy to acquire a drone operation certificate? If one can purchase but cannot operate, isn't that a wasted investment? In an instant, a cacophony of noise enveloped the venue. Did Honghu Technologies' design philosophy truly falter from the very outset? Below the stage, Lu Chuiwe, who had initially succumbed to despair, suddenly regained her composure. Clenching her fists tightly, she inwardly rejoiced. Professor Hu's expertise is indeed remarkable. This question is the Achilles heel of all drones. No matter how hard Lu Hong tries, he cannot rectify it. If I can pin him down, my creation might still earn an award. In the VIP section, Liang Fengge, initially tense, discreetly exhaled, taking out a handkerchief to wipe her perspiring palms. Thankfully, Professor Hu has demonstrated his caliber, preventing that young man from easily passing through. In the backstage director's room, the live broadcast chief director held his breath, eager to see how Lu Hong would respond to this inquiry. Just then, a subordinate suddenly shouted, "Director Su, the viewership in the online streaming room has surpassed 10 million. Moreover, the number of viewers is rapidly increasing. Our server is nearing its capacity." Chapter 45, a crash? Impossible. Upon hearing his subordinate's exclamation, the chief director, Su Jinxing, abruptly came to his senses, feeling a twinge of regret. As the director of the live broadcast, his responsibility was to ensure the seamless execution of the entire event. How had he inadvertently become so engrossed in the content that he resembled an ordinary audience member? This was highly unprofessional. He quickly shook his head and instructed his subordinate, "Hold on. I will contact the station head immediately to request an emergency server upgrade. Should the major platforms continue streaming? At this rate, our server will crash within 15 minutes. The subordinate urged. Su Jinxing gritted his teeth and declared, "Continue streaming. Our television station has yet to experience such a blockbuster program. This is our golden opportunity. Rest assured, I will resolve the server issue within 15 minutes. With that, he dashed out of the director's room, urgently making phone calls for assistance. On the other side, over 10 million viewers collectively held their breath for Lu Hong. Indeed, drones in this world currently rely on professional operators, rendering it impossible for the average person to maneuver them. How would Lu Hong tackle this seemingly insurmountable question? Before long, everyone witnessed a relaxed smile spreading across Lu Hong's face. Professor Hu's query was indeed astute. If the control issue cannot be resolved, the widespread adoption of civilian drones is inconceivable. To address this question, mere words would not suffice. How about this? Is there any willing audience member present who would like to join me on stage for an experiment? I am seeking someone with absolutely no experience in drone operation. Please raise your hand if you are willing. As soon as he finished speaking, several hands began to rise. However, Lu Hong refrained from selecting anyone, instead addressing Professor Hu. It may raise suspicions of favoritism if I choose someone. Perhaps it would be better for Professor Hu to designate a participant. Professor Hu pondered for a moment and replied, "Allow me to take charge. I have no experience in drone operation whatsoever." Upon this declaration, a chorus of dissent erupted in the streaming room. How could this be permissible? It is utterly unfair. Exactly. He already harbors grievances against General Liu. What if he deliberately sabotages the experiment? How utterly shameless. Such audacity is unparalleled. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Hong readily acquiesced. Very well, I kindly ask Professor Hu to take the stage. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Without hesitation, Professor Hu set aside the microphone and strode confidently onto the stage. The staff, quick on their feet, hurried after him, affixing a microphone to his chest. Lu Hong graciously shook his hand and then raised the remote control, inquiring, "Professor Hu, I presume you have never used a remote control before?" Professor Hu shook his head slightly, confessing, "I am rather clumsy. I struggle with game controllers, and a remote control is far too complex for me." "I suspected as much." Lu Hong replied with a faint smile, abruptly tossing the remote aside. Amidst gasps of surprise, he continued, "May I borrow Professor Hu's smartphone for a moment?" "Of course," Professor Hu said, retrieving his phone from his pocket and handing it over. Lu Hong swiftly produced a small accessory and connected it to Professor Hu's phone, explaining, "This is a signal booster. Although it can function without it, the control range would be quite limited, considering that the Bluetooth signal of a smartphone typically extends only a couple of hundred meters." Professor Hu paused, astonished. "Are you suggesting that you intend to control the drone directly with the smartphone?" "Indeed." Lu Hong beamed. A flurry of discussions erupted among the audience. Controlling a drone with a smartphone? Eliminating the need for a remote control altogether? Soon, with the assistance of the staff, Professor Hu's phone screen was projected onto the large screen of the venue. Under the gaze of millions, Lu Hong proceeded to download an application and opened it. The screen immediately displayed a satellite map of the area, while a small window in the corner showcased the camera feed. Lu Hong pointed out the control interface, which was remarkably simple. The left side controlled elevation, while the right managed directional movement, all through touchscreen commands, making it abundantly clear. After elucidating, Lu Hong handed the phone to Professor Hu, saying, "Now, please feel free to operate it at your leisure." "Operate it at my leisure? Are you certain?" A glimmer of excitement flickered in Professor Hu's eyes. "Absolutely," Lu Hong assured him with a calm smile. After a brief moment of contemplation, Professor Hu accepted the phone. As his fingers glided across the screen, the drone, which had been stationary before him, began to ascend. In no time, the horizontal indicator on the screen revealed that the drone had reached an altitude of 150 meters. As dusk fell and the city lights began to twinkle, the drone's camera revealed the verdant sea of Shijiao Park and the shimmering flow of traffic beyond, a sight of unparalleled beauty. The audience erupted into a chorus of admiration. "I never imagined our city was so beautiful from above. If controlling it is this simple, I might just consider purchasing a drone myself." Indeed, the convenience of operating it directly from a smartphone, eliminating the remote control. How marvelous! Given the size of this drone, it could easily fit in the trunk of a car. As the weekend approached, the thought of taking the family out to the countryside to fly a drone filled me with excitement. On stage, after maneuvering the drone in the air for a while, Professor Hu was almost certain that Lu Hong had not tampered with anything. The drone he controlled with his smartphone was indeed the same one that had just ascended before him. Upon confirming this, he suddenly moved his finger and began to command the drone to descend rapidly. On the large screen at the venue, the ground captured by the drone's camera began to zoom in swiftly, eliciting gasps from the audience. Within mere seconds, the drone's altitude plummeted from 150 meters to a clearly visible height. Yet Professor Hu showed no sign of hesitation. "This is bad. It's going to crash. Hurry, slow it down." He was doing this on purpose. He intended to make the drone crash. Professor Hu felt a surge of satisfaction within. He had previously claimed that he lacked any experience in drone operation, intending to evade responsibility after the crash. After all, he was a novice. A moment of panic causing him to mistake the throttle for the brake could easily be justified. However, he found it perplexing that Lu Hong was standing less than a meter away, capable of intervening, yet remained motionless, his gaze directed at Hu with a hint of mockery. A sense of unease crept into Professor Hu's mind, but at this moment, he had already drawn the bowstring taut and had no choice but to let it fly. He was committed to this reckless path. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to send the drone crashing straight into the center of the stage. However, to his astonishment, the drone unexpectedly began to decelerate as it descended towards the stage. No matter how fiercely he pressed the descent button, the drone's speed of descent resolutely slowed. Ultimately, just 1 meter above the ground, the drone hovered in midair. No matter how he manipulated it, it would not descend another inch. A collective sigh of relief swept through the tens of thousands in attendance. After a brief moment of stupor, Professor Hu suddenly launched a vehement accusation. "You have tampered with the control software. This is fraud." Chapter 46, Technology, Human-Centric. In the face of Professor Hu's accusations, Lu Hong remained unfazed, replying, "Indeed. Our company has employed certain technologies to prevent inexperienced operators from damaging their drones or endangering others' safety. In our view, a rational individual would not deliberately crash their drone like Professor Hu." At these words, laughter erupted from the crowd, followed swiftly by a chorus of boos. Indeed, the so-called expert is hardly a rational person. Who would deliberately crash a drone? What's the deal? Preventing you from crashing is fraud? Is a car's seatbelt considered fraud then? After all, it prevents you from taking off right where you are. Get off the stage. With such a level of expertise. Amidst the cacophony of jeers, Professor Hu stood in the center of the stage, his face ashen, at a loss for what to do. Lu Hong, seizing the moment, took the phone from Professor Hu's hand, operating it while loudly promoting his company's product. As everyone can see, the 01 is equipped with an intelligent control system that can prevent the vast majority of accidents caused by operational errors. We extend our gratitude to Professor Hu for personally demonstrating the automatic obstacle avoidance feature. Utilizing a compact laser radar, we can not only prevent crashes, but also maneuver around humans and trees. As he spoke, he directed the drone towards the crowd, yet it halted a meter before the audience, resuming a steady hover. The spectators erupted in astonishment. Moreover, we offer a waypoint flight function. Users who prefer not to operate the drone manually can preset the flight altitude and route, and then initiate automatic filming, allowing the drone to autonomously complete aerial photography along the designated path. Lu Hong tapped the waypoint flight icon on his mobile interface, establishing the flight trajectory and altitude on the satellite map. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of millions, the drone ascended into the sky, commencing its preordained route of capturing images, prompting yet another round of cheers from the audience. By this time, darkness had nearly enveloped the sky, and the camera could only discern the twinkling of stars and lights. Lu Hong then pressed another button, and in an instant, the world captured by the camera transitioned to night vision mode. Currently, our camera supports infrared night vision filming. In the future, on the 01 platform, we plan to upgrade to superior cameras and components, creating an enhanced version of the 01 to cater to the varying needs of different professionals. Furthermore, we are planning to offer customized drone services. During Lu Hong's presentation, the 01 followed its predetermined trajectory, simultaneously elevating the live broadcast's popularity to new heights: 12 million, 13 million, 14 million. In the control room, the staff monitoring the network was in a frenzy. "Director Su, the viewer count is skyrocketing. We want to last another 15 minutes. We need to limit the flow." As the alarming data approached the threshold, Su Jinxing gritted his teeth, poised to issue a command to restrict access, when his phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Director Huang? How is the server holding up? We're about to reach our limit here." "Don't worry, old Su. The server has been approved. The technical team will contact you within a minute. This program is under close scrutiny. We must ensure its success." "Understood. As long as the server is in place, we'll guarantee the task is completed." Su Jinsheng, with reddened eyes, hung up the phone and shouted to his subordinates, "Support is on the way. Hurry and adjust. This program has the potential to create history for our television station. We must hold firm." With the new server integrated, the capacity of the live broadcast room surged once more, and the audience count continued to rise steadily. Soon, a cheer erupted in the control room. 15 million concurrent viewers. A record has been shattered. The live broadcasting record of Magic City Television was broken, sending everyone in the control room into a state of euphoric excitement. Just then, on the live feed, the 01 successfully completed its automatic cruise, accurately returning to its starting point. The tens of thousands of spectators erupted into fervent applause. However, Lu Hong's introduction was far from over. In addition to automatic obstacle avoidance and waypoint navigation, we have yet another feature that ensures flight safety: automatic return. As he spoke, he detached the signal booster, which could extend the controlled distance to 5 kilometers, although such a range was unnecessary at present. Oh, Professor who is using a smartphone from Fruit Country, let us examine the extent of its Bluetooth signal range. With that, he proceeded to control the drone solely with his phone, initiating its ascent. Soon, as the flight altitude displayed on the screen reached 80 meters, a warning sign indicating a signal loss appeared. Moments later, the drone returned to its original position, quietly hovering in place, drawing another round of enthusiastic applause and chatter. Astonishing. To automatically return to the starting point despite losing signal connection? This completely alleviates the fear of losing the drone, especially considering its hefty price. This feature is incredibly practical. I absolutely adore it. Lu Hong paused briefly and smiled. It seems that the Bluetooth signal range of the Fruit smartphone is approximately 80 meters. By the way, I have also tested it with our domestically produced Huawei phone, which achieves a Bluetooth signal range of over 120 meters. Professor Hu, would you consider supporting local products? They truly are quite effective. Laughter erupted once more among the audience. Professor Hu stood on stage, his complexion fluctuating between pale and flushed, as if he were undergoing public humiliation. Lu Hong did not press the matter further. Glancing at his phone screen, he remarked, "Just in time. Our drone's battery is nearly depleted. Now, let us demonstrate the automatic return feature under low battery conditions." With that, he reconnected the signal booster and began to pilot the drone into the distance. After flying approximately 2 kilometers, a warning regarding insufficient battery power suddenly appeared on the phone screen. The drone then disengaged from manual control, automatically retracing its path back to the initial position, and gently landed on the stage, its rotors coming to a halt. Gasps and applause resonated throughout the venue once more. Amidst the enthusiastic atmosphere, Lu Hong declared loudly that the intelligent control system aboard the 01 drone was entirely developed in-house by Honghu Technology. After numerous tests, we are confident that this system can prevent the vast majority of drone crashes caused by operational errors. Want to make the 01 crash? Not a chance. Unless one resorts to physically destroying it through force. This system will significantly lower the barriers to drone operation. Even individuals who have never interacted with drones will be able to effortlessly maneuver the 01. Indeed, this is the approach we at Honghu Technology are taking to address the issue of drone accessibility. Just as digital cameras have supplanted film cameras, automation and intelligence will greatly reduce the threshold for professional skills, thereby expanding the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Just as domestically produced smartphones have replaced foreign ones, the practical and affordable nature of technology significantly lowers the barriers for the common populace, enabling everyone to partake in the advancements of science. We firmly believe that technology should not be an elitist domain, but rather serve the greater public. How can technology be human-centric? This is the answer provided by Honghu Technology. Chapter 47, Aerial Photography? No technical expertise required. As Lu Hong adeptly responded to Professor Hu's inquiry with the intelligent control system, the atmosphere in both the venue and the live broadcast reached a new zenith. What an eloquent statement. The essence of technology companies should indeed be to serve the masses. It is no wonder that President Lu's design philosophy for civilian drones is rooted in practicality, affordability, and ease of operation. This embodies the very spirit of the enterprise. Making technology accessible, affordable, and effective for all is the hallmark of superior technological products. Enough talk. Bring forth the purchasing link. For those in the front, search for the official website of Honghu Technology online. Their reservation channel is already open. In the audience, Hao Chang's eyes sparkled with admiration, exclaiming the brilliance of this young individual. Not only does he possess remarkable research capabilities, but his interpretation of policies is also exceptionally astute. We are currently in a market economy, and it is entirely reasonable for businesses to seek profit. However, the spirit of an enterprise often dictates its potential limits. Technology should not be aloof, but should aspire to serve the greater populace. With such ambition and vision, both this young man and his company have boundless prospects. Song Wei nodded in agreement, his recognition of Lu Hong ascending to new heights. Although they operated in different fields and roles, Their ideals of contributing to the nation through technology were perfectly aligned. With this thought, Song Wei beckoned his disciple Yang Yang. Whispering instructions, reach out to the higher-ups and arrange for a background check on Lu Hong, with a focus on political assessment. Hao Chong was slightly taken aback and murmured, "Old Song, are you planning something?" Song Wei replied, "This young Lu possesses the advanced technology we require, and his thoughts are quite progressive. I wish to introduce him to the military. If he meets the criteria, we might consider making him a direct supplier of military products." Hao Chong nodded silently. Contemplating, Old Song has always had high standards. It's surprising to see him so impressed with this young Lu. According to Luo Hua, Ouyang's second daughter is also employed at this company. Perhaps we should investigate the relationship between Ziyuan Group and Honghu Technology. If Honghu Technology is indeed a rising company supported by Ziyuan Group, we should find a way to lure them to Shanghai, as it could prove to be a strategic move. Noticing the enthusiastic reactions from the audience, Lu Hong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This exemplary essay was the culmination of extensive brainstorming with his team, aimed at aligning with national policies and garnering public support. After all, Luo Hua had cautioned him that the current mayor Hao of Shanghai was tasked with emphasizing the implementation of national science and technology development policies. As a businessman, cultivating a positive corporate image is essential for the success of a company, and appropriate packaging and promotion are among the most cost-effective public relations strategies. Faced with Lu Hong's dual pressure in values and technology, Professor Hu descended from the stage in a daze, even forgetting to reclaim his mobile phone. His once immaculate beard was tousled by the wind, and he paid no heed to its disarray. Witnessing Professor Hu's personal involvement culminating in such a disheveled conclusion, Liang Fenga in the VIP section could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. He realized that the numerous obstacles he had meticulously placed were being dismantled one by Lu Hong, who genuinely posed a threat of snatching the championship from his grasp. Since entering the commercial realm, he had utilized his vast resources and cunning strategies to dominate countless opponents. This was the first time someone had managed to challenge him despite the considerable disparity in their strengths. In that moment, countless thoughts swirled in his mind as his hands clenched and relaxed unconsciously, alternating between tension and release. Below the stage, Lu Chuiyue was utterly astonished. She had considered herself knowledgeable about Lu Hong's capabilities, yet when confronted with such an extraordinary product akin to black technology, she realized she had severely underestimated his prowess. When had he become so formidable? Had he displayed such talent earlier, there would have been no way to displace him. Lu Chuiyue felt a sense of regret, her gaze flickering restlessly. After watching Professor Hu return to his seat, the third judge, Professor Lu, slowly began to speak. This scholar's words were refined and courteous, markedly more gentle than the previous two. "Mr. Lu, your presentation was truly remarkable. From what I observe, your company's product indeed ensures a satisfactory user experience for the majority of ordinary individuals concerning operational issues. However, I would like to inquire about another aspect. Currently, your product's primary function is aerial photography. Since you have essentially resolved the issue of flight, what solutions do you propose regarding the photography aspect? As far as I am aware, the professional threshold for aerial photography is even higher than that for drone operation, is it not? Drones are not merely model aircraft. Users of your product seek to achieve aerial photography results rather than merely experience piloting. Can you guarantee that untrained individuals will be able to produce satisfactory aerial photography works?" Lu Hong, not one to engage in conflict unnecessarily, chose to respond with grace, given the respect shown by the other party. Professor Lu was correct. Aerial photography is indeed more challenging than simply controlling a drone. To be candid, our team has invested even more time and effort in addressing the complexities of aerial photography than in developing the intelligent control system. There are numerous details involved, and if I were to enumerate them all, it might seem self-aggrandizing. So allow me to provide a simple example. With that, he gestured towards the backstage, and soon, a segment of footage appeared on the large screen in the conference hall. The image quality was poor and the footage shaky, yet the scenes depicted were instantly recognizable to all. The earliest aerial photography images were captured by mounting cameras on airplanes. The primary issue with such footage was the blurriness resulting from instability. The imagery before us is an aerial shot of Shijiao Park, captured 2 decades ago from a helicopter. Lu Hong succinctly introduced the footage and then adeptly navigated Professor Hu's phone to retrieve the video. The large screen in the conference room soon displayed a breathtaking night view of the vicinity surrounding Shijiao Park. The clarity was impeccable, devoid of any tremors. This is the aerial footage obtained earlier using the waypoint flight mode of the 01 drone. In order to address the issue of camera shake during filming, we conducted extensive research across various fields including drone structure, camera gimbals, and filming software, resulting in the acquisition of 5 patents. Furthermore, we have designed numerous practical intelligent aerial photography features. For instance, the intelligent follow mode I initially showcased allows for seamless tracking shots. If anyone remembers our promotional video travel, many of the horizontally filmed shots following vehicles and sailboats were achieved using this tracking feature. Due to time constraints, I shall refrain from listing all our intelligent aerial photography capabilities here. I invite everyone to visit our company's official website to download the user tutorials after purchasing our products. Professor Liu, are you satisfied with my response? Upon hearing Lu Hong's inquiry, Professor Liu nodded with a smile. He was astute enough to discern that Lu Hong was no pushover. Having witnessed the predicament of the previous 2 professors, he also recognized that Honghu Technologies' 01 drone had undeniably surpassed Chuiwa Technologies' 01 drone across multiple technological dimensions. Such a significant technological gap could hardly be concealed, especially considering Lu Hong's exceptional eloquence. If the audience for this competition were smaller, he might have covertly given Honghu Technology a low score, but under the current circumstances, to openly engage in favoritism would be tantamount to mocking his own reputation. As an expert scholar, what could be more paramount than one's prestige? Accepting money to avert disaster for someone else comes with the caveat of not courting disaster for oneself. Even if Liang Fengge possessed wealth and influence, could he truly compel a professor to risk his integrity on his behalf? Chapter 48. The Final Struggle, Upholding Values. Upon realizing the vast technical advantage Lu Hong held, coupled with his own resilience, Professor Liu had already prepared to abandon ship. He was no longer willing to indulge Liang Fengge. The inquiries he posed earlier were merely a means of accountability to Liang Fengge, signifying that he had made an effort. Moreover, the astute Professor Liu sought to elevate Lu Hong, preventing any misconceptions that he was aligned with Liang Fengge. He understood that a gifted young talent like Lu Hong, once he ascended, could soar to great heights. Should Lu Hong achieve remarkable success in the future, what would happen if he held a grudge against him? Even if they could not forge a friendship, it was prudent to avoid creating an enemy. He chuckled. Indeed, Mr. Liu is a young talent. The technological level of this Model 01 evidently reaches a leading standard within the industry. One might even say it has the potential to become a groundbreaking product. May I inquire how many patents this product encompasses? If the previous question bore a hint of challenge, this one was clearly intended to provide Mr. Liu with a platform for promotion. Naturally, Mr. Liu graciously accepted Professor Liu's goodwill and expressed gratitude for the inquiry. Allow me to briefly mention that Honghu Technology has applied for 27 patents concerning the Model 01 drone, establishing a robust technological moat from hardware to software. Upon this revelation, the audience remained relatively unresponsive, merely offering a few compliments on Honghu Technology's formidable research capabilities. However, the expressions of Liang Fengge, Lu Chuiwe, Yu Siwen, and other researchers and investors in the drone sector changed dramatically. At this point in the demonstration, anyone with a modicum of insight could discern that. In contrast to the prevailing design philosophies of current mainstream drones, Mr. Liu's approach appeared far more promising. A drone product centered on practicality, affordability, and ease of operation is likely the key to genuinely constructing a consumer-grade drone market, an endeavor worth at least tens of billions. As a pioneer, the Model 01 will undoubtedly become a revolutionary product, a benchmark that other brands will aspire to replicate. Yet, at this moment, Mr. Liu announced that this drone has applied for as many as 27 patents, creating a comprehensive technological barrier. This news struck the newcomers like a bolt from the blue. Among all present, Lu Chuiwe felt the most despairing. After all, nothing is more disheartening than realizing you have strayed from the right path from the very beginning. More devastating than wandering astray is the knowledge that your competitor has found the correct route. Even more despairing is the awareness that your rival has successfully obstructed that very path. Beyond despair, Lu Chuiwe felt an overwhelming sense of regret. The once devoted admirer before her had transformed into an insurmountable competitor. Had she accepted Mr. Liu's affections, or even merely granted him his rightful shares, keeping him within her enterprise, the Model 01 drone, its impenetrable technological moat, and the vast billion-dollar market, would have been hers for the taking. Contemplating this, her heart was pierced with agony. She had always aspired for a leap in social status, hoping to earn the respect of those family elders who looked down upon her. Yet, in her calculations, the sole means to achieve this goal was through marriage, striving to marry a wealthy and influential husband. From the outset, she never considered that she could attain her ambitions through her own efforts. Starting a company was merely a means to enhance her value. It was only at this moment that she realized that success could indeed be achieved without matrimonial alliances. The pathway lay through a career she had never truly valued. Success had always been within her grasp, embodied in the man who had once been unwaveringly devoted to her. Upon reaching this point, Lu Chuiyue could no longer maintain her composure and collapsed into her seat as if all her strength had been sapped away. On the judging panel, witnessing the disheveled expressions of Professors Qian and Hu, Professor Lu outrightly defected, while Professor Xian was visibly displeased. Although she recognized that Lu Hong's entry was nearly flawless, she could not swallow her indignation. Prior to the competition, Lu Hong had publicly challenged them online. If they were to be thoroughly outperformed under such circumstances, they would surely become a laughingstock among their peers. Unlike Professor Lu, who seemed to embody the virtue of flexibility, she was a woman with a constrained heart. Anyone could seize the championship in this contest, except for Lu Hong. Thus, she seized the microphone to launch her attack, stating, "Contestant Lu Hong, your research capabilities are evident and commendable, yet your creation deeply saddens me. I lament that such a talented young individual has devoted considerable time and resources to creating a trinket of little benefit to the nation and its people. Since you profess that technology should serve the populace, you ought to apply your intellect to endeavors that would benefit the country and its citizens. Rather than concocting an entertainment product, this product may be lucrative, but if individuals as talented as you are solely focused on profit, what hope remains for our nation and its future?" Her words left Lu Hong momentarily speechless, and the audience erupted in astonishment. "Are you serious? Surely this isn't a joke? Aren't we here for a technology product competition? As a judge, shouldn't you be addressing technical matters?" They exclaimed. "What nonsense is this? Occupying the moral high ground while launching a magical attack?" The live stream was instantly inundated with comments. Some viewers quickly discerned the absurdity of the situation. Goodness! So, in this expert's eyes, entertainment products are utterly useless to the nation and its people? Why would CEO Lu create products if not for profit? For sentimental reasons? This disregard for the basic logic of a commercial society is downright unreasonable. What kind of expert is this? A rhythm expert, perhaps? However, the intelligence of online commentators varied, and there were even those who supported her. "I believe Professor Xian speaks the truth. Entertainment products are indeed of no use to the nation and its people. The plight of unsung heroes goes unnoticed, while the affairs of entertainers are public knowledge. Shouldn't such societal trends be opposed? As researchers, we ought to live modestly and serve our country and its people. Otherwise, what are we even called researchers for?" Consequently, a fierce debate erupted in the live stream. On the judging panel, confronted by the raucous audience and the astonished or scornful gazes of her colleagues, Professor Xian maintained a calm demeanor. As the saying goes, "As long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who are." Her intention was to divert the conversation from technical discussions to the realm of values. Technology is easily quantifiable. That which is advanced is recognized as such, while that which is lagging is deemed inferior, making discussions about technology more straightforward in reaching clear conclusions. However, values are inherently difficult to quantify. Aside from extreme ideologies such as slavery or genocide, it is challenging for individuals to engage in meaningful discourse solely through language. Have we not observed that the nation of the White Eagle has recognized no less than 97 genders? As long as one steadfastly upholds the banner of their values, completely dismissing the merits of drones, they can ensnare Lu Hong in a futile debate devoid of resolution. In this manner, while she may not fulfill her commitment to help Chuyu Technology secure victory, she can at least thwart Lu Hong's chances of winning. If Lu Hong fails to attain the championship, she does not consider herself a total failure. Chapter 49. Toys? Innovations that transform eras. Faced with Professor Xian's inquiry, Lu Hong was filled with profound indignation. In contrast to the questions posed by the previous three experts, this particular query caught him entirely off guard. rendering him unable to respond with the same swiftness and incisiveness as before. This was due to his utter astonishment that an expert would so brazenly resort to magical attacks during the finals of a national competition. Such an individual is more detestable than those who nitpick for flaws. Professor Xiong and who at least presented substantive arguments, whereas Professor Xian's approach was purely nonsensical. Though I may be a wild stallion lost on my path, I must eradicate your petty presence. He composed himself and declared, upon hearing Professor Xian's remarks. I too am deeply pained. I am disheartened that I stand on the highest stage of technological competition in Xia country, yet still face such juvenile misconceptions and illogical inquiries. To suggest that drones are mere toys? Those who utter such words are either foolish or malevolent, and possibly both. He raised the drone in his hand, proclaiming, this drone, compact and lightweight, can be effortlessly carried by an individual and serves as an eye in the sky on the battlefield. What does this signify? It indicates that each soldier becomes a reconnaissance terminal, capable of directing heavy artillery strikes on targets within several kilometers. Furthermore, we can equip these drones with bombs to directly assault enemy heavy equipment. Upon hearing this, Song Wei in the VIP section felt as though he had been struck by lightning. As an expert in military technology, his understanding of the military domain surpasses that of the average person. Lu Hong's words seemed to unlock a new realm of possibilities for him. He recognized that, at this juncture, while major military powers worldwide are developing large military drones, there remains a significant gap in the realm of small military drones. The military's comprehension of drones has yet to evolve beyond the concept of them as inferior substitutes for manned aircraft. In other words, in the eyes of military officials across nations, drones are not fundamentally different from various types of combat aircraft. Lu Hong's proposition, however, is entirely revolutionary. He advocates for equipping individual soldiers with small drones, transforming each soldier into a battlefield information terminal capable of commanding heavy artillery to target enemy positions through a data link. This concept is akin to bestowing wings upon the individual soldier of the army, transforming the battlefield from a two-dimensional plane into a three-dimensional arena. Its significance is comparable to the military reform of assigning helicopters to ground forces. Furthermore, Lu Hong asserts that small drones can be equipped with munitions to directly engage heavy equipment. Is this truly feasible? Does it not empower lightly armed infantry with a means to effectively counter armored forces? If this is indeed the case, the future army may be delineated into two categories, one with drones and one without. The former would possess a decisive advantage over the latter. Just as he eagerly anticipated Lu Hong's continued discourse, Professor Xian, already incensed, abruptly interrupted him. Mr. Lu, your product is a civilian one. Do not conflate it with military applications. In the civilian domain, is it not merely a toy for aerial photography? The sudden interruption nearly sent Song Wei into a fit of fury. Typically composed, he could not restrain an expletive, exclaiming, I could just throttle that damn fool. Hao Chong and Yang Yang struggled to restrain him, eventually persuading him to abandon his reckless intention of storming the judging panel. In a state of extreme indignation, Song Wei pointed an accusatory finger at Hao Chong, stating, Old Hao, let me tell you plainly. The concept Lu Hong just proposed could very well attract the attention of senior military officials. If such a product fails to secure the championship, and if such talent must endure the whims of those insipid experts, I shall hold you accountable for this. Hao Chong, with a wry smile, sought to placate him, assuring, Yes, yes, you need not worry about me. Shall I go directly to the judging panel and take charge? Only then did Song Wei, still seething, return to his seat. In the center of the stage, Lu Hong, momentarily silenced by Professor Xian, regarded her coldly before responding, Very well. Let us speak of the civilian sector. I shan't waste further breath on this matter. In 5 minutes, I shall present irrefutable evidence to convince you. Xia Dan released the surveying drone team. Xia Dan promptly collaborated with other staff to launch a group of drones, subsequently bringing a tablet to the stage. Lu Hong swiftly connected the tablet's display to the large screen. 5 minutes later, the image that appeared on the screen elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. It was a topographical survey map of the vicinity near Shijiao Park. Before Lu Hong could speak, Yang Jingping, a judge, suddenly rose with excitement, exclaiming, Contestant Lu Hong, did you create this topographical map using drones? Lu Hong nodded, affirming, Indeed, This is the rapid terrain surveying system developed by Honghu Technology based on the 01 platform. Currently, in the testing phase, we employ a multi-drone matrix for surveying, capable of achieving high-precision topographical mapping over a 10-hectare area in just 5 minutes. It is particularly suited for mountainous terrains. Wonderful, Yang Jinping exclaimed. In Yunnan province, a significant earthquake has occurred in Yunsong County, and our city is responsible for post-disaster reconstruction support. The local terrain is mountainous, making engineering surveys exceedingly challenging. Your product is precisely what we need. When will your formal product be available? We can place an order immediately, Lu Hong hastily declared, since this is a matter of national necessity. We can work overtime to complete the testing. We can deliver it within a week at most. Furthermore, the 01 can be repurposed for post-disaster search and rescue operations in mountainous areas. We can immediately modify a batch and provide them free of charge to the National Rescue Team. As his words echoed, the room erupted in applause. Many vociferous audience members began to jeer at Professor Xian. Are drones mere toys? What kind of toy is so impressive that even the government wants to procure it? When it comes to serving the nation and the people, Lu is working overtime and donating supplies. Shouldn't the esteemed professor also contribute in some way? Perhaps he could go to the disaster-stricken cities and lend his expertise. That would be a true embodiment of knowledge and action, wouldn't it? With such a level of performance. Does he still have the audacity to critique Lu? Off the stage with him. The cacophony of boos filled the venue, faced with the derision of tens of thousands. Even Professor Xian, with his thick skin, found it increasingly difficult to endure, feeling like a thorn in his seat at the expert panel. Professor Xiong and Hu exchanged glances. Secretly elated, they had thought themselves the most embarrassed, but with Professor Xian's predicament, the public would likely not remember their own embarrassing moments as vividly. Professor Xian, selflessly dedicated, was indeed a commendable individual. As the audience continued to boo Professor Xian, it seemed the defense could hardly proceed. Lu Hong was on the verge of a frenzy. Who would dare to question him under such circumstances? Amidst the chaos at the judge's table, Alexander Petrov suddenly stood up. The elderly gentleman, with his gray hair, took the microphone, descended from the judge's podium, and made his way toward Lu Hong on stage. Chapter 50. The Final Hope. How did it come to this? Alexander Petrov's unexpected intervention took everyone by surprise. Below the stage, the disheveled Lu Chuyue suddenly felt invigorated. The scholarly mentor had finally made his move. In the face of such a situation, this venerable elder was bravely stepping up to the challenge. Experts from Xia country were truly remarkable. Together, the four of them were over 200 years old, yet they couldn't subdue a mere 20-year-old. It was indeed reassuring to rely on external support. Professor Petrov was a top-tier expert from the White Eagle Nation, widely regarded in academia as having already reached the level of an academician in mechanical engineering. With such a seasoned and powerful figure stepping in, his punch would undoubtedly carry the weight of 20 years of experience. How could Lu Hong possibly withstand it? Moreover, Professor Petrov was an expert from the White Eagle Nation. The technological prowess of the White Eagle Nation was unparalleled, and their experts would surely dominate over those from Xia country. With this in mind, Lu Chuyue stood tall, filled with pride and determination. She resolved to express her heartfelt gratitude to Professor Petrov for his assistance later on. Liang Fengge, seated in the VIP area, also stood up, anxiously gazing toward the center of the stage. Alexander was their side's final trump card. If this man could not bring Lu Hong to his knees, they would truly face utter defeat. Liang Fengge was not afraid of defeat. In fact, throughout his nearly 10-year journey in the business world, he had experienced losses, but those few setbacks had all come at the hands of peers of equal caliber. However, encountering an opponent who could repeatedly crush him with resources exceeding tenfold was a first for him. If he were to truly lose this round, would he not lose all face as one of the 3 rising stars of the business realm in Xia? According to Dr. Yu, his mentor's expertise in mechanical engineering was considered world-class. He silently prayed that this scholar from the White Eagle Nation could lend some support, at least enough to keep Lu Hong in check. Unbeknownst to him, he had placed all his hopes for victory in Alexander. As Alexander approached Lu Hong step by step, the audience collectively held their breath, eagerly anticipating the confrontation between this esteemed scholar and Lu Hong. Soon, Alexander halted about half a meter in front of Lu Hong, locking eyes with him in a gaze that seemed to spark with intensity. Then, Alexander raised the microphone and spoke in English. So, is this the product you wish to showcase to me? Lu Hong nodded, responding in fluent English. Yes, this is the product I want to present to you. Well, congratulations. You truly have achieved something remarkable. Upon uttering these words, a joyful smile blossomed on Alexander's face as he opened his arms toward Lu Hong. Lu Hong reciprocated with a smile, embracing him gently. This result has truly astonished me, Lu. This is not merely a product, it is a platform. Even an entirely new domain, Alexander whispered, patting Lu Hong on the back. Thank you for your affirmation. As you said, this is just the beginning, Lu Hong replied softly. Most of the audience could not fully comprehend the conversation, but the body language was universally understood. Witnessing their friendly embrace, thunderous cheers erupted from the crowd. Look, that foreigner is congratulating Mr. Lu. Isn't this foreign scholar one of the world's top experts? Even he is impressed by Lu Hong's product? This indicates that Honghu Technology's drones have reached a world-leading level. Incredible. This is the true pride of domestic goods. Enough said. I'm going to place an order on Honghu Technology's official website right now. Faced with this unexpected scene, Liang Fengge's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening with this foreigner? As their last hope, how could he turn into a supporter of the rival? Shouldn't he put up some resistance? Where was the spirit of a scholar from the White Eagle Nation? Amidst the deafening cheers, Alexander took the microphone and, speaking fluently in Xiao's language, declared, You may not know, but Mr. Lu Hong and I, along with many researchers from different countries, maintain excellent communication via the internet and are good friends, including myself. Numerous distinguished researchers worldwide hold Mr. Lu Hong in high regard for his exceptional talent in the realms of mechanical engineering and software development, firmly believing that he is destined to achieve remarkable feats that will capture global attention. What I never anticipated was the swift arrival of that day. Undoubtedly, Mr. Lu Hong's creations are groundbreaking technological marvels. I am convinced that there remains room for enhancement, yet regrettably, I lack the capacity to identify its shortcomings within such a brief time frame. Perhaps only history will illuminate its flaws. Congratulations, Lu. I bestow upon you the highest praise. Upon hearing this, Liang Fengge was utterly flabbergasted. What? Isn't this elderly gentleman a renowned scholar from the White Eagle Nation? How could he befriend an undergraduate from the Summer Nation? The external assistance I painstakingly arranged turned out to be a close friend of Lu Hong. The trump card I had so hoped for ultimately led to my own downfall. Below the stage, Yu Siwen was equally bewildered. The fact that Lu Hong is a highly esteemed researcher and friend of the mentor implies that, despite being regarded as a mere undergraduate, Lu Hong shares a standing equivalent to that of his mentor. The mentor also mentioned that Lu Hong enjoys a strong rapport with many leading researchers globally. Is this something an undergraduate can achieve? Reflecting on his previous haughty demeanor before Lu Hong, Yu Siwen felt as if his blood was boiling, wishing he could vanish into a crevice at that very moment. Beside him, Lu Chuiwei slumped in her seat, as if her backbone had been removed. She realized she had lost, utterly defeated in this high-stakes gamble, potentially jeopardizing all her achievements from the past 5 years of entrepreneurship. As for Lu Hong, his ascension to greatness was now inevitable. Unless he were to lose his mind, he would certainly not return to Chuiwei Technology. For the current Chuiwei Technology holds no allure for him. Even if all its assets were handed to him, he would scarcely cast a glance. Unless he were to stake himself? With her gaze lowered and uncertainty clouding her mind, Lu Chuiwei pondered whether she truly needed to reach such depths. As Professor Alexander publicly awarded a perfect score, the atmosphere at the competition reached its zenith. The final 2 judges, Luo Hua and Yang Zhengping, also rose to their feet, joining in applause for Lu Hong. They represented the government of the Magic City, focusing on whether the entries could serve the needs of the local administration. In this regard, Lu Hong had already provided an excellent response, rendering further inquiries unnecessary. Their endorsement essentially indicated that Lu Hong had secured victory. Consequently, the audience erupted in a thunderous cheer. Champion! Champion! Yet at that moment, Professor Xian, seated among the judges, suddenly raised his scoring card with a grim expression. The card boldly displayed a score of 1. In a competition rated out of 10, this is the lowest possible score. Such an unyielding stance incited the audience's fury. In an instant, a torrent of criticism was hurled at her, yet Professor Xian remained unperturbed. According to the competition rules, she was an expert judge appointed by the organizing committee, possessing the authority to award scores. Observing her demeanor, Liang Fengge sprang to his feet, swiftly dispatching messages to the other 3 professors. If they too insisted on giving Lu Hong low scores, they could still forcibly prevent him from seizing the championship. This was Liang's last opportunity to preserve his dignity. Indeed, upon receiving his message, Professor Xiong promptly raised a card showing a score of 1. The remaining 2 professors hesitated, their gazes drawn toward the 1-point card. However, at that moment, an imposing figure, flanked by several staff members, strode purposefully toward the judging panel. The newcomer was a middle-aged man, exuding authority and distinction, his neatly combed black hair accentuating his commanding presence. He approached Professor Xin with purposeful strides, his tone stern. "Professor Xin, I believe you no longer qualify to serve as a judge. Please exit immediately." Under the weight of his authoritative gaze, Professor Xin felt a shiver run down her spine. Yet she mustered the courage to respond. "Who are you to revoke my judging credentials?" Before she could finish, Luo Hua and Yang Zhengping rushed over. "Mayor Hao, what brings you here?" Chapter 51. The mayor steps in. Second-level skills. The arrival of Mayor Hao startled the other experts, who hurriedly gathered around him. Hao Chang cast a calm glance over the assembly and stated gravely, "I seem to recall that I am the chairman of this competition's organizing committee, am I not?" Luo Hua, "May I propose a change in judges?" Luo Hua quickly replied, "Certainly. According to the competition regulations, any member of the organizing committee may propose a change of judges, which is approved by a 2/3 majority." Hao Chang nodded. "Where are the members of the organizing committee? Come forward to vote." Just as Luo Hua was about to turn and call for them, Professor Xin could no longer withstand the pressure. Being publicly stripped of her judging role by the mayor of Modu in front of thousands would lead to her utter humiliation. With this thought, she immediately concealed her face and fled into the crowd, swiftly disappearing. Laughter erupted throughout the venue. It was indeed a historic moment. The first time an expert judge had been ousted on the spot in the annals of the national science competition. Observing this, Hao Chang sneered. "It seems a vote is unnecessary." He then confidently strode to Professor Xion's vacated seat and settled down. "Isn't it time for the final scoring phase?" Originally, there were to be 7 judges. Now, with 1 absent, this seems against the rules, does it not? The remaining judges exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain how to respond. Fortunately, Hao Chang had no intention of putting them in a difficult position. Grasping the microphone, he declared, "Good day, everyone. I am Hao Chang, the mayor of Modu. Due to 1 judge relinquishing their duties, according to the competition rules, we must elect a replacement. I hereby put myself forward as a candidate. I hold a doctorate in economics from the esteemed Imperial University. While I may not possess the stature of a professor, I believe I am sufficiently qualified to serve in this context." The mayor of the Magic City, boldly recommending himself, left the assembled crowd unwilling to voice any dissent. The enthusiastic applause of tens of thousands of spectators signaled their approval, prompting the competition committee to swiftly vote in favor of appointing Hao Chang as the 4th judge. Following this endorsement, Hao Chang promptly addressed the audience. "According to the competition schedule, we must individually score the 6 entries presented today. I propose we begin by scoring the work from Honghu Technology." With that, he raised his scoring card, declaring a maximum score of 10 points. Naturally, the others could not contradict him. Luo Hua and Yang Zhengping were the first to raise their cards, each indicating a score of 10. Even Professor Xiong, who had just raised a score of 1, hurriedly corrected himself by lifting a 10, stammering that he had mistakenly overlooked a 0. This display elicited a chorus of boos from the audience. Professors Hu and Lu exchanged glances, simultaneously raising their cards to 10 while wiping away their cold sweat, relieved that they had hesitated earlier. Thus, the scoring results were revealed, 7 perfect scores. The championship unequivocally belonged to Honghu Technology. The venue erupted once more with thunderous applause and cheers. Subsequently, scores for the other entries were finalized. Following tradition, only 1 award would be granted for works of the same category, and given the significant flaws discovered in the entry from Chua Technology, it was unsurprising that it received a low score, failing to make the top 10. The remaining 2 second prizes and 3 third prizes were awarded to the next 7 entries in the preliminary round. Thus, the National Science and Technology competition came to a close. During the ensuing awards ceremony, Mayor Gu personally presented the first-place trophy to Lu Hong. Casting a discreet glance at Ouyang Pei, who stood quietly smiling behind him, and quietly extended an invitation to the post-competition banquet, Lu Hong readily accepted. As he received the trophy, Lu Hong also received a system notification. the host has successfully developed a groundbreaking technological product and garnered widespread recognition. Mission accomplished. Congratulations. The host has earned 500 entrepreneurial points and 1,000 system experience. System level upgraded to 6. The host has successfully secured first place in the National Science and Technology Competition. Special mission completed. Congratulations. The host has obtained advanced technology blueprints for carbon fiber material production and processing techniques. Main mission updated. Main mission: achieve a contract value of 1 billion xia yuan for a single company product. Reward: 500 entrepreneurial points and 1,000 system experience. Daily mission updated. Daily mission: manage a company with a monthly revenue of no less than 5 million xia yuan. Reward: 2 entrepreneurial points. Having participated in a national science and technology competition and completed 2 missions simultaneously, Lu Hong felt a surge of exhilaration as he clenched his fist in triumph. After descending from the award stage, he briefly examined the newly acquired advanced technological blueprints. They encompassed the complete production and processing techniques for 300-grade carbon fiber material. Carbon fiber, renowned for its high-temperature resistance, abrasion resistance, lightweight nature, and corrosion resistance, stands as a cutting-edge material in the aerospace sector. With a diameter of merely 5 micrometers, carbon fiber possesses a tensile strength exceeding that of aluminum alloy by 4-fold. Currently, the primary material utilized in the 01 drone is aluminum alloy. Substituting it with carbon fiber would not only reduce weight, but also enhance strength. However, the foremost challenge remains the cost. While Lu Hong could source carbon fiber, the production technology for this material is monopolized by foreign entities, resulting in exorbitant prices. If carbon fiber components were employed in the 01, the cost of each drone would escalate by at least 5,000 xia yuan. Consequently, this would contradict the design philosophy of affordability. Nevertheless, now that he had obtained the production and processing blueprints for carbon fiber materials, it was worth contemplating the establishment of an in-house assembly production line. Should he succeed in fully domesticating carbon fiber materials, the costs could be significantly reduced. At that point, when developing a high-end version of the 01, he could consider the comprehensive use of carbon fiber, allocating the saved weight for superior cameras and auxiliary equipment. Reflecting on this, Lu Hong nodded with satisfaction. The system had proven quite effective. These advanced technological blueprints would be instrumental for the company's next steps. He then turned his attention to his panel. After surpassing level 5, the secondary skills within the RD skill tree were now unlocked. The name of this secondary skill was Technological Improvement. Skill: Technological Improvement. Technological Improvement consumes entrepreneurial points to enhance existing products. The consumption of entrepreneurial points depends on the difficulty of the technological improvement. Lu Hong meticulously studied the skill, discovering that it could only be applied to the enhancement of existing technologies. For instance, he could use this skill to refine the design of the 01, resulting in a superior model. But it could not be employed to directly research the next generation of drones. One should not underestimate the power of technological improvement. For instance, the 6th Master of the Xi'an Nation's Air Force, an antiquated model from the 1950s, has seen its improved variants still capable of bearing the brunt of bombing missions even at this juncture. Such is the might of technological enhancement. After exploring the new skill, Lu Hong glanced at his panel. Host: Lu Hong, system level 6, experience points 02000, entrepreneurial points 512, skills RD simulator. Technological improvement: the entrepreneurial points accumulated previously had been nearly exhausted during the development of the 01, but thankfully, completing breakthrough tasks had replenished them somewhat. Next, Lu Hong aimed to swiftly establish a comprehensive supply chain for the 01, seizing the opportunity to capture the burgeoning civilian drone market. He firmly believed that even relying solely on this product, Honghu technology could evolve into a bona fide unicorn enterprise within a year or two. As he secretly contemplated the future, a sudden exclamation from Xia Dan pierced his thoughts. Master, something's wrong. Our official website has crashed. Chapter 52. Welcome to the Magic City at the West Suburb Hotel. In the Grand Banquet Hall, the post-competition dinner for the National Science and Technology Competition was underway. Within the hall, elegantly attired men and women held their wine glasses, engaging in socializing in small groups. The entrepreneurs who had won awards in the competition undoubtedly became the focal point of the evening. Surrounding each award-winning entrepreneur were at least dozens of individuals, including investors, industry leaders, and potential clients intrigued by their products. Amidst the clinking of glasses, numerous investment and collaboration intentions were often solidified. Previous winners of the technology competition had frequently achieved both fame and fortune through such avenues. As the champion of this year's competition, Lu Hong was naturally the object of many people's envy. However, most investors, business owners, and clients dared not approach him, instead observing from a distance. This was primarily due to the high caliber of individuals surrounding Lu Hong, Mayor Hao, accompanied by heads of various government departments and a multitude of top entrepreneurs from the Magic City, encircled him. Moreover, Lu Hong's demeanor amidst such distinguished company was striking. He exhibited no inclination for socializing, instead focusing intently on coding alongside his two apprentices, each engrossed in their laptops in a corner of the banquet hall. What astonished everyone further was Mayor Hao's patience. He stood just a step away, waiting attentively without the slightest sign of impatience. After 10 minutes of this quiet anticipation, Lu Hong finally spoke. "The repairs are complete, and the server is back online. Yiming, please conduct a trial run." "I've tested it, master. Everything is functioning perfectly." "Then let's go live again." Lu Hong closed the compact workstation and stood up, intending to stretch, only to realize that Mayor Hao and a group of dignitaries were watching him closely, which startled him. "My apologies, I didn't notice you there." Lu Hong quickly approached, expressing his regret. "The company website crashed due to an influx of orders, and our maintenance staff couldn't resolve the issue, so I had to step in personally." "Then congratulations, General Lu, on your prosperous venture." Mayor Hao replied with a smile, extending his hand for a handshake. "It's perfectly fine. What I admire most is a young person like you who diligently gets things done. Moreover, your colleague, Ouyang, has been accompanying us as well." He then cast a glance toward Ouyang Pei, who was not far away. To attend the dinner, Ouyang Pei had donned a sleek black evening gown, complementing her look with a fashionable pair of glasses. The well-tailored gown accentuated her figure beautifully, especially the high slit that revealed glimpses of her long legs, capturing the attention of nearly everyone in the banquet hall. Coupled with her graceful demeanor and eloquent conversation, she garnered admiration from the prominent figures engaging with her. This was the first time Lu Hong had seen her in such attire, and his heart quickened, silently acknowledging that this young woman, a fitness instructor, was indeed flawless in figure. More importantly, this young lady possesses an extraordinary talent for social interaction. Over the past 3 months of collaboration, every business venture she has managed has garnered unanimous praise from partners. Her only misstep occurred due to her naivety regarding the complexities of human nature, falling prey to Lu Chuyue's cunning tactics. Her partner, Lu Hong, could not be more satisfied with her, and thus, in accordance with Mayor Hao's words, he extolled Ouyang Pei, proclaiming her as my own Zhuge Liang. "In my modest company, Ouyang is destined to play a pivotal role. As the saying goes, the speaker may be oblivious, but the listener is perceptive." Lu Hong believed he was merely stating a fact, while Mayor Hao interpreted it as a momentous revelation. In his view, Lu Hong's statement implied one of two possibilities. Either Honghu Technology has a profound connection with Ziyuan Group, or Lu Hong shares a close relationship with Ouyang Pei. Regardless of the interpretation, it underscores one undeniable truth. Honghu Technology is far from being as simple as it appears. With this thought, Mayor Hao chuckled and probed. "Ah, I see. With President Ouyang's support, it is no wonder that Honghu Technology is advancing at such a rapid pace." Upon hearing this, Lu Hong reflected on the past 3 months, realizing that as a hands-off manager, it was Ouyang Pei who had shouldered multiple roles and upheld the entire company, truly deserving of great credit. Thus, he nodded with heartfelt appreciation. Indeed, without President Ouyang, there would be no Honghu Technology today. Mayor Hao's gaze sharpened, and he instantly believed he had found the correct answer. No wonder a company established merely 3 months ago could triumph in a national technology competition. It turns out they have the backing of Ziyuan Group. Recognizing that Honghu Technology enjoys the support of Ziyuan Group and boasts genuine high-tech products, Mayor Hao, eager to make his mark during his tenure, would naturally not let this opportunity for investment slip away. He promptly suggested, "Mr. Lu, you must be considering investing in a factory for large-scale production, correct? Where do you plan to establish it?" Lu Hong instinctively thought to say in Zhejiang, but a flash of insight prompted him to amend his response. "That has yet to be determined." As expected, Mayor Hao immediately extended an invitation, suggesting, Why not consider setting the factory in the Magic City? The Magic City? Lu Hong feigned hesitation, stating, as a high-tech enterprise. We naturally aspire to the talents and supply chains of the Magic City. However, the costs of establishing a factory there are indeed quite high, and as a startup, we may not possess such financial means. Mayor Hao promptly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, there are affordable areas in the Magic City. For instance, the Songyang High-Tech Park, where land is quite inexpensive. The Songyang High-Tech Park? The area in the southwestern suburbs of the Magic City? Isn't that a bit too far from the city center? Lu Hong hesitated. Mayor Hao quickly pulled out his phone, pulled up an electronic map, and explained, while the Songyang High-Tech Park is indeed farther away. I never suggested placing your headquarters there. You could easily establish your production facility in the Songyang High-Tech Park while locating your research center and headquarters in the city. Indeed, Mayor Hao's suggestions are quite feasible. Lu Hong nodded repeatedly, feigning difficulty, yet we truly face financial constraints in the short term. Mayor Hao chuckled inwardly, thinking, how can you, a scion of the nation's wealthiest, lament poverty? It was evident he was negotiating for conditions. However, since he intended to attract investments, the necessary incentives must be generously provided. Particularly with a promising unicorn like Honghu Technology, a business that even the discerning can recognize as a future gem, cities are eager to vie for its favor. With the opportunity to gain precedence, Mayor Hao would not let it slip away. He waved his hand decisively, saying, you need not worry. The state has policies, and the city offers support, including loans, tax incentives, and various subsidies for high-tech enterprises. As long as President Liu is willing to come, we can extend the best possible terms. At this juncture, to refuse would be to demonstrate a lack of appreciation. Lu Hong immediately displayed gratitude, clasping Mayor Hao's hand and expressing, thank you for valuing our Honghu technology so highly. In that case, I shall visit the Songyang High-Tech Park tomorrow to survey the land. Mayor Hao laughed heartily. Excellent. I will have someone from the Investment Promotion Bureau accompany you to ensure you find a satisfactory plot. He then leaned closer to Lu Hong and whispered, besides this, I have a friend who wishes to speak with you. The banquet is crowded. Let us wait until after. Chapter 53. Liang Feng's olive branch. After a few more exchanges with Lu Hong and finalizing some details, Mayor Hao departed. As the host of the evening, he needed to attend to all guests, and waiting 10 minutes for Lu Hong already showcased his sincerity. Lu Hong, not accustomed to dealing with such high-ranking officials, felt considerably more relaxed after his departure. Ouyang Pei, perceptive as ever, approached once the conversation concluded, saying, Boss, Director Yang wishes to discuss orders with us. And various departments, such as the Land Planning Bureau, Housing and Urban Rural Development Committee, and Fire Brigade are interested in our products. Additionally, some investors would like to speak with you. Lu Hong felt momentarily overwhelmed and decisively replied, you handle the government officials. Take note of their needs and arrange a time for discussions. As for the investors, we shall not entertain them. We are not in want of funds. Ouyang Pei paused. But where will we obtain the funds for our upcoming production line? Lu Hong replied softly, rest assured, Mayor Hao has invited us to establish a factory in the city. Loans, subsidies, and tax incentives will be provided at the best rates. I estimate the funding gap will be minimal. Ouyang Pei's eyes lit up, and she nodded, all right. I will go and decline the investors. Aren't you coming with me, boss? Lu Hong chuckled. With you here, I can save some energy, can't I? Ouyang Pei shot him a playful glare before gracefully departing. Lu Hong's gaze wandered through the crowd until it settled on Alexander, who found himself in a rather awkward position. Due to his performance in the finals, not only were the staff from the Dihong group who had invited him unwelcoming, but several other esteemed experts also kept their distance, leaving him isolated in the conference hall. Lu Hong approached swiftly and inquired softly, Alex, I couldn't ask earlier in the arena. How is your daughter faring? Upon Lu Hong's arrival, Alexander displayed a pleasant smile, responding, the surgery was quite successful. Yelena is in recovery. Thank you for your concern. Lu Hong leaned in and asked quietly, is the money sufficient? You haven't resumed your previous business endeavors, have you? Alexander's expression stiffened slightly, and his gaze flickered. For now, the funds are adequate, he replied. Lu Hong understood immediately that Alexander was likely still in need of financial support and was contemplating further risks. After a moment of thought, he tentatively advised, have you reconsidered my earlier suggestion? The rehabilitation medical facilities here in the Magic City are quite advanced. I could assist you in finding the best hospital. Alexander hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. There's an institution in Silicon Valley researching bionic prosthetics controlled by brainwaves. Once Yelena recovers, I intend to take her there for a chance. That may require a substantial sum, Lu Hong remarked. I have students and acquaintances there who will endeavor to secure her a place in the experimental program, which could save a considerable amount. Seeing that Alexander had made up his mind, Lu Hong decided to cease his persuasion. Very well, if you need anything, you know how to reach me. Of course. Thank you, Lu, Alexander replied sincerely. At that moment, a somewhat defiant male voice interjected from the side. It seems President Lu has quite a rapport with Professor Petrov. I've truly shot myself in the foot this time. Lu Hong turned to see that it was Liang Fengge. This time, he was accompanied only by a personal assistant. Without the entourage from Chua Technology, displaying grace in the presence of Lu Hong, the victor, he self-deprecatingly remarked, President Lu, your strategy was truly masterful. You made my defeat rather embarrassing. It seems I underestimated you. However, Lu Hong held no contempt for this defeated opponent. The opponent's schemes were meticulously planned, and their tactics were indeed formidable. Had they not underestimated Lu Hong's technical prowess, the outcome of the competition could have been uncertain. He extended his hand to Liang Fengge, stating, You flatter me, Liang. I was simply fortunate this time. Fortune is an excuse for the weak, while luck is humility for the strong. I relish the company of the formidable, Liang Fengge replied with a smile as they shook hands. He then asked earnestly, President Lu, would you consider a collaboration with the Dihong Group? Lu Hong's gaze sharpened. What do you mean, Liang? Liang Fengge smiled and continued. The Dihong Group is interested in venturing into the high-tech industry. Our previous investment in Chua Technology was merely an attempt. Our opposition was merely a matter of differing positions, not personal animosity. However, following this competition, Chua Technology's dismal defeat clearly renders it an unsuitable partner for the Dihong Group. On the other hand, if we could turn swords into plowshares, it would indeed be a splendid tale. I do not seek to acquire control of your esteemed company. I merely request a 20% stake. As for the price, Mr. Lu may propose any figure he wishes. I can make a decision directly if it is within 10 billion. Should it exceed this sum, I shall report to the group and endeavor to facilitate the arrangement. Upon hearing this, even the onlooker Alexander was taken aback, unable to resist murmuring in English, My goodness, a blank check. Mr. Lu was equally astonished, completely unprepared for Liang Fengge to make such a bold decision. This implies that Liang Fengge values Honghu Technology at a minimum of 500 billion xia yuan. Such a valuation is undeniably exorbitant. Simply put, the investment market typically values a company at around 10 to 15 times its current profit. For high-tech enterprises, this multiplier can be significantly elevated, possibly reaching 20 to 50 times. However, Honghu Technology has only been established for 3 months, and it remains uncertain whether its annual profit could even reach 100 million. This means the counterpart has assigned Honghu Technology an extraordinarily high valuation multiplier, reaching several hundred times. This cannot be deemed rational. It is, quite frankly, madness. Given such favorable terms, Mr. Lu was nearly inclined to agree on the spot. Nevertheless, he forced himself to regain composure and posed a seemingly unrelated question. What arrangements has Mr. Liang made regarding Chua Technology? Liang Fengge shrugged, stating, I have fulfilled the agreement. Yet they still lost. In that case, one must accept the outcome. A 100 million compensation could potentially lead to Chua Technology's bankruptcy. I understand, but that is no longer my concern. Mr. Lu nodded slightly, acknowledging, I comprehend. Mr. Liang, I appreciate your goodwill, but Honghu Technology may not be suitable for you. Upon hearing this, Liang Fengge could not help but furrow his brow, only to break into a smile moments later. I see. It appears the rumors were true, Mr. Lu is indeed deeply loyal to Mr. Lu. How about this? If Mr. Lu agrees to my conditions, I can rescind the betting agreement. Mr. Lu continued to shake his head, replying, Mr. Liang, you misunderstand. The fate of Chua Technology has no bearing on me. I merely believe that Honghu Technology is not suitable for an investor of your caliber. Liang Fengge's demeanor darkened. What do you mean by that? Mr. Lu replied solemnly, Mr. Liang, the technology industry is a treacherous path. On this journey, twists and failures are inevitable. Without such awareness, one is ill-suited to tread this road. Your group has long been engaged in the real estate sector, accustomed to taking shortcuts for quick profits. You will struggle to navigate the technology landscape. Liang Fengge shook his head slightly. Mr. Lu, I do not share your perspective. I possess my own understanding of the technology industry. Mr. Liu smiled, of course. We may retain our differing opinions. However, if your group wishes to purchase products from Honghu Technology, we would welcome it wholeheartedly. Yet, I believe it is best to avoid sharing the same table. After a moment of silence, Liang Fengge produced a business card and discreetly slipped it into Mr. Liu's pocket. Should you change your mind, do not hesitate to contact me. Mr. Liu merely smiled faintly before turning to leave. Liang Fengge stood rooted to the spot, watching him depart, her expression gradually clouding over. Chapter 54. The military-industrial tycoon has arrived after declining Liang Fengge's invitation. Lu Hong originally intended to seek solace with Alexander in a quiet place. Unfortunately, his current popularity made such an endeavor nearly impossible. Waves of investors, entrepreneurs, and suppliers arrived uninvited, leaving him utterly exasperated. Finally, enduring until the conclusion of the banquet, as he prepared to leave, he was approached by Mayor Hao's secretary. Mr. Liu, please follow me. It was then that Lu Hong recalled Mayor Hao mentioning a friend who wished to speak with him. Who might this friend be? Why the need for a private discussion? Was there some clandestine deal afoot? Lu Hong felt a sense of uncertainty. Yet he had no choice but to follow the secretary to the tea room on the second floor of the hotel. Inside the tea room, Mayor Hao was already waiting. Aside from him, there were only two others present, an elderly gentleman with white hair and a spirited demeanor, and a slender young man in his 30s. Upon Lu Hong's arrival, Mayor Hao rose and smiled, saying, "Allow me to introduce, this is my old classmate, academician Song Wei from the Summer National Academy, currently working at the Military Industrial Research Institute. This is his esteemed protege, researcher Yang Yang." Upon hearing the elder's credentials, Lu Hong instantly comprehended that a military-industrial magnate had taken an interest in his product. Were it a decade later, the notion that small drones could revolutionize warfare and serve as invaluable tools in civilian information warfare would be universally accepted. The extensive evidence from large-scale military engagements, urban guerrilla warfare, and the asymmetric confrontations between the Houthi forces and the U.S. Navy's carrier strike groups would corroborate this assertion. However, in the present context, the technology for small drones was still in its infancy, let alone their deployment in military applications. Lu Hong's early introduction of affordable, practical, and user-friendly drones effectively shattered the technological bottleneck surrounding small drones. Under such circumstances, individuals attuned to military technology would naturally consider utilizing such platforms for military purposes. What surprised him, however, was that after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Song Wei did not inquire about the drone products, but instead posed another question. "Mr. Liu, your performance in the finals was remarkable. I watched the entire event and gained considerable insights. Mayor Hao kindly assisted in locating you, as I wish to inquire whether your company, Honghu Technology, is willing to sell its drone intelligent control technology." Lu Hong was momentarily taken aback. "Academician Song, what purpose do you intend to use our technology for?" Song Wei, unreserved, replied, "To be candid, I believe your company's technology, particularly in flight attitude adjustment and image recognition, would be exceptionally suited for our nation's new generation of large military drones." "What? You don't possess this technology?" Lu Hong exclaimed inadvertently. Song Wei found himself momentarily speechless. The Military Research Institute oversees numerous military software research institutes, in addition to the National Academy of Sciences and various higher education research institutions. Tens of thousands of personnel. Over a decade's time. An investment exceeding 100 billion. As of now, the completion rate is less than half. The leading military technology expert from the Xia nation felt a slight flush on his cheeks. Noticing the awkward expression on his master's face, Yang Yang swiftly intervened. "Mr. Liu, you may not be aware, but the Beiying nation has imposed a stringent technological blockade against us. We are entirely reliant on our own exploration, and we cannot acquire the necessary hardware." At this point, he suddenly recalled that even their national-level research institute was grappling with such difficulties. So the challenges faced by Lu Hong, a small private enterprise, would undoubtedly be even greater. Yet, he had managed to achieve results. The disparity was evident. There was no disputing that. However, Lu Hong held a different perspective. He understood that the technology behind his intelligent control system actually originated from the Military Research Institute, although that was in his previous life. According to the historical timeline of his past life, the Military Research Institute would complete the development of the first generation of intelligent control systems 3 years later. Subsequently, Part of this technology would be converted for civilian use and purchased by a private enterprise for secondary development, applied to the Model 03. 7 years later, all aspects of this technology would be fully localized. What Lu Hong had developed was the version from 7 years later. Selling this technology to Songwei today could be viewed as a manifestation of karmic cycles. Thus, he nodded without hesitation, saying, "No problem. I can transfer this technology to the state for just $1. Songwei was taken aback and quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "How can that be? The development cost of this technology is immense. We cannot accept such a generous donation from Mr. Lu." Lu Hong chuckled inwardly. The technology he possessed was a recreation based on memories from his past life, and with the aid of the RD simulator. The primary cost stemmed from the second-hand equipment he acquired from Alexander. Such a minor expense could easily be recouped through Model 01. Of course, he could not openly state that. Thus, he spoke earnestly. "Academician Song, though I am merely a businessman, I also harbor a sense of duty towards my country. While the cost of this technology is substantial, it can gradually be covered by the company's products without jeopardizing its survival. Moreover, the nation is currently at a critical juncture in its pursuit of rejuvenation, facing immense pressure in military technological development and a severe shortage of funds. If this money can be saved for other uses, it would be my humble contribution as a citizen of the Great Xia." Songwei was profoundly moved. He was acutely aware that, under normal circumstances, Lu Hong could easily sell this technology for billions. As a private entrepreneur still in the startup phase, he was willing to relinquish such easily attainable wealth for the benefit of the nation. This was undoubtedly the mark of a principled and idealistic individual. If such a young person could not be trusted, then who could? Consequently, Songwei, who had initially planned to wait for the results of the political review before approaching Lu Hong, changed his mind. He asked with great seriousness, "Mr. Lu, could you elaborate on the concept of small drones for military applications that you didn't finish discussing in the finals?" Upon hearing this, Lu Hong's heart leapt with joy. The opportunity had arrived. Songwei's inquiry was not merely a question. It was a test of Lu Hong's vision and capability in producing military equipment. Upon learning that the military had yet to master intelligent control technology, Lu Hong surmised that they lacked the technical prowess to deploy small drones for military purposes. From that moment, he began to contemplate a collaboration with the military. His decision to voluntarily donate the intelligent control system was a strategic move to showcase his high aspirations. In hopes of securing the support of this influential figure to become a military collaborator, should he succeed in obtaining the opportunity to develop small military drones, it would not only yield substantial profits for Honghu Technology, but might also bestow upon him the prestigious title of a military contractor. This accolade was far more valuable than mere billions. It signified that Honghu Technology would enjoy the highest level of official protection, free from the fear of any underhanded schemes. With this in mind, Lu Hong cleared his throat and articulated his vision meticulously. Chapter 55, Field Inspection and Military Orders. After an extensive conversation with Songwei, Lu Hong received no immediate feedback, only the counsel to be patient and await further developments. This was, however, entirely expected. The process of establishing a military supplier is lengthy, especially given that Honghu Technology is a private enterprise. After bidding farewell to Songwei, Lu Hong temporarily set the matter aside. He was far too occupied. During the day, he traversed between government departments and major clients alongside Ouyang Pei, and at night, he worked tirelessly to modify drones for post-disaster search and rescue operations, managing only 3 to 4 hours of sleep each night. 5 days later, the modifications for the search and rescue drones were completed and delivered. It was only then that Lu Hong found a moment to catch his breath and make time to visit the Songyang High-Tech Park to inspect the land for the factory. As an entrepreneur favored by the mayor, he was met with great importance by the city's Investment Promotion Bureau, which even dispatched a deputy director to accompany him on the visit. The director of the Songyang High-Tech Management Committee personally welcomed them, leading the group to the best parcel of land in the park. This land, approximately 10 hectares, boasted convenient transportation, relative independence, and ample supporting facilities, much to the satisfaction of both Lu Hong and Ouyang Pei. With both parties exhibiting strong intentions to cooperate, negotiations progressed swiftly. Ultimately, Lu Hong secured the land on the spot, with only one stipulation. The adjacent 2 parcels should not be transferred for 3 years, reserved for future expansion of the factory. The management committee hesitated briefly before acquiescing, Given the park's remote location, there was little concern about leaving the two parcels vacant for 3 years. In the following days, Lu Hong formalized a cooperation intention agreement with the park, and he also secured several drone orders from government departments and major clients, thus concluding his successful trip to the magical city. However, just as he prepared to depart, he unexpectedly received a call from Mayor Hao, requesting that he come to the city government for a face-to-face discussion. Lu Hong arrived at the reception room of the municipal government, only to find Mayor Hao in conversation with a man dressed in the uniform of a rear admiral. It dawned on him that this was a representative from the military. The military's processes were remarkably swift. He had anticipated discussions would take at least a month. As Lu Hong entered, Mayor Hao rose with a smile, introducing, "This is Rear Admiral Li Weiguo. I shall take my leave now." After watching Mayor Hao exit and close the door behind him, Li Weiguo approached Lu Hong and extended his hand, saying, "Mr. Lu, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I trust you have surmised the purpose of my visit?" Lu Hong nodded. "Academician Song Wei had an in-depth conversation with me a few days ago." Li Weiguo chuckled. "I have reviewed the footage of your final defense presentation and attended Academician Song's briefing to the highest military leadership. I wholeheartedly agree with your vision of employing the 01 for military applications." Lu Hong promptly clarified, "To be precise, we should discuss the military applications of small unmanned aerial vehicles rather than the 01. Our company produces civilian products, and the specifications are unsuitable for military use." Li Weiguo smiled. "I understand. I am curious, how much time would be required for you to develop a military version prototype of the 01? Lu Hong immediately thought of the technical improvements he had recently acquired. The requirements for military drones differ significantly from those of civilian drones in both hardware and software, as military drones must endure extremely harsh survival conditions. Converting a civilian drone into a military one would necessitate substantial efforts in terms of structural integrity, flight speed, communication encryption, and anti-jamming capabilities, a task that would not be completed overnight. Even if Lu Hong were to personally oversee the project, it would take at least 6 months for redesign and testing. However, the technical improvement skill could potentially save him considerable time. With this in mind, Lu Hong countered, "How quickly do you need it generally?" Li Weiguo pondered for a moment before asking, "Is 1 month feasible? If you can deliver a prototype within that time frame and it passes testing, we may be able to provide you with a substantial order, a very substantial one." Lu Hong contemplated briefly. If it were merely a design improvement, 3 days might suffice, and producing a prototype would not be an issue. However, to manufacture a fully functional military drone, using carbon fiber for the body would be ideal. Only through this lighter and more resilient material could the operational performance of a small military drone be optimized. Yet, this brought forth the challenge of material production. As current carbon fiber materials were monopolized by foreign enterprises, relying solely on imports was both costly and insecure. Fortunately, Lu Hong possessed a complete set of production blueprints for 300 carbon fiber, and with a few months dedicated to setting up the production line, self-sourcing the material would be achievable. As for the initial prototype, utilizing aluminum alloy would suffice for the time being. With confidence, he turned to Li Weiguo and declared, "No need for a month. I can deliver the prototype in just 2 weeks." Li Weiguo was taken aback. "Mr. Lu, have you truly considered this? There are no empty promises in the military." Lu Hong chuckled. "Shall I draft a military order?" Li Weiguo gave an awkward smile. "No need for that. But the cost for this drone must be managed carefully, Mr. Lu. What is the budget from the military?" Lu Hong inquired. Li Weiguo held up 2 fingers. "No more than 20,000. This isn't an item within the budget, so we can only propose a rough requirement for now. If the performance meets our standards, we can discuss further." "Is the procurement budget for a single unit truly only 20,000? Lu Hong smiled wryly but nodded. "Very well." After leaving the municipal government, Lu Hong promptly sought out Ouyang Pei for a discussion. "I am confident we can produce a prototype that meets military specifications, but once the military places an order, mass production will pose a significant challenge," Lu Hong stated solemnly. "The production line for carbon fiber materials, the machining equipment, the production line for the 01 drone. And now we must also add the military drone production line. All these various equipment procurement processes are time-consuming and labor-intensive. Even if we manage to set everything up, testing will still be necessary. Just thinking about it makes my head spin." Ouyang Pei also appeared troubled. "Indeed, what's worse is that within just 1 week, our official website has already accumulated over 150,000 orders for the 01. Do you have any good solutions?" Lu Hong asked. Ouyang Pei felt a headache coming on. While seeking suppliers through Ziyuan Group's network might be a solution, doing so would easily expose her identity. She had concealed her identity to collaborate with Lu Hong to challenge her grandfather. If she extensively utilized Ziyuan Group's resources during their entrepreneurial journey, the achievements would lack sufficient credibility. Thus, she had been trying to minimize the use of Ziyuan Group's resources. Even when absolutely necessary, she would strive to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. For instance, obtaining a loan from Ziyuan Bank with collateral was a normal business transaction, while using Ziyuan Logistics to smuggle regulated equipment was done by paying a price higher than the market rate for shipping, but without leveraging Ziyuan Group's network. How could she find suitable equipment suppliers in such a short time? After pondering for a moment, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I've got it. Our engineering software users are all manufacturers of various mechanical parts, right? Their downstream connections are precisely those equipment manufacturers. Is it possible to find a reliable batch of suppliers through this relationship? Chapter 56. Cheating in the Drill? As November began, the chill of winter gradually enveloped Chujing City. However, the headquarters of Honghu Technology in the Longshan Park of the Dongjiang High-Tech Zone was bustling with activity. In the conference room, a special bidding negotiation was taking place. Following an intense discussion, a man in a suit raised his bidding paddle. We, Huagang Equipment, are willing to reduce our quote by another 73 million. The room erupted in astonishment. Ouyang Pei, who was presiding over the bidding session, gently tapped her wooden mallet. Huagang Equipment representative, are you certain? I must add that at this price, your profit margin is exceedingly slim. We are certain of this, the representative from Huagang Equipment declared through gritted teeth. As he reflected on his superior's earlier instructions, the blueprint for the production line from Honghu Technology incorporated nearly 30 pieces of equipment utilizing the most advanced technology available internationally. The opportunity to learn such cutting-edge techniques is invaluable. Even if it means incurring losses, we must secure this contract. He cast a resolute glance over the competitors present, reaffirming Huagang Equipment's determination, and then slowly took his seat. Ouyang Pei surveyed the room and spoke in a low voice. Very well. Since no one has presented a lower bid than Huagang Equipment, please hold on. At that moment, a man suddenly raised a sign and announced, we, at Huiming Manufacturing, have a new proposal. We can collaborate with our competitors, guaranteeing the manufacturing, installation, and commissioning of all equipment for the entire production line, with a bid of 110 million. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Pei's eyes brightened. Although Huagang Equipment's bid was lower, they could only provide 70% of the equipment for a single production line, necessitating the search for additional suppliers. In contrast, Huiming Manufacturing proposed a comprehensive contract. Although their price was higher, it offered greater convenience. She promptly called Lu Hong, and after a brief conversation, she made a decisive decision. Huiming Manufacturing would be awarded the second production line. A few minutes later, Ouyang Pei returned to her office. Looking weary, and immediately spotted Boss Chu waiting for her. She hurried over to apologize. I am truly sorry, Boss Chu. It has been an incredibly busy day, and I appreciate your patience. Boss Chu chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, not at all. Now that you are the principal party, it is only right that you keep me waiting. Have there been any developments regarding the production line tender? Ouyang Pei nodded with a smile, expressing gratitude for Boss Chu's assistance in liaising, allowing them to find a suitable supplier in such a short time frame. I never realized how formidable our supply chain system in Xia country truly is. I'll take that as a compliment to my efforts. Boss Chu laughed heartily, handing over a document. The aluminum alloy components your company requires can be assured by Guanghua Group. However, the processing equipment for carbon fiber materials will need to be sourced externally, as fewer orders will not suffice. As for the orders, that will depend on Mr. Lu's capabilities. Ouyang Pei replied with a smile. Mr. Lu is negotiating the orders? I had assumed you were managing all sales matters. Boss Chu exclaimed in surprise. Ouyang Pei subtly shook her head, her eyes gleaming with an indescribable brilliance. No, only Mr. Lu can persuade the client for this order. In the northern region of Xia country, within a secret military base, a main battle tank weighing 50 tons lay concealed behind an earthen embankment on the vast grassland. Target detected, prepare to fire. The commander shouted through the communication channel. The other crew members immediately began preparations for firing. However, at that moment, the crew suddenly heard a muffled thud, as if something heavy had landed on the tank's turret. The soldiers dismissed it as merely a stone blown by the wind, paying it no mind. However, in the next moment, the voice of the directing team echoed through the communication channel. Red Team 1, you have been destroyed. Withdraw from the battlefield immediately. The soldiers wore bewildered expressions. We have been destroyed? By what? The blue team's armed helicopter has not even been deployed. There are no anti-tank missile positions in our line of sight. Nevertheless, the orders from the directing team were akin to military commands, regardless of their discontent. The red team soldiers could only begrudgingly steer their tanks away from the conflict. Elsewhere on the prairie, a mechanized infantry company had completed its covert assembly and was poised to launch an attack. At that moment, the company commander received a communication from the directing team. Your company has been determined to be under the coverage of 155mm artillery, suffering over 50% casualties, and has lost combat effectiveness. Withdraw immediately. The red team commander was taken aback. We are under artillery fire? How is that possible? How did the enemy detect us? This is our rear area. We have special forces on the perimeter for protection. It is impossible for enemy scouts to infiltrate. Our air defense units have not detected any enemy reconnaissance aircraft. Similar peculiar situations unfolded across the battlefield. An hour later, the red team commander stormed into the directing team's tent, seizing the collar of the blue team commander, and shouted furiously, "You are going too far. We let the initial nuclear strike slide as permissible rules, and we accepted your deceitful ambush by disguising your troops as civilians. But how did your light infantry annihilate my entire tank company? How does your 155mm artillery consistently locate our assembly points? Are you cheating in this exercise without even an attempt at concealment? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation today, I will make sure you crawl back to your command post." Faced with the furious opponent, the blue team commander remained composed and turned to the chief director. The chief director, adorned with a star, gently tapped the table and remarked, "Brigadier Chin, the new weapons of the blue team were arranged by me. If you are dissatisfied, you are welcome to come and see for yourself." Upon hearing the chief director speak, the red team commander could only suppress his anger, release his grip, and take a seat beside the conference table. The chief director immediately signaled for the staff to activate the projector. An image of a main battle tank appeared on the screen. The red team commander instantly recognized it as one of the tanks from his lost company. What puzzled him was that the display showed a bird's-eye view of the tank, as if a camera were hovering a few meters above it. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared on the screen, crashing down directly onto the turret of the tank with a muffled thud. The red team commander felt as though his heart had been struck heavily. He sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "What is this?" "This is the secret weapon that destroyed your tank company," the chief director replied coolly. "An 80mm tandem armor-piercing projectile. Dropped from a height of 6 meters onto the top of your main battle tank. Will it not leave a dent?" The red team commander stood in stunned silence for a long moment before finally stammering, "What is that? What exactly is the weapon carrying the armor-piercing projectile?" The chief director turned to a casually dressed young man seated at the head of the conference table and smiled, saying, "This is a question for expert Liu." In Chapter 57, titled Hawk 01, as the red team's commander fixed his intense gaze upon him, Lu Hong rose with a faint smile. "Commander Chin, please don't blame me. It was General Chun who insisted on deploying this experimental weapon during your complete unawareness." With that, he retrieved a briefcase from beneath the table, opening it to reveal a drone to the red commander. "This is our inaugural military-grade small drone, the Hawk 01, developed by Honghu Technology at the request of the military. This drone is lightweight, operates quietly, and possesses strong anti-jamming capabilities. It has a maximum flight range of 25 kilometers and can reach speeds of up to 140 kilometers per hour. What you just witnessed was the attack variant of the Hawk, capable of carrying an 80mm rocket warhead or 4 defensive grenades, allowing it to strike armored units or infantry from the skies. Additionally, there is a reconnaissance variant, equipped with multifunctional cameras, rangefinders, and radar for reconnaissance tasks, capable of directly providing artillery with targeting data. The reason you are consistently targeted by the 155 artillery is precisely due to this." The red commander was momentarily taken aback, but quickly strode over to Lu Hong, grasping his shoulders with a gleam in his eyes. "Is that truly the case? Expert Lu, could you possibly demonstrate it for us?" Lu Hong winced under the pressure, but nodded eagerly. Soon, everyone gathered outside the tent to watch as Lu Hong utilized a military tablet to launch the drone, which swiftly locked onto the red team's encampment and transmitted data via the battlefield data link. Within seconds, the 155 Artillery Group received the strike coordinates. The subsequent events required no further demonstration. Commander Chin understood all too well that in less than 15 seconds, the blue team's digital artillery would rain down shells upon him. Next, Lu Hong lowered the drone's altitude. The winds on the grassland were fierce, and it was not until the hawk descended to within 3 meters above Commander Chin's head that he heard the faint whir of the drone's rotors. Commander Chin was astounded. The noise produced by such a drone was remarkably minimal. On the battlefield, even infantry would find it challenging to detect such subtle sounds, let alone soldiers seated within tanks or armored vehicles. Furthermore, this drone could be operated by a single soldier and was compact enough to fit all its equipment into a briefcase. Such agile equipment, if assigned to frontline infantry, would instantly arm even light infantry with formidable anti-armor capabilities. Their own artillery would gain eyes and ears. This was undoubtedly a force multiplier for light units. Commander Chin's frustration dissipated instantly, and he turned to the Chief Director, Major General Chun, with exasperation. "Old Chief, this is rather unfair. Such an impressive piece of equipment, and you intend to use it to ambush your own former troops? The soldiers are practically on the verge of tears. I refuse to accept this. We cannot be mere targets. You must prioritize equipping us with this gear." Laughter erupted from the Directorate. Major General Chun, with a playful reprimand, turned to the military experts beside him and inquired, "What do you think, esteemed experts? Is this equipment deemed satisfactory?" The experts nodded in unison. Chen then directed his gaze towards Lu Hong, asking, "When can we expect the mass-produced products, young Lu?" Lu Hong pondered for a moment before responding. "The factory and production line in Modu are currently undergoing bidding. The construction and testing will likely take about a month and a half. During this period, we also intend to make further improvements to the product. As for the development of subsequent models, that will require additional time." "Very well," Chen acknowledged with a nod, and then turned to Major General Li beside him, stating, "Comrade Wei Guo, I must trouble you to follow up on this matter. Please procure 10,000 sets of the Falcon, with an equal distribution between reconnaissance and attack variants. I will arrange the budget for you." That evening, after successfully showcasing the prototype, Lu Hong returned to the military base's guest house. Before he could catch his breath, a knock at the door interrupted him. Upon opening it, he found Major Li Weiguo along with 2 tall, blonde foreigners. They were Major General Sergei Yeager and his translator, sent from the great nation of Russia. After introducing them with a smile, Li leaned in closer to Lu Hong, whispering, "Do you remember I mentioned a significant order? The materials previously reported by Academician Song have been shared with the Russians, and they are quite interested. This Major Sergei is here specifically regarding the small drones." Lu Hong was taken aback by this revelation and cautiously inquired, "Is the Falcon available for foreign trade? Has that been approved?" "Of course, otherwise. How could I bring him to meet you? Moreover, this is a political mission that you must fulfill. However, you will need to sell the export version, understand?" Li Weiguo reminded him quietly. Lu Hong nodded eagerly. The export version would indeed be a downgraded model. The performance would certainly need to be inferior to that of the military version. Fortunately, the prototype Lu brought for testing was not the final version. Since the carbon fiber production line had yet to be established, the prototype was still made of lightweight aluminum alloy. A few adjustments would suffice to meet the export requirements. With this thought in mind, Lu Hong quickly greeted Major General Sergei. This was the client of utmost importance. Sergei spoke plainly, catching Lu Hong off guard with his first words. "Mr. Lu Hong, our military wishes to purchase 100,000 Falcon drones." 100,000? This is an extraordinary order. While it may not rival civilian sales, the profit margins for military goods are substantial. The current procurement price offered by the Summer Nation's military for the Falcon is 20,000 per unit. Yet Lu Hong estimates that the cost of mass production for the current version will be under 10,000. Once the carbon fiber production line is operational and more advanced materials are employed, Lu Hong anticipates he could negotiate a higher selling price without significantly increasing costs. As for the export version of the Falcon, not only must its performance be diminished, but its price would also need to be elevated. The potential for profit in this scenario is even greater. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Lu Hong compelled himself to regain his composure. Engaging in business with foreign military forces undoubtedly promises substantial profits. However, one must exercise heightened caution, as the repercussions of any misstep can be quite troublesome. He earnestly addressed Major General Sergei, stating, "General, I feel compelled to clarify certain matters beforehand. The Falcon drone is not akin to munitions. It is not a consumable item. Should you desire to procure 100,000 Falcons, you must prepare an equivalent number of spare parts for maintenance and dispatch personnel for relevant training in repair and upkeep. This segment of expenditure could far exceed the initial cost of the drones themselves. Have you contemplated this?" Sergei, taken aback by the statement, paused. Since the nation underwent significant upheaval, its economy has struggled, and its military technology has lagged behind, rendering even large military drones unaffordable. Consequently, the military has shown keen interest in smaller military drones, hoping to achieve an unconventional leap in capability. Yet, their unfamiliarity with drones has left them unaware of the complexities involved. After a brief silence, he decided to lay his cards on the table. "Mr. Liu, if we were to allocate 2 billion xia yuan annually for the purchase of your drones, what sort of services could your company provide us?" Chapter 58. The low-end market appears promising? 2 billion xia yuan annually? Upon hearing Sergei's words, Lu Hong's breath quickened. Was this individual being excessively forthright, revealing his hand so openly? No, such thoughts were misguided. This was not a typical commercial negotiation. This was armament trade, notably facilitated by the Siam military. The advantages of this transaction were assured, given the formidable influence of the intermediary, who mitigated the risk of the buyer reneging on the deal. However, there were inherent risks, including the imperative to avoid substandard offerings and exorbitant pricing, lest it compromise the intermediary's reputation. Inciting the military's displeasure could lead to disastrous consequences. Lu Hong contemplated the situation silently, then sincerely articulated, to ensure the combat readiness of the equipment your side purchases within a fixed budget. I propose the following ideal plan. The Falcon drone at 40,000 per set, purchasing 150,000 sets, totaling 6 billion. For maintenance and replacement, an additional 30,000 sets of relevant spare parts would amount to 14 billion. Furthermore, we would include comprehensive training for 1,000 operators and 1,000 maintenance personnel. The cost of the Falcon sold to the Siam military stands at 20,000, while the foreign trade price is 40,000. Is this price exorbitant? Far from it. It is quite reasonable. Consider that the domestic procurement price in the White Eagle country for the 35 series is less than 80 million Eagle yuan. Yet the foreign trade price soars to 200 million for the Bear aircraft. This does not even account for the significantly more expensive spare parts. And such a deal would require others to seek it out. Moreover, the counterpart could not possibly ascertain the procurement price at which the Siam military acquired the Falcons, as that is a closely guarded military secret. Indeed, upon receiving Lu Hong's quotation, Sergei exhibited no signs of dissent. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Mr. Liu, we accept your quotation, yet our military budget is limited. The Falcon may still be somewhat beyond our means. Is there a possibility that you could reduce some configurations based on the Falcon and develop a slightly less powerful product, thereby lowering the unit price? This would enable us to procure 30,000 drones at an annual expenditure of 2 billion yuan. Lu Hong smiled wryly and shook his head, saying, "I am afraid your budget would only suffice for civilian drones." His intention was to decline, yet unexpectedly, Sergei's interest was piqued. Civilian drones? Could you elaborate on their performance? Lu Hong was momentarily taken aback and repeatedly shook his head, insisting, No, that is impossible. The performance and anti-jamming capabilities of civilian drones are far too inadequate for battlefield use. However, Sergei appeared unfazed, remarking, "That depends on who the enemy is. We believe our adversaries do not possess sufficient electromagnetic interference capabilities." Lu Hong was momentarily dumbfounded. He understood precisely who Sergei referred to as the enemy. At this juncture, tensions in a certain country's eastern region had escalated dramatically. If one were to follow the timeline of the previous world, war would soon commence. With the feeble electronic warfare capabilities reminiscent of decades past, even civilian drones would be defenseless. If enhancements were made to the 0-1 Swallow drone, it could undoubtedly meet the demands of the opposing side. Thus, the low-end market appeared rather appealing. As long as costs could be sufficiently reduced, the profits would be remarkably substantial. However, the Swallow was originally designed as a civilian aerial photography drone, created with practicality in mind, lacking excess durability. It would undoubtedly face challenges in a battlefield environment. Alas, had the drone designed for Chuiwa technology not been patented, it would have perfectly aligned with the client's needs. This thought elicited a resigned sigh from Lu Hong. Ultimately, he resolved to explore the feasibility of modifying the swallow. He conveyed to Sergei, "I understand. 2 billion yuan for 30,000 drones along with corresponding accessories. I will return to conduct further research and provide you with a response shortly." Upon hearing this, Sergei stood and shook Lu Hong's hand, saying, "Excellent. We await your favorable news. Additionally, we hope to finalize this transaction before March of next year." March of next year? Such urgency? Lu Hong instinctively remarked. At that moment, Li Weigua interjected, "Mr. Lu, please make every effort to expedite the delivery of a significant quantity before March of next year." Lu Hong was left astounded and speechless. Why was Li Weigua supporting Sergei? What was the urgency behind this request? Was something significant happening in March? In the next instant, Lu Hong suddenly realized. Indeed, according to historical precedent, war was set to erupt in March of the following year. The northern client's acquisition of this batch of drones was evidently aimed at bolstering their military capabilities. The reason the military of Xia revealed Academician Song's report to these northern clients was to covertly assist them. After all, this prolonged war would deplete a significant amount of resources from the White Eagle Nation, thereby granting Xia a precious opportunity for development. With this realization, Lu Hong finally understood the entire situation. He nodded steadily, affirming that he would do his utmost. Seeing Lu Hong's agreement, Li Weigua was quite satisfied, adding that should there be any need for assistance during this process, General Lu should not hesitate to speak up. The military would support him. Subsequently, he produced a small booklet and handed it to Lu Hong, saying, "Please remember, this transaction is of the utmost national secrecy. This confidentiality guideline is for you. I urge you to read it carefully. I would prefer not to meet you next time in a National Security Department's prison." Upon hearing this, Lu Hong felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, conducting official business was far from straightforward. After escorting the two out of the room, Lu Hong lay down on his bed, closed his eyes, and summoned the system panel. The prior enhancements made to the 01 Sparrow drone, resulting in the development of the 01 Falcon drone, had cost him 200 entrepreneurial points, leaving him with a mere 300 points remaining. He opened the research simulator, using the client's requirements as a standard, and applied a technical improvement skill to the Sparrow drone. Technical improvements could also be incorporated into the simulation, a fact he had tested during the development of the Falcon. Simulation Day 1. You have constructed the Sparrow improvement plan. Simulation Day 7. You have completed adjustments to the airframe structure. Simulation Day 25. You have completed modifications to the electronic equipment. Simulation Day 80. You have completed the Sparrow improvement plan. Simulation concluded. Results of the Sparrow improvement test. Performance qualification rate 98. Single unit cost increased by 30. Completion of the Sparrow improvement development requires 228 entrepreneurial points. Do you accept? Yes, no. Faced with such a disappointing outcome, Lu Hong stared at the panel for quite some time before ultimately deciding against it. It would have been better not to make any changes at all. Just as he was at a loss, his phone suddenly rang on the bedside table. Picking up the phone, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Initially reluctant to answer, he hesitated as the ringing persisted. After a moment, he decided to take the call. "Hello, who is this?" Following a brief silence, a weary and hoarse voice emerged from the receiver. "Lu Hong, it's me. I am Lu Chiyue." Lu Hong's brow furrowed immediately. It had been over half a month since the National Science and Technology competition concluded, during which Lu Chiyue had not attempted to contact him. Preoccupied with the development of the Falcon drone, he had not kept track of Lu Chiyue's situation, only vaguely hearing that Chiyue Technology, which had lost the wager agreement, seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Why was Lu Chiyue calling him at this moment? Chapter 59. Lu Chiyue's plea for help on the other end of the line. Lu Hong's silence filled Lu Chiyue with both panic and sorrow. Once upon a time, every word she spoke could leave Lu Hong at a loss, restless and anxious. However, the situation has now completely reversed. Lu Hong's silence rendered her breathless and choked with unuttered words. Lu Chiyue, who had lived her life as a favored daughter of heaven, could not comprehend why fate would punish her so harshly. In the suffocating stillness, she finally succumbed to tears. Her sobbing transformed her voice into a fragmented, pitiful whisper. "Lu Hong, could you please meet with me? I am truly at my wit's end." Faced with Lu Chiyue's imploring plea, Lu Hong could not help but furrow his brow slightly. He had no desire to engage with this woman. Yet the knowledge that she held the patents he desperately needed compelled him to swallow the refusal that was on the tip of his tongue. In the realm of commerce, Even the most loathed adversary must be handled with diplomatic finesse. After a moment of consideration, he decided that conceding to meet once more would not be detrimental. Thus, he spoke, making an effort to keep his tone as usual. I will be returning to Chujing tomorrow. Where would you like to meet? Upon hearing his words, Lu Chiyue's emotions began to stabilize somewhat. Could we meet at our old place? Lu Hong fell silent, knowing that the so-called old place referred to their alma mater, Chujing University. More specifically, it was the central playground of the university. He recalled the times they had daydreamed about the future beside that playground, where Lu Chiyue would often animatedly share her entrepreneurial aspirations, and in his eyes, she was the sole focus of his attention. Lu Hong, are you listening? Lu Chiyue's voice roused him from his reverie. The caution in her tone evoked a sense of pity within him. Was this still the proud goddess who once resembled a peacock? Thus, he acquiesced. Very well, let us meet at the old place tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon. After concluding the call, he hung up. Your name is Lu Hong, correct? I am Lu Chiyue, your classmate from the School of Management. Lu Hong, you are truly remarkable. Winning first prize in a provincial science and technology competition while still a freshman. You are destined to become a great inventor. Lu Hong, you are meant to soar like a swan. Why do you persist in wanting to be a mere sparrow? Join me in entrepreneurship. Let us explore the vast skies together. Lu Hong, you need not come to the company tomorrow. Lu Hong, this is my fiancé. Lu Hong was abruptly jolted awake from the nightmare, clutching his throbbing temples. Unable to find peace. Memories from a past life replayed in his mind like a haunting specter. Those recollections were so vivid that they left him trembling and terrified. He wandered in the darkness for what felt like an eternity before. Almost instinctively, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. The phone rang only once before being answered. A clear and melodious voice resonated in his ear, reminiscent of a serene stream flowing through crimson leaves, instantly calming his turbulent state of mind. Hello, boss, what is it? Lu Hong instinctively glanced at the time. It was already 3 in the morning. Are you still awake? Wow, I thought the heartless boss was calling to check on me, but it seems you are actually concerned about your employee? The teasing voice of Ouyang Pei emanated from the phone. Lu Hong couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a significant weight lift from his heart. As far as I know, Ouyang is also the owner of Honghu Technology. Indeed, holding on to 10 of Lu's shares, willingly toiling away. If you find that insufficient, I could certainly offer you more. Really? Absolutely. Boss, it's rather unsettling for you to call me in the dead of night to discuss a raise. Are you trying to escape some trouble and hoping I'll take the fall for you? Speaking such imaginative words at this hour, are you sleepwalking? If one could handle work while sleepwalking, I would gladly sleep 16 hours a day, in a few light exchanges, for reasons unknown. Lu Hong felt his heart settle once more. Suddenly, he had the urge to share his troubles with Ouyang Pei. Ouyang, but as he began, he hesitated, feeling it inappropriate. Ouyang Pei was younger and his subordinate. She bore no obligation to assist him with personal emotional matters. What do you want to say, boss? Upon hearing Ouyang Pei's inquiry, Lu Hong hesitated briefly before diverting the topic. It's nothing. I'll be returning to Chujing tomorrow. I know, you messaged me yesterday. Ouyang Pei's voice held a hint of confusion. I merely wanted to confirm once more that you should rest early. Good night. After hastily concluding the call, he leaned against the headboard, gripping his phone tightly, his resolve gradually strengthening. The following afternoon, beside the central playground of Chujing University, Lu Hong spotted Lu Chiyue waiting for him on the cement steps that formed the audience seating. She appeared considerably thinner, to the extent that her familiar woolen coat seemed overly large. As always, she had carefully applied her makeup, yet it could not conceal the pallor and fatigue etched across her face. Upon seeing Lu Hong arrive, she managed a strained smile. You're here. Lu Hong nodded slightly. Sitting beside her, what brings you here? Lu Chiyue's expression faltered for a moment before she turned her gaze to the distance. Do you remember our first time sitting here? You had just won first place in the provincial science and technology competition, and I was your award presenter. Lu Hong took the cue, his voice imbued with nostalgia. Yes, I certainly remember. I cherish every moment we shared. A glimmer of emotion flickered in Lu Chiyue's eyes as she suddenly grasped his hand. You chose to help me start a business, and I should have reciprocated your feelings much sooner. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Can you give me another chance? Lu Hong's gaze sharpened slightly, though he quickly feigned confusion. What do you mean? Lu Chiyue held his hand tightly, her tone fervent. Come back to Chujue Technology. Return to the company we founded together. Whatever you desire, as long as I possess it, I can offer it to you. Money, equity, even myself. Lu Hong looked deeply into her eyes, a myriad of complex emotions flickering within his gaze. In a fleeting moment, he lowered his eyelids, concealing his gaze, and shook his head, saying, I'm afraid you must understand. This has become impossible. Honghu Technology is no longer solely my enterprise. Even if I wished otherwise, I am no longer in control. At that instant, Lu Chuyue seemed to exhale in relief, only to be quickly enveloped in melancholy. I apologize, it was my caprice. Lu Hong raised his head once more, his eyes brimming with concern. Is there an issue with the company's finances? Is it due to the betting agreement? Lu Chuyue nodded in despondence. As you know, there is no way I can procure 100 million in such a short time. My uncle is taking advantage of the situation, proposing to acquire Chuyue Technology for a mere 30 million. It is utterly outrageous. Indeed, even if Chuyue Technology's only remaining sector is the intelligent machinery division, it still generates an annual net profit of 50 to 60 million. Lu Hong agreed. Lu Chuyue gazed at him with pleading eyes. I am at my wit's end. I can only implore you to help me save the company, to preserve our hard work. After a moment of silence, Lu Hong endeavored to infuse his voice with genuine concern. How much more do you need? Chapter 60. The actor upon hearing Lu Hong's words. A glimmer of hope surged within Lu Chuyue. I have contemplated every possible solution. I can only muster a little over 50 million. Lu Hong nodded. I am somewhat aware of Chuyue Technology's situation. The engineering software business is practically defunct, and the drone division has lost its viability. Only the intelligent machinery sector remains profitable. Am I correct? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lu Chuyue acknowledged the truth of his statements with a nod. Indeed. Lu Hong looked at her earnestly. The only viable path for Chuyue Technology now is to eliminate the engineering software and drone divisions, focusing solely on intelligent machinery. In doing so, the company may not thrive as it once did, but at least it can survive. Yes, but that 100 million in debt. I shall cover it for you. The words left Lu Hong's lips, causing him a slight sense of nausea, yet he strived to maintain a gentle tone. What? Lu Chuyue looked at Lu Hong in astonishment. I will provide the remaining 50 million, Lu Hong stated. Lu Chuyue, overwhelmed with emotion, covered her mouth as tears streamed down her cheeks, expressing her incoherent gratitude. Thank you, Lu Hong. Lu Hong gently patted her hand in a gesture of comfort. However, I cannot simply fill this void without a reason, otherwise it would be difficult to justify. How about this? You sell me the patents and assets of the engineering software and drone divisions as a package. This way, I will at least have a rationale. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuyue hesitated. The engineering software division could be dealt with, but the drone division contained substantial fixed assets. It should be noted that when Lu Hong spearheaded the establishment of the drone division, the initial investment alone exceeded 100 million. However, within the blink of an eye, she came to a realization. Both the engineering software and drone divisions were utterly doomed. Even if Lu Hong did not purchase them, she would have to eliminate them herself. For Lu Hong, who possesses new software and the Yankee drones, her patents are virtually worthless. Only the equipment holds any monetary value. Lu Hong's offer of 50 million to acquire these two divisions is undoubtedly a significant favor to her. Although it is still a low-priced acquisition, it is certainly more favorable than the fire sale tactics employed by her uncle, and it does not encroach upon her other valuable assets. However, she will not let go of the opportunity to negotiate. Lu Hong, after your departure, the Dihao Group invested 50 million, a substantial portion of which I used to establish 2 brand new drone production lines. Lu Hong's expression shifted to one of surprise, followed by a resigned shake of her head. So you believe you will undoubtedly secure an award at the national science competition, and once you do, you plan to ramp up production? Lu Chuyue lowered her head awkwardly. Yes, we even stockpiled enough parts to assemble 10,000 drones. Lu Hong sighed with a bitter smile. But your drone production lines and components are not compatible with my Model 01. Purchasing them would just mean acquiring a heap of scrap metal. You are well aware of this, aren't you? I know. Please, help me out. I can sell them to you at a discount. They must have some value. Do you think I could assemble a BMW using Audi parts and production lines? Upon hearing this, Lu Chuyue fell silent, unable to respond, and could only bow her head, suppressing her sobs. Observing her distress, Lu Hong contemplated for a moment before feigning a sigh. Very well, when assisting others, one must see it through. I shall add 20 million, making it 70 million. I will accept the production lines and components. This is my final offer, and I cannot justify a higher amount to the other shareholders. Realizing this was Lu Hong's bottom line, Lu Chuiyue immediately acquiesced. All right, when can your funds be made available? Once the contract is signed, the transfer can be executed immediately. Lu Hong sighed. I know Di Hao is pressing for this. You should return and prepare the documents. I will cooperate with you to expedite the transaction. Lu Chuiyue nodded, rising to deeply bow to Lu Hong. Thank you, Lu Hong. With that, she turned to leave. At that moment, Lu Hong called out to her, Chuiyue. Lu Chuiyue trembled slightly, forcing a smile as she turned back. What is it? Lu Hong gazed at her for a moment before speaking. Once you receive the funds, pay off your debts and manage the intelligent machinery business well. It will secure a lifetime of financial security for you. This is my final assistance to you, and my last advice for you to take care of yourself. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuiyue's eyes flickered, and she ultimately nodded silently before turning to depart. Lu Hong watched her until she disappeared at the edge of the playground, then released a long sigh, collapsing onto the concrete bleachers. A profound sense of fatigue overwhelmed him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to simply sleep. Acting is truly exhausting. How can Lu Chuiyue play her role so effortlessly? Lu Hong mused. Indeed, since receiving that phone call and experiencing a nightmare the previous day, he had harbored doubts about Lu Chuiyue's authenticity. After all, in his past life, she had always managed to manipulate him with ease, leaving him utterly bewildered. Upon their meeting today, he initially found it challenging to discern whether Lu Chuiyue was indeed acting, until she expressed her willingness to exchange her body for Lu Hong's return to Chuiyue technology. With the experiences of a previous life, Lu Hong had completely unraveled the essence of this woman. She was excessively proud. She was not averse to trading her body for certain advantages. Yet such benefits were certainly not limited to a mere few tens of millions. In her past life, she had exchanged her marriage for the entirety of a billionaire's resources, which allowed the newly listed Chuiyue technology to circumvent at least a decade of accumulation. That transaction had bestowed upon her benefits worth billions. This was the true valuation she placed upon herself. It was evident that her proposition to barter her body for Lu Hong's return was veiled with ulterior motives. Lu Hong's refusal and her subsequent reaction provided a glimpse into her intentions. From that moment on, the last vestige of hesitation within Lu Hong dissipated. Even at such a juncture, Lu Chuiyue remained unwilling to sincerely request his assistance, still attempting to exploit his emotions. Thus, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. If she wished to perform, then they would both partake in the act. Consequently, he commenced his own performance. He deviated from Lu Chuiyue's script, instead presenting an alternative narrative. This new script was entirely secure for him, as it ensured that their interactions would be limited to normal financial transactions. Although it appeared that Lu Hong was engaging in a disadvantageous deal, the reality was quite the opposite. He had long coveted the drone division of Chuiyue technology. He was acutely aware that the drone required by the Russian military was more suitably modified using Chuiyue Technology's 01 platform. The foundation of 01 was his design. Although its size rendered it less suitable for civilian use, its robust structure, high payload capacity, and affordability made it ideal. With the integration of 01 software and suspension system, it would not be long before a product meeting the demands of the Russian military could be produced. Moreover, Lu Chuiyue had established 2 ready production lines for 01 and had stockpiled 10,000 sets of components. This was indeed an unexpected delight. He had originally been concerned about fulfilling the Russian military's substantial orders. Now, with November upon them and a delivery deadline before March of the following year, factoring in transportation time, he had a mere 3.5 months at his disposal. With the production lines yet to be set up, producing 30,000 drones along with the corresponding parts seemed an insurmountable task. However, with the equipment from Chuiyue Technology, the situation became considerably more manageable. The time saved by these assets was sufficient to secure an annual order worth $2 billion, although the $70 million price tag was indeed on the higher side. Dazzling Lu Chuiyue with a lofty bid to save time and ensure the acquisition of a major order was undoubtedly worthwhile. At such a juncture, one must not harbor a poverty mindset, engaging in haggling that could ultimately lead to a loss of greater gains. Petty thinking would never facilitate grand business endeavors. With this realization, Lu Hong sprang up and strode purposefully toward the school gate. He must swiftly finalize this transaction to set both production lines into full operation. Chapter 61. The most worrisome event has indeed occurred. That evening, Lu Hong returned directly to the company, convening the secretarial and legal departments to diligently draft the acquisition plan. Naturally, this matter could not escape the notice of Ouyang Pei. Nowadays, Miss Ouyang has become almost synonymous with the company, overshadowing Lu Hong's once considerable influence within the organization. Particularly in the past month and a half, Honghu Technology has seen its scale nearly double, and the new employees have hardly ever seen the esteemed Lu Hong. Instead, recognizing only the ever-present General Ouyang, who presides over the company's daily affairs. Consequently, Ouyang Pei soon arrived at the company. She has fully adapted to her role within Honghu Technology, effortlessly capturing the attention of everyone around her. She continues to wear her oversized black-rimmed glasses, concealing her exquisitely delicate features to prevent excessive focus on her beauty rather than her intellect. Upon entering the conference room, the secretaries and legal personnel summoned by Lu Hong promptly stood and greeted her in unison, leaving Lu Hong momentarily astonished. What a commanding presence she possesses. Fortunately, Ouyang Pei still regards him with a respectful yet somewhat intimate demeanor, greeting him with a smile. "Boss, I was actually planning to wait for you at home. Why are you working so late at the office?" Although Honghu Technology has relocated to an independent office building in Longshan Park, the previously envisioned model has barely lasted a month before becoming obsolete. Nonetheless, it would be a pity not to reside in the rented villa. Thus, Lu Hong continues to share the villa with Ouyang Pei, Xia Dan, Gu Yiming, Yin Yin, and others, facilitating daily communication. However, the employees present could not help but feel as though they had been struck by a revelation. Waiting at home for you. So that's it. No wonder the boss is so at ease in trusting the company entirely to General Ouyang. It turns out our company is a couple's venture. Lu Hong remained oblivious to any implications in her words, as they indeed lived together, and his mind was consumed with the urgent task of completing the acquisition. He naturally invited Ouyang Pei to sit beside him, smiling. "There has been an unexpected situation, and since you're here, please assist me in reviewing this acquisition case." At this point, Ouyang Pei felt a surge of discontent. Even on her way there, she had received a tip-off from her subordinates. Learning that Lu Hong intended to acquire Chuiwa Technologies' engineering software and drone division for 70 million. From her perspective, the conclusion was identical to that of Lu Chuiwa. Lu Hong was spending 70 million on a heap of worthless junk, effectively aiding Lu Chuiwa. The most worrisome event has indeed occurred. This fellow still harbors feelings for Lu Chuiwa. Upon seeing his goddess in distress, he cannot help but rush to her aid. In an instant, Ouyang Pei felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. She is the daughter of a wealthy family, tirelessly managing a fledgling startup that has only just begun to show signs of progress. Yet now, the owner decides to play this game? It is crucial to note that Honghu Technology is currently burdened with significant loans and has yet to turn a profit. Are you treating your own money as if it were worthless, hoping to impress a goddess with the resources of Honghu? Contemplating this, she could no longer contain her displeasure and swept her gaze across the conference room. "You all may leave. I wish to speak with General Manager Lu in private." As it became evident that General Manager Ouyang was about to erupt in anger, the employees hastily retreated, closing the conference room door behind them. Once out in the corridor, the gossip session commenced immediately. "This is bad. General Manager Ouyang is genuinely furious now. If it were me, I would be angry too. General Manager Lu's decision is clearly problematic. Why spend so much money on a pile of useless junk? You don't know. General Manager Lu pursued that Manager Lu from Chuiwa Technology for a full 9 years. That explains it. But isn't General Manager Lu currently with General Manager Ouyang? Indeed, this situation involves more than just money. There are entanglements with both the current partner and the ex. Perhaps even the primary wife's disdain for the mistress. Unbeknownst to the two inside, they were oblivious to the outside gossip. Lu Hong was no fool. Seeing Ouyang Pei's somber expression, he understood her dissatisfaction with the acquisition. He had long contemplated explaining his rationale to her, but could not find an appropriate approach. The reason was simple. This deal with Damao was a state secret. To emphasize this, Li Weigua had even given him a copy of the confidentiality regulations. If he could not disclose the details of this annual 2 billion order, Lu Hong would be utterly unable to clarify why he pursued this acquisition. In desperation, he attempted to convey his thoughts indirectly. "Ouyang, I must be honest. I have thoroughly considered this acquisition. My primary objective is the drone department of Chuiwa Technology, specifically the patents, production lines, and component reserves in their possession. As for the other elements, they are merely distractions to obscure my true intent from Lu Chuiwe, preventing her from realizing I covet her assets and raising the price. Ouyang Pei studied him quietly for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Boss, what do you intend to do with Chuiwe Technologies' drone technology and production line?" This clever girl always gets straight to the point. Lu Hong could only manage a wry smile and reluctantly explained, "I aim to develop a new drone based on Chuiwe Technologies' drone technology. Will it be for civilian or military use?" Ouyang Pei promptly pressed. Lu Hong fell silent, as further elaboration risked breaching confidentiality. Observing his reaction, Ouyang Pei grew even more convinced of her judgment and unreservedly pursued the inquiry. "You claim you want to develop a new drone. Can a civilian model surpass the Yankee? Can a military model be more advanced than the Lethal Falcon?" Lu Hong opened his mouth, attempting to explain. In fact, even relatively outdated products have their utility. Ouyang Pei, amused and exasperated, retorted, "Boss, are you not even willing to maintain the pretense?" Lu Hong, feeling utterly helpless, could only insist, "In any case, this acquisition must proceed in due time. You will understand why." Ouyang Pei's face flushed with anger. "No, we simply cannot muster such a sum at present." "We can," Lu Hong replied earnestly. "The second loan of 100 million from the Magic City has already been received." This marked the first instance of Ouyang Pei losing her temper since their acquaintance. She slammed her hand on the table, the sound reverberating, startling the employees in the corridor. "I do not agree." Lu Hong understood her intentions were solely for the good of the company, and naturally, he could not chastise her. Unfortunately, the orders from Damao were pressing, and he truly could not afford to spend excessive time pacifying his partner's emotions. He could only respond in a gentle yet firm tone, "I apologize, but I have made my decision. This matter is urgent, and I will personally oversee it." Chapter 62. Are the new drones inferior to the old ones? Who are you trying to fool? As the overseer of Honghu Technology, Lu Hong's decisions were, at least from a legal standpoint, beyond reproach. Even though Ouyang Pei, Xia Dan, and Gu Yiming all voiced their opposition, the acquisition plan was swiftly executed. 3 days later, in the conference room of Honghu Technology, Lu Hong and Lu Chuiwe signed the acquisition agreement. It was only when Lu Hong inscribed his name on the document that Lu Chuiwe let out a long sigh of relief, believing she had again triumphed. Lu Hong remained the same steadfast man devoted to her, as long as she humbled herself to seek assistance. He was willing to part with 70 million to purchase a heap of seemingly worthless debris, merely to help her through a difficult time. In that moment, Lu Chuiwe could not help but entertain some different thoughts. Lu Hong's current worth was still too modest, not quite worthy of her status as a woman of privilege. But what about in the future? This man possessed genuine talent, and his enterprises had the potential to become unicorns, perhaps within a few years. He might truly carve out a place for himself in the business realm of Xia country. Indeed, this golden carp, already showing signs of transformation, should be nurtured carefully in her own pond. If one day he surpasses the Dragon Gate, it would not be impossible to seize the opportunity to ascend alongside him. With this in mind, Lu Chuiwe silently resolved to give Lu Hong a taste of sweetness to lift his spirits. Thus, she leaned toward Lu Hong's ear and said, "I am truly grateful this time. Lu Hong, I would like to invite you to my home for dinner. When are you free?" Lu Chuiwe lived alone, and inviting Lu Hong over for dinner was indeed a rather ambiguous gesture. In her view, this bold move would surely delight Lu Hong, making him eager to accompany her home on the spot. To her surprise, Lu Hong did not take the bait and simply smiled, saying, "Perhaps next time." "You've been busy, and so have I." Lu Chuiwe was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that she had indeed been embroiled in a multitude of legal disputes lately, interpreting Lu Hong's words as a sign of concern for her well-being. Thus, she obediently nodded in agreement, suggesting they arrange to meet again next time. After saying this, she deliberately cast a triumphant glance at Ouyang Pei before unexpectedly embracing Lu Hong, then gracefully departed. Beside her, Xia Dan, witnessing the scene, felt her face flush with anger, wishing she could deliver a sound thrashing to that shameless woman right then and there. However, she quickly noticed that Ouyang Pei appeared somewhat disheartened, and hurriedly offered her consolation. Pei, don't lose heart. Master is simply momentarily confused. He will eventually see through that wicked woman's true nature. Besides, we are watching closely every day. Master will not truly get involved with her." In response to Xia Dan's comforting words, Ouyang Pei merely managed a faint smile. saying nothing at all. After finalizing the transaction and acquiring the complete set of blueprints and patents for the 01 drone, Lu Hong immediately activated the development simulator. Before long, he confirmed his assumptions. Upon eliminating the chaotic designs added later by Yusiwan, the fundamental structure of the 01 drone indeed aligned perfectly with the requirements of the Russian military. After expending 159 entrepreneurial points, Lu Hong obtained a brand new drone design. This drone was relatively large, approximately the size of a basin. In terms of portability, it was far inferior to the Yenke and Lethal Falcon. But 2 soldiers could easily carry the entire drone system. The larger size allowed for a greater payload, enabling Lu Hong to achieve combat effectiveness akin to that of the Lethal Falcon with relatively cumbersome equipment. Ultimately, the drone, which Lu Hong named the 02 Jinyao, had its unit cost astonishingly reduced to 500 xia yuan. Consequently, the total cost for the 30,000 drones requested by the Russian military amounted to a mere 5 billion xia yuan. Even with the complete set of maintenance tools and spare parts added in, along with personnel training expenses, the total expenditure would not surpass 5 billion xia yuan, a cost of 5 billion, a selling price of 2 billion, nearly tenfold profit. Furthermore, Lu Hong had yet to factor in the 2 production lines and 10,000 sets of components that Lu Chuiwe had sold him at a bargain, which would further decrease costs. More importantly, this was a long-term business venture, promising annual orders worth 2 billion. Moreover, Lu Hong did not intend to limit himself to selling merely budget items. After all, his own carbon fiber material production line was nearing completion. Utilizing self-produced carbon fiber composite materials could significantly reduce the weight of the Jinyao, enhancing its performance by over 30, surpassing the original Lethal Falcon. With such an exceptional product, setting a price of 30,000 per set would surely elicit no objections from the Russians, right? And the actual unit cost would likely hover around 4,000. This was indeed a tremendous profit. Gazing at the design schematics displayed on his computer screen, Lu Hong couldn't help but smile to himself. What Lu Chuiwe considered to be worthless, he had effortlessly transformed into treasure. One could only wonder how she would feel once she learned of this matter in the future. After a significant overhaul of 2 existing production lines, Lu Hong swiftly commenced the production of the first batch of drones. Lu Chuiwe had stockpiled parts, with at least half still usable, while the remainder did not meet the specifications for the new drone model and needed to be urgently ordered from Boss Chu. Within less than 2 weeks, the first batch of Eagles rolled off the production line. Lu Hong personally transported these drones to the capital, where they underwent joint testing by the military of Xia Country and Damao, yielding results that met all requirements. Sergei promptly signed a contract, finalizing an order for 30,000 drones and their accompanying equipment, amounting to a staggering 2 billion. At the moment the contract was signed, Lu Hong received a notification. The contract amount for a single product has reached 1 billion xia yuan. The main task is completed. Congratulations, host. You have earned 500 entrepreneurship points and 1,000 system experience. The main task has been updated. New main task. Achieve sales of 30,000 units for a single product. Reward, 600 entrepreneurship points, 1,200 system experience. Observing his entrepreneurship points swiftly restored to 681, Lu Hong exhaled in relief. With entrepreneurship points in hand, he felt reassured. Upon returning to Zhejiang, he immediately ordered both production lines to operate at full capacity, producing Eagles with utmost diligence. Naturally, activating the production lines required financial resources, and this decision quickly reached Miss Ouyang. Upon reviewing the so-called new drone's performance, Miss Ouyang was infuriated. What new drone? Its specifications were inferior to the older model. The Falcon. Who were they trying to deceive? The military desired the Falcon. Spending so much to produce such subpar goods, did they really expect the military to purchase them? Wasn't this merely an attempt to forcefully utilize the 2 production lines and a heap of spare parts from Chua Technology? Wasn't this an effort to obscure their unreasonable decision-making? Truly, the more they tried to cover it up, the more evident it became. Having already spent 70 million on Lu Chuiwe, the company's cash flow was strained. And now they were to invest even more in producing unsellable products to conceal their mistakes. The promising situation of the company was on the brink of collapse. Enraged, Miss Ouyang immediately sought to confront Lu Hong, but he dared not disclose to whom this batch of products was to be sold. He even refrained from showing anyone the contract. After a heated exchange, the two parted ways in discord. Back at her residence, the more Ouyang Pei pondered, the angrier and more aggrieved she felt. In her view, Lu Hong's extravagant expenditure of the already tight cash flow meant that Honghu Technology would likely face a funding crisis within 6 months. If this vulnerability were to be discovered by competitors, it could even lead to malicious attacks. She had joined Lu Hong in this entrepreneurial venture to prove herself. But if they ultimately faced disastrous failure, how would she ever face her grandfather again? Given this, it seemed wiser to extricate herself early from this unreliable scoundrel. Chapter 63. Did the donkey run away? In early December, the chill of winter had settled over Chuanjiang City. That evening, Lu Hong returned to his residence, his face etched with exhaustion. As the developer of the Fierce Bird, he had been frequently summoned to the factory to assist the production team in fine-tuning the machinery, especially since the production line, which had initially operated at full throttle, was prone to malfunctions. After spending an entire day at the plant today, he was utterly fatigued and longed to collapse onto his bed for a moment of respite. Just then, he noticed Xia Dan rushing out of the house in a state of distress. Upon seeing him, she cried out in a quivering voice, "Master, something's wrong. Pei Pei has left." What? Lu Hong felt as if he had been struck in the tailbone, jolted awake, his mind instantly clearing. Where has she gone? Through her tears, Xia Dan handed him a sheet of paper filled with writing, which she claimed to have found on the dining table in the living room. Upon taking a glance, Lu Hong's eyes fell upon 3 bold words: resignation letter. He hastily reached for his phone. However, Xia Dan lamented beside him, "It's no use, master. I called Pei Pei, but her phone is off." Lu Hong was momentarily taken aback. Chuanjiang was a sprawling metropolis with millions of inhabitants and well-developed transportation. This reckless girl had left without a trace, leaving him at a loss as to where to search for her. Such a valuable asset had simply vanished. At that moment, he suddenly heard his phone ping. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Yin Yin, Chuanjiang Airport, 2:55. A wave of relief washed over him. He had found her. "Let us go. Follow me to the airport. I'll drive," Gu Yiming, who had appeared in the courtyard unbeknownst to them, declared before heading towards the garage. The trio set off swiftly. The car sped through the night, the roar of the engine amplifying Lu Hong's agitation. Sensing his distress, Xia Dan, seated beside him, couldn't help but suggest, "Master, why don't you apologize to Pei Pei?" Lu Hong furrowed his brow. "Apologize? Do you think she's angry because of my recent decisions?" With a sigh, Xia Dan replied, "What else could it be? Master, Honghu Technology is indeed your brainchild, and you are its captain, but it does not belong solely to you. Both Yiming and I regard it as our own endeavor, and Pei Pei especially so. You must know how much effort she has invested in the company, yet you squander our collective hard work for that wicked woman." Lu Hong fell silent for a moment before turning to Gu Yiming, who was driving. "Yiming, do you share this perspective?" "I trust you, master, but I agree with Xia Dan's viewpoint," Gu Yiming responded. Xia Dan scoffed at this. "Yiming, when did you start playing both sides?" Glancing at her through the rearview mirror, Gu Yiming replied coolly, "I merely expressed my thoughts. I believe master has a plan. There are reasons he hasn't disclosed, but right now, the priority is to keep Miss Ouyang." Lu Hong looked at him in astonishment. "Yiming, when did you become so astute? I underestimated you." Gu Yiming emitted a casual yet cool hum, proclaiming his own cleverness. Upon hearing this, Xia Dan displayed a look of disdain, retorting, "You are nothing but a fool. No, you are the fool. It is you who is the fool." Their banter echoed like a broken record, and in that moment, Lu Hong felt a pang of regret for his earlier remarks. He sincerely believed that his 2 disciples appeared rather dim-witted. Gu Yiming exhibited commendable driving skills, expertly transporting Lu Hong to Chujian Airport in under an hour. Upon arrival, Lu Hong swiftly disembarked and hurried through the VIP passage towards Gate 55. Gu Yiming attempted to follow, but was abruptly restrained by Xia Dan, who insisted, "Stay put. First, park the car, and then we shall proceed together at a leisurely pace." Confused, Gu Yiming questioned why. "Wouldn't it be more sincere to go together?" Xia Dan, exasperated, replied, "Do you not believe me when I call you a fool? Just trust me. It is better for the master to enter first." As Lu Hong jogged into the waiting area of Gate 55, he soon realized that neither of his unreliable disciples had accompanied him. Dismissing any further thoughts, he entered the lounge and immediately spotted Yin Yin waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Hong arrive in person, Yin Yin let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, she could not fathom why she had discreetly sent a message to Lu Hong. The young lady's decision to abandon her entrepreneurial ambitions and return home from Chujian should have been a positive development. Surely, escorting her home aligned more with her role as a bodyguard. Yet, as she reflected on the past 3 months spent together, on Lu Hong and his vibrant entrepreneurial team, and on their collective triumph in securing victory at the technology competition, an overwhelming sense of reluctance welled within her. Ultimately, the catalyst for her decision was the sight of Ouyang Pei's swollen eyes. Having accompanied Ouyang Pei for nearly a decade, their bond transcended that of mere employer and employee. They were akin to sisters, family. Yin Yin understood all too well that her mistress was reluctant to part with the company she had painstakingly built, or the charming companions that had become her friends. Moreover, she sensed that the person her mistress would miss the most was Lu Hong. Ever since their resounding success at the national technology competition, Ouyang Pei had frequently mentioned Lu Hong, her sparkling eyes brimming with joy whenever she spoke of him. As if spring water flowed through her very being. One cannot conceal affection. Even the ordinary employees of the company began to notice the undercurrents of this relationship. If it were not the case, the rumors of Honghu Technology being a husband and wife enterprise would not circulate so widely, even garnering the belief of neighboring companies and partners. Yet, whenever Yin Yin broached the topic, Ouyang Pei steadfastly refused to confirm it. Ouyang Pei had her own pride. She was no ordinary woman, after all. In terms of lineage and beauty, she stood at the pinnacle of the entire Xia nation. How could one possibly develop an affection for an ordinary research enthusiast? Of course, if the feelings were to be initiated by the other party, she might consider granting an opportunity. Regarding such a self-deceiving behavior, Yin Yin expressed her incredulity. Although her young lady had always been exceptionally intelligent and capable, she remained quite naive in matters of the heart, rendering her adorably clumsy. Naturally, the more naive her young lady was, the more Yin Yin felt a pang of sympathy for her. The recent actions of Lu Hong incited in her an intense disdain for that blind fool. Yet, for reasons unknown, she still chose to grant this imbecile another chance. Fortunately, he arrived just in time, Yin Yin mused. She approached Lu Hong, her expression frosty, and declared, "I have given you an opportunity. Should you dare to cause my Pei any sorrow again, I shall not spare you." Her icy voice bore a trace of menace, making Lu Hong's heart tremble involuntarily. Ouyang remarked that Yin Jia was quite adept at physical communication. It seemed he was not jesting. Chapter 64. Is it once again the much-anticipated cremation ground segment? In light of Yin Yan's threat, Lu Hong cautiously nodded. He stealthily maneuvered past her and approached Ouyang Pei. Ouyang Pei cast a cold glance in his direction before turning away in silence. In that instant, Lu Hong experienced a peculiar sensation. He had come to reclaim his partner. Yet the current scene resembled more that of a man attempting to placate an upset girlfriend. The atmosphere grew awkward. Just then, Xia Dan and Gu Yiming arrived, joining forces with Yin Yin as they directed their attention toward Lu Hong and Ouyang Pei in the distance. Ouyang Pei wore a frosty expression, while Lu Hong sat nearby, utterly at a loss. My goodness, have we arrived at the much-anticipated cremation ground segment yet again? The three of them, with a resolute appetite for gossip, fixated their gleaming eyes on the pair. Xia Dan even subtly gestured encouragement to her master. The opportunity was ripe for the taking. "Master, charge forth." Witnessing Xia Dan's near-blatant gestures, Lu Hong felt a wave of frustration. This rebellious disciple, although he too was a tech enthusiast, having lived 2 lifetimes, he was not the kind of rough-hewn man like Gu Yiming. He certainly harbored feelings for Ouyang Pei as well, and he sensed her affections too. This girl possessed both capability and ambition, excelling in every regard. Yet, he had not yet emerged from the shadows of his past life. At this moment, he felt a tinge of disillusionment with humanity. In his university days, Lu Chuiyue had also been a remarkably gentle girl, but she quickly transformed into a predatory figure upon entering society. To this day, Lu Hong often dreamt of returning to his former life, fraught with poverty and illness, barely surviving in a cramped rental room. Upon awakening from such dreams in the dead of night, he would frequently find his pillow drenched in cold sweat. In the past, Lu Chuiyue, despite their close relationship, wielded his trust as a dagger, piercing deeply into his heart. Who could guarantee that Ouyang Pei would not follow a similar path? Lu Chuiyue had at least been a companion for 4 years, a bond akin to one of life's 4 unbreakable ties. How long had he known Ouyang Pei? One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Each time these thoughts crossed Lu Hong's mind, his resolve grew stronger. He was determined to earn a good living and resolutely avoid romantic entanglements. As for marriage, he would consider it only after the age of 35. This life had begun with unparalleled fortune, and safety must always come first. He could not allow the allure of physical desires to squander such a significant advantage. Consequently, he intentionally reduced his visits to the company, deliberately avoiding Ouyang Pei. With his focus solely on earning money, he believed they could still enjoy their time together. However, if she sought to tempt him, that would be another matter. Love was an endeavor unworthy of pursuit. Lu Hong was determined to remain an insulator against love. And then there was Xia Dan, that rebellious disciple. Did she wish to test the granularity of his resolve? Not a chance. Being single was a badge of honor, while romance was a mark of shame. Maintain distance and treat matters with professionalism. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Hong cleared his throat and spoke up. Where is President Ouyang headed? Why haven't you informed me? Upon hearing this, the three individuals nearby couldn't help but smack their foreheads in disbelief. This fool. Is this how one converses? She is leaving, and you expect her to report her whereabouts to you? This pretense of professionalism, does it suggest she intends to linger or to depart? Indeed, upon hearing his words, Ouyang Pei silently glanced at her watch, stood up, and began to pull her suitcase towards the exit. Realizing he had overstepped, Lu Hong floundered, abandoning all notions of maintaining distance. He hastily reached out to grasp her wrist. Come on, don't be so hasty. I've followed you all this way. At least give me some courtesy. Ouyang Pei halted her steps and turned to him, her beautiful eyes conveying a singular message. Here's your chance to rephrase your thoughts. Let us see if you can speak coherently. Lu Hong hesitated. What rationale could he employ to keep her there? Discussing business would surely lead them nowhere. Offering himself? Absolutely out of the question. Was there any other reason he could muster? As Ouyang Pei's expression began to show signs of impatience, Lu Hong, in desperation, resorted to a childish tactic. You mentioned wanting to teach me fitness. Are you going back on your word? Ouyang Pei inwardly scoffed. His reasoning was feeble, his expression immature, and he was rife with flaws. Yet, he had passed the threshold. Noticing a slight softening in Ouyang Pei's demeanor and a decrease in her resistance, Lu Hong quietly exhaled in relief. However, he understood that the peril had not yet passed. At this juncture, he could only trust the age-old adage, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. He gazed at Ouyang Pei with what he believed to be the most sincere expression and explained. I understand your dissatisfaction with my recent decisions, but there are indeed reasons behind my actions. Although I cannot reveal the truth to you at this moment, you will soon come to know that I have not deceived you. Grant me 3 months, and I shall prove it to you. Ouyang Pei silently regarded him for a long while before suddenly stating, Next, I have a question, and you must answer me honestly. Lu Hong quickly straightened up, Ask away. And I promise to be forthright. Ouyang Pei raised an eyebrow. Tell me the truth. Did you acquire the assets of Chuiwa Technology for the purpose of helping Lu Chuiwa pay off her debts? No. Lu Hong replied emphatically. Did you purchase the production line to manufacture Jinyao as a means to conceal your mistakes? No. Do you still have feelings for Lu Chuiwa? Huh. Of course not. Upon hearing this response, Ouyang Pei's lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile, only to quickly revert to her usual indifference. Do you mean what you say? Huh. Which statement? Lu Hong asked in surprise. You always made excuses when I asked you to work out with me. This time, I assure you, I will not make excuses. I will follow Coach Ouyang's arrangements. Lu Hong quickly vowed. Ouyang Pei lowered her gaze slightly, her voice softening. 3 months? Lu Hong nodded fervently. Yes, just 3 months. Before March of next year, I guarantee I will provide you with an explanation. Ouyang Pei regarded him quietly for a moment before suddenly producing a boarding pass and slapping it against his chest. You will reimburse the ticket. With this declaration, Lu Hong let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I finally managed to keep this esteemed lady. The company genuinely could not do without her. He hurriedly caught the boarding pass, eagerly offering to assist Ouyang Pei with her luggage. Allow me, please, Ouyang. In the distance, the trio of onlookers displayed expressions of disdain. Wasn't this supposed to be a funeral pyre? Is this it? Miss Pei is rather lackluster. After all this commotion, at least solidify the position of the boss lady. How did it end up with just the title of Coach Ouyang? The spectators were nearly at their wits' end. Chapter 65. Liangfeng's insight. While Lu Hong was engaged in what he perceived to be an unequal treaty to reclaim his esteemed ally. In a private room of the Emperor Hotel, Lu Chuiwa was meeting with Liangfeng. Their betting agreement had been finalized. With Lu Hong's funding, Lu Chuiyue had cleared the debts owed to the Emperor Group and successfully stabilized the situation at Chuiyue Technology. While the company had sustained significant damage, it still maintained its fundamental viability, boasting an annual profit capacity of 50 to 60 million, a fortunate outcome amidst adversity. Following these events, her initial fervor towards Liang Fengge had waned, resulting in a rather awkward meal between them. Noticing Lu Chuiyue's displeased expression, Liang Fengge offered a self-deprecating smile and raised his wine glass. Mr. Lu, though my words may be unpalatable, I must express that it is utterly unreasonable for you to vent your frustrations upon me. Indeed, you have suffered a catastrophic defeat, yet I too have emerged without victory. While you have lost 100 million, I have also endured great humiliation. Do you truly believe that my dignity, that of Liang Fengge, is worth no more than a mere 100 million? Our common adversary is Lu Hong. Were it not for him, how could we possibly have suffered such a dismal defeat? Lu Chuiyue cast a sidelong glance at him, retorting coldly, Mr. Liang, such divisive rhetoric is unnecessary. I, Lu Chuiyue, can discern right from wrong. It seems that we shall have no opportunities for collaboration in the future. It would be best for us to part ways here. With that, she rose to leave. Liang Fengge called out to her, Mr. Lu, please, remain calm. Who says we will have no opportunities for collaboration in the future? Although the drone project did not come to fruition, I have gained a profound understanding of your company's strengths during these past months of cooperation, and I have reported this to my father. His intention is to warmly welcome Chuiyue Technology into the Dihao Group. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuiyue paused, inquiring, What do you mean? Liang Fengge replied with a measured tone, It is quite straightforward. My father wishes to acquire Chuiyue Technology at a fair price. Lu Chuiyue frowned, asserting, Although Chuiyue Technology may have lost a round, our capabilities remain intact. Why would I sell a thriving company? Liang Fengge regarded her with calm assurance, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. Everything has its price, and your company is no exception. Would you not care to hear my terms? I assure you, they will pique your interest. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Chuiyue returned to her seat. I am listening. Liang Fengge smiled and raised his glass, taking a sip of red wine before speaking leisurely. First, we propose to acquire 70 of Chuiyue Technology at a fair price. Once we secure absolute control of the group, we shall use Chuiyue Technology as the foundation to establish the group's high-tech industry sector. We aim to expand the existing intelligent machinery business and venture into related fields. Additionally, we hope that you, Mr. Lu, will join the Dihao Group as my deputy, assisting in the management of the high-tech sector. The group level would be 12. Lu Chuiyue was taken aback. The highest rank within the Dihao Group is 16, and level 12 unequivocally denotes a senior management position. It is noteworthy that Liang Fengge, as the heir apparent of the group, holds a mere level 13 in the business realm of Chuchang. A level 12 at the Dihao Group carries far more weight than that of a small company owner such as herself. Even Mr. Chu of the Guanghua Group would regard a level 12 at the Dihao Group as an equal. Observing Lu Chuiyue's astonishment, Liang Fengge smiled with satisfaction. Perhaps you are unaware, but level 12 is the rank of a general manager at a subsidiary. It is the highest position attainable for a newly recruited employee. I too began at level 10 when I entered the group, taking 8 years to ascend to level 13. Lu's starting point has already surpassed mine. Lu Chuiyue fell into a brief silence before suddenly inquiring, Why? With my capabilities and status, I hardly seem worthy of such a high offer from you. Liang Fengge lightly applauded, acknowledging the significant growth Lu has experienced through this matter. Undoubtedly, Lu's abilities and standing already present commendable conditions. It was my suggestion to assign you a level 12, for I envision Lu playing a pivotal role in my forthcoming endeavors. In this matter, you are indeed worth that price. Lu Chuiyue displayed a contemplative expression. What do you intend to pursue? Liang Fengge rose slowly, draining his glass of red wine before setting it down with a thud. I aim to acquire Honghu Technology. What? That's impossible, Lu Chuiyue exclaimed. The reputation of Honghu Technology's Model 01 has already surged, with online speculation suggesting its pre-order numbers have reached an astonishing 180,000 units. The current orders alone represent profits in the hundreds of millions. How could such a capital-favored enterprise possibly be acquired? Liang Fengge laughed heartily. If we allow Lu Hong to develop smoothly for another year or so, Honghu Technology will undoubtedly strengthen its position, making any attempt to seize it exceedingly difficult. However, this moment is precisely when he is most vulnerable. His production capacity is yet to be established, products remain unsold, and capital has not yet flowed back in. Ironically, he has just allocated a substantial sum to you. I can confidently assert that his cash flow must be strained. The instant he reveals even a slight crack, I can deliver a decisive blow, and you are the only one capable of creating that crack for me. Now do you comprehend why I offered you such favorable terms? You assist me, and I assist you. It is as simple as that. Upon hearing Liangfeng's plan, a chill ran down Lu Chiyue's spine. Liangfeng's insight was astoundingly sharp. Should he seize this opportunity, he could indeed topple Lu Hong and acquire Honghu technology. Observing Lu Chiyue's wavering gaze as she stood transfixed, Liangfeng's smile broadened. Having navigated the business world for nearly a decade, he had encountered no fewer than 800 merchants. Noticing Lu Chiyue's conflicted expression, yet her unwillingness to depart, he realized that this woman before him was already intrigued, though she struggled to overcome her internal conflict. After all, Lu Hong had just rescued her, and Liangfeng's demands undoubtedly felt like a betrayal of gratitude. For someone torn between ambition and loyalty, Liangfeng possessed ample means to nudge her toward compliance. He poured 2 glasses of fine red wine with elegance, pinching the crystal glasses between his fingers and gently swirling them. The exquisite wine danced lightly within the crystal, its viscous crimson liquid exuding a sweet aroma. Miss Chiyue, may I address you thus? I have conducted some research into your background. Years ago, your uncle suffered business losses, and it was your father who toiled tirelessly to help him repay his debts, supporting his resurgence. Due to your father having allocated all the funds to your uncle, your childhood was fraught with hardship. Because of your impoverished circumstances, you were often subjected to bullying during your studies, were you not? Lu Chiyue suddenly lifted her head, exclaiming, "How do you know that?" Liangfeng smiled slightly and continued, "After enduring so many grievances over the years, you have finally managed to persevere until your uncle achieved success. Yet, instead of repaying your family, your uncle has shown nothing but disdain towards your father. Is it not true that your entrepreneurial venture was only made possible through your father's pleading with your grandfather, securing a sum of startup capital and an old factory from your uncle?" Lu Chiyue, her old wounds being reopened, could no longer contain herself, interrupting him sharply. "Enough? What exactly do you wish to convey?" Chapter 66. Expanding capacity, always expanding capacity. Noticing Lu Chiyue's emotions spiraling out of control, Liangfeng donned a mocking expression. "What do I wish to convey? I want to impart a truth. Those who aspire to achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. A sense of morality will only serve as a stumbling block on your path to success. What has enabled your uncle's success? During his fallen days, he shamelessly drew from your father's resources to weather the storm. And in his flourishing days, he shamelessly seized your own family's enterprise. Do you not desire to succeed? Do you not wish to prove that you are superior to him? If you cannot embrace the notion of doing whatever it takes, you shall forever remain in his shadow. Consider this. The 12 shares of the Dihao Group, with equity and dividends, align closely with me, offering you a promising future. One day when I inherit the family business, there may well be a place for you at position 15. In the Dihao, position 15 means being beneath one and above countless others. It represents immense wealth, the ability to command influence, and the power to obtain whatever one desires. Reflect on this, for opportunities to alter one's destiny are scarce for someone of your ordinary standing." As he spoke, he extended his wine glass towards Lu Chiyue. She gazed intently at the glass, and after a moment, abruptly seized it and downed the contents in one swift motion. She drank so hastily that she was soon coughing from the liquid. A smirk crept upon Liangfeng's lips as he lifted another glass, gently clinking it against her empty one before consuming its contents. "Now, Miss Chiyue, do tell me, how much did Lu Hong grant you previously?" Days later, at the offices of Honghu Technology, in the research laboratory, as Lu Hong gazed at the complete set of drone components and the fully assembled 01 drone laid out on the workbench, he appeared stunned. He had never anticipated that the partner chosen by Ouyang Pei would demonstrate such remarkable efficiency. In less than 2 months, the standard factory located in the Magic City had been constructed, the 300 carbon fiber material production line had been debugged, and even trial production had been completed. The components before him had been crafted from the carbon fiber materials produced by his own enterprise. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Hong turned to Gu Yiming, asking, "Has the testing been completed? Please present the report to me." Gu Yiming promptly handed over a stack of papers. Lu Hong quickly skimmed through the documents, his brow gradually furrowing. Noticing Lu Hong's furrowed brow, Ouyang Pei couldn't help but ask, "What is the matter? Is there an issue?" Lu Hong shook his head slightly, deeming it not quite an issue. From the inspection data, the 300 carbon fiber material was more than sufficient for the Yankee, but it fell short for the next generation of drones. It was barely adequate for constructing rotorcraft, and he had even intended to use it for developing fixed-wing drones. Realizing it wasn't a matter of product quality, Ouyang Pei finally relaxed, thinking they could make do with the 300 material for now. Lu Hong shook his head emphatically, insisting, "That won't do. Military products must guarantee quality. Never mind, I'll handle this. Please provide me with the contact information for the equipment supplier." Ouyang Pei was taken aback. "Boss, you're not considering purchasing equipment again, are you?" Lu Hong replied with an air of certainty, "Absolutely. I need to procure the higher strength 700 material. We must also continue to expand the Yankee production line, adding 2 more lines since they can be interchangeable with the Falcon. Additionally, we need to accelerate the construction of our research and development center and corporate headquarters in Modu. By the middle of next year at the latest, we must relocate our headquarters to Modu, as previously agreed." Ouyang Pei instantly grew anxious. "No? Our cash flow is already quite tight. Such reckless expansion could lead to significant issues." Yet, Lu Hong remained unperturbed. "You need not worry at all. I am fully aware of what I'm doing. The Xinjiao drones are being delivered swiftly, and Damao has committed to paying 1 billion Xia yuan for the goods by February 15th at the latest. This has already been confirmed and guaranteed by the Xia military. It is now late December, and in 2 or 3 months, the headache for Honghu Technology will not be insufficient cash flow, but rather how to manage the influx of cash." On the other hand, the production capacity for the Yankee was severely inadequate, with orders piling up to an astonishing 250,000 units. Meanwhile, the production line in Modu was only capable of a meager 5,000 units per month. Faced with this situation, Lu Hong knew he must prepare in advance and strive to expand production capacity to avoid a scenario where there was insufficient capacity alongside a flood of cash. However, this information was confidential, and he dared not disclose a word of it. Seeing Ouyang Pei about to urge him further, Lu Hong raised his hand to stop her and declared loudly, "Time is of the essence. We cannot waste a single moment. Let go of your concerns about funding. Honghu Technology currently has 3 priorities: expand production capacity, and once more, expand production capacity." This proclamation served as a clarion call, invigorating the morale of all employees at Honghu Technology. Observing this spirited man, Ouyang Pei felt a twinge of concern but could not help but be captivated by his resolve. She lowered her head, pondering, the company is not short on orders, so expanding production capacity is indeed crucial. However, such an aggressive approach could lead to a rupture in the cash flow. Stubborn Lu Hong, why is he being so reckless all of a sudden? Enough. Since I have already promised him 3 months, let him be. If problems truly arise, I can always swallow my pride and ask my family for assistance. Yet, I am filled with indignation. I, who have never bowed to my grandfather for my own affairs, why should I bend for his? Regardless of the circumstances, he must bear some consequences. It cannot be that he escapes unscathed. With this thought, her gaze began to take on a perilous intensity. In the next moment, the spirited boss Lu inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. That night, in the villa of Jingyuan, Lu Hong's anguished screams pierced through the tranquility of the night, echoing like a mournful wail. If this were in the countryside, even the pigs would shed tears. Another victim among his kind? Is the new year arriving so soon this year? Xia Dan, Gu Yiming, and Yan Yan quietly gathered at the entrance of the gym on the 1st floor, cautiously peering inside. There, Ouyang Pei donned a yoga outfit, a resistance band in hand, with one foot pressing down on Lu Hong's back, compelling him to press his face to the floor. It was merely stretching, yet he cried out as if being slaughtered. "Look at you. At just 26. Your muscles are as stiff as a 62-year-old's. Keep stretching. Dare to slack off, and I will make you regret it." The 3 outside exchanged glances. Were they exercising or engaging in some peculiar game? Although the props and costumes were somewhat lacking, the 2 of them presented a striking image of dominance. Is this what fitness coaching entails? Chapter 67, A Turn of Events? With Lu Hong's decision, Honghu Technology's machinery began to operate at an astonishing speed. Contracts were signed, funds were transferred, and factory buildings rose with remarkable swiftness, while production lines gradually took shape, and employees were swiftly on board. As the company thrived, Ouyang Pei's worries, however, grew increasingly acute. Although the sales from Yankei had begun to flow in, and the software department served as a cash cow, the financial drain from large-scale capacity expansion remained a significant concern. The funds in the company's accounts dwindled rapidly each day. The next low-interest loan from the metropolis would not be available until April of the following year, and despite Ouyang Pei's best efforts to maneuver the finances, she could only sustain the company's cash flow until early March of the next year. In her anxiety, her temper grew more irritable, and her demands for Lu Hong's fitness instruction intensified. Finally, Lu Hong could no longer endure it. In truth, Lu Hong was well aware of the cash flow issues. Ouyang Pei's resourcefulness had far exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated the company's finances would hold out until early February. During the remaining fortnight, he had originally planned to resolve the situation with a short-term loan. If the current situation persisted, the company could save on interest. However, Lu Hong knew that money would eventually come in, a fact that Ouyang Pei remained unaware of. As he observed the imminent explosion of his own situation, the first thing he did each day after work was to drag him to the gym. He knew that if he did not devise a reassuring solution soon, his life would be in jeopardy. At present, Miss Ouyang was merely stirring trouble above her boss. In 2 weeks, she might physically send him 6 feet under. Thus, Lu Hong had no choice but to initiate his contingency plan. On one hand, he personally engaged in discussions with the construction team, equipment suppliers, and parts vendors, postponing the next settlement date to mid-April. On the other hand, he reached out to several banks in Chujing City, applying for a substantial short-term loan. Just over 2 months had passed since the national technology competition, and the momentum of Honghu Technology had yet to wane. Leveraging an astonishing volume of orders, Lu Hong successfully secured over 200 million in loans from 4 banks, with a repayment period of 3 months. This strategic maneuver swiftly stabilized the company's financial chain, allowing Ouyang Pei to finally enjoy a good night's sleep. However, unbeknownst to Lu Hong, every move he made during this period was being closely monitored. On the top floor of the Dihao Hotel, just a kilometer away from Honghu Technology, Liang Fengge downed a glass of red wine and tossed a report onto the desk. It prominently displayed the financial ledger of Honghu Technology. Fortune smiles upon me. Lu Hong had inadvertently drawn his financial chain taut like a bowstring. He turned to the submissive Lu Chue behind him. The moment has arrived, Miss Chue. You are the most significant person in his eyes. It is up to you to push him into the abyss of failure. On December 24th, Lu Hong, dressed in formal attire, walked alongside Ouyang Pei into the company. Observing the spacious, brightly lit lobby filled with a steady stream of people, Lu Hong found himself momentarily disoriented. Since the establishment of Honghu Technology, he had scarcely visited the office. He was either holed up in the villa developing products or overseeing production in the factory. Suddenly arriving at the company gave him the peculiar sensation of seeing his child, whom he hadn't seen for 3 months, suddenly walking. It was a strange feeling, one of pride, emotion, and a profound sense of responsibility. As he stood in a daze in the lobby, he naturally attracted numerous glances. Due to his prolonged absence, many of the newly recruited employees did not recognize him. However, Ouyang Pei's popularity within the company remained unwavering. After all, a workplace queen with an impressive presence would captivate attention wherever she went. Seeing this queen, who usually exuded an aura that could pierce through the ceiling, now trailing behind a man, even a fool could guess Lu Hong's identity. Consequently, the lobby soon echoed with greetings. Good morning, Mr. Lu. Good morning, Ms. Ouyang. Lu Hong awkwardly nodded to the unfamiliar faces and could not help but whisper, how many employees do we have now? Excluding factory workers. There are over 300 employees just in this building, Ouyang Pei whispered back to him. So many people. Indeed. One might wonder if you even recognize the management team in its entirety. Ouyang Pei cast a resentful glance at him, saying, for the past 3 months, you have shown no interest in the company's affairs, big or small. Not only that, but you persistently challenge me over financial issues, which has left my hormones in disarray. Do you truly believe this is acceptable? Lu Hong, feeling a flush of embarrassment, found himself at a loss for words. Observing his reaction, Ouyang Pei's face brightened with a sly smile. Therefore, starting today, you must diligently report to the company every day and cannot be absent. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to intensify your training, my dear boss. Seeing the triumphant expression on Ouyang Pei's face, Lu Hong suddenly felt that his position as a boss was being playfully undermined by a subordinate. However, noticing the faint dark circles under her glasses, he ultimately found it difficult to refuse. After all, he had completed all the research and development work at hand, and the blueprints for a higher capacity carbon fiber production line had already been delivered to the partners. With little to occupy him next, he thought it wouldn't be too burdensome to serve as a company mascot. Moreover, since this was his own company, it wouldn't be entirely appropriate to leave all management responsibilities to Ouyang Pei. At the very least, he ought to familiarize himself with the management team and assess the suitability of personnel arrangements across departments. Thus, he nodded slightly and said, "All right, I shall heed your advice." Consequently, Lu Hong began his role as a mascot alongside Ouyang Pei. In just one morning, he attended 5 meetings, listened to 6 reports, read 7 documents, and encountered over a dozen new faces, only to find himself dizzy and overwhelmed, feeling more fatigued than after 3 sleepless nights. In stark contrast, Ouyang Pei, who truly held the reins, appeared utterly composed and methodical. For the first time, Lu Hong experienced the vast disparities that exist between individuals. Goodness, is this her daily routine? At this intensity, even the most mundane of lives would seem to violate the Geneva Convention. Increased compensation is imperative. A good worker deserves to be cherished and well-fed. Just as Lu Hong resolved to enhance Ouyang's remuneration, a knock echoed through the office door. A secretary entered quietly and reported, "Mr. Lu, there is a visitor who wishes to see you." "A visitor? To see me?" Lu Hong was somewhat puzzled. He rarely spent time at the office. How was it that on his first day back to normal work, a visitor had come? The secretary nodded, explaining, the visitor did not make an appointment, but she insisted that if she mentioned her name, you would certainly agree to meet her. "What is her name?" he inquired. "She claims to be Lu Chiyue, the chairwoman of Chiyue Technology." Chapter 68, Menopause? Lu Chiyue's unexpected visit left Lu Hong somewhat bewildered. What could this woman possibly want from him? Did she seek his assistance once more? Wasn't Chiyue Technology doing reasonably well lately? After much contemplation, Lu Hong decided it was best to meet with her. Previously, when he acquired the drone and software divisions of Chiyue Technology, outsiders perceived it as an act of kindness in return for past grievances. Such a display of loyalty and sentimentality has undoubtedly garnered him a wave of goodwill within the Chujiang business community. Consequently, he has found it relatively easy to negotiate delayed payments with suppliers and short-term loans from banks, as others are naturally inclined to place their trust in him. At this juncture, to suddenly shun Lu Chiyue would be detrimental to his image, an unnecessary act. The secretary was dispatched on this mission and soon brought Lu Chiyue to Lu Hong's office. After serving tea to the guest, the secretary gracefully exited the office, only to hastily report to Ouyang Pei. As a secretary, being astute and well-informed is fundamental. She was well aware of the whispers regarding the family-run nature of the company, the intricate history between Lu Hong and his former employer, and the jealousy that the boss's wife harbored, leading her to retreat to her parental home. Such gossip was all too familiar to this young secretary. Although Lu Hong held the title of boss, it was the boss's wife who wielded true authority. In such matters, it was clear where one should align oneself. Thus, before Lu Chiyue had even settled into her seat, news of Lu Hong clandestinely meeting with an old flame reached Ouyang Pei's ears. Upon hearing the secretary's report, Ouyang Pei merely acknowledged it with a nonchalant "I see," before returning to her paperwork. How magnanimous of President Ouyang. The secretary admired her quietly, only to witness her esteemed superior mistakenly sign in the wrong place. In the president's office, Lu Hong and Lu Chiyue had just concluded their brief pleasantries. With a gentle gaze, Lu Chiyue addressed Lu Hong. "Lu Hong, I haven't yet thanked you for what you did last time. I mentioned inviting you over for dinner. I hope you haven't forgotten. Tonight is Christmas Eve. Do you have any plans?" The invitation to visit a solitary woman on Christmas Eve was laced with an unmistakable hint of intimacy, more potent than the spiciness of snail noodles. Were it a previous life, Lu Hong might have already begun contemplating what to name their future children. However, in the present moment, he was filled with a profound sense of caution. If his earlier display of affection had been a desperate act of last resort, the situation of the company was now firmly established. What reason did Lu Chiyue have to feign interest in him? Did she truly believe in the promising future of Honghu Technology and wish to rekindle their past? Perhaps, but the likelihood seemed slim. Lu Chiyue sought to ascend through marriage. and she would not make a hasty wager before he had genuinely become a billionaire. At most, she would merely draw him into her own net. Was this a mere tease? Lu Hong's thoughts whirled, yet he maintained an expression of warmth, replying, "Chuyue, I am indeed pleased by your invitation. However, I have already committed to dining with Xia Dan and Gu Yiming this evening. Perhaps we could arrange another day?" A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Chuyue's eyes. She had mustered considerable resolve to extend this invitation. Should Lu Hong have accepted, the prospect of being alone together could have led to unforeseen circumstances, and she was fully prepared to entice him into her web. Yet, she was taken aback that Lu Hong did not take the bait. Hadn't he been coveting her for 9 years? Why was he not responding to her advances? Has this fellow truly changed his heart? Is that even conceivable? Could he still produce 70 million to assist me despite his apparent shift? Have I indeed diminished in allure, failing to capture his interest? I have been exceptionally busy of late, neglecting my self-care for quite some time. In a moment of uncertainty, Lu Chuyue found herself perplexed by Lu Hong's intentions. Thus, she feigned understanding and continued to probe. "It's all right. It's my fault for not mentioning that we could reschedule for tomorrow. How does that sound?" This time, Lu Hong did not decline. "All right, then let us meet tomorrow at noon, as I need to diet in the evenings. Additionally, do not exert yourself too much. We can simply find a hotel." He would never dare to visit Lu Chuyue's home. What if this woman, without shame, attempted to ensnare him? A young man must prioritize his own safety when venturing out into the world. At this point, Lu Chuyue could hardly contain herself. She had sent forth such obvious signals of affection, yet what response did she receive? The time had shifted from evening to noon. The venue had changed from her home to a hotel. Where, then, was the semblance of flirtation? It would be just as fitting to change the date to the neighbor. Old Wang, what on earth was this scoundrel thinking? Had my charm truly diminished to such an extent? Reminded of her significant responsibilities, Lu Chuyue forcibly suppressed her frustration. Mustering a smile, "Very well, it's settled. I shall take my leave now." She feared that if she lingered any longer, her temper might erupt uncontrollably. Lu Hong courteously escorted her to the elevator. The moment the doors closed, the smile vanished from his face. This woman harbored ulterior motives. She could not possibly be merely expressing gratitude. What was her true intention? Burdened with confusion, Lu Hong slowly turned, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of Ouyang Pei. "Goodness, do you walk without making a sound?" Ouyang Pei replied with an impassive expression, "Clearly, it is you who is distracted. Your thoughts seem to have wandered away." Lu Hong, perplexed, pondered, "What is going on now? What has happened? Wasn't he everything fine this morning? Who has provoked this lady?" He had no desire to vex his diligent colleague, so he proceeded towards his office. However, Ouyang Pei followed closely, adopting an official demeanor. "Is there an event coming up? Please inform me, so I can adjust my schedule. As the year draws to a close, what arrangements could there be?" Lu Hong could not help but mutter under his breath. Noticing Ouyang Pei's displeased expression, he quickly amended his statement. "Well, it's nothing much, just a lunch with General Lu tomorrow." Ouyang Pei's expression suddenly softened. "Tomorrow at noon? Where? In a hotel?" Though the exact location is yet to be determined. Ouyang Pei visibly relaxed, her tone becoming gentler. "Oh, you have no plans for tonight?" Lu Hong, taken aback, responded, "You wish to invite me to dinner tonight?" Addressing her as Coach Ouyang, how could she harbor ill intentions towards me? This statement carried a wealth of implications, leaving Ouyang Pei momentarily speechless. On one hand, she felt elated that Lu Chuyue had intended to invite him to dinner that evening. Yet on the other hand, she was infuriated by his audacity in thinking himself worthy of such an invitation. How could she, the illustrious Miss Ouyang Pei, ever extend an invitation to him? The clash of these conflicting emotions left her momentarily speechless, only to be quickly replaced by a fury that ignited her indignation. In a sudden burst of rage, she raised her foot and kicked Lu Hong squarely in the shin, then, in a huff, turned on her heel and stormed towards her office. The sensation of kicking him was indescribably delightful, and Lu Hong's piercing cries echoed through the corridor. The doors of a dozen offices flew open simultaneously, with countless heads peeking out only to retreat just as swiftly. Within moments, the doors closed again in unison. It must be said that the working class knows their boundaries. While they may relish in the drama between the boss and his lady, indulging in it openly is a breach of decorum. Meanwhile, Lu Hong, drenched in sweat from the pain, had no time to lament the lowly demeanor of his staff. A singular thought plagued his mind. Why do women become so irritable as the year draws to a close? Is it the onset of menopause? Chapter 69. Lu Qiue's proposal. The following noon, Lu Qiue arrived at the hotel ahead of schedule, her confidence shaken after yesterday's debacle. The psychological fortitude she had painstakingly built crumbled when Lu Hong, who had once blushed profusely at the sight of her, now appeared utterly unmoved by her overtures. This stark contrast left her feeling despondent. Upon returning home, she stood before the mirror in her bathroom for an extended period. Had her recent sleepless nights adversely affected her complexion? Was her waistline thickening from lack of exercise? Had the neglect of self-care deepened the fine lines at the corners of her eyes? In that moment, Lu Qiue nearly forgot her original intentions. Consumed instead by the desire to reclaim her dignity, she made a special trip to a beauty salon, indulging in a full night's worth of treatments, and rose early the next morning to meticulously apply her makeup, finally stepping out with renewed confidence. Lu Hong arrived precisely on time, as was his habit. However, today he appeared more prepared than the day before, dressed impeccably and presenting her with a bouquet of flowers. This gesture significantly lifted Lu Qiue's spirits. Surely, he had been taken aback by her invitation yesterday, and in his flustered state, had rashly declined. He must be regretting it now. After all, he was still a naive young man. Reflecting on her previous misstep and strategy, she resolved not to act in haste again. Having concocted an entire narrative of Lu Hong's inner turmoil, Lu Qiue regained her confidence and adorned her smile with a touch of divine poise. Lu Hong seemed quite taken by her demeanor, his gaze filled with admiration as he clumsily offered her the flowers along with compliments. "Qiue, you look stunning today." Lu Qiue beamed, accepting the flowers with grace. "Thank you. You look quite handsome yourself." They took their seats, and the conversation flowed as they exchanged pleasantries and shared drinks. As Lu Hong began to exhibit a demeanor reminiscent of his former self, Lu Qiue grew increasingly composed. There was ample time. She intended to thoroughly daze her quarry before ensnaring him. After several rounds of wine and an array of dishes, Lu Hong was noticeably tipsy. It was then that Lu Qiue deftly steered the conversation toward her predetermined course. "Lu Hong, the company has been performing splendidly as of late, hasn't it? I hear that orders for the Yinsu have piled up to over 200,000. A rosy hue graced Lu Hong's cheeks, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upwards. The accumulated orders have reached 280,000 units. It's quite distressing. My hair is falling out." He continued, "The sales department anticipates that, within the next year or two, the monthly increase in domestic orders alone will be around 15,000 units. Yet, even if the 2 production lines currently being urgently expanded were to finish today, my output would still be limited to 15,000 units each month. At this rate, I shall never fulfill the backlog of orders. If it weren't for the severe cash flow constraints, I would be eager to launch 3 more production lines immediately." A wave of heart-wrenching regret washed over Lu Qiue. 280,000 Yinsu units. Billions in profit. It was all initially hers. After taking a deep breath, she gazed at Lu Hong with a mixture of envy and admiration, saying, "Lu Hong, you truly are remarkable. I was foolish back then. If only, well, let us not dwell on the past. Allow me to toast to you." Lu Qiue understood men's psychology well. Nothing pleases a man more than the admiration of a woman, especially that of the woman he cherishes. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Lu Hong was immediately elated, downing his full glass of red wine in one go, his intoxication visibly deepening. Noticing that Lu Hong was now quite tipsy, Lu Qiue finally set her plan in motion. She moved her chair closer to him, affectionately wrapping her arm around his, and playfully said, "Lu Hong, now that you've achieved so much, could you possibly assist me once more? My uncle remains relentless, and I fear he may continue to target Qiue technology. I must be prepared." Lu Hong's body stiffened momentarily before relaxing, seemingly savoring the softness of her arm. However, after hearing Lu Qiue's request, he displayed a look of concern. "Qiue, it's not that I don't want to help you, but the company's cash flow is exceedingly tight." Lu Qiue quickly responded, "I understand. I'm not asking to borrow money. I merely wish for your assistance in securing priority for my order." Lu Hong appeared taken aback. "Priority for an order? You wish to purchase Yankees?" Lu Qiue nodded enthusiastically. "Indeed, I would like to acquire 30,000 units of the Yinsu." Lu Hong gasped in disbelief. 30,000 units? What on earth do you need so many Yankees for? Lu Qiue lowered her voice conspiratorially. "You see, my second uncle has been engaged in foreign trade. Given my elder uncle's actions, he cannot bear to watch any longer. Coincidentally, he is aware of our close relationship and facilitated a connection with a merchant from the Camel Country. This individual has expressed great interest in the Yinsu drones, but he is also aware of their scarcity. The other party wishes to procure goods through me, starting with an order of 30,000 units. They also mentioned that as long as the products sell well, they are open to a long-term partnership. To be frank, their offer stands at 10,000 xia yuan per unit. Even if you provide me with the goods at retail price, I would still profit. Lu Hong once again displayed a troubled expression. Chu Yu, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you, but my production capacity is limited. Lu Chu Yu hastily interjected, I understand your capacity constraints, but you can continue to expand your production. As you said, by adding 3 more production lines, your monthly output could indeed reach 30,000 units, right? In that case, within a month, my demands would be satisfied. And you could also expedite the fulfillment of your backlog. Lu Hong sighed, exasperated. Of course, I desire that. But the issue is a lack of funds. Lu Chu Yu's face lit up with confidence. I can assist you with the financial aspect. The president of Chujiang Bank is a close friend of my grandfather. I have spoken with him, and as long as you secure the loan with product orders, he is willing to provide you with a 300 million yuan one-year loan. As she spoke, she produced a contract from her bag, smiling as she handed it to Lu Hong, adding, I only have one request, that you allow me to receive the goods before payment. After hearing Lu Chu Yu's proposal, Lu Hong's eyes flickered. Seemingly weighing the pros and cons of this deal, Lu Chu Yu remained unperturbed. She was not worried about Lu Hong's calculations. For this venture was undeniably advantageous for Hong Hu Technology. A loan of 300 million yuan would suffice for Lu Hong to establish 3 additional production lines and cover all costs associated with producing 30,000 drones. Given Hong Hu Technology's receivables capability, repaying this loan within a year would be exceedingly manageable. Such a lucrative deal would be accepted by any competent businessman. Soon, she noticed a glimmer of interest in Lu Hong's expression. She reached out, taking his hand, and earnestly said, Lu Hong, you have aided me in the past, and I wish to reciprocate. Moreover, this business benefits us both. Will you trust me, as you did before? Lu Hong appeared to struggle internally, and after a lengthy pause of several seconds, he finally exhaled deeply. All right, I accept your proposal. Chapter 70. All in. Outside the hotel, a drunken Lu Hong was supported by Lu Chu Yu as they exited. Yin Yan, upon seeing this, promptly drove the car to them, stepping out to half-drag. Half-support Lu Hong onto her shoulder. He shot a cold glance at Lu Chu Yu before swiftly placing Lu Hong in the back seat of the car. The vehicle gradually departed from the hotel. At that moment, Yin Yan caught sight of Lu Hong, who had previously slumped in the back seat, suddenly sitting upright. His expression grave, devoid of any signs of inebriation. She felt a slight shock and couldn't help but whisper, Boss, you're not drunk? No, Lu Hong replied, retrieving a bottle of pills from the bag resting on the back seat and tossing 2 tablets into his mouth. These hangover pills work quite well. Yin Yin fell silent, pondering, is being a boss synonymous with being so cunning? Lu Hong seemed to possess a fade of honesty, but had he also learned the art of subterfuge? Yet, he had little time to ponder her thoughts. His mind was consumed with a singular query. What precisely did Lu Chu intend to do? Even when cornered and compelled to seek his assistance, she revealed not a shred of sincerity. From that moment on, Lu Hong understood that the words spoken by this woman were devoid of trust, down to the very punctuation. Gratitude? Repayment? Such terms were alien to her lexicon. Contemplating this, Lu Hong glanced at the contract beside him, lost in contemplation. Given Lu Chu's character from her previous life, she might initially express gratitude for his aid, but it would soon morph into a sense of humiliation. She was an exceedingly proud woman. Being rescued by a former subordinate she once deemed a sycophant would only amplify her disgrace. How could she possibly repay him? The most natural response would be to act as if nothing had transpired. Yet, her proposal undeniably benefited him, revealing no apparent flaws. What ulterior motives lay beneath? Even upon returning to his office, Lu Hong could not unravel the mystery. Just as despair began to set in, the office door swung open. Ouyang Pei sauntered in, her demeanor a blend of mischief and curiosity. Boss, did you enjoy the luncheon? This audacious girl had grown increasingly unrestrained, entering without even a knock. With a bemused expression, Lu Hong tossed the contract her way. Here, indulge yourself. Ouyang Pei flicked through the contract, her displeasure evident. What gall? Our business is hardly desperate. Why should we accept goods before payment? Surely you don't believe I would acquiesce to her demands? Lu Hong replied, lifting his teacup for a sip. She proposed a trade-off, helping us secure a 300 million yuan one-year loan for a new production line. Ouyang Pei's eyes widened in astonishment. After a moment's contemplation, she queried urgently, which bank is providing the loan? Chujiang Bank. A local state-owned bank? Such loans rarely encounter issues. If that is the case, we stand to gain immensely. Ouyang Pei murmured, her tone tinged with a hint of envy. Your former lover seems quite generous towards you. Lu Hong, however, wore a serious expression. Ouyang, if you were my competitor, what tactics would you employ against Honghu Technology? Me? Yes, any means necessary. Seeing Lu Hong's earnest demeanor, Ouyang Pei suppressed her playful attitude and began to reflect seriously. As the de facto leader of Honghu Technology, she was well acquainted with the company's circumstances. Currently, Honghu Technology was thriving, flourishing in a period of robust growth. During such an upward trajectory, most adversarial tactics would be neutralized by the overwhelming confidence drawn from various sources. For instance, the financial chain issue that concerned her was effortlessly resolved by Lu Hong merely reaching out to a few commercial banks. In business, the paramount element is confidence. As long as everyone possesses confidence in a company, even one burdened with debt can emerge from adversity. However, once that confidence falters, the collapse of the enterprise becomes merely a matter of time. Presently, does Honghu Technology exhibit any vulnerabilities that might precipitate such a collapse? After deep contemplation, Ouyang Pei gazed at Lu Hong and remarked, Boss, I believe the most significant weakness of our company at present lies in our financial chain. It is stretched too thin. Should any segment falter, it could very well lead to a widespread debt default. If such a scenario were to unfold, we would indeed face utter ruin. Lu Hong nodded slightly. If, and I emphasize if, I were to accept Lu Chiyue's proposal for a loan to expand our capacity, and the bank were to suddenly demand early repayment, that's impossible. Chujiang Bank is a local state-owned bank. They wouldn't act in such a manner, Ouyang Pei interjected, shaking her head. But what if? Lu Hong pressed. That would spell disaster. Ouyang Pei looked at him with bright, earnest eyes. So, do you intend to reject Lu Chiyue? On the contrary, Lu Hong exclaimed, rising abruptly, his eyes gleaming with determination. I am prepared to double down. That evening, in the presidential suite atop the Dihao Hotel, upon hearing Lu Chiyue's report, Liang Fengge's eyes widened in surprise. Are you saying that Lu Hong insists on securing a higher loan amount before he will accept your contract? Indeed, he demands 500 million, Lu Chiyue replied respectfully. What does he intend to do with such a sum? Liang Fengge inquired. He claims he is preparing to enter the overseas market and to immediately commence development of the next generation of products. Quite ambitious. Liang Fengge remarked with a hint of a smile. I'm not concerned about his ambition. I fear he may not take the bait. Should I agree to his terms? Lu Chiyue asked cautiously. Liang Fengge shook his head. No, we must engage in negotiation. Otherwise, he may grow suspicious. Speaking of 400 million would allow us to proceed with the next steps. Understood. Additionally, he is quite urgent, hoping for the funds to be disbursed shortly after New Year's. That can be accommodated. Once the fish is hooked, the initiative will rest in our hands. Lu Chiyue nodded respectfully, yet could not restrain her curiosity. General Manager Liang, Chujiang Bank is a local state-owned institution. They wouldn't breach the contract to demand early repayment. What is your plan? Before she could finish, Liang Fengge's icy gaze startled her into silence. The room fell into a profound stillness. An invisible weight bore down upon Lu Chiyue's shoulders, causing her to tremble slightly. She had never anticipated that Liang Fengge's presence could be so commanding, making it difficult for her to breathe. After a full minute, Liang Fengge spoke again. Miss Chiyue, you are quite astute. However, you must remember that intelligence should be applied judiciously. Otherwise, it may easily backfire. In the past, you may have been oblivious to the rules, but from now on, you are my subordinate. As a competent subordinate, your cleverness should first be utilized in discerning your position. You must understand what questions are inappropriate for you to ask, and what information is not for you to know. Lu Chiyue broke into a cold sweat, trembling as she lowered her head, and said, I apologize, General Liang. It was my indiscretion. I shall return to my duties now. Only then did Liang Fengge retract his gaze and turn to look out the window. Once Lu Chiyue exited the room, he murmured in a barely audible voice, Lu Hong, your judgment regarding women leaves much to be desired. Chapter 71. The approach of Spring Festival. Lu Chuiwe demonstrated remarkable efficiency in her tasks. After a brief round of negotiations, she swiftly brought Lu Hong to meet Zhang Cheng, the president of Chujiang Bank, finalizing the loan agreement. The amount secured was 400 million, with a term of 1 year. Following the new year, the funds began to arrive gradually. Lu Hong immediately acquired a parcel of land adjacent to the factory in the bustling metropolis, launching 3 production lines for the Yen K series in one go. Concurrently, Honghu Technology commenced the establishment of an overseas market department, with numerous prominent headhunting firms receiving orders from Honghu Technology. In no time, the entire Chujiang business community was abuzz with discussions regarding the frenzied expansion of Honghu Technology. Many speculated that the modest Chujiang would soon find itself unable to contain this soaring dragon. Such a favorable public sentiment greatly pleased Liang Fengge. To him, Lu Hong was merely a young entrepreneur who had achieved remarkable success shortly after embarking on his journey. Faced with overwhelming praise, the majority would become disoriented, especially a youth lacking experience. He stood in a room atop the Dihao Hotel, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the colossal neon sign just installed by Honghu Technology, softly muttering to himself, "Let you revel in your success for a while. In a few days, we shall see how you confront my meticulously laid plans." With that, he turned and entered the adjacent office, addressing the gathered subordinates without any pleasantries. The Spring Festival approaches, presenting an opportune moment for clandestine operations. We must initiate all prior arrangements during this festive period. Simultaneously, in the executive meeting room of Honghu Technology, Lu Hong had just concluded the final high-level meeting before the holiday. With the new year imminent, the company's prospects appeared exceedingly bright, and the executives were in high spirits. Engaging in lively banter, Lu Hong glanced at Ouyang Pei beside him and casually inquired, "With the new year upon us, you must be returning home, correct? I recall you mentioning that your hometown is in Mei City?" Ouyang Pei felt a twinge of embarrassment. Both she and her grandfather possessed stubborn temperaments, and they had been at odds for half a year, with neither willing to yield. She had been away from home for nearly 6 months, and her grandfather had remained indifferent, which infuriated her greatly. As the Spring Festival approached, returning home in such a disheartened state felt somewhat deflating. Yet, if she chose not to return, her grandfather might very well strike her name from the family registry. Moreover, her parents had not been seen for several months, and she could not help but feel concerned. Noticing Ouyang Pei's discomfort, Lu Hong found it curious. What was there to feel awkward about when returning home for the new year? At that moment, he suddenly recalled several news articles he had seen earlier, leading him to realize the crux of the issue. Mei City is located in the eastern part of Guangdong province. In that region, the concept of kinship is deeply ingrained, accompanied by a robust tradition of commerce. Each year during the festive season, descendants return to their hometowns to pay homage to their ancestors, with prosperous business owners often indulging in lavish displays to enhance their family's reputation. He vaguely recalls a news article stating that in a certain underdeveloped county in eastern Guangdong, 70% of annual income is generated within the single month of the New Year celebrations. While Lu Hong compensates Ouyang Pei handsomely, he recognizes that she remains far from achieving financial independence. Having established Honghu Technology less than 6 months ago, it is currently in a phase of rapid expansion, still operating at a loss, thus no dividends will be forthcoming at year-end. In his view, Ouyang Pei's father, paralyzed from a car accident, has rendered the family without a primary support, leading to her unfavorable standing within the clan. Otherwise, she would not have left eastern Guangdong to venture into Chujiang. In a mere 6 months, Lu Hong has founded a company and has almost boasted about it to his parents. Empathizing, he believes that Ouyang Pei must have often showcased her achievements to her family and elder relatives. Yet now, returning home for the new year, she might not have much to present, risking embarrassment during the family gathering. Contemplating this, Lu Hong mistakenly assumes he has grasped her sentiments, feeling a twinge of embarrassment himself. Although Honghu Technology has yet to turn a profit, its valuation in the capital market has already soared to $1 billion. By this measure alone, holding 10% equity in the company, Ouyang Pei is already a bona fide billionaire. It is disheartening to achieve such a milestone within 6 months, yet be unable to take pride in front of her relatives. What could be more frustrating than having wealth, but being unable to showcase it upon returning home? This simply cannot be allowed. The recent acquisition case involving Chuiwe Technology is still unresolved. What if Ouyang, unable to enjoy the festivities, decides to leave again. This is unacceptable. I, Lu Hong, the chief commander, cannot allow such indignities to befall this young lady. Is there any way to help her make a grand impression and impress her relatives? After much contemplation, an idea suddenly illuminated his mind. The key equipment suppliers for his company, Huiming Manufacturing and its partners, are seemingly all enterprises from eastern Guangdong. The two parties have recently signed several significant contracts and are currently in a phase of fruitful collaboration. These business owners possess considerable wealth. Is it unreasonable for me, the proprietor of Honghu Technology, to personally approach them, requesting their assistance in orchestrating a grand display to support my vice president? This year's Lunar New Year's Eve falls on January 24th, but most employees must return home early, so Honghu Technology will commence its holiday on January 21st. On that day, Lu Hong, Gu Yiming, and Xia Dan all departed from Chujiang. Ouyang Pei, having procrastinated until the 22nd, could delay no longer and reluctantly boarded the flight to Meiching. As she stepped out of Meiching Airport with a heavy heart, she was utterly astonished by the scene before her. Outside a modest airport, a row of imposing Land Rovers drew the attention of passers-by with their commanding presence. Beside the convoy stood Lu Hong, impeccably dressed, smiling and waving at her. Ouyang Pei stood frozen for half a minute before she finally reacted. Her face flushed as she approached him and asked, "Aren't you supposed to be back in Chuxi? What brings you to Meiching?" However, Lu Hong's response seemed to stray from the question as he proudly gestured towards the fleet behind him. "What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? This convoy is here to take you home. Does it not align with the stature of General Ouyang?" Ouyang Pei was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was this about? Noticing her silence, Lu Hong continued softly, "Given your contributions, you deserve a more splendid fleet. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, we could only gather these Land Rovers for now. This year marks our humble beginnings, so I apologize for having you ride in someone else's vehicle. Rest assured, next year, I shall ensure our company's own fleet will escort you home in style." At that moment, Ouyang Pei felt a mix of gratitude and embarrassment. She was touched by Lu Hong's thoughtfulness and recognition, yet embarrassed at the notion of riding in a Land Rover back to her ancestral home. It felt like a significant downgrade. A taxi would have sufficed. After all, her grandfather had been the wealthiest for many years, long past the need for ostentation. In fact, due to his advancing age, he preferred a quieter existence. This was precisely why the ancestral home of the Ouyang family in Qingyuan town had grown increasingly understated over the years. Who would dare flaunt grandeur in front of the Ouyang family? Who would even have the right to do so? Yet, with Lu Hong present, it seemed inappropriate to send him away. It would be clearly unbecoming to disregard his kindness, but returning home with this convoy felt like a recipe for social embarrassment. What was she to do? Chapter 72. Do you not recognize me? As Ouyang Pei grew increasingly flustered, nearly scratching her toes in distress, Yin Yin stood nearby, almost laughing out loud. Just days prior, Lu Hong had inquired about the customs of celebrating the New Year in Guangdong, and she hadn't thought much of it, only to be surprised by his elaborate gesture now. It was, after all, her own mistress who had concealed her identity. Yet, Lu Hong's attentiveness towards Ouyang Pei made her feel that her mistress's struggles over the past 6 months had not been in vain. Lu Hong proved to be a genuinely considerate employer. Nevertheless, this situation required resolution. Thus, she stepped forward to mediate, saying, "President Lu, you may not be aware, but Pei Pei's circumstances are rather unique. Her grandfather cherishes tranquility and abhors extravagance. Such a display may not be suitable." Upon hearing this, Lu Hong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "I apologize, I truly did not know. What should we do now?" Yin Yin smiled and suggested, "Perhaps we could leave one vehicle for transportation and have the rest returned separately. What do you think, President Lu?" Lu Hong scratched his head. "But all these business leaders have come in person." Yin Yin offered a reassuring smile. "Do not worry, I will speak with them." She approached the group of business leaders, exchanged a few words, and they promptly acquiesced, even going so far as to apologize to Lu Hong, leaving him feeling quite flustered. What perplexed him the most was that, despite the fact that he had troubled these individuals for no reason, none of the business owners bore any resentment. Instead, their gazes were filled with reverence as they departed. "What did you say to them, Sister Yin?" He could not help but whisper. Yin Yin smiled mysteriously. "Oh, nothing much. I merely informed them of the destination of our journey." An hour later, the last of the business owners personally drove the group to their destination, Qingyuan town, Meiching. As the vehicle entered the town, doubts began to surface in Lu Hong's mind. Throughout their journey, they had passed through several towns, each adorned with festive decorations and luxury cars, some even boasting lavish banquet spreads along the streets. In stark contrast, Qingyuan town was remarkably quiet, its understated elegance seemingly ill-suited for the upcoming New Year celebrations. Could it be that this town lacked any prominent figures? Or perhaps the economic conditions of the residents were generally poor? Before long, the car arrived outside a grand residence. The estate was vast, with walls extending over 100 meters in width. The towering gate appeared ancient, as if crafted from solidified time itself. As Lu Hong alighted from the vehicle and beheld the gate, he could not help but murmur in admiration. This ancient-style gate is truly exquisite. It seems to have encapsulated history itself. Ouyang Pei, overhearing, could not suppress a smirk. Of course it's exquisite, because it is the real deal. This was an entire Ming dynasty structure that her grandfather had purchased and painstakingly relocated to their ancestral home. Once everyone had disembarked, the business owner who had driven them there adamantly refused to enter for a cup of tea, hastily turning his vehicle around. Being from eastern Guangdong, he was acutely aware of the significance of the Ouyang family residence in Qingyuan town, Meiqing. With his status, he felt utterly unworthy to step foot inside the Ouyang home. As he drove, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow, and his sense of reverence soared. Goodness! It turned out that the esteemed Ouyang from Honghu Technology was a scion of the wealthiest family. The Ouyang family's third generation consisted of only 2 daughters. The elder, Ouyang Jin, had been employed at the group for many years and was well known in the business circles of Xia country. This Ouyang was most likely the low-profile second daughter. As for Lu, given that he had the privilege to visit the Ouyang estate during the new year, it was highly probable that he shared a close relationship with the second daughter. Yet, why had he enlisted a group of small business owners to fetch her? It was perplexing. However, considering Lu's extraordinary talents, there must surely be profound significance behind this move. Meanwhile, Ouyang Pei, with her head hung low, guided Lu Hong through the grand entrance and into the main hall. The hall was a brick and wood structure, the very heart of the Ming dynasty building purchased by Ouyang Ziyuan. Upon entering, one's gaze fell upon a pair of wooden couplets. The upper couplet read, "In spring we honor the ancients, adhering to the rites and music of the sages." The lower couplet stated, "To the left, the illustrious, to the right, the virtuous," chronicling the lineage of a prominent family. The calligraphy was meticulous, clearly the work of a master. Furthermore, the interior decor exuded an air of antiquity and elegance, with exquisite details evident in every corner. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Hong could not help but nod inwardly. Indeed, the Ouyang family possessed a certain depth. Having spent half a year in close quarters, it was impossible for Lu Hong to be entirely indifferent to Ouyang Pei's background. Initially, he had assumed that Ouyang Pei, like himself, was merely a young girl from a small town with humble means. However, as she showcased management skills that belied her age, Lu Hong swiftly revised his assumptions. Given the prominence of merchants in eastern Guangdong, he speculated that Ouyang Pei's family was likely engaged in trade, possibly with considerable influence. Now, it seemed, his conjecture was confirmed. At that moment, an elderly gentleman emerged from the back hall, clad in a silk-tang suit, with a head of white hair yet a youthful visage. He exuded an air of authority. Upon seeing Ouyang Pei, a spark of evident joy flickered in his eyes, only to be swiftly concealed. However, when he noticed Lu Hong beside her, a flash of anger crossed his gaze, and his facial muscles twitched slightly. Ouyang Pei, noticing the elder, felt a pang of guilt and cast a furtive glance at Lu Hong before lowering her head and whispering, "Grandfather, I'm back." Ouyang Ziyuan's expression darkened, and he scoffed, "You still know how to come back? I thought you had abandoned this family." Lu Hong was taken aback. Goodness, did this girl run away like a rebellious child? Stung by her grandfather's reprimand, Ouyang Pei's stubbornness flared, and she retorted, "Of course I must return for the new year. Just because the festivities are over doesn't mean I want to leave." Ouyang Ziyuan's temper flared in response. "What did you say?" Just as familial discord seemed imminent, Lu Hong hurriedly intervened. "Please, sir, do not be angry. Ouyang didn't mean it that way." Ouyang Ziyuan cast a dismissive glance at him. "And who might you be?" In truth, he was feigning ignorance. With his resources, uncovering his granddaughter's whereabouts over the past 6 months would be effortless, and he was fully aware of Lu Hong's identity. His words were merely a means to belittle Lu Hong, as he believed the latter had come seeking to ingratiate himself with the Ouyang family during the festive season. Unaware of the underlying tension, Lu Hong assumed the elder was merely irate and promptly bowed, saying, "Greetings, sir. I am Ouyang Pei's current partner. Over the past 6 months, I have benefited greatly from your granddaughter's assistance, and with the new year approaching, I thought it prudent to pay my respects." With that, he produced a thick red envelope from his pocket and placed it in Ouyang Ziyuan's hand. "This is but a modest gift, a token of respect. To wish you a happy new year." Despite the financial strains faced by Honghu Technology, Lu Hong had prepared a substantial envelope containing 18,800 yuan. Having learned that it was customary in Meiqing to present red envelopes to the elderly during the new year, he had chosen this auspicious sum, as he could not afford to give more without it being impractically cumbersome. This gesture left Ouyang Ziyuan momentarily speechless. Having been a tycoon for nearly a decade, he had always been the one to bestow red envelopes. It was quite a novelty for someone to offer one to him. Clutching the thick red envelope in his hand, he stood in a daze for a full half-minute before casting a puzzled glance at Lu Hong. "Do you not recognize me?" Chapter 73. Boasting wealth in the tycoon's home. Ouyang Ziyuan's question left Lu Hong equally bewildered. Perhaps 99% of the people in Xia Nation were aware of the name Ouyang Ziyuan, yet far fewer could recall his visage. After all, the tycoon was a figure so distant from the common man that few would take the time to memorize his appearance. Moreover, Lu Hong had ventured into entrepreneurship later in life, originally being a mere researcher. What earnest researcher would occupy themselves with memorizing the features of a tycoon? Furthermore, in recent years, Ouyang Ziyuan had adopted a semi-retired status, making infrequent public appearances, with his eldest son, Ouyang Chun, typically representing the family. Thus, Lu Hong, who had only recently begun to follow the news, had missed every opportunity to witness the tycoon's familiar face. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally stammered, "Are you a notable figure?" Having encountered countless individuals throughout his life, Ouyang Ziyuan could instantly discern that Lu Hong genuinely did not recognize him. Leaving him momentarily at a loss, Ouyang Pei, standing nearby, had prepared herself for the revelation of her grandfather's identity, yet she exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, her boss was a tech enthusiast. Ouyang Ziyuan immediately noticed the expression on his granddaughter's face and understood. It seemed Pei had not disclosed her identity to this young man. With this realization, he found Lu Hong far more agreeable. A small businessman seeking to leverage his granddaughter's connections would naturally be off-putting. However, if he were merely a partner of his granddaughter visiting to express gratitude, that was an entirely different matter. This indicated that his granddaughter was excelling in her work and was held in high regard. Moreover, her accomplishments were achieved independently, without relying on the prestige of Ouyang Ziyuan. As an elder, seeing a descendant thrive brought immense joy, a sentiment applicable to all seniors, unaffected by Ouyang Ziyuan's status as a tycoon. Indeed, it was precisely because he was a tycoon that he felt particularly elated to see his granddaughter achieve remarkable success beyond his own shadow. A warm smile unconsciously spread across his face, effortlessly masking the earlier awkwardness. "It's nothing," the old man was mistaken. "So you are Pei's boss. My apologies for the oversight. Pei has spoken of you. I hear your company is doing quite well?" The old man is not well versed in these matters. "Could you enlighten me, Mr. Lu?" Observing her grandfather engage Lu Hong in conversation as if he were a friendly neighbor, Ouyang Pei stood by in astonishment. She could hardly recall the last time her grandfather displayed such a warm smile. Did this fellow possess such charisma? Could he possibly be the fabled elderly charmer? Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, the elder and the youth settled in the main hall for a delightful chat. Ouyang Ziyuan, with his meticulous thoughts and a desire to keep his identity hidden from Lu Hong, chose to steer clear of business discussions to avoid any revealing slips. Instead, he engaged in mundane conversations typical of elderly gentlemen, discussing trivial family matters. Lu Hong, however, remained true to his intentions, subtly steering the dialogue towards Ouyang Pei, consistently praising her diligence and competence, while also boasting of her newfound wealth exceeding 100 million. Ouyang Pei, feeling increasingly embarrassed, could almost dig a castle with her toes. In reality, even before Ouyang Pei was born, Ouyang Ziyuan had prepared a trust fund worth over 100 million for her. From the very first day of her existence, she was already a millionaire. Nevertheless, this display of wealth before a tycoon did not evoke any resentment from Ouyang Ziyuan. Rather, it filled him with joy. After all, His granddaughter had not taken a penny from him and had managed to achieve such wealth purely through her own efforts within just 6 months. Such an accomplishment was indeed worthy of boasting within his circles. As their conversation grew more animated, the sound of wheels rolling over the tiled floor caught their attention. A slender man in a wheelchair was being pushed out by a beautiful young woman. The man, somewhat haggard yet sporting a genuine smile, entered and cheerfully remarked, "I heard we have guests." Ouyang Ziyuan chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Ah, it's Pei's boss. My dear, your daughter has made quite the success. She is now a wealthy woman." The slender man regarded Ouyang Pei with warmth and extended his hand towards Lu Hong, saying, "Mr. Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Pei's father. Ouyang Shu, this is my wife, Yang Zhen. Delighted to make your acquaintance." Lu Hong quickly stepped forward to bow in greeting, and then, following his customary practice, presented 2 large red envelopes to the couple, leaving them momentarily stunned. Ouyang Pei, standing by, wished she could disappear into the ground. Did this fool prepare a red envelope for everyone in my family? Ouyang Ziyuan, however, was thoroughly amused, winking at the couple, saying, "Mr. Lu has made an effort to learn about our customs in Guangdong East. Please graciously accept his kind gesture." Earlier, Ouyang Ziyuan had discreetly instructed them not to reveal their identities, and seeing his grandfather's clear indication, the couple accepted the envelopes with ease. Everyone settled back into their seats in the main hall. The couple's concern for their precious daughter was evidently no less than that of Ouyang Ziyuan. Months prior, the extensive background of Lu Hong had already been laid out on Ouyang Shu's desk. As the original owner of the account, Qing Zi Pei, and a mechanical engineering expert from MIT, Ouyang Shu was particularly intrigued by Lu Hong's successful development of the Yankei drone. Upon learning from his daughter that Lu Hong was the renowned figure Shi Chu Yankei from the Cyber Forum, he had eagerly anticipated the opportunity for direct dialogue with him. Thus, the conversation swiftly transitioned to their professional domain, leaving Ouyang Ziyuan, Yang Zhen, and Ouyang Pei unable to interject, merely observing as the 2 men animatedly discussed their shared interests. They continued their spirited exchange well into noon, maintaining the dialogue at the dining table without pause. Until the conclusion of lunch, Lu Hong finally rose to take his leave, saying, "Esteemed elders, I sincerely apologize, but I must take my leave. I have a flight scheduled for this evening, and if I delay any longer, I shall miss it." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Ziyuan's eyes flickered with intent as he urged, "Why not stay a few more days? Celebrate the new year with us in East Guangdong and experience our festive traditions." Lu Hong repeatedly declined, expressing that although he dearly wished to remain, his parents awaited his return to celebrate the new year. He promised to pay a visit to the elder at a later date. Observing Lu Hong's insistence on departing, Ouyang Ziyuan became convinced that Lu Hong was genuinely unaware of his identity. After all, given the warmth displayed by the Ouyang family, if Lu Hong had intended to ingratiate himself and become a son-in-law, staying for the new year would undoubtedly present a greater opportunity. It was only at this moment that Ouyang Ziyuan fully relaxed his guard, believing that Lu Hong truly did not comprehend Ouyang Pei's background. Hence, he ceased his attempts to retain him, instead pulling out a silk pouch from his pocket and placing it in Lu Hong's hand with a meaningful expression. "Young man, your arrival was sudden, and this old man has not prepared any gifts, so I bestow upon you this pouch. Should you encounter insurmountable obstacles in the future, open it. The contents may assist you." Lu Hong found Ouyang Ziyuan's words somewhat perplexing, yet he graciously accepted the gift. Being a naturally curious individual, he opened the pouch as soon as he left the Ouyang residence, only to find a slip of paper inside, which bore a handwritten telephone number. Was Ouyang's intention to suggest that he call this number if he faced difficulties? Lu Hong was momentarily bewildered by the implication, but he decided not to dwell on it, simply returning the slip to the pouch and tucking it into his pocket. In any case, he did not foresee any significant hurdles ahead. With the matter of supporting his general successfully concluded, he was now eager to return home and celebrate the new year in earnest. Chapter 74. Liang Feng's scheme in the main hall of the Ouyang ancestral home. After bidding farewell to Lu Hong, Ouyang Ziyuan weighed the red envelope in his hand, a smile illuminating his face as he turned his gaze towards his granddaughter. "Your boss is quite generous. It has been many years since I received such a substantial red envelope." Ouyang Pei's face flushed with embarrassment, yet she maintained her composure, stating, "He doesn't even know who you are. Besides, this is merely a gesture of goodwill." It was indeed on account of this goodwill that the elder gifted him that pouch. Suddenly, Ouyang Yuan's expression grew serious, and he said solemnly, Pei, do you know that Honghu technology is being targeted by Liangfengge? Ouyang Pei scoffed slightly. Do not underestimate him. Am I not aware of Liangfengge? He lost face at the national technology competition and was rebuffed when he attempted to invest in Honghu technology. Given his temperament, how could he let it go so easily? Ouyang Yuan regarded her with a knowing smile. So, you are taking precautions against him? Of course. Ouyang Pei replied proudly, her chin slightly raised. Ouyang Yuan's expression turned grave. Then do you still dare to take out a loan from Chujing Bank? Ouyang Pei was suddenly taken aback. A loan from Chujing Bank? Are you suggesting that Lu Chuiyue is backed by Liangfengge? No wonder this is much easier to explain. But how could there be issues with the loans from Chujing Bank? Ouyang Yuan slowly returned to his seat, lifted his teacup, and took a sip before calmly stating, Indeed, loans from local state-owned banks typically do not encounter problems, but there exists an exception. That is when the person approving the loans encounters difficulties. Political matters do not adhere to the rules of economic activities. The president of Chujing Bank, Zhang Cheng, has long been under official scrutiny, and a secret investigation has been ongoing for half a year. Few are aware of this situation, and coincidentally, the Liang family is one of them. Should Zhang Cheng be taken down, Liangfengge need only give him a gentle push, and all the loans he approved would certainly be subject to official investigation. The Liang family can simply make minor adjustments to ensure that the bank recalls the loans in advance, claiming they need as much as they desire. The early repayment of 400 million in loans, what does that signify? I need not remind you, do I? Ouyang Pei's expression had completely darkened. So the advice you just gave to Lu Hong was? Ouyang Yuan smiled faintly. This young man is rather intriguing, and I am indeed willing to lend him a hand. That phone call was from Lao Ma at Ziyuan Bank. I will instruct him to assist Lu Hong whenever he seeks help, while also acquiring at least 30% of Honghu Technology shares. Of course, if my precious granddaughter strongly opposes, I am not entirely unwilling to change my mind. At this point, he cast a teasing glance at Ouyang Pei, as if to say, Come on, plead with me. However, he did not anticipate that, despite her grave demeanor, Ouyang Pei remained unflustered and did not plead with him. She simply sat silently in her chair, seemingly contemplating something. Noticing her lack of reaction, Ouyang Yuan continued to press on. Surely you do not think Liangfengge has only this move prepared? The 400 million loan deficit is merely the first step with his capabilities. He will undoubtedly use this deficit to entice your suppliers to demand payment, lure your clients to cancel orders, and further exaggerate the crisis through public opinion. Undermining your commercial reputation is Liangfengge's ultimate goal. Once your credibility collapses, Honghu Technology will have no path but to face bankruptcy and restructuring. At this moment, your best choice is to sell off a portion of your shares as a means of damage control. Ouyang Pei, upon hearing this, still remained silent, her head bowed. Just then, a secretary cautiously approached Ouyang Yuan and whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuan was slightly taken aback, then cast a complex gaze toward Ouyang Pei. Liangfengge has made his move. This fellow is ruthless. Zhang Cheng was once a partner of the Dihua Group. Yet he won't even allow him one good year. It seems he intends to have Zhang Cheng apprehended during the Spring Festival, then detonate this bomb at the start of the year, leaving Honghu Technology with no time to react. Pei, stop being stubborn. If preparations are not made now, once Liangfengge launches a full-scale assault, Lu Hong will not only be defeated, but will also suffer greatly. Ouyang Pei finally lifted her gaze to meet her grandfather's. Grandfather, you are mistaken. Lu Hong is far more astute than you think. He has long harbored suspicions about Lu Chuiyue. Although we are uncertain about the identity of the individual backing Lu Chuiyue, named Liangfengge, we are not entirely unprepared for the potential risks associated with this loan. Ouyang Yuan paused momentarily at this revelation, but quickly shook his head in response. Do not be obstinate, Pei, even if you anticipate some risks. Do you possess sufficient funds to cover the deficit? It is not merely this 400 million loan you must consider. You must also account for the upstream and downstream enterprises. I estimate you will need at least 700 million to navigate this crisis. Where, apart from our family, will you procure such a sum? Ouyang Pei abruptly stood up. I do not know, but Lu Hong has assured me that if I can hold on until February 15th, he will find a way to resolve everything. I trust him. After speaking, she disregarded Ouyang Yuan and departed. Ouyang Ziyuan, infuriated, trembled with rage and, after a prolonged silence, could not restrain himself from stamping his foot, exclaiming, "That stubborn girl, as obstinate as a mule. I wonder whom she takes after." Ouyang Shu and his wife exchanged wry smiles. "Peipei's temperament is a mirror image of yours. Who do you think she resembles?" Meanwhile, Ouyang Pei returned to her room, eager to call Lu Hong. However, she reconsidered, feeling that, given her position, she ought not to be privy to such clandestine matters of the political realm. Thus, she abandoned her initial plan and instead contacted one of her former subordinates at Ziyuan Freight, requesting that the information be relayed to Luo Hua. She knew that, given Luo Hua's relationship with Lu Hong, he would promptly pass the news along to him. As expected, it was not long before Lu Hong's call came through. "Ouyang, we have a situation. Zhang Cheng, the president of Chujiang Bank, has been arrested, and our loan may be subject to early repayment. Liang Fengge is orchestrating this behind the scenes." While Lu Hong spoke, he contemplated the notifications in his mind. Special task activated. Special task: preserve company control amid malicious attacks. Reward: advanced technological blueprints based on the equity retained. Hearing Lu Hong's calm demeanor eased some of Ouyang Pei's anxiety. "Boss, what should we do next? I can arrange for the legal team to prepare a lawsuit. Delaying it for a few months should not pose a problem." Lu Hong's voice remained steady. "No, that would play directly into Liang Fengge's hands. Engaging in a lawsuit with a local bank would provide him with too much leverage. He can easily manipulate public opinion and government influence to tarnish our reputation. He has undoubtedly prepared for this eventuality." "What then?" Ouyang Pei inquired, her urgency palpable. "Can we stick to the original plan and hold out until February 15th? Lu Hong questioned. Ouyang Pei nodded. "Even if the official procedures move swiftly, the notice demanding early repayment cannot be issued until after the Spring Festival holiday, which is February 1st. Regardless of whether we lodge any complaints, we are entitled to a minimum of 2 weeks for repayment preparation. In just this past fortnight, the upstream and downstream merchants have potentially caused considerable trouble, particularly Lu Chue. According to our contract, we are obligated to supply her with 8,000 Yinke units before February 10th, with payment to follow delivery, which will inevitably prolong our receivable cycle." Lu Hong spoke with an air of indifference, stating that they would comply. "As for other partners, it is similarly acceptable to delay payments until the 15th, correct?" "Delaying until the 15th is certainly manageable." Ouyang Pei nodded in agreement. Lu Hong exhaled softly and added, "By the way, the military has just informed me that the testing schedule for the improved Falcon model is set for early February, and I must expedite the production of the prototypes. During the 2 weeks following the festival, I will rely on your assistance." Ouyang Pei softly acknowledged, and after a moment's silence, suddenly inquired, "Boss, how are you?" "It's nothing. I will manage everything well." Chapter 75. The Liang family's offensive this year's New Year was destined to be anything but leisurely for Lu Hong. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the news of Zhang Cheng, the president of Chujian Bank, being arrested made headlines across major media platforms. Liang Fengge delivered this news as a New Year's gift to Lu Hong. On the second day, Lu Hong received a notification from Hu Yu, the original vice president and current acting president of Chujian Bank, indicating that Zhang Cheng had improperly approved loans. The Superior Department would formally demand that Honghu Technology repay 400 million yuan in loans ahead of schedule after the holiday, with an unforgiving tone that hinted at aggression. On the third day, many suppliers, seizing the opportunity of New Year greetings, began to probe for information, expressing that Zhang Cheng's downfall had left the Chujian business community in turmoil, with each company facing the possibility of being urged to repay loans, thus nullifying previously agreed-upon deferments of payment. By the fifth day, whistleblowers began to surface on major social media platforms, fervently exaggerating the potential crisis facing Honghu Technology. On the seventh day, internal sources revealed that Zhang Cheng had confessed completely. More partners began to approach Lu Hong, who found himself inundated with up to 300 phone calls in a single day. On the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, which corresponded to February 1st in the Gregorian calendar, the first working day of the new year, Hu Yu personally visited to deliver a notification demanding that Honghu Technology repay the 400 million yuan principal of the loan by February 15th, with interest waived. The announcement sent shockwaves through Chujian, instilling fear among the business community. The following day, a multitude of suppliers surged into Honghu Technology, insisting on immediate payment for goods. Ouyang Pei navigated the situation with utmost effort, averting a disaster. On February 3rd, news from the factory indicated that some suppliers had begun to halt deliveries, posing a risk of material shortages for Honghu Technology and threatening potential production stoppages. On February 4th, numerous major online media platforms suddenly amplified collective voices, exposing the grave risks to Honghu Technology's financial chain and the looming threat of factory shutdowns, which could lead to significant delays in product deliveries. The announcement ignited a frenzy online. Despite the public relations department of Honghu Technology swiftly issuing clarifications, over 20,000 orders vanished from the official website within a single day. In an instant, Honghu Technology found itself besieged from all sides. Amidst the tumultuous whirlwinds of fate, Lu Hong found himself increasingly perturbed. He began to comprehend the formidable nature of Liang Fengge. Once this individual becomes earnest, the skirmishes reminiscent of the national technology competition transform into a comprehensive and unassailable onslaught. With merely a single vulnerability, he could instigate waves of pressure across multiple fronts including finance, supply chains, and public opinion. Lu Hong harbored doubts that, had he not prepared a contingency, he might have succumbed to the overwhelming psychological strain within the brief span of the New Year festivities. The assault from the Liang clan was indeed ghostly in its ferocity. It is no wonder that this individual would later be recognized as the foremost figure among the second generation of commerce in the Summer Nation. Having returned early to his home in Chaojiang City, Lu Hong stood before the window, quietly observing the persistent drizzle outside. His heart stirred with mixed emotions, yet predominantly, it was filled with resolve. Unfortunately, at present, Honghu Technology was still in its nascent stages, forced into a defensive stance, where he granted 3 years to amass strength. He could well contend with Liang Fengge head-on. Yet, such an opportunity was likely to elude him. After this confrontation, with Honghu Technology's foundations solidified, it was improbable that Liang Fengge would pursue further folly. In time, as they navigated different trajectories, the chances for direct engagement would be scant. Reflecting on this, Lu Hong languidly stretched and turned towards the basement. The testing of the new military drone Model 01 was imminent, and he could not afford to squander time on inner turmoil. Simultaneously, Lu Chuiyue, accompanied by several subordinates, barged into Ouyang Pei's office like a proud swan. Observing Secretary Xiao Jiang being unceremoniously pushed to the ground by Lu Chuiyue's entourage, Ouyang Pei regarded her with a frosty glare. "General Manager Lu, this is Honghu Technology. Xiao Jiang is now under my employ. You are mistaken if you think you can assert your dominance here." A victorious smile adorned Lu Chuiyue's face as she nonchalantly approached Ouyang Pei, pulling out a chair to sit opposite her. "General Manager Ouyang, I am here to see Lu Hong. This little secretary lacks proper decorum and insisted on obstructing me. My subordinate acted impulsively. Do not take offense." Ouyang Pei, unwavering, met her gaze. "General Manager Lu is occupied with a business matter and is not in the company. If you have something to discuss, you may convey it to me." "Not in the company?" Lu Chuiyue scoffed, shaking her head. "In this current predicament, he has absconded, leaving you to bear the brunt? Ouyang, my dear, your judgment of men seems rather flawed." With disdain etched on her face, Ouyang Pei retorted, "Such divisive rhetoric will not take root here. If General Manager Lu has matters to address, feel free to state them. If not, kindly refrain from disrupting our company's operations." Seeing that Ouyang Pei remained impervious to her provocations, Lu Chuiyue relinquished her attempts at sowing discord. She regarded Ouyang Pei with a condescending look and said, "Very well. I have come across rumors online, suggesting that your factory is facing a shortage of materials and may soon cease operations. According to our contract, your company is obligated to deliver 8,000 Yankei models by February 10th. I came to inquire if, given your current circumstances, you will still be able to meet the deadline." Ouyang Pei maintained an impassive demeanor. Lu, a seasoned figure in the business world, would not easily fall for such unfounded rumors. "Rest assured, the goods will be delivered punctually to your designated warehouse. Not a single unit will be missing." "That is reassuring." Lu Chuiyue nodded slightly, leaning forward to draw closer to Ouyang Pei. 8,000 units of Yankei, still a payment upon delivery arrangement. The cost alone must accumulate to several tens of millions, wouldn't it? Your foundation is indeed substantial. However, no matter how solid the foundation, how long can it endure? Ouyang Pei remained as calm as ever, dismissing Lu's concerns. Furthermore, these 8,000 units of Yankei are not complementary, according to the contract. The 60 million payment from your side must be received by April 1st. A flicker of cold light passed through Lu Chiyue's eyes as she whispered in a tone only the two could hear. Indeed, but come April 1st. Who knows if Honghu Technology will still bear the surname Lu? With a light laugh, she turned and exited Ouyang Pei's office. It was only after her footsteps faded into the corridor that Ouyang Pei retracted her stern expression, a clear mockery appearing on her face as she muttered under her breath, "Fool. Even if the company doesn't carry the surname Lu, it certainly wouldn't be Liang. Let alone Lu, what are you laughing about?" Yet after her outburst, she tiredly pressed her forehead. As the date of February 15th drew nearer, Lu Hong showed no signs of movement, nor did he engage with any banks or financing institutions. Even with her resolve to trust Lu Hong, Ouyang Pei could not shake her doubts. Where would he procure 700 million? Perhaps it would be wise to prepare this sum at home, just in case an unexpected situation arose, enabling her to cover any potential shortfall. Chapter 76. What a family. Drones made of carbon fiber? Days later, at the Summer National Military Research Institute, in the 3rd Materials Research Institute, which operates under the Air Force's jurisdiction and specializes in the foundational material research for fighter jet fuselages. After a day of labor, Director Wu Zhengze returned to his office. Weary, just as he intended to take a brief respite, a knock sounded at the door. "Professor, are you there?" "It's Xiao Xiao. Come in." Wu Zhengze adjusted his glasses and turned to face the young man entering. The newcomer was his student, Xiao Ruiqing, a PhD in materials science from Northwest University. Noticing the urgency etched on his face, Wu Zhengze's heart sank. What had happened? "Professor, the data from the laboratory has come in. The latest batch of trial carbon fiber epoxy resin composite materials has failed the inspection." Wu Zhengze's heart plummeted, his expression swiftly draining of color. Another failure. This composite material is one of the foundational materials for the next generation of fighter jets, with a quarter of a jet's fuselage requiring its use. As this material is monopolized by Western countries, the military has no choice but to rely on self-developed alternatives for large-scale utilization. The 3rd Materials Research Institute is one of the key entities responsible for this endeavor. Wu Zhengze gradually settled back onto the sofa, and after a moment of silence, he could no longer contain himself and struck the coffee table forcefully, causing the teacups atop it to leap. Year after year, there had been no progress. How long must they endure this trial? Xiao Ruiqing shivered, remaining silent. The materials industry is unlike any other. It is a realm where theoretical research offers little guidance, and the development of new materials relies almost entirely on experimentation. Countless trials and innumerable failures yield but a single success. Wu Zhengze was acutely aware that in this field, failure is the norm, while success is a rare stroke of fortune. Yet, his frustration was palpable. The research on carbon fiber composites had languished for 2 decades without advancement. Hundreds of billions in funding had been consumed, with nothing to show for it. The higher-ups had nearly lost faith in the domestic production of carbon fiber composites, repeatedly slashing the budget for related research. They could no longer withstand further failures. Wu Zhengze let out a bitter sigh. "Xiao, do you understand what this material signifies for the development of our next-generation fighter jets?" Xiao Ruiqing nodded. He understood that the development of the next-generation fighter was the most vital project for the Military Research Institute in the past decade. According to the design, the front fuselage and tail wing of the aircraft were to utilize this material. For just a few experimental aircraft, imported materials could suffice. However, for mass production, the materials must be sourced domestically. Should the next-generation fighter falter due to fundamental material issues, it would be a tremendous blow to the morale of the entire Military Research Institute. The entire Materials Institute, along with the material research departments of allied units, would find it difficult to hold their heads high before their superiors. Contemplating this, he gritted his teeth and retrieved his phone. "Professor, I came across an Army equipment inspection report while retrieving the documents. I discreetly captured an image of it. Could you please take a look?" Upon hearing this, Wu Zhengze was incensed. "What are you doing, Xiao? You've been at the Institute for 3 years. Haven't you memorized the confidentiality regulations? You're making a grave mistake. Delete it at once." Xiao Ruiqing's expression changed, and he instinctively wanted to apologize. However, thinking of the challenges faced by their department, he clenched his teeth and insisted, "Professor, please, you must take a look. This Army equipment's material seems to be carbon fiber. According to the inspection data, it appears to meet our requirements." "What?" Wu Zhengze was taken aback, snatching the phone from him. The image on the phone was somewhat blurry. clearly indicating that Xiao Ruiqing had been quite nervous while taking the picture. After all, this was confidential material, and if discovered, he could easily be labeled a spy. Fortunately, the critical parts of the report were still legible. The tensile strength exceeded 3,500, the elastic modulus surpassed 220, and under non-oxidizing conditions. It showed no melting or softening at 3,000. All key parameters were normal. Such excellent data. As he gazed intently, Wu Zheng's eyes gradually widened. Having dealt with various materials for the better part of his life, he could form concepts in his mind with just a glance at the data. This was undoubtedly a carbon fiber composite material of over grade 300. Such a material would certainly meet all the requirements for constructing the next generation of fighter jets. After flipping through the pages several times, Wu Zhengzi suddenly turned to Xiao Ruiqing. Why are there only a few pages? Where's the cover? Xiao Ruiqing wore a wry smile. Are you going to say I made a mistake now? Do you expect me to make a bigger one? I snuck this while the staff were on their break in the restroom. There was no time to finish taking the pictures. Realizing his own misstep and questioning, Wu Zhengzi awkwardly chuckled. Do you remember what equipment this inspection report pertains to? Xiao Ruiqing nodded. Yes, it's for a drone. Wu Zhengzi was taken aback. A drone? R&T drones the Air Force's equipment? Xiao Ruiqing quickly clarified. It's a small drone intended for individual use by the Army. Only the size of a pot lid. I believe it's called the Falcon? Wu Zhengzi was stunned. A drone for individual use by the Army? What kind of household is this? A drone made of carbon fiber? How much does one of these cost? Has the Army struck gold? Or did they encounter a benefactor while parading around in their 59 model this year? With these thoughts, he could no longer remain seated and swiftly rose to retrieve his coat from the rack. Let us go. Take me to the laboratory. I must see the actual object for myself. The two hurriedly raced to the materials testing laboratory, bursting into the inspection center and startling the researchers along the way. What has gotten into Director Wu? Why is he charging through like a wild boar? The duo arrived at the report collection area of the inspection center. Xiao Ruiqing glanced around and shouted, Teacher, it's gone. Wu Zhengzi's eyes turned red as he seized the staff member at the collection desk and shouted, Where's the report? The inspection report for that drone. The staff member, nearly in tears, stammered, It's been taken. Who took it? Which Unit S report was it? It was Yang, a disciple of Academician Song. He just left. Wu Zhengzi released him and dashed outside, where he indeed spotted a young man carrying a briefcase and a portfolio. Without a second thought, he charged forward. Minutes later, during a meeting, Song Wei received a call from his disciple. On the line, Yang's voice was choked with emotion, filled with grievance. Teacher, I've been robbed. Director Wu from the Materials Institute seized the drone we sent for inspection. He did it himself. Chapter 77. The Army is using it before the Air Force? The following morning at 8 o'clock, at the Air Force headquarters in Shidu, a dozen elderly gentlemen sat around the conference table, engaging in hushed conversations. These were titans of the materials science community in Xia, some of whom were even pioneers in the entire industry. Seated in the center was the venerable elder, Academician He Qingsong, a recognized luminary in the field. Noticing the heavy dark circles under Wu Zhengzi's eyes, He Qingsong couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, Xiao Wu. Have you stayed up late again? You're no longer young. You must take care of your health. Allow the younger generation some opportunities. Wu Zhengzi, with a resigned expression, replied, Teacher, national affairs outweigh all. How could I dare to be negligent? He Qingsong leaned in slightly, gesturing with his eyes toward Song Wei, who was seated across from them. Today, we have all materials experts present. Why is old Song here? Furthermore, it seems he harbors some grievances against you. Wu Zhengzi offered a faint, rueful smile. Just the day before, in a moment of desperation, he had brazenly seized a drone and its inspection report from Song Wei's student, Yang, in plain view of the public. This incident had infuriated Song Wei, who promptly reported him to the leadership of the Research Institute, resulting in a severe reprimand. Although the misunderstanding was resolved afterward, Song Wei still bore him no goodwill. Aware of his fault, Wu Zhengzi now avoided Song Wei whenever possible. At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open. Two middle-aged men, each adorned with 2 stars, strode into the room. Among them, the one clad in an Air Force uniform was well known to all present. He was their frequent collaborator, Major General Zhuoxin Zhan, Director of Air Force Equipment. However, the other man in Army attire was unfamiliar to them. Their focus was primarily on aerospace materials, with little interaction with the Army. Why would an Army Major General come to a meeting at the Air Force headquarters? As the attendees pondered this, Shu Xingjian spoke. I apologize for summoning you all here so early. Allow me to introduce, this is Major General Su Shoujua, Director of Army Equipment. We currently have a significant project that requires your expertise for discussion. The secretary promptly distributed the prepared materials to everyone present. The title read, Testing Report on Carbon Fiber Composite Materials. The scholars maintained their composure. This material was not novel, having been researched for many years. It had long been in mass production internationally, yet domestically, it remained elusive. Impressive data, He Ching-song remarked after a brief review. I recall that the elastic modulus of 300 in the international market typically hovers around 200. Achieving over 220 for this material signifies a substantial breakthrough. The other scholars nodded in agreement. The data was indeed commendable, surpassing that of the international market's 300. Is this product developed by comrades on the secret front? Which laboratory produced it? If that is the case, seeing this is of no use to us, they murmured. Indeed, no matter how good the data is, if it cannot be mass-produced, it is of little value. As the conversation progressed, the atmosphere among the attendees grew increasingly restless. The development of military technology in Xiagua had always begun with imitation. Initially, comrades from secret departments procured finished products through various channels, subsequently handing them over to military research institutes, the Academy of Sciences, and numerous esteemed universities for reverse engineering studies. Over the years, this has enabled the nation of Xia to master reverse engineering, achieving unparalleled prowess in the field. However, material science cannot embark on such a path. The essence of matter cannot be dissected through reverse engineering to yield production processes, rendering imitation exceedingly challenging. Even if samples are obtained, the inability to analyze specific manufacturing techniques hampers mass production. Noticing the furrowed brows of the attendees, Shu Xingjian spoke up. There is no need for speculation. The material detailed in the report is domestically produced. The purpose of gathering everyone today is to ascertain whether this material can be utilized in our aircraft. A hush fell over the conference room. After a moment, He Ching-song abruptly stood up. General Zhua, is what you say truly the case? Shu Xingjian nodded, casting a glance at Su Shoujua beside him. Indeed, this report pertains to a newly developed piece of army equipment. He Ching-song was taken aback. Army equipment? What kind? An engine? It is an unmanned aerial vehicle, Su Shoujua replied with a smile. It was recommended to us by Academician Song. All eyes turned toward Song Wei. Isn't Academician Song involved in intelligent control? How did he venture into materials? Furthermore, the new generation of reconnaissance strike integrated UAV project he oversees is an Air Force initiative. Why is he aiding the Army in developing equipment? Seeing the perplexed expressions on everyone's faces, Shu Xingjian couldn't help but jest. Academician Song, you are being rather unfair. You are clearly leading a project for our Air Force. Why does the Army get the benefit of your excellent work first? An unmanned aerial vehicle should undoubtedly belong to the Air Force. How come the Army has it before we do? Song Wei rolled his eyes. This UAV is not my creation. It was developed by a private enterprise. I merely assisted with the recommendation. Besides, this type of UAV is not something your Air Force would find appealing. Oh, what kind of UAV could possibly be beneath the Air Force's interest? Shu Xingjian inquired. Song Wei cast an annoyed glance at Wu Zhengzi. Director Wu, do not keep it hidden. Present your trophy for the leaders to see. Wu Zhengzi chuckled awkwardly, retrieving a briefcase from under the table and opening it to reveal a compact unmanned aerial vehicle. Once fully unfolded, the UAV was no larger than a cooking pot lid. Shu Xingjian immediately grasped the implications. How far can this thing actually fly? Su Shoujua interjected with a laugh. Its maximum range is merely 50 kilometers. It wouldn't even keep pace with a single throttle of your Air Force, so don't get your hopes up. Meanwhile, a group of experts had surrounded the UAV, examining it with intense focus, akin to beholding a rare treasure. The casing and primary structure of this UAV are made of carbon fiber? Goodness. How much does this UAV cost? 100,000? 150,000? The crowd turned to Su Shoujua, their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. It is often said that the Army is impoverished, the Navy is affluent, and the Air Force is exceedingly wealthy. However, upon closer inspection, the Army is not only well-funded but also possesses advanced equipment that even the affluent Air Force lacks. This is nothing short of extravagant. Shu Xingjian seems somewhat envious. Old Su, it appears you have struck gold this year. 100,000 for a single soldier drone? Doesn't that mean your company could outfit an entire company with 100 units? How many will your combined brigade be equipped with? 2,000 or 3,000? Meanwhile, he muses quietly to himself. Has the army really resorted to begging with the 34 this year? The results are astonishing. It seems our Air Force was overly cautious in engaging with 6th Master. Perhaps we should consider the Y-5 next year? The twin-wing propeller aircraft offers a more striking visual impact. Watching the Air Force indulge in their wealth, Su Shojua feels an immense satisfaction. When has the Army ever been so extravagant before the Air Force? Yet, one must speak candidly. How can it be so expensive? The quoted price for the Falcon drone is merely 25,000. Chapter 78. Has the boss broken the rules? Su Shojua's words once again plunged the conference room into silence. After a moment, He Ching-song's hesitant voice broke through. 25,000 each? Is that for the Xia Yuan model? Su Shojua chuckled, of course. Are we procuring the Ying Yuan? The eyes of all the scholars widened in astonishment. 25,000 each. If it were made from imported materials, the price could not possibly be so low. So, this carbon fiber must be entirely domestically produced. Not only is it fully domestic, but it must also have undergone large-scale production. Indeed, otherwise, the price would not be so reasonable. In an instant, a dozen seasoned scholars trembled with excitement. The research into carbon fiber composite materials has been underway for 2 decades. Hundreds of billions invested, and not a single ripple was seen. Suddenly, it has reached mass production. Everyone understands what this signifies for the military and the materials science community in Xia country. Moments later, He Ching-song straightened his hunched back. Leaders of the Air Force and esteemed colleagues, I propose we immediately form an inspection team to evaluate this company's production line. Shui Xingjian immediately concurred. I will arrange for a flight. We shall depart today? Su Shojua added. I will have my contacts reach out to the owner of that company. The owner is in Chujian City, and the factory is located in the bustling metropolis. We must give them some time to prepare. Shui Xingjian nodded, noting that today is February 13th, and the inspection should be scheduled for tomorrow morning. I will contact the National Security Department and the local garrison to ensure proper security measures. Half an hour later, Lu Hong received a call from Li Weigua. Li Weigua spoke rapidly, his voice tinged with impatience. Hello, Lu Hong, you mentioned earlier that the Falcon is entirely domestically produced. Is that true? The bluntness of the question left Lu Hong momentarily bewildered. What is going on? Li Weigua did not answer but continued pressing. Is the fuselage material also domestic? Yes. Is the production line located in the bustling metropolis? Indeed, at the Sonyang High-Tech Park, you should be able to locate the factory address. Is the entire production line intact? If not, what exactly is the situation? Li Weigua, however, chose not to respond directly, instead stating in a grave tone, tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. You will be at the factory to welcome the inspection by the superior. Remember, this is classified. Do not disclose it to anyone. Lu Hong was taken aback. What? An inspection by a superior? Which superior? What is to be inspected? You will find out in due course. Now hurry off to the magical city. With that, Li Weigua abruptly ended the call. Listening to the busy signal on the line, Lu Hong remained momentarily stunned. Li Weigua held the rank of Major General. The superior he mentioned surely could not be of a lower rank. This implied a high-ranking military official. What could such a military dignitary possibly want with a private enterprise? Was it for a Falcon drone? A mere small, unmanned aerial vehicle, and merely a modified version at that, worthy of a special visit from a military heavyweight? After contemplating for a long while without clarity, he reluctantly set aside his speculations and headed directly to the airport. Tomorrow was February 14th, and the day after marked the decisive moment. He silently hoped that the superior's inspection would not be prolonged, as he needed to return to Chujiang to oversee matters. Simultaneously, in the presidential suite on the top floor of the Dihao Grand Hotel, Liang Fengge sat pensively by the floor-to-ceiling window. In the first half of February, the public situation of Honghu Technology deteriorated day by day, to the extent that even established partners like Chu Chunxing began to tentatively inquire about its status. In the eyes of most, Honghu Technology appeared precariously close to collapse. The mastermind orchestrating everything from the shadows, Liang Fengge, was exceedingly pleased with the unfolding events. Yet he felt a deep sense of confusion. In the weeks following the Spring Festival, it was the vice president, surnamed Ouyang, who had been managing affairs at Honghu Technology, while Lu Hong, the owner, seldom appeared at the company. What was he up to? With the very foundation of his enterprise at stake, Liang Fengge could hardly believe that Lu Hong was unconcerned. Despite his rebellious nature, Liang Fengge was meticulous in his dealings and did not underestimate Lu Hong, who had previously triumphed over formidable adversaries under dire circumstances. Even before launching the hunt for Honghu technology, he had mobilized all available resources, leveraging his connections to closely monitor every potential source of funding for Lu Hong. Yet, as of today, he had not discovered Lu Hong engaging with any investors. The more elusive Lu Hong became, the greater Liang Fengge's doubts grew. When cornered, even a rabbit will kick back. It was inconceivable that Lu Hong, a living person, would simply sit idle. Finally, Liang Fengge could no longer remain passive. He revealed his next move, dialing the office of the district chief in Songyang, Magic City. District Chief Bao, this is Liang Fengge. Please take action tomorrow. Yes, send a joint enforcement team to seal off Honghu Technology's factory in the magical city. The more public the spectacle, the better. The following morning at 8:30. At the entrance of the Honghu Technology factory, two unlicensed off-road vehicles approached slowly. The head of security promptly stepped forward to inquire. From the leading vehicle emerged two men with crew cuts, clad in black suits and white shirts, adorned with badges on their chests. In response to the security chief's inquiries, the duo displayed a demeanor of cold indifference. National Security is conducting an investigation. Irrelevant personnel. Please do not obstruct. The security chief felt his legs weaken. Every citizen of Xia State is aware of the enigmatic National Security Department. Yet most individuals go through life without ever encountering them. To his astonishment, National Security had appeared here. What business could they possibly have at our modest model aircraft manufacturing facility? He stared blankly as the two men took control of the security office and opened the factory gates. Shortly thereafter, two brown and white minibuses, each capable of seating 18, entered the premises. The security chief recognized that such vehicles were typically occupied by high-ranking officials and, indeed, significant leaders. National security and high-ranking officials? Had the boss committed some transgression? The next moment, he witnessed the arrival of two military vehicles, adorned in gray urban camouflage and bearing Air Force licenses. The military trucks halted not far from him, and dozens of stern-faced, fully armed soldiers leaped from the rear compartments. As a military enthusiast, the security chief instantly recognized their equipment. The latest model of the 191 rifle paired with various optics, modular helmets, and complete tactical bulletproof vests. Only the absence of a rocket launcher was notable. This was the most elite special forces unit from the war zone. Just this handful of individuals could topple a considerable nation in Africa. As he watched the soldiers swiftly disperse into the factory buildings, snipers rapidly ascended to vantage points. The security chief could no longer bear the weight of the unfolding events and collapsed onto the ground. Good heavens! National security and special forces have both arrived. Has the boss violated some celestial decree? Are they here to annihilate entire clans? Surely, as a mere security guard, I cannot be counted among the boss's extended family. Chapter 79. You do not possess this material? Lu Hong met the gathering outside the factory's office building. His eyes immediately fell upon the two men leading the group, distinguished by the two stars on their shoulders. Lu Hong was taken aback. Goodness, two major generals. What a grand spectacle. What could this be about? Moreover, why was one of them an Air Force major general? Wasn't it the army that purchased my drones? Fortunately, among the crowd, he spotted familiar faces. Li Weiguo and Song Wei stepped forward to greet him, alleviating some of his tension as he escorted the leaders into the office building. In the conference room on the top floor of the office building, Li Weiguo took the initiative to introduce the parties. Mr. Liu, allow me to make the introductions. This is Major General Zhuo Xinjiang, Director of Air Force Equipment. This is Major General Su Shouzhua, Director of Army Equipment. This is Academician He Qing-song, the father of material science in our country. This is Chief Engineer Chen Yang, who leads our next-generation fighter jet project. And this is Minister Lin Yuan from the Ministry of Defense Science and Industry. This is Academician Song Wei, an old acquaintance. After a thorough introduction, Li Weiguo found himself somewhat dazed. The gathering of so many high-ranking leaders and experts was, to his recollection, a rare occurrence, save for meetings at the national level. To put it bluntly, if a missile were to strike this conference room now, the military technology of Xia country would likely regress by 30 years. Upon concluding the introductions, Lu Hong steadied his nerves, feeling immensely honored by the presence of such distinguished leaders and experts. Were they here to observe the production of the Falcon drone? Perfect timing, as my new production line has just been completed and is currently in trial operation. Zhuo Xinjiang shook his head, saying, Mr. Liu, we are not here for the drones. Our focus is on the carbon fiber materials you utilize in the Falcon. Lu Hong slightly nodded, his curiosity beginning to unravel. What was the significance of carbon fiber? He asked calmly, as he subconsciously did not perceive the material as particularly remarkable. From his past life's memories, he recalled that the Xia Air Force would soon experience rapid advancements, with various new aircraft making their debut in succession. To him, such achievements implied that breakthroughs in foundational materials had already been made. His tranquility drove the experts to the brink of frustration. It's carbon fiber, the world's premier composite material. What do you mean? What is the issue? He Ching Song cleared his throat, suppressing his excitement, and said, Mr. Liu, we have tested your Falcon and found that 70% of its body is composed of carbon fiber. With such a substantial use of carbon fiber, how can your price be only 25,000 per unit? Is that even profitable? Lu Hong found himself momentarily puzzled, hesitating before replying. I suppose it's still profitable? The actual cost of the Falcon was not significantly higher than the original, but he had nonetheless inflated the price by 25. Surely, the military would not confront him over this, nor would they dispatch such prominent leaders for that reason, would they? Upon hearing his response, He Ching Song's heart raced. So, your carbon fiber materials are self-produced, correct? What is the self-sufficiency rate? Lu Hong, looking bewildered, replied, Of course, it's 100. All the carbon fiber in this factory is self-manufactured. Completely self-manufactured? From raw materials to finished products, without any external assistance? Zhu Xingjian could not contain himself and stood up. Of course, otherwise, how could I keep costs down? Lu Hong suddenly realized and asked, What? Judging by your expressions, does the military not possess this material? Zhu Xingjian fell silent, while He Ching Song and other materials experts turned crimson. For 20 years, the entire nation, from the Academy of Sciences to military research institutes, and across hundreds of university laboratories, had employed over 100,000 personnel and billions in funding, all yielding no results. Seeing their reaction, Lu Hong understood everything in an instant and felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was somewhat inconsiderate to pose such a question in front of these leading experts in materials science. Su Shouzhua quickly stepped in to ease the tension, saying, It's like this, Mr. Liu, we took the Falcon you previously sent for testing, and coincidentally, it caught the attention of the Air Force personnel. They discovered that the materials utilized in your drone are perfectly suited for the next generation of fighter jets, and thus sought our Army's assistance in making a connection. Could you consider supplying some of these materials to the Air Force? Lu Hong scratched his head, expressing his concern about insufficient production capacity. As you know, my primary business revolves around drones. The carbon fiber production line was established solely for my own use. Upon hearing this, the experts' faces flushed with embarrassment. The nation has devoted immense resources, and countless materials science experts have struggled to develop a mass production technique for carbon fiber. Yet, here you are, a private enterprise owner, casually creating it merely for your own products? Su Shouzhua, somewhat perplexed, remarked that our military had just placed an order for 10,000 units of the Falcon, and the estimated annual demand is only around 20 to 30,000. Is there really a need for a dedicated materials production line? Lu Hong responded with conviction. Of course there is. While your military orders may not be substantial, I have civilian orders for the Yankee drone as well. We have over 200,000 backlogged orders for our civilian drones. The Air Force officers and on-site experts were nearly driven to madness. What? You intend to use a new type of material, which cannot even be utilized in the Air Force's most advanced fighter jets, for civilian drones? This is outrageous. Such extravagance. As the seasoned experts seemed ready to roll up their sleeves in anger, Su Shouzhua hastily intervened to mediate. Insufficient production capacity is not an insurmountable issue. As long as the technology is sound, production can be scaled up. Shall we take a look at the production line? Soon, the conference room doors swung open. A throng of leaders and experts surrounded Lu Hong like a constellation of stars, following him towards the production workshop. Along the way, the factory employees were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Dozens of Special Forces soldiers had seized the factory early in the morning. Those unaware might have thought they were there for a severe reckoning. They were all contemplating how to distance themselves from the owner. Yet now a group of individuals seemed to elevate him to the center of attention. The group swiftly arrived at the production workshop. The expansive space reverberated with the roar of machinery, yet only a few workers were monitoring the operations, as it had nearly achieved full automation. Lu Hong led everyone to a production line, stating, "This is our currently operational 300 production line, employing a 48-bundle production process." The experts nodded in agreement. Song Wei inquired, "Is this a fully automated production line? Did you develop this technology as well?" Lu Hong smiled and nodded, explaining, "You see, our company, Honghu Technology, originally focused on automation control software for machinery. The engineering software for this automated production line was entirely developed by my team and me. Only then did the materials science experts recall that, as Song Wei had previously mentioned, Lu Hong's expertise lies in machinery and software. The domestic production of carbon fiber materials, a challenge that had eluded the nation for 2 decades, had seemingly been resolved by an outsider. Who could they possibly hold accountable for such an extraordinary turn of events? Chapter 80. A Treasure Unearthed. Within the production workshop, the experts, having endured relentless shocks, could only strive to redirect their attention towards the equipment. What is the purpose of this device? Why have I never encountered it before? He Ching Song inquired with a puzzled expression, pointing at a towering machine. As a leading figure in the field, he had seen countless innovations, yet this particular machine was entirely foreign to him. Other experts gathered around, scrutinizing the machine with curiosity. "Ah, this is a 3-stage high-pressure molding oven, used for crafting customized body modules," Lu Hong promptly elucidated. Although he did not hail from a materials science background, the entire process of this production line stemmed from schematics awarded by the system, as well as the advancements achieved through technical upgrades. To prepare for today's inspection, he had spent the previous night reacquainting himself with the intricacies of the carbon fiber production line, which was among his least familiar areas. Though his understanding of the underlying principles was somewhat limited, his grasp of industrial production was sufficient for the moment. 3-stage high-pressure molding? You have mastered such a technique? He Ching Song exclaimed, his face a canvas of astonishment. "Indeed, is there a problem?" Lu Hong replied, slightly perplexed. He Ching Song nearly choked on his own words. "Is there a problem? The issue is monumental. This carbon fiber molding technology has only appeared in scholarly papers and has yet to be applied in industrial production. And here you are, integrating it into your production line? Just this single process could yield several publications in premier global journals." Lu Hong, however, was unaware of the gravity of the situation. This technique was a byproduct of technical enhancement. He had discovered that the production line utilizing this method reduced costs by approximately 20% compared to the original version, hence its implementation. He had no inkling that he was employing a globally leading technology. Noticing He Ching Song's incessant coughing, Lu Hong mistakenly assumed there was an issue with his production line and humbly stated, "Esteemed experts, I am merely a fledgling enterprise, and I am not a materials specialist. If there are any deficiencies in my production line, I sincerely welcome your guidance and advice." His words were delivered with genuine humility. Yet, the experts gazed at him with reverence. Initially, they had intended to assess the areas for improvement within Honghu Technology's production line, considering it a private enterprise. Even if the products were deemed satisfactory, there might still be room for procedural enhancement. However, they now felt a profound sense of inadequacy. They could not compare. It was truly beyond their reach. Rather than an inspection, it was more akin to a learning experience. No, they were not even qualified to learn. Some processes were so advanced that they could not comprehend them at all. Had it not been for the military support, they might have had to pay tuition to witness such an advanced production line. In that moment, the experts could only repeatedly decline. They were not in a position to offer guidance. Rather, they sought to learn from Lu Hong. Indeed, the technological prowess of Mr. Lu is unparalleled on a global scale. We have truly opened our eyes. Mr. Lu, would you be interested in delivering a lecture at the Academy of Sciences? Additionally, Peking University would also like to extend an invitation for you to speak. Observing the admiration of the experts towards Lu Hong's innovations, Shui Xinjian felt a surge of delight within. Merely by witnessing the experts' attitudes, he realized that this encounter was a precious opportunity. He immediately approached Lu Hong, grasping his hand, and said, "Mr. Lu, you need not worry about production capacity. Whatever resources or funding you require, simply express your needs, and we shall strive to assist you." He inquired, "How long do you believe it would take to expand production capacity by an additional 3,000 tons annually?" Lu Hong contemplated this and turned to the assembly. "I recall you previously mentioned that carbon fiber materials are intended for use in fighter jets, correct?" Chief Engineer Chen Yang nodded affirmatively. "Primarily, they are for the airframe and tail components of combat aircraft." He Shin Song promptly added, in addition to fighter jets. There is substantial demand in the aerospace sector, for instance, artificial satellites and spacecraft. With a thoughtful expression, Lu Hong queried, if that is the case, is the 300-grade material truly sufficient? Qinyang quickly reassured him, it is indeed adequate. We have conducted tests on your materials, and all specifications meet our military standards. Yet, Lu Hong remained unconvinced. Wouldn't higher-strength materials be even more advantageous? The expert's eyes widened in astonishment. Do you possess carbon fiber of even greater strength? Lu Hong nodded cautiously and inquired. I have a mature 700-grade material, initially developed for the next generation of drones. Would you be interested? He had previously tested and discovered that the 300-grade material was nearing its limits when utilized in the Falcon. To advance the development of the next generation of small, high-speed fixed-wing drones, he had proactively upgraded his carbon fiber production line. However, his plans for the next generation of drones had encountered a bottleneck. This type of small fixed-wing drone found itself in a precarious position. When employed for aerial photography or reconnaissance, it could not compete with larger drones and failed to fully exploit its high-speed capabilities. If utilized as a kamikaze weapon, the costs were prohibitively high. The sole viable solution lay in leveraging artificial intelligence systems to create swarming drone clusters, significantly reducing the cost per unit. Yet, the current global advancements in artificial intelligence were insufficient to meet his requirements. Consequently, the prematurely developed 700-grade material had become surplus capacity, leaving the pristine production line gathering dust in the factory. Upon hearing this, Qinyang became exhilarated, grasping Lu Hong's hand, and exclaimed, yes, absolutely. With the 700-grade material, not only can the 5th-generation aircraft currently in design accommodate more equipment, but even the 6th-generation aircraft still in preliminary research will not be hindered by material shortages. Zhuo Xingjian trembled with excitement, asserting emphatically, Mr. Lu, rest assured, whatever quantity of 700-grade material you produce, we shall procure. Lu Hong breathed a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. Finally, my 5,000 tons of annual production capacity has found a buyer, and I can contribute to the nation. Zhuo Xingjian's expression suddenly stiffened upon hearing the words. 5,000 tons. Is that too much? Not at all. My production line can operate for merely 8 months each year. Lu Hong reassuringly replied. Then let us settle on 3,000 tons annually, Zhuo Xingjian said, nearly breaking into a cold sweat. 5,000 tons was simply beyond the capacity of the 700 Air Force. It wouldn't make sense to replace the old Y-5 with materials meant for the 700, would it? With this thought, he turned to the accompanying personnel from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology and reminded them not to forget to include Honghu Technology in the National Defense Industry Directory and to issue a military license to Mr. Lu. A military license was a rare commodity. With it, the supervising authority for Honghu Technology would become the National Defense Science and Technology Commission, relegating local business, tax, and urban management departments to the sidelines, thus providing immense convenience for the enterprise. Zhuo Xingjian had anticipated that Lu Hong would be elated, but to his surprise, the latter appeared quite embarrassed. As he pondered this, he heard Su Shouzhua beside him softly remark, Old Zhuo, are you taking our army lightly? Mr. Lu's drones have already passed our army's acceptance tests. His military license will be issued by the end of the month. Why would it fall to you to hand it out? Zhuo Xingjian found himself at a loss for words once more. Just then, a subordinate rushed in from outside and whispered in his ear, Report. Someone is forcefully breaking into the factory. Chapter 81. Even the security at Honghu Technology is so bold? Half an hour after the military inspection team entered the Honghu Technology factory area, a convoy arrived at the factory's entrance. Leading the pack was a pickup truck emblazoned with the words Urban Management. Following closely were numerous official vehicles from departments such as taxation and environmental protection. Bringing up the rear was an interview vehicle carrying reporters from the Magic City Television News Channel. The newly appointed reporter Kai Xiaotian was about to disembark when her photographer partner, LVU, pulled her back. Xiaotian, are we really going to go live? Kai Xiaotian looked at him in confusion. We've already arrived. Are you backing out? LVU lowered his voice. This is the factory of Honghu Technology. And so what? Kai Xiaotian retorted. Are you really that naive or just pretending? Honghu Technology was personally brought in by our Mayor Hao. It's only been a few months. Are we going to expose them? Live. Don't you want to work in the Magic City anymore? Kai Xiaotian frowned. But this task was assigned by Deputy Director Chu. It has nothing to do with us. LVU whispered. Haven't we seen enough instances where innocent bystanders suffer due to others' troubles? We can't be used as pawns. Let us just say our equipment malfunctioned and not follow them. How does that sound? Kai Xiaotian rolled her eyes at him. Look at you, acting so timid. We're merely following the joint enforcement of the Sanyang district relevant departments. Even if Honghu Technology is displeased, can they blame us? Enough of this nonsense. They're getting out of their cars. Let us hurry and catch up. With no other option, LVU reluctantly shouldered his camera and exited the vehicle. The two adjusted their lenses and soon began the live broadcast. Hello everyone, I am Kai Xiaotian from Magic City News. Today, we accompanied relevant authorities from Sanyang District to conduct a joint on-site inspection. The target of today's enforcement team's surprise check was a renowned enterprise, Honghu Technology, which secured the national championship in the technology competition last October, located in the Sanyang high-tech zone. According to Captain Zhang Xiao of the urban management team, they received reports alleging that Honghu Technology's factory was engaging in illegal production, violating environmental regulations, and evading taxes. Today, we will follow the enforcement team to carry out an on-site investigation. Since the national technology competition broadcast shattered viewership records last year, Magic City Television has experienced a renaissance. Presently, the network's live streaming studio has amassed millions of fans. As soon as the broadcast commenced, a surge of viewers flooded in. After listening to Kai Xiaotian's introduction, the live chat erupted with astonishment. What? Authorities from Sanyang District are investigating Honghu Technology? Magic City Television actually dispatched reporters to cover the event live? Wasn't Honghu Technology personally courted by the mayor of Magic City just last year? I heard Honghu Technology has been expanding too rapidly in recent months, nearing a financial breakdown. I heard that too. I can't believe even Magic City is taking action against Honghu Technology. Is it true that Honghu Technology is on the brink of collapse? When the walls fall, everyone pushes. Oh my. I even reserved a drone from Honghu Technology and paid a deposit of 200. Hurry, go get a refund. If the company goes bankrupt, I want to be able to get my money back. Under the deliberate guidance of online commentators, chaos swiftly began to spread from the live stream to various social media platforms. Countless viewers flocked to the live studio. After several months, the scene of bustling crowds reappeared at Magic City Television's live stream. Within just 10 minutes of airing, the number of viewers surpassed 1 million. In the office of Chuyu Technology's general manager in Chujing City, Liang Fengge sat in Lu Chuyue's position, quietly watching this scene unfold on his phone. As he observed the rapid rise of this broadcast on major platforms, with countless onlookers flocking to the live stream, a faint smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. This was precisely the effect he desired. Whether or not there were issues at Honghu Technology's factory was inconsequential. What mattered was that it was under scrutiny. It was being investigated before the eyes of millions. In the age of the internet, the truth is never significant. The narrative is what counts. Following today, the investigation of Honghu Technology would trend at the top of search results, becoming the final straw that could break Lu Hong. A wave of cancellations would sweep over Honghu Technology's products. Confidence in Honghu Technology within the capital market would plummet. After today, no capital entity would dare to risk aiding Honghu Technology. And tomorrow, when Shujiang Bank comes calling for the 400 million yuan loan, he would arrive with a check, delivering the final blow to Lu Hong. At that moment, Lu Chuyue gracefully entered, carrying 2 glasses of red wine. With a charming smile, she handed a glass of red wine to Liang Fengge. Mr. Liang, our victory is assured this time. Upon hearing this, Liang Fengge set down his phone and accepted the wine. The acquisition process had been completed. Miss Chuyu, you may now refer to me as your boss. Lu Chuyue's eyes flickered, and she slowly bowed her head. Yes, boss. Simultaneously, unfortunate news reached Ouyang Pei. She quickly opened her phone and, as expected, saw on the camera that enforcement officers from the relevant department were approaching the gates of her factory. On the computer screen before her, unfavorable news about her company began flooding in from various platforms. This is terrible. This must be Liang Fengge's doing. He excels at manipulating public opinion online. We're in trouble now. At that moment, through the live stream, she witnessed the leading captain of the urban management team striding towards her factory's security booth. The cameraman hastened to follow, adjusting the angle. Captain Zhang, with a face full of flesh and an intimidating demeanor, had an exceptionally loud voice, providing him a significant advantage in his daily enforcement duties. His proudest achievement was frightening vendors from an entire street with a single shout, resulting in 3 injuries. This incident earned him the nickname Ferocious Zhang Fei within the urban management team, a reference to his ability to scare away over 100 vendors with his roar. Zhang Xiao had a commendable presence on camera, striking what he deemed his most formidable pose before the security booth, delivering a commanding shout. "We are the joint enforcement personnel of Sanyang District. Open the door for inspection." Soon, 2 crew-cut security guards emerged from the booth, donned in black suits and white shirts, with badges adorning their chests. This attire momentarily stunned Zhang Xiao. What kind of establishment is Honghu Technology? Even the security personnel are outfitted so stylishly? The comments in the live stream erupted in astonishment. Wow, are these the security guards of Honghu Technology? They can't possibly be Mr. Liu's bodyguards, right? The person in front must be a bit unhinged. Have you ever seen anyone put bodyguards in a security booth? These 2 guys look so cool. I'm in love. Who knew security could be this stylish? Honghu Technology is impressive. The 2 security guards approached Zhang Xiao, their expressions filled with vigilance. What do you want? Their voices, though soft, carried an undeniable weight, causing even the renownedly fierce Captain Zhang to feel a shiver run down his spine, instinctively taking half a step back. However, he quickly regained his composure. How ridiculous. I am the captain of the Sanyang District Urban Management Team. How could I be intimidated by 2 security guards? If I back down now, how will I survive in this world? Thus, he raised his voice, attempting to bolster his own courage. Inspection by the relevant department of Sanyang District. Open the door. The 2 security guards exchanged glances and coldly replied, Honghu Technology is outside your jurisdiction. Withdraw immediately, or you will bear the consequences. Zhang Xiao was left bewildered. What the hell? In the realm of Honghu Technology, even the security guards exhibit such audacity? Is this a rebellion brewing? Chapter 82. National Security as Security Guards? At the factory entrance, Zhang Xiao, filled with indignation, is obstructed by 2 buzzcut guards. Having served as a city inspector for many years, this is the first instance he has encountered security personnel daring to impede a city official. Considering he is under the scrutiny of a live broadcast, he suppresses the urge to unleash a torrent of expletives, adopting a stern countenance as he issues another threat. Open your eyes and scrutinize closely. Do you recognize this uniform? I am Zhang Xiao, the captain of the urban management team of Sanyang District. We are the enforcers of the law. I am here representing the Sanyang District government. Open the gate immediately. Comply with the inspection. Do not create trouble for your employer. The 2 buzzcut guards exchange glances. They are the very same elite personnel from the national security who previously instructed the factory gate to be opened. With a multitude of high-ranking officials entering the premises for inspection, the security measures cannot be lax. For a private enterprise, it would be rather inappropriate to have a battalion of heavily armed special forces stationed outside. Thus, the responsibility for external security was assigned to their national security department. Once the leaders entered the factory grounds, the 2 had taken over the security booth, sending the original guards elsewhere to rest. They now serve as the first line of defense for the esteemed officials. Regardless of whether the visitor is the captain of urban management or even the head of an eagle nation, they must first contend with these 2. Seeing Zhang Xiao's stubborn intent to force his way in, the guards internally curse. Does this fool possess eyes merely for venting his frustrations? Does he not recognize this uniform and its insignia? They had clearly stated that entry is prohibited, yet he insists on barging in? What? Does this pathetic city inspector wish to challenge the heavens? Ironically, both guards have recently transitioned from military service and are still unfamiliar with the dynamics of their new position. They are unaware that for the majority of the citizens of Xia country, encountering personnel from the national security system might be a once-in-a-lifetime event. Furthermore, they are part of the most elite forces within national security. It is not just ordinary citizens who would fail to recognize their insignia. Even officials of lower rank might not identify them. Captain Zhang, being merely the head of a district urban management team, certainly cannot discern their identities. They believe they have revealed their status, yet to the 1 million viewers in the live stream, they are merely perceived as security guards. The 2 buzzcut guards feel a growing displeasure. However, considering that the individuals before them are government officials, they exercise considerable restraint and attempt to dissuade him once more. We will reiterate, Honghu Technology falls outside your jurisdiction. Retreat immediately. Do not bring trouble to your superiors. Upon hearing this, Not only Captain Zhang, but also the enforcement personnel accompanying him become incensed. Typically, whenever they mobilize, a mere shout at the factory entrance would prompt the owner to emerge in a flurry. Not only do they come and go freely, but business owners also cater to them with fine wine and cigarettes. If any issues are truly discovered, they cannot simply be resolved with a mere drink or two. It would require significant repercussions. What is the situation with Honghu Technology? Do they truly believe that being summoned by the mayor grants them immunity? How dare these two insignificant security guards openly threaten law enforcement? If we do not teach them a lesson today, how will we maintain authority in Songyang District in the future? At that moment, many regretted bringing the television reporters along. Since this was being broadcast live, certain measures became inconvenient to employ. Thus, the leader of the team, Lu Feng, director of the Comprehensive Management Office of Songyang District, stepped forward. A trusted aide of Director Bao, he was well aware of the entire situation and had been sent to take charge. Eager to make a good impression in front of the young heir of the Dihao group, he personally took the stage. With a dismissive expression, he looked at the two buzzcut guards, elongating his tone to assert his authority. You two, do you understand the consequences of obstructing government law enforcement? We are authorized to take coercive measures against you. Open the door now and notify your superior to come and speak with us, and we will overlook this matter. The two guards stared at him as if he were a fool. You want us to fetch our superior? Are you serious? Only a matter deserving of the death penalty, or worse, could compel our superior to come out. Soldiers are naturally hot-headed, and after being persistently harassed by these inexplicable individuals, the two guards were beginning to lose their temper. Both hailing from northeast China, they were quite adept at confrontation. What rank are you? How dare you request our superior's presence? Are you in such a hurry to be reborn? You think you can impose coercive measures on us? Are your ancestors a wholesale lot? As soon as these words were uttered, the viewers in the live stream were astonished. Countless comments flooded the screen. Wow! The security guards at Honghu Technology are so audacious. One would think they were national security agents. Honghu Technology has become too arrogant. Do they genuinely consider themselves royalty? Their security personnel dare to obstruct the local government's law enforcement? No one can save Honghu Technology now. I don't care about anything else. I want to see a showdown. Let the battle between the security and the city management commence. I'm settled in the front row, with sunflower seeds in hand. Liang Fengge, watching the live stream, was overjoyed. He never expected that Lu Hong would assign two reckless security guards to his factory. This is simply splendid. Honghu Technology is so overbearing, openly defying the government. Not even the emperor could save them now. Meanwhile, Ouyang Pei, also keeping an eye on the unfolding situation, was bewildered. She had personally managed the factory in the Magic City and was well acquainted with the local circumstances. These two were not our security guards. Where did these two buzzcut individuals come from? Could it be that Liang Fengge intentionally arranged for these troublemakers to disrupt us? This is unacceptable. I must communicate with the leadership immediately. Without hesitation, she dialed Hao Chong. Upon hearing the details of the situation, Hao Chong's expression darkened. He had certainly heard whispers of the recent turmoil surrounding Honghu Technology, but he had never taken them seriously. He was well aware of Ouyang Pei's background and could not believe that the Ouyang family would abandon Honghu Technology. However, he was taken aback by the audacity of his subordinates to act against Honghu Technology without his knowledge. Even if their actions were technically legal, Honghu Technology was the first high-tech enterprise he had lured to the region since taking office. To publicly execute such an act through media broadcasting was not merely a slap on Honghu Technology's face. It was a direct affront to his own authority. Yet, the situation had already unfolded, and as the mayor of Modu, he found himself unable to directly intervene in the enforcement actions of the district. This would only provide ammunition for his critics. He could only pull out his phone and check the live broadcast for updates on the situation. However, as soon as he opened the stream, he was taken aback. As a provincial-level leader, he was certainly familiar with the uniforms of the national security personnel. For a moment, his mind went blank. What was happening? Why was national security acting as security for Lu Hong? Chapter 83. The first strike at the entrance of the Honghu Technology Factory. Lu Feng could no longer contain himself in the face of the provocation from the crew-cut security guards. Initially, he had intended to alleviate the leadership's concerns while also currying favor with the heir of the Dihao family. However, in the current predicament, he found himself in an untenable position. As the director of the Comprehensive Management Office of Songyang District, how could he allow himself to be confronted by mere factory security? If word of this got out, How could Lu Feng continue in his role? Such formidable security personnel were unacceptable in Songyang District. If he did not extinguish the flames at Honghu Technology today, he vowed not to retreat. Lu Feng cast a cold smile at the two arrogant security guards. You are truly oblivious to the consequences. So, you wish to resist inspection, do you? Captain Zhang, implement coercive measures. With the leadership's command, Zhang Xiao immediately complied. He took the lead and approached the factory's retractable gate. It must be noted that Zhang Xiao earned his nickname Mighty Zhang Fei for good reason. He was broad-shouldered and strong, and with sheer brute force, he managed to pry open the electric retractable gate to create an opening wide enough for two people. The two crew-cut guards were momentarily stunned. It wasn't that they underestimated Captain Zhang's strength. Rather, they were shocked that he truly dared to take action. To confront the national security line? Are you a cat with 9 lives? The moment they took action, the nature of the situation shifted. Previously, what could have been dismissed as a misunderstanding now escalated to an attempted breach of high-level security. Such matters, if kept from escalating, could be resolved through discussion among the leaders, resulting in a few disciplinary actions and then forgotten. Yet, when Captain Zhang made his move, it was evident that his intention to attack the senior leadership was firmly directed at their heads. The two buzzcut men, who fancied themselves as elite soldiers within the military, had never encountered such audacity. Could it be true, as the internet suggested, that the urban management officers were, in fact, the most clandestine strategic force of the nation? If only I had 3,000 urban management officers, I could restore the grandeur of our great nation. The real dilemma was what to do next. Although the two had been with the national security for some time, they had never faced a situation like this. After all, they were up against personnel from the local government. Surely, they could not treat them as enemy agents to be eliminated. While they were in a state of confusion, Zhang Xiao perceived that the two were merely stunned by his formidable presence. He quietly derided them, thinking, these fellows might dress the part, but they are nothing more than silver-plated, hollow weapons. As an urban management officer, the instinct to prey on the weak was ingrained in him. He pushed open the retractable gate and boldly reached for the forward buzzcut man, intending to execute a throat lock and capture. Witnessing their captain's fierce demeanor, the urban management team behind him was instantly invigorated, erupting into cheers and surging forward. Just as Captain Zhang's hand was nearly clasping the buzzcut man's throat, the latter's years of military training kicked in instinctively. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a wrist lock and shoulder throw. Before the urban management officers could react, a loud thud echoed. Upon regaining focus, they found their imposing Captain Zhang, a towering figure with a waist as broad as his height, sprawled on the ground. Seemingly asleep in an instant, the atmosphere in the live broadcast reached a fever pitch. Zhang Xiao's substantial frame crashing onto the concrete floor sent shivers down the spines of viewers, even through the screen. Wow, they are truly fighting now. Impressive skills. That urban management captain must weigh around 200 kilograms. A 200-kilogram behemoth from the metropolis, taken down in one move, like a baby in slumber. This buzzcut fellow is quite skilled. What buzzcut? That is a buzzcut brother. Journalist Kai Xiaodian exhibited remarkable professionalism, possessing a keen sensitivity to news. As she observed the altercation unfold, rather than being frightened, she urged the photographer to press forward, striving to capture the fight in clear and vivid detail. The district government taking action against the burgeoning enterprises of the metropolis was already captivating enough, but an actual brawl between security personnel and law enforcement was explosive. In that moment, Kai Xiaodian felt that a sensational news story was unfolding right before her eyes. How could she possibly let such an opportunity slip away? Her enthusiasm further thrilled the audience. Almost everyone eagerly anticipated the development of events. Keep going. Don't hesitate. We want to see a rematch. 2. On the other side, Liang Fengge, watching the live stream, stood up in astonishment. He never expected that the security officers of Honghu Technology would dare to take action. Once the situation escalated, it became a grave matter. The obstruction of governmental enforcement had transformed into the assault of law enforcement personnel, and Lu Hong, as the direct leader of the factory, could not escape culpability. If he could be apprehended today, with the debts due tomorrow compounded by the arrest of the owner, Honghu Technology would inevitably collapse on the spot. With this thought, he immediately picked up the phone, intending to leverage his connections to prompt police intervention. Simultaneously, Ouyang Pei, who witnessed this scene, was nearly paralyzed with fear. Who were these men in black suits with crew cuts? Not only had they usurped the entrance of Honghu Technologies factory, but they also dared to assault local government officials. This was clearly an attempt to eliminate Lu Hong. At that moment, she recalled that Lu Hong had mentioned he would be attending to matters at the factory in Modu. She hurriedly dialed his mobile phone, hoping he would intervene to halt the escalating conflict. However, after numerous attempts, Lu Hong did not answer a single call. Unbeknownst to her, he was currently touring a bustling workshop with a group of leaders and experts, completely oblivious to the ringing phone. Ouyang Pei could only watch in despair as more and more viewers flocked to the live broadcast of Moda television. Witnessing the news of Honghu Technologies' security personnel assaulting government officials climb rapidly in the trending rankings, swiftly reaching the top of social media. At the same time, within the upper conference room of Moda television, executives were convened for a meeting when suddenly, Station Chief Huang Mingrui received a phone call. After just a few seconds of listening, his expression changed dramatically as he seized his secretary, exclaiming, "Quick, turn on our news live channel." The leader's panic soon drew the attention of the others. Everyone pulled out their phones and quickly saw the headline news skyrocketing on the trending list. Honghu Technology? Wasn't that the enterprise that had won the National Technology Competition Championship just a few months ago? Indeed, I recall Director Su conducting a live broadcast at that time, even breaking our station's viewership record. All eyes turned to Su Jinsheng, the director who had recently been promoted to head of the entertainment channel due to that live broadcast, now wearing a look of astonishment. An abrupt inspection of Honghu Technology in Songyang District? Were they out of their minds? Honghu Technology was personally courted by Mayor Hao. How could they conduct an inspection without prior notice? One of the deputy station chiefs chuckled lightly. Director Bao from Songyang District and Mayor Hao were not aligned. It was merely a matter of dismantling their operations, nothing to be alarmed about. Chief Huang's expression darkened. Their conflict was their affair. Why should we involve ourselves? Who arranged this live broadcast? As soon as he finished speaking, Deputy Chief Chu Xiang raised his hand. I arranged it. This is a directive from above. Chief Huang was momentarily rendered speechless. Deputy Chief Chu was not in his chain of command and had a formidable background, leaving Chief Huang powerless against him. For a moment, he could only cast a gloomy gaze towards the large screen on the wall, closely monitoring the unfolding situation through the live broadcast. Chapter 84. Do you have a revival card, buddy? At this moment, the entrance of Honghu Technologies' factory was enveloped in an eerie silence. As they witnessed the other party's audacity, the group of city management officers felt utterly deflated. Zhang Xiao had some martial arts training and, with his robust physique, had rarely faced defeat in altercations. What were these officers, after all? Most were ordinary individuals who had never even been in a fight. With someone as formidable as Zhang Fei being taken down in a single move, wouldn't their attempts be utterly futile? For a time, a crowd of people found themselves squeezed at the narrow entrance of the retractable gate, unable to advance or retreat, seeing that his well-practiced move had subdued the city management. The short-haired security guard finally felt a slight sense of relief. As long as he could maintain control of the situation, if a major incident were to occur, both he and his companion would undoubtedly face criticism. However, while they wished to refrain from further confrontation, Lu Feng on the opposite side had no intention of complying. He was nearly driven to madness. How dare mere security guards not only resist law enforcement, but also lay hands on them? Was there no law left? He discreetly glanced behind him and noticed reporter Kai Xiaodian directing the photographer to swiftly adjust their position, striving to capture every moment of the unfolding drama. Suddenly, he felt as if this petite reporter had transformed into a frenzied creature, while he himself felt as if he had become a large, green melon. Today, he was leading a joint enforcement operation with 8 departments, accompanied by over a dozen officials and more than 20 city management officers. This formidable group, comprising several vehicles and dozens of personnel, was stymied at the factory gate by 2 security guards, caught in a bind. To make matters worse, all of this was being broadcast live. It was easy to imagine that his actions were being viewed by millions, shared widely, and potentially trending online, thus permanently etched in cyberspace. The fierce little security guard confronting Director Liu, the valiant crew cut guy tearing apart Captain Zhang. If such headlines were to emerge online, it would be social death. Absolutely social death. With this thought, Lu Feng resolved instantly. He had no path for retreat. As a man, if he could not stand firm before millions, he would carry a lifelong shadow of shame. Now, he had but one course of action: to charge forward. He would subdue these two security guards and showcase Director Liu's authority. Even if it meant facing accusations of violent enforcement, he could not afford to care. A violent director was certainly preferable to a flaccid one. With this determination, Lu Feng strode forward, shouting, "How dare you attack law enforcement? Seize them. Take these two to the police station." His voice was fervent, yet the group of city management officers merely exchanged glances, none daring to take a step forward. Infuriated, Lu Feng had no choice but to push through the crowd himself. "I am Lu Feng, the director of the Comprehensive Governance Office of Songyang District. Let me see who dares to challenge me. Follow me. Capture those two lawbreakers." Just as he felt a momentary sense of relief, the short-haired man's heart sank again. He could no longer afford to hesitate and quickly shouted to his companions behind him, "Hurry, report to the leaders." Seeing the other party finally falter, Lu Feng became even more invigorated. He pushed past the city management officers in front of him, charging through the retractable gate, striking a pose of leading the charge. "Brothers, follow me, oh no." Just as he dashed through the gate, the anxious, short-haired man sprang into action. With a swift motion, he executed a grappling technique, tripping Lu Feng and throwing him onto the concrete ground, knocking out half of a front tooth. In a seamless motion, the short-haired man executed a hold, pinning Lu Feng's arm behind him, maintaining a firm grip. The city management officers, who had just mustered a bit of courage, instantly retreated in panic. The sight of dozens of city management officers collapsing before two security guards left millions of onlookers thrilled. Unbelievable. Two men have forced back 30 or so people. These security guards are impressive. Was that a grappling technique? Could it be that these two are veterans? How did Honghu Technology manage to hire such formidable security personnel? There must be some unspoken background involved. At the factory entrance, Lu Feng was left dazed from the fall. He tasted blood in his mouth and felt excruciating pain. The ground, so close beneath him, and the continuous drip of crimson brought him back from his daze. These two little security guards actually dared to strike me? I am not a mere petty official like Zhang Xiao. I am the director of the Comprehensive Governance Office, a legitimate deputy department-level official. How dare they? With this thought, Lu Feng was consumed by rage. Honghu Technology. Lu Hong, you are doomed to incite your subordinates to assault a national official. This alone warrants a lengthy imprisonment. He struggled fiercely, turning to glare at the short-haired man who held his arm. How dare you strike me? Do you not know who I am? Yet, the short-haired man paid him no heed, keeping his eyes warily on the city management officers who dared not step forward. While asking his partner behind him, "Have you reported to the leaders?" "Yes. Reinforcements are on their way," his partner answered firmly, hand on his earpiece. The city management officers grew increasingly panicked. Reinforcements? Just these two gentlemen before us are already quite terrifying. They are calling for backup? What does Honghu Technology intend to do? Annihilate the district's city management team with their own security forces? At that moment, a loud police siren echoed from afar. Everyone on the scene turned to see several police cars racing towards them. The flashing lights and piercing sirens acted as a shot of adrenaline, instantly revitalizing the city management officers. Reinforcements have arrived. The brother unit is truly commendable. Their support is timely. These are the regular troops coming. Look at you few little security guards. How can you still act so arrogantly? Lu Feng, feeling invigorated, struggled and shouted. Who called the police? Well done. You too. Did you see the police arrive? Quickly let me go, surrender, and confess. Otherwise, you will surely regret it later. Upon hearing his words, the buzzcut guard could only laugh in anger. Surrender? Seriously, do you think you have a revival card? If you truly want to end it all, we can find you a rooftop. Otherwise, once you get to our place, even half an hour of execution will be considered leniency. Lu Feng scoffed, his face a mask of cold disdain. You're quite defiant, aren't you? How dare you, a mere security guard, act so brazenly? If I don't peel off your skin today, I won't carry the surname Lu. At this proclamation, the buzzcut guard was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he suddenly spoke in a low tone. Security guard? You're the security guard. Your whole family is made up of security guards. Open your eyes and see clearly. I am from the National Security. Chapter 85. When did Honghu Technology become a military enterprise? As the buzzcut guard revealed his identity, an eerie silence enveloped the factory entrance once more. Everyone present seemed petrified, staring blankly, motionless. The spectators in the live stream were equally perplexed. What did he just say? Did the buzzcut guy just claim he was from National Security? What National Security? The football team's national security? This isn't funny at all. Good heavens. I can't believe it. Why would national security appear at Honghu Technology's factory? Has Boss Liu been raided? Amidst the confusion, a speeding police car arrived at the factory. Leading the charge was Yu Bing, the head of the Songyang High-Tech Zone police station. As he stepped out of the vehicle, he was greeted by the sight of the district's urban management team, Ming Zhangfei, lying peacefully on the ground. While District Comprehensive Management Office Director Lu Feng was being pinned down, bloodied, Yu Bing was unaware of the events that had transpired. Knowing only that the district police chief had personally called him earlier, requesting assistance to rescue a government work group that had been kidnapped and assaulted by criminals. Looking at the current scene, the situation was indeed dire. Are criminals nowadays this brazen, blocking the main entrance to assault government officials? And they don't even run when the police arrive? Filled with rage, Yu Bing dashed forward, parting the urban management team members to reach the retractable gate, where he bellowed, "I am Yu Bing, head of the Songyang High-Tech Zone police station. Those inside, release Director Liu. Put your hands on your heads and squat down." Seeing the police arrive, the buzzcut guard, however, remained unfazed. After all, they were from a brother unit. He released Lu Feng and walked calmly towards Yu Bing, standing tall and straight. "Hello, police officer. We are national security personnel, executing an important mission. Please evacuate the scene immediately and escort these individuals away so as not to disrupt our work." The short-haired man's tone remained relatively courteous, yet his voice exuded an undeniable authority. Yu Bing was momentarily taken aback. He was unfamiliar with the short-haired man's uniform and insignia. In a state of helplessness, he directed a pleading gaze towards Lu Feng, the highest-ranking official present. However, Lu Feng was equally bewildered. The short-haired man's brazen demeanor in front of the police, coupled with his earlier ruthless actions, instinctively led Lu Feng to believe in the veracity of the man's claims. At that moment, Lu Feng's mind was a blank slate. Why was there a national security officer stationed at the entrance of Honghu Technology's factory? Did Lu Hong possess such formidable connections? Had both he and Director Bao become mere pawns for the young heir of the Dihao group? Observing Lu Feng's dazed expression only deepened Yu Bing's uncertainty. Nevertheless, his professional integrity compelled him not to easily acquiesce to the short-haired man. Standing tall and firm, he asserted, "Comrade, please present your identification." The short-haired man paused for a moment, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Comrade, do you not recognize our uniform and insignia?" Yu Bing slightly shook his head, replying, "I'm afraid I do not. Kindly present your work credentials." The short-haired man, upon hearing this, began to grasp the situation. It appeared that even the police were unfamiliar with their uniform and insignia. No wonder these government officials mistook them for security guards. He instinctively reached for his pocket, only to realize that his credentials were likely left in the SUV they had arrived in. Turning towards his partner, he asked, "Yunzi, do you have your identification?" His partner searched his own pockets, equally embarrassed. "I left it in the vehicle, Brother Young. Do we really need to carry credentials for a mission?" The man referred to as Brother Young turned back to Yu Bing, his expression tinged with awkwardness. "I apologize, we left our credentials in the vehicle. Perhaps you could first clear the scene, and our personnel will arrive shortly." Upon hearing this, Yu Bing furrowed his brow. "That is unacceptable. If you cannot prove your identity, we cannot cooperate with you." With that, he gestured lightly, prompting his subordinates to immediately raise their riot shields and form a barrier. "If you cannot produce identification, surrender Director Liu and Captain Zhang immediately, raise your hands, and step out from the entrance." His words incited displeasure in Brother Young. Having won numerous awards in military competitions during his service, he held military honor in high regard. Though he had transitioned to civilian life, he did not consider himself any less a soldier. The thought of surrendering was inconceivable for a soldier of Xia country. His gaze turned dangerously intense. "Director Yu, we are not under your jurisdiction. Conversely, you are obstructing our mission. In such situations, we possess the authority to act as we see fit." As a former seasoned detective, Yu Bing instantly sensed the murderous intent radiating from Brother Young. He quickly retreated within the protective confines of the riot shield, drawing his firearm. "Do not move. Raise your hands and step out slowly." The moment he drew his weapon, the tension in the air escalated to a breaking point. The live broadcast room was filled with exclamations of disbelief, as everyone's hearts raced with anxiety. Suddenly, a synchronized sound of footsteps pierced the air, drawing the attention of the crowd. They turned to see two rows of fully armed elite soldiers swiftly approaching, rounding the factory. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, for they were not naive. They understood that the presence of soldiers in this location signified military involvement. The identities of those before them became unmistakably clear. These were indeed national security operatives. Yu Bing, jolted from his stupor, quickly signaled his subordinates to lower their weapons and holstered his own pistol. As the chief of a local police station, he dared not confront the military elite. This surprising turn of events left the audience in the live stream utterly bewildered. Why were special forces present at the Honghu Technology Factory? Was it possible that Honghu Technology was a weapons manufacturer? That seemed implausible, as it was undoubtedly a private enterprise, with both national security and special forces mobilized. Could it be that Honghu Technology was involved in activities threatening national security? Their confusion was short-lived. The head of security from National Security soon approached Yu Bing. This seasoned veteran, having gleaned the situation from his subordinates' reports, presented his credentials and explained amiably, "Comrade from the Public Security Bureau. A superior is currently conducting an inspection inside, and we are executing a protective task. Due to the sudden nature of this inspection, we did not communicate in advance with local authorities. We ask for your understanding regarding any shortcomings in our coordination. Now, please evacuate the personnel on site immediately to avoid any unnecessary complications for our operations." He cast a glance at Lu Feng, who lay on the ground, bloodied and dazed. Furthermore, it was stated that Honghu Technology fell under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of National Defense and was classified as a key military enterprise. Thus, local government had no authority over it. This declaration left everyone in stunned silence. When did Honghu Technology become a military enterprise? Faced with the bewildered expressions of the crowd, the national security chief offered no further explanation but gestured for his subordinates to carry Lu Feng and Zhang Xiao away, returning them to the district government officials before turning back toward the factory. The retractable gates slowly closed, and the soldiers, armed and ready, returned to the factory interior. The Honghu Technology complex swiftly regained its tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Outside the factory, dozens of onlookers remained frozen in astonishment, not moving for several minutes. This scene delighted the viewers of the live stream, who relished the unfolding drama. It was a stark reminder of the limits of local authorities. They were bold enough to confront national security. However, a greater number of individuals are engaged in discussions regarding Honghu Technology. What is the situation with Honghu Technology? Has it been absorbed by the state? I just checked online, and Honghu Technology remains a private enterprise. The legal representative is Lu Hong. Surely, you must be unaware that private companies can also undertake military contracts. Indeed, once a private enterprise obtains a military industrial license, it is no longer subject to local government oversight. In other words, Honghu Technology has made it onto the national white list. Does this not imply that the products of Honghu Technology possess genuine military quality? Good heavens, I have just canceled my order with Honghu Technology. So have I? I was originally among the top 10,000 in line. Now, placing a new order will push me back to over 200,000. Who was the scoundrel who spread the rumor that Honghu Technology was doomed? Their clientele includes the military. Even if they wished to shut down, it would require state approval. The most surprising news came to Ouyang Pei. Although she was aware that Lu Hong had designed a Falcon drone for the military, she had no idea that her own company was being regarded with such significance. Not only did high-ranking military officials visit for inspection, but they also secured a military industrial license. It is not simply a matter of producing military goods to obtain such a license. Numerous enterprises in Xia country produce military uniforms, tents, food, and other supplies, yet they cannot acquire a military industrial license. Only those producing major strategic materials are eligible for this special license. Holding such a license greatly facilitates commercial activities and can lead to favorable loan conditions. Without delving too far into the future, even the pressing repayment issues that have caused her considerable distress may see a turning point. At that moment, Ouyang Pei's face flushed with excitement, yet she could not help but voice her grievances. How could Lu Hong, with such significant news, fail to inform me? Upon his return, I shall certainly impose additional training upon him. Equally astonished was Hao Chong. He never anticipated that Lu Hong would quietly gain the attention of high-ranking military officials, thus becoming a strategic military enterprise. Currently, military leaders are present at the Honghu Technology Factory. Although he had not been informed in advance, now that he was aware, he could not feign ignorance. It would be prudent to meet with these military officials and, if possible, negotiate a military-civilian cooperation. With this thought in mind, Hao Chong promptly sent a message to Lu Hong, urging him to retain the military leaders until he arrived. He then summoned his secretary. Prepare the vehicle. We are to visit the Honghu Technology Factory. At the Magic City television station, in the top-floor conference room, Director Huang stood before the large screen, feeling a mix of joy and concern. The topic and drama of this live broadcast had proven to be extraordinarily explosive, captivating millions of viewers. It is worth noting that this is during a weekday morning. Just this single video has contributed so many trending keywords that it is close to dominating the top 10 of the trending search list. It is easy to imagine the immense traffic this will undoubtedly bring to Magic City Television. However, simultaneously, this live broadcast program may yield numerous incalculable consequences. Firstly, the government of Sonyang District has completely lost face during this live event, leaving the question of whether this will engender discontent with the television station, something Director Huang cannot ascertain. Furthermore, the military and national security's covert operations have been inadvertently aired, and whether these entities will express dissatisfaction remains uncertain for Director Huang as well. Nevertheless, the situation is irreversible. His current focus must be on steering public opinion in a direction favorable to his side. Of course, this also provides an opportunity to suppress any dissenting voices. With this thought in mind, he promptly addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, Deputy Director Chu has unilaterally approved this live broadcast without collective discussion, resulting in a passive predicament for our station. I propose we suspend Deputy Director Chu from his duties. Those in agreement, please raise your hands. A unanimous wave of hands followed, leaving Deputy Director Chu pale with fear. He recognized the gravity of his misstep should the military and national security pursue accountability. He could well bear the brunt of the repercussions. At this moment, Director Huang's reproach left him with no room for defense, compelling him to accept the suspension with a heavy heart. Director Huang then turned his attention to Li Jinxing. Director Li, you have previously broadcast the National Science and Technology Competition and have interacted with Boss Lu, correct? Therefore, I need you to immediately assemble a team and devise a program dedicated to reporting on Honghu technology. Through this program, you must promote a positive image of Honghu technology while subtly highlighting the military's contributions and mitigating the misunderstandings stemming from the enforcement actions in Sonyang District. I shall allocate special funds for this, and you may select any personnel you require. This program must be executed flawlessly. Li Jinxing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The leadership is truly sagacious. This not only capitalizes on the current fervor, but also alleviates the misunderstandings between the television station and various parties. Truly a multifaceted triumph. The director's acumen is unparalleled. A pleased smile graced Director Huang's face. Well said, that is precisely the intention. Proceed with vigor. As is often the case, amidst joy, there is sorrow. While some revel in the aftermath of this event, others find themselves in dire straits. At this moment, Liang Fengge is the one most fraught with anxiety. He had solicited the assistance of District Chief Bao from Sonyang to orchestrate a multi-departmental joint enforcement action against Honghu Technology, specifically requesting a live broadcast of the entire process. The result was a catastrophic misstep, with the enforcement team suffering a humiliating defeat, their leader subjected to a public drubbing before millions of viewers. This debacle surely meant that District Chief Bao would vent his fury upon him. Liang Fengge was acutely aware that he would pay a steep price to quell Bao's wrath. Even more daunting was the fact that today's events had drawn in the military and national security, especially the latter, which is the most enigmatic and formidable institution in Xia country. He could hardly believe that his seemingly inconspicuous maneuvers would escape their scrutiny. Should national security suspect him of inciting local resistance against the state, no amount of lies would suffice to atone for his actions. The prospect of becoming a talent for prison life is indeed daunting. With this thought, Liang Fengge, drenched in cold sweat, could no longer remain seated. This is a significant predicament. I cannot operate a sewing machine. I must urgently seek assistance from my father. Chapter 87, Networking? Even the dragon vein won't suffice. In the factory of the Demon City, Lu Hong remained oblivious to the happenings outside. Upon receiving a message from Hao Chong on his phone, he promptly altered his strategy and began to deliberately prolong the visit. After touring the carbon fiber production line, he suggested leading the group to observe the drone assembly line. Although the delegation was already satisfied, it would be unwise to neglect the host's reputation. Thus, the group followed Lu Hong to the drone production workshop. As they gazed at the numerous drones on the assembly line, Su Shoujua was filled with awe. "What is your current production capacity at Honghu Technology?" Lu Hong smiled slightly. "We have just completed the construction of a new production line, and we currently operate 6 lines capable of producing 30,000 Yankei or lethal Falcon drones per month." Su Shoujua was astonished. "So, the production lines for Yankei and lethal Falcon are interchangeable?" Lu Hong nodded. "Indeed. The lethal Falcon was developed as an improved model of the Yankei. I am contemplating the development of a new model of small drone, which could be tailored specifically for military use." Zhuo Xingjian, somewhat puzzled, joined the discussion. "Old Su has mentioned to me that your lethal Falcon drones can assist the army in reconnaissance, anti-armor, and anti-infantry missions, essentially sufficient for current needs. What purpose do you envision for the new small drone?" Lu Hong's eyes glimmered as he lowered his voice. "Naturally, it is intended for deep strike capabilities. Just imagine, if we could create a small suicide drone capable of flying 500 kilometers to target enemy positions deep behind the lines, how much would the military's operational effectiveness be enhanced?" Zhuo Xingjian chuckled awkwardly. "Mr. Lu, you might not be fully aware of the military's weapon systems. For a distance of 500 kilometers, we already have tactical missiles at our disposal." Lu Hong raised an eyebrow. "How much does a tactical missile cost? If the enemy target is also small, does it make sense to use a tactical missile? My small drone is projected to have a procurement cost of merely 100,000 xia yuan each." "What?" Zhuo Xingjian exclaimed in shock. 100,000 xia yuan is less than 1% of the cost of a tactical missile. If it can truly be this economical, then small targets such as radar vehicles, supply stations, and assembly points could also fall within the military's striking capabilities. Realizing this, Zhuo Xingjian immediately grasped Lu Hong's hand and said, "Mr. Lu, such a small drone is precisely what our Air Force requires. Please proceed without hesitation. And if you need any support, do not hesitate to contact me directly." Su Shoujua, overhearing this, felt displeased. "Old Zhuo, what do you mean? Mr. Lu's drone is intended for our army." Zhuo Xingjian shrugged. "Old Su, a drone is still an aircraft. It flies in the sky and thus naturally falls under the jurisdiction of the Air Force. Furthermore, striking a target 500 kilometers away evidently exceeds the operational range of your army, does it not? Your most formidable extended-range rocket can only reach 400 kilometers, correct?" Su Shoujua was also displeased. "Which regulation stipulates that the army cannot possess weaponry with a range of 500 kilometers? Modern warfare is characterized by joint operations among various military branches. Once on the battlefield, who differentiates between the army and the Air Force? Small drones, being compact, swift, and easily deployable, why should they not accompany our army's combined brigades?" As the two prominent figures were about to escalate their argument, Lu Hong wore a look of embarrassment, unsure how to intervene. At that moment, a national security officer approached to report, "Sir, Mayor Hao of Magic City has arrived outside the factory and requests a meeting with you." Su Shoujua reined in his temper. "We did not intend to disturb the local leaders, did we, Lao Zhua? Since he has come, should we not show him some courtesy?" While Lu Hong accompanied Hao Chang and the military inspection team for a lavish feast, Liang Fengge had already arrived in Xiadu by private jet, heading straight to his family's most prestigious hotel in the city. This hotel, situated on the outskirts of the old town of Xiadu and adjacent to a height-restricted area, boasts a panoramic restaurant on the top floor that offers a view of the magnificent Forbidden City. It is the pride of Liang Hongtao, chairman of the Empire Group, ranking first on the list of non-saleable products of the group. Normally, the restaurant would be bustling at mealtime, but today it stood entirely vacant. Liang Fengge understood that this was undoubtedly a directive from his father to close the restaurant. Such a grand reception from his father could only be for the most significant figures in Xiagua. As he walked down the empty corridor toward the hall, he found that the once crowded space now contained only a single dining table, positioned directly facing the Forbidden City. He saw his father, over 60 years old with graying hair, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing far off at the resplendent Forbidden City. Liang Fengge cautiously approached and softly called out, "Father." Liang Hongtao did not turn around. His voice bore no trace of emotion. "Fengge, I have always had the utmost confidence in you. You are talented, resourceful, and with the Liang family's resources, your achievements in life should surpass mine. I once believed that with the family business in your hands, We could thrive for at least another 30 years. Yet now I see that you possess a fatal flaw. Liang Hongtao slowly turned to face the anxious expression on Liang Feng's face. Your life has been too smooth. Until now, you have never truly encountered setbacks. This has bred an arrogance within you. You underestimate the heroes of the world. Liang Fengge lowered his head, hesitantly attempting to defend himself. Father, I have investigated Lu Hong's background. He is merely a youth from a small town. His parents run a restaurant, and his ancestors have all been farmers. Liang Hongtao interrupted his defense with a calm demeanor. My grandfather was also a farmer. My father was originally destined to be a farmer, yet fortune smiled upon him, allowing him to be transferred to a factory in the city. Liang Fengge cast a frustrated glance at Liang Hongtao. What I mean is, Lu Hong has no background whatsoever. I cannot fathom how he managed to connect with the high echelons of the military. My plan was flawless. If I had merely applied a little pressure, the financial chain of Honghu Technology would have faltered. Before he could finish his sentence, Liang Hongtao interrupted him sharply. You plan to apply pressure? Now, they have directly imposed severity upon you. Do you have any idea of the magnitude of the disaster you've caused? Liang Fengge shuddered involuntarily, lowering his head in submission. It was an accident. How was I to know that the military's higher-ups were inspecting his factory? Dad, don't you have a wide network? With your abilities, surely you can leverage your connections to resolve this matter? Liang Hongtao laughed in exasperation. What do you think you've done? This involves the military and national security. These are not individuals you can afford to offend. Leverage connections? Even invoking the dragon vein would be futile. Liang Fengge was left dumbfounded. Dad, I am your only son. Liang Hongtao raised his hand and struck him. If you weren't my only son, would I expend such effort to assist you? If I were 10 years younger, I would rather take up a small trumpet. Liang Fengge was stunned. This was the first time he had been struck by his own father. At that moment, a servant approached and whispered something in Liang Hongtao's ear. Liang Hongtao nodded, then coldly regarded his son. Get your act together. Serve today's esteemed guest well, or your life may be at stake. Chapter 88. The creditor appears after accompanying Hao Chong and the military inspection team for a lavish banquet. Lu Hong hurried back to Chiang that evening. As he stepped through the gates of the villa in Jinyuan, he discovered Ouyang Pei, Xia Dan, Gu Yiming, and Yan Yan gathered in the living room, their 8 eyes fixated upon him, resembling a tribunal in session. Before Lu Hong could utter a word, the impatient Xia Dan exclaimed, Master, you've been rather secretive. When did you establish connections with the military and national security? Lu Hong was utterly bewildered. Having been occupied all day, he had no time to browse the internet and was unaware that his company had already dominated the trending searches. It was only when Xia Dan raised her phone and excitedly recounted the events of the live stream that he began to grasp the situation. Our debt is due the day after tomorrow, and the Songyang district organized a work group for an inspection? Surely that cannot be mere coincidence. Ouyang Pei let out a cold laugh. Of course, it is not a coincidence. I have already investigated, and it is highly likely that the mastermind behind this is still Liang Fengge. That makes it easier to explain. Lu Hong nodded, a light smile gracing his lips. However, this time he had indeed shot himself in the foot. The subsequent investigation by national security would surely be enough to keep this young heir of the Dihao group occupied. Once he finds himself entangled in troubles, he will have no time to scheme against us. We shall finally enjoy a few peaceful days. However, Ouyang Pei remained unyielding. Boss, we must not let our guard down. The 400 million debt with Chujing Bank must ultimately be resolved, along with the outstanding payments from our partners. If Liang Fengge insists on a relentless pursuit, we could find ourselves in significant trouble. Xia Dan expressed her astonishment. Does Chujing Bank dare to come demanding repayment tomorrow? And what about those partners? Are they oblivious to the news? Our company has such formidable backing. Do they truly dare to provoke us? Gu Yiming also nodded in agreement. I too believe they wouldn't dare. Ouyang Pei looked at the two with a hint of exasperation. You are underestimating the situation. Our company holds a military-industrial license, not a get-out-of-jail-free card. Ultimately, we are still a private enterprise, and we must repay our debts. Chujing Bank is a local state-owned bank, and the loans they seek to recover are state assets. In such matters, should they show leniency, it would be their heads on the chopping block. At best, they might adopt a more amiable attitude or grant us some leniency, but regrettably, we no longer require their favors. Given the thunderclap that is Chujing Bank, many local enterprises may face loan recoveries. Their financial chains are strained. If they do not demand payment from us, it is their own companies that will face ruin. In my view, even if those creditors hesitate, Liangfengge will compel them to seek trouble with us. Thus, despite our current online momentum, if we fail to produce sufficient funds by tomorrow, we will certainly suffer severe repercussions. Xiaodan paused for a moment, her anxiety palpable. What are we to do? Ouyang Pei cast a sidelong glance at Lu Hong and replied with a scoff. That depends on your master. Xiaodan immediately grabbed Lu Hong's sleeve, shaking it fervently. Master, what exactly is your plan? Please tell us. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep a wink tonight. Lu Hong, slightly irritated, flicked her forehead. Mind your own business. He then turned to the group with a serious demeanor. You are all my most trusted individuals, and I should not conceal anything from you. However, as you have seen today, there are certain matters I cannot disclose. His gaze settled on Ouyang Pei, setting aside personal connections. Xiaodan and Gu Yiming are merely researchers with little influence on company decisions, and Yan Yan, as a driver, is even less significant. The unity and alignment of thought that Lu Hong desperately needs hinges on Ouyang Pei, his second-in-command. To put it bluntly, the success of Honghu Technology is contingent upon her presence. The previous incident regarding the acquisition of Chuiwa Technology nearly drove this capable steward away, leaving Lu Hong on the verge of a cardiac episode. Ultimately, it was through the sacrifice of his own comfort that he managed to coax this formidable woman back home. Behold, it has only been a mere 2 months, and already, Boss Lu has begun to develop muscles. Had it not been for the sword of confidentiality hanging over his head, he would certainly have reassured Ouyang Pei beforehand. Now, with Liangfengge causing such a stir, any blame for the leak cannot possibly fall upon him. Thus, he takes this opportunity to subtly clarify the situation. He is confident that Ouyang Pei's intelligence will allow her to deduce the gist of the matter. Indeed, upon hearing Lu Hong's words, Ouyang Pei's demeanor visibly relaxed. Maintain confidentiality? Lu Hong nodded emphatically, affirming the necessity of discretion. Ouyang Pei responded with a nod, then suddenly broke into a radiant smile. Come on, boss. We still have today's lessons to complete. Lu Hong was taken aback, turning to flee to his room, exclaiming, I've had a drink today. But he was no match for the formidable Ouyang, and after only a couple of steps, she seized his tie, dragging him toward the gym. Be good. The lessons cannot cease. Yay. The following day, February 15th. Early in the morning, a sore and weary Lu Hong was pulled into the company by Ouyang Pei. Observing Lu's exhausted visage, barely able to stand upright, juxtaposed with the radiant and spirited Ouyang, the employees exchanged knowing smiles. It appeared that Ouyang had enjoyed herself immensely the previous night. It was only natural, given that their company had garnered such significant attention, dominating trending searches for nearly 24 hours. Furthermore, with military backing, it was likely that all creditors would recognize the strength of Honghu Technology. For such a firm, securing financing would be almost effortless. Offending Honghu Technology for momentary gain would undoubtedly be a poor decision. At 9 in the morning, Hu Yu, the acting president of Chujing Bank, personally arrived at Honghu Technology accompanied by a dozen executives. Lu Hong welcomed them in the company's top-floor conference room. The round-faced middle-aged man exhibited an unusually amiable demeanor, as if the aggressive creditor from before were a different person altogether. Boss Lu, with Zhang Cheng's sudden fall, I find myself in a tight spot, being pushed to recover previously misallocated loans. This is not directed at your esteemed company. I hold your company in high regard. I kindly ask for your assistance. Even if it means restructuring the loan after repayment, I would be grateful. Rest assured, as long as I remain in my position, I can have the loan processed again within a fortnight. In the face of Hu Yu's oily charm, Lu Hong merely smiled faintly. President Hu, there is no rush. Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea. I anticipate that a number of creditors will be arriving at my modest company today. Since we are all here to settle accounts, let us wait for everyone to arrive before heading to the bank together. It will save me the trouble of running back and forth. What do you think?